that next step, we're not just talking about one game. We're talking about his ability to take that next step. Can he do it? Can he do it, 4 out of 5 games, whatever it might be, 8 out of 10 games? Certainly a great debut as far as that goes. I mean, he just looked incredible. I can't say enough about him. Clearly, he was awesome. And then the other two, Filipowski, he showed well. He only took 10 shots. Marketing, that's the kind of game that I like to see out of Marketing. A quiet game. If you score 20 and it's considered quiet, that's impressive. And you put in 4 of 7 from 3, 6 boards, 5 assists. As Lock said, 38 assists. That's a staggering number when you think about it there. I'm interested in that, and we'll talk to Lock tomorrow on Friday, that they did start Filipowski over Hendricks. I thought it was going to be Hendricks, but no. They went with Filipowski, who's a second-year guy. I mean, you can argue, obviously, the Hendricks injury last year. He's a second-year guy because he didn't play very much last year, just right in the beginning of the season with the injury that set him out the whole season. But we'll see how that develops. Sensapaw, okay, has he found a role on his team? Coming off the bench, 20 points, shoot. You're open, shoot. But the thing that impressed me, we can go down and you can look at the box score and it sort of speaks for itself. But a bunch of guys did a lot of different things. Like Walt Clayton, I guess he wants to be called Walt, not Walter. So we'll call him Walt if that's what he wants. Walt Clayton Jr. In just 18 minutes, he didn't look overwhelmed. 10 points, all right, that's nice. He's a shooter, scorer. But I like the 6 boards and the 5 assists. They were moving the ball. Now, shots went in. So everything is going to be higher in the assist total and the shooting percentage. Of course it is. But also Borden, 46 boards to 38 for the Clippers. That's pretty impressive as far as that goes. All right, were they back in action Friday, tomorrow, up in Sacramento, right? Tip-off is set for 8 p.m. The Kings got beat down there in Phoenix, but they're missing one of their best guys, arguably their best guy. We'll get to that next right now with the NBA coming up.
#NBA.
BJ with it. Sixers standing around. BJ drives it. Cut off by Anthony Simons. 5 to shoot. Maxey with it. One-on-one. Back to BJ. Right side. Open 3. In the air. He got it. Edgecombe with his first tray. Boy, that two-man game was really stationed on that right side. And Edgecombe pays it off with a 3.
Gets it into Wembanyama. Guarded by Washington. Wembanyama, the fake. The reverse. And the foul. Wembanyama. Working Davis, spinning, taking, hitting, plus the foul.
Booker at the top of the key, backing up on Schroeder, fades from 15 and knocks it down on the left elbow. Devin Booker puts the Suns up 4. He's got 26. It's 115-111 with 36 seconds to go.
And switched on to Jeremy Grant. Shot clock is down to 6, still beyond the three-point line. He shoves off, steps back, 3-ball. He got it! 39 for Edwards. Wolves in front. 114-112. Big-time shot by Ant in the clutch.
All right, those are some highlights around the NBA. A lot of games. I was flicking around on my DirecTV. I get my free package, and you know me and free, Yak. I got to take advantage of it.
Absolutely.
And so for the next week, you can get to watch all the games. I don't buy the NBA package because of the fact that most of the time I'm going to be watching the Jazz, and plus there's other games on that I already have money laid out. I don't want to lay out any more money. But last night was not one of those nights. I was checking it all out constantly. Let's see. Let's start with, we'll go with the Kings because that team is the Jazz's next opponent. They had a 20-point lead in the first half, but we've seen it a million times, 20-point leads in the first half, particularly on the road, sort of wither away, and the Suns got them. Beat them by 4. Devin Booker. Man, Devin Booker is in his 11th season already. That just seems hard to believe. He had 31. Now, the Kings were without Sabonis, who I believe is their best player, right? And he has a hamstring strain. They showed him on the bench there several times. So we'll see if he's available tomorrow night. as far as that goes. That'll be an advantage to the Jazz if they don't have to face him. Now, you heard in that little highlight, Edgecombe, the kid out of Baylor, VJ Edgecombe. This is an impressive stat that he had, right? He scores the most points by a rookie. I didn't even know that they could do this, but I guess there's a stat for everything. Since Wilt Chamberlain made his debut, 34 points. And that goes back in 1959 as the 76ers squeak by the Jason Tatum-less Boston Celtics. Now, we saw Edgecombe come in here with Baylor, and boy, he has an NBA body already. It's amazing that he had that as a young kid, and so Philly takes him, and that was good for the Jazz because then they got Ace Bailey. I realized Ace Bailey came off the bench, didn't really have a major impact on the game, and Edgecombe did. But it's not like they could have drafted Edgecombe because he was gone. And Tyrese Maxey had 40, for those of you who are interested. Joel Embiid played 1 of 9. Only played 20 minutes. He's on a restriction. And, of course, Paul George is injured, so he did not play. We'll see how that goes for the 76ers. Can they be a good team? And what's that? Keita, he actually started for Boston. I assume that it was in place of Jason Tatum for the Celtics.
It seems that way.
Didn't you bet? He went to Utah State.
Neemias Keita, yep.
Yeah. Now, he was 7 of 8 from the field for 17 points. And I don't think most people think Boston's going to do a whole lot because Jason Tatum is going to be out for most of the season, if not the whole year. And how about this? How do we say his name? Didn't he change his name, the pronunciation? Yegor. What is it? What's the latest?
Yegor Dielman.
Sounds like there's an L in there.
When he came over, PK, the traditional pronunciation of his last name is Dielman, and he was very clear that it was, Demon, and then switched it back when he went to the NBA.
Okay, well, it's going to take me a while to get used to that because it took me a while to get used to how to say it last season.
Yegor Dielman. Yep, there you go.
Yeah. He had 14 points, 5 boards, 2 assists, 4 of 6 shooting. Now, obviously, the Nets are not expected to do a whole lot. We understand that. But he's a high pick. Where did he go? Did he go 8th?
8th overall. Yep, he was their highest of the 5 picks they've made.
Yeah. So, nice debut for the kid. I mean, everybody liked him here. He just seemed like an innocent, great young kid. And so we'll follow his development there. For the they're not the New Jersey Nets anymore. I guess they're the Brooklyn
Nets, right? Yep.
Yeah, so just across the bridge there. But they're going to be one of the teams that's going to stink this year, as anticipated to stink for sure about that. And then, wow, this is a big story, Yak. This is just breaking overnight.
Well, no, not like last like 30 minutes.
Yeah, well, okay, overnight. Yeah. I saw it I thought it was about an hour or so ago. Why don't you explain it, since you're up to date on it? I mean, I saw a headline, but you probably read it.
Yeah, so the FBI is out and about this morning, arresting people apparently all over the country in a big gambling investigation that includes the first one we heard about was Terry Rozier from the Miami Heat, one of their guards. He has been arrested this morning, and to add to it, Portland Trailblazers head coach Chauncey Billups has been arrested this morning for investigation into this. Now, the word around Chauncey Billups is not betting on his own team, but betting on other games, apparently in the NBA, etc.
So it's a Pete Rose thing.
It kind of feels that way. Now, Pete obviously admitted to gambling on his own team, and we'll see what the investigation comes out with. Kash Patel, the FBI director, is supposed to speak at a press conference at 8 a.m. with more details on all of this.
Yeah, that is, wow. It's shocking to me that somebody like that, like Chauncey Billups, would do any form of gambling in the NBA. I mean, when we were under the auspices of the Jazz, which are not anymore, they would tell us that you could not gamble. I mean, we're way down the food chain, that you could not gamble on NBA games. Now, I've never gambled 1 cent on an NBA game, so I just looked at it and moved on because I had no temptation whatsoever to do it. It didn't interest me in the least. But they would always say that you couldn't do that. And Billups, and especially with all the crap that that Pete Rose went through. I mean, obviously Pete Rose did bet on his own team, but it took for years and years for him to finally acknowledge what was absolutely true, and everybody sort of thought that with such a big, heavy band. So there you go, and they're gonna speak at the top of the hour here, locally, our time, to go from there. Wow, interesting. One other thing on the NBA, Cooper Flagg didn't have a good debut. Only scored 10, 4 of 13 for shooting as the Mavericks got smoked by the Spurs in Dallas. All right, that's a lot of NBA, and it's just begun. Oh, you also heard Anthony Edwards went off for 41. Timberwolves beat the Trailblazers. I think that game was in Portland last night. So we'll wait for the news to see how this story develops, and we'll have it for you right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Let's move on to the NFL.
Hashtag NFL.
The euphoria, the way that game unfolded, that was strictly about Dart. That was in no way, shape, or form anything that was directed at Russ. So, and I might be able to see how he might perceive that, but coming off that win and watching how he played, yeah, that wasn't any intention at all.
That is Denver Broncos coach Sean Payton, who got himself in a little bit of hot water when he said that he was hoping that the Broncos didn't see Jackson Dart, which Russ Wilson, who was with the Broncos now, is backing up Dart with the Giants, that he took it as a slight against him, and he called it classless and did the bounty gate thing. That was several years ago. Man, that was a long time ago now, right? That Sean Payton was part of with New Orleans, and so Sean Payton wants to walk that back, and there you go. He said he didn't intend, no way, shape, or form to criticize Russ, but he thinks that he can understand how Wilson may have taken it that way. So I guess we put that story to bed. Now we have got NFL football tonight. The Vikings and the Chargers, 6:15 on Prime Video, as it usually is on the Thursday night game. And how about this? We talk about Sabonis with a hamstring strain. Now we need to talk about Washington Commanders star QB Jaden Daniels. He's got a hamstring strain, and so they will go to Marcus Mariota. And that's a Monday night game with the Chiefs. I was looking forward to that game. And maybe Mariota can play well in a limited, not in a limited, but he's been limited. He hasn't played that much. But I was looking forward to that game to see Daniels because he's an impressive young quarterback. So there you go. They won't have him on Monday. And Aaron Rodgers, yep, he doesn't see the upcoming matchup with the Green Bay Packers as quote a revenge game as he goes against the team who drafted him. Quote, I don't have any animosity toward the organization. Obviously, I wish things had been better in our last year there, but I have a great relationship with a lot of people still in that organization, and this is not a revenge game for me. I'm just excited to see some of those guys and be on Sunday Night Football again. So that's your Sunday night game, would be the Steelers against the Packers as we start to bear down and get closer to another weekend in the NFL. Okay, there you go. DJ and PK, let's move on to college football.
Hashtag college football.
Is Utah Yak the healthiest team in the history of college football?
Apparently.
Because their injury report is always, without fail, the shortest of any team that we see.
No doubt. Now, there was a bit of a change, it appears, because season-ending injuries that Utah had listed previously, as well as BYU, are no longer on these player availability reports from the Big 12. There hasn't been much clarification on if that's just it was an omission or if that's a new thing. But, yeah, Utah, 3 players in all on their availability report.
Who were they?
They would be quarterback Devin Dampier, wide receiver Tobias Merriweather, and defensive tackle Dallas Vakalahi.
Yes, now all those 3 are listed as questionable, and obviously all eyes went on the Utah quarterback Devin Dampier. As we know, Kyle Whittingham said on Monday that it was his distinct possibility that the Birdman would get in there. Now that's Bird with a Y, not with an I. You must remember that. I'm curious to see. I'm excited if he gets to play to see what he can do. But as I said earlier in the week, I do not think that Dampier should be benched by any stretch. Do I think that? They brought him in, and I think by and large he's delivered on what he was capable of doing when they brought him in. But at the same time, if he's got an injury, I don't want to hear 3 weeks after the game. Now they play Colorado, obviously, Saturday night. I don't want to hear that he was hampered like we did with Texas Tech.
I was going to say.
And then reveal it after you have a big-time win against the Sun Devils and then say, oh, he was hurt. No. I don't want to hear that. Don't tell me 3 weeks later after you lose that, oh, well, with the implication. Even if you didn't mean it was the implication, a lot of people took it as the implication. No, if he's hurt and can't go, or can't have the effectiveness. If he can't run, there really is no point in playing him because he's not going to beat you with his arm. I think we've proven that halfway through the season. So we'll see how that develops. I mean, Kyle's going to be coy with that. That's just who he is. And he's decided that the other team has a distinct advantage if they find out your quarterback can't play. I think whoop-de-doo on that, but that's where he's gotten that hole, and he's going to stay in there probably forever until he's done coaching. But hopefully Dampier can play. I don't want to see anybody get hurt. BYU listed Raider Demooney and Prasis. Those are both safeties as doubtful. They've been in that situation for a bit. And I told you the other day, I think I told you yesterday, that Jordan Tyson probably wasn't going to play. Well, he's out. Sun Devils, a big blow as far as that goes, not having their receiver, who is really good. And Colorado State's starting quarterback, Braden Fowler, has left the Rams after Jay Norvell was fired. He started 28 games, expected to enter the transfer portal. Now, Jackson Purcell, is that a local kid?
Yeah, Lehigh High School. Yep.
Yeah, I recognized the name, and I knew there was a quarterback who went to Colorado State out of there. Okay, there you go. That is some of your college football. MLB, let's have it.
Hashtag Major League Baseball.
San Francisco Giants, they're going to hire the Tennessee's Volunteers coach. I guess I call him coach at the college level, but he's going to be their new manager, Tony Vitello. He's their new skipper. He's going to make MLB history as he makes the leap from college to MLB with no previous professional coaching experience. Now, Tennessee won the College World Series in 2024. And they got a really good program, obviously. And he's a single guy, no kids. He can make the move there, not have to worry about family. And away he goes. The Giants have their manager for the 26th season. That'll be interesting to see how that works. I mean, there's been other guys who've made the move. Pat Murphy, who coached, was the manager for the Brewers. He was ASU's head coach for a good number of years, several years ago.
Yeah.
But then he worked his way into professional ball, and now Vitello has no experience.
Yeah, I was going to say, this is not him jumping to the Giants organization and working his way up maybe from double or triple A.
Yeah,
He's going straight from Tennessee to the head job in San Francisco.
Let's see how that goes. Okay, that's your news out of the MLB. Let's move on to golf.
Hashtag golf.
The Bank of Utah Championship begins today at Black Desert. I will be there, Yak. I will be there. Now, I will not take the Concorde and fly down to St. George. I'm already here. I was over at the course yesterday and looking forward to this. It's supposed to be good enough weather the rest of the week. Excited. Max Homa's in there. Jason Day. Sahith
Theegala. Yep.
Yeah. That's some of the, I think it's a bigger name field than it was in their initial one last year. That was won by Matt McCarty, Phoenix kid, who would have gone and played his college golf at Santa Clara, I believe. He won the thing last year. The locals in there, Patrick Fishburne, they had him on the Golf Channel on the radio as I was driving down, listening to him. I think he went to Fremont High and BYU, right?
Yes, he is. He's a Fremont Silverwolf.
So, big kid. He's like 6'4", 220. Zach Blair, we've heard of him. Preston Summerhays. He has obviously Summerhays' name, playing his college golf at ASU. got a local tie there. And then Kihei Akina. Did I say his first name right?
Kihei Akina.
Kihei.
Freshman at
Kihei
BYU.
Akina. Yeah. Now, he played last year, so he would have been at Lone Peak last year as a freshman at BYU.
Yep.
And I think he missed the cut by one single stroke.
Correct, yes.
Last year. So, Kihei Akina, he's a young phenom to keep an eye on to see where this goes as far as how good he will be. I assume he's going to be able to be on the tour. Maybe that is too early of an assumption, but that's what I'm anticipating because he's one of these kids, locally golf-wise, that I've heard about for 3 or 4 years now, well before he was out of high school, and he showed well last year. And how about this, man? This was big news yesterday. The PGA Tour is canceling the Century, which is at Kapalua, which always opens the season in January, right? It's the first weekend of January. Now, they don't have a course that's ready to go. The Plantation course has had issues with water, and I guess it's just not in good enough condition to play, so they don't have an alternative. So they will not have it. They canceled it this year. So that means, what is it, the Sony the following week?
Yep, the Sony Open on Honolulu will open the season.
Yeah. Okay, let's move on to the NHL.
Hashtag NHL.
Mammoth 5-2, 5-2-0. They open a road trip tonight against the Blues in St. Louis. What can they do? Will they go 1-2 on the first road trip? Is that what it was?
Correct, yes.
And then 4-0 at home at the Delta Center that they wrapped up a couple nights ago with a beautiful overtime win against the Avalanche. Now they are in St. Louis to start this road trip. The puck is dropping at 6 p.m. Coverage right here on the KSL Sports Zone begins at 5 p.m. with Hockey Night in Utah. That's our guy Adrian Denny, still doing that, right? And,
correct.
He's pretty good. I usually listen to that when I can because he has a lot of information as I try to continue to get up to speed more and more with hockey. So we'll watch that. See what the Mammoth do tonight. Can they get that road win? They get a road win, 6-2, man. All right. I mean, we had high hopes for them as far as making the playoffs. Well, that's a great start. They have an opportunity to really solidify themselves. That's still early, obviously. It's way early, but why not stay ahead of the pace and be above the line the whole season so you don't have to worry about that? Okay, that is the NHL. We'll wrap it up with soccer, Yacker.
Hashtag RSL.
It's over. It is over. DJ can come back and be a part of the Sports Zone and not have to worry about the soccer anymore, as RSL went to Portland and they lost 3-1. 2-1 at halftime, and they could not score in the second half, and Portland added one.
No, they couldn't score. They had 2 equalizers waved off, PK, due to fouls and the like.
Fetch. But that's what happened. They had an interesting season, and now they'll have the off-season with the Millers owning them completely to see what they can do because that transition was made during the season. The season's very long. Seems like it'll be here again before you know it. It'll start up. But they're done. Season's over. So there you go. What is Trending is brought to you by Shamrock Plumbing. It's no job too big or too small. Get the personal touch with Shamrock Plumbing. Now, we got an interesting dichotomy of guests. Barry Tremmel making his weekly appearance will be at 8 o'clock. 8:30, Jones, how do you say his last name? Angel?
We're going to learn together. I've heard 2 different pronunciations based on the internet search I made, so we'll see.
He is the North Carolina play-by-play broadcaster. Now, we're talking basketball. We're not talking Tar Heel football, right?
Well, it's because the Tar Heels happen to be coming to town tomorrow.
Yeah, that's interesting. They've got, it is tomorrow, right? It's not Saturday. They've got this exhibition game with BYU at the Delta Center. BYU basketball. I was watching some of that yesterday with the Media Days back there in Kansas. Now they'll be coming out and they'll have a game. That's not supposed to count, but still kind of a big deal because of North Carolina. And then at 9:05, John Walters, who's the play-by-play football broadcaster for the Iowa State Cyclones, and they're entertaining BYU on Saturday afternoon. So stay with us. There you go. That's the lineup right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
Got a new crash northbound I-15 in Murray just after 45th South. They're blocking the left lane on the shoulder. Have delays starting at the south interchange with I-215 there. Also a crash in Midvale at 7200 South. They're blocking the lanes in the intersection of the I-15 on and off ramps in that area. So be aware of that this morning. This update is brought to you by the Whipple Service Champions. From system installs to fast fixes to delivering award-winning heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical services, call the Whipple Service Champions for the win today. With your KSL traffic update, I'm Jake Hatch here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It's game week for the Aggies, and the KSL Sports Zone is getting you ready for kickoff. Bronco Mendenhall makes his return to Albuquerque as the Aggies hit the road for a battle against the New Mexico Lobos. Listen all week long for the best coverage of Aggie football. Then catch all the play-by-play action beginning with the Aggie pregame show this Saturday at noon on 1280 a.m. Your exclusive home for Aggie football is live on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
DJ PK and John from J. Brooks Jewelers. John, whenever someone loses a parent or a grandparent, it's difficult. Things get passed down with inside the family. But if someone doesn't want a watch or a piece of jewelry, what's the next best step?
At J. Brooks Jewelers, we're happy to help you sort through such a collection of things to help you know what is real and what has value. Of course, repurposing the items for the family is always the best solution, but if no one loves or wants the piece, the estate experts at J. Brooks Jewelers can help guide you on the best way to handle the liquidation and, of course, in complete confidentiality. We have buyers all over the country that we've established to get the largest return possible for your jewelry, coins, or watches to retain as much money as possible for the family. So whether you want to repurpose and create a new heirloom or liquidate part or all of the estate, let me and my team help you decide the best way to proceed. Call and make an appointment today at J. Brooks Jewelers in Murray and Lehigh or online at jbrooksjewelers.com. Your trusted custom and estate jeweler.
If you've ever had to deal with a plumbing problem, you may have felt the pain of realizing you don't know any plumbers. Whether you're trying to stop a leaky faucet, fix a running toilet, replace your old water softener, or install a tankless water heater, the plumbers at Any Hour Services can help. All you have to do is call Any Hour Services or schedule an appointment at anyhourservices.com. Help with plumbing maintenance and repairs is closer than you think. Call Any Hour Services or schedule an appointment at anyhourservices.com. No one helps more homeowners than Any Hour Services.
Every time I turn around, my friends at Pure Talk give me one more reason to feel good about switching. This month, for instance, they're supporting Canines for Warriors, a terrific organization that trains rescue dogs and then pairs them up with combat veterans struggling with PTSD. The result? They're saving lives on both ends of the leash. This is why I switched to Pure Talk. I like being in business with an American wireless company who shares my values. Yeah, I appreciate unlimited talk, text, and plenty of 5G data for just $25 a month, and I bet you will too. But I think you'll really appreciate doing business with a company who gives back to the men and women who volunteered to defend our country. Just dial pound 250, say micro. With Pure Talk's U.S. customer service team, you can switch in as little as 10 minutes. Again, dial pound 250, say micro, to switch to an American wireless company who actually stands for something. Pure Talk.
Tim Jr. here from RGS Exteriors. Did you know that we offer 3 distinct styles of gutter protection? Each one meant to handle a specific leaf problem. You might not even know there are different styles of gutter protection, but there are. And if you pick the wrong one, it could be a huge waste of money. Now, the big gutter guard companies won't tell you this. They try to sell you a one-size-fits-all gutter guard. And it could be completely wrong for the amount and types of trees and leaves you have. Not RGS Exteriors. We understand which kind of leaf problem needs which kind of gutter guard. We'll do an in-depth evaluation to assess the types, locations, and numbers of trees in your yard. Based on that data, we match your home to the right gutter guard. So don't risk wasting money on the wrong gutter protection. For a free evaluation and estimate, call RGS Exteriors at 801-280-3110 or visit rgsexteriors.com. That's 801-280-3110 or rgsexteriors.com.
Ski Chevy is back with season passes to Solitude Mountain Resort. So drop into a participating Rocky Mountain Chevy dealer now. Plus, upgrade to a discounted Icon base pass when you purchase or lease any new Chevy model. From powerful trucks like Silverado to our versatile families of SUVs. Retail value per pass is $999. Offer valid while supplies last or until 10/31/25. See participating dealer for complete redemption details, vehicle eligibility, and restrictions. See your Rocky Mountain Chevy dealers today.
Attention Jazz Nation. We know you've been waiting on the edge of your seat, and the time has finally arrived. All tickets are available now. Let's go! Your favorite players will be back on the court, bringing the energy all season long. Whether you're looking for season tickets, mini plans, or single game matchups, there's a perfect option for every kind of fan. Show up loud and proud at Delta Center this season. Don't miss your chance to be part of the action. Buy your tickets today at utahjazz.com.
UCCU, proud sponsor of Game Night Live. Celebrate 6 Salt Lake Valley UCCU branches. Enter to win a Jeep. UCCU, love where you bank.
This is your Cougars at 30 update. Presented by Kenny J's Barbecue on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
The 11th ranked BYU Cougars 7-0 and 4-0 in the Big 12. They got a huge game Saturday afternoon against Iowa State. Jay Hill, his defense as the defense coordinator, needs to be up to speed on making sure they corral Iowa State's offense and quarterback Rocco Beck, and he'll tell us about it.
Well, every team has one, right? Every team has a good quarterback. Every team has wideouts. This team has really good tight ends. I love Rocco Beck's competitive nature. He can throw it. He can run it. He's really smart. Rarely does he go to the wrong spot with the ball. So, I mean, he looks like a guy that's played a lot of snaps in the Big 12 and started a lot of games.
Yes, he has played a lot of snaps. He's a 3-year starter. Started as a freshman, and now he's a junior. That is your Cougars at 30 update. This update is brought to you by Kenny J's Barbecue. Kenny J's Barbecue will cater your work parties, luncheons, weddings, family get-togethers, and holiday parties, and pretty much anything else you could think. New catering clients get 10% off their first order.
Nobody brings you better coverage of the teams you're passionate about than these guys.
Try some more.
This is DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Wow! Turn 33-16. Clayton with a steal. Outlet to Bailey. Ace big steps to the rack. Rises with the right hand. Talks and hammers. Timeout Tyronn Lue. Utah 35. Clippers 16. Hey, how about this? Wow! Wow! Wow!
Was that a 3-row moment?
Wow! Wow! Yeah, 3 of them.
Ace Bailey had that one move. He's super athletic. He can cover a lot of ground with that long body of his, and he showed that. Yeah, that was really amazing to see what the Clippers were able to just roll over and die like they didn't want to be there. They already had the mid-season fatigue. The Jazz took the big lead and then never gave it up. That was amazing. The Clippers didn't really even make a run. They did not make a run, didn't even really show any life, any form of competitiveness. That was impressive, you got to admit. Now, what do we think about that? Game 1, I mean, you want to see them win, but do you want to see them win a lot? The draft pick and all? Well, based on one game, and that's all it is, one stinking game, the Oklahoma City Thunder are going to have a top 10 pick. For what is that worth? I don't know. There's so much left to be played, and who knows what's going to happen there. But, man, that game, if you're a Jazz fan, how do you not like that? I put that up on Facebook. What'd you think of that? Yeah. Melanie, I've seen her name out there. She's a hardcore sports fan. Great game, lots of positive. The Jazz played very connected. And Dirk Favors was there, huh? How about that? Dirk Favors. Come back. That's another thing that we keep saying. For a place, we were talking about this yesterday, for a place that doesn't get a lot of run in terms of people liking it, ex-players or players, when they get older, they seem to love it because they come back quite often. So, Cooper, a lot of their recent losing seasons started with a win in Game 1. Wait until the new year to see where this team is headed. Okay, that gives you a fair amount. I think there's checkpoints along the way, though. Don't you, Yak? We have to wait till New Year's. I think we can go Thanksgiving, Christmas.
Oh, absolutely.
I think there's opportunities to see. There's a bunch of games between now and January 1.
And the other thing is this opening slate of games is one of the softer portions of the Jazz schedule if you just go simply by the on paper type deal. So they may get off to a little quicker of a start, but to your point, PK, by Thanksgiving we'll have an idea. By Christmas, and then maybe by the All-Star break, we'll have these checkpoints that we'll be able to check in on.
Yeah. There you go. Daniel, seeing the look on the Clippers' faces when Lowry kept getting alley-oop dunking on them in the first quarter was awesome. Walker nails an open three. I wish the Jazz played this good every game. Well, if they played that well every game, then they are going to the postseason.
And who would care about a pick at that point if you're in the playoffs?
Yeah, that's something to think about as the storyline develops. Either get in the playoffs or make sure that you keep the pick, But I felt that this team, as far as the draft pick, has enough talent to get themselves beyond the pick. You know what I mean? Does that make sense? Where they can lose the pick. It seems to me, and I felt this all along, just when the team was put together and trying to analyze it. I'm not ready to say this is a playoff team by any stretch, but the idea of 17 wins, it seems to me this team has more talent than that. I feel confident in saying that there's more talent than 17 wins. And what does that mean? There's going to be some crappy teams this year for sure, because the system, as much as it stinks, it basically calls for that. That's the way to get better. There's not a lot of player movement, signings of free agents that you can get and turn the corner on your franchise with one or two players that you might be able to sign in the offseason. So how else are you going to do it? Nate, you got to draft and then you got to develop, right? There's just really no other way. I mean, college teams now have more of an opportunity to change their fortunes quicker than NBA teams do.
Oh, yeah.
I was listening.
100%.
Right. I mean, that's crazy when you think about it, but that's the reality of the situation. I was listening. I said I watched I think it was on ESPN2 yesterday. They had the Big 12 Media Days back there in KC, right? And so I'm watching, and they got my guy Fraschilla. He's there talking about these teams and these players and all this stuff. And they put on Bobby Hurley, right? I'm not much of an ASU basketball fan compared to what I am baseball and football. In fact, hardly at all, because coming from the Northeast, it was all about the professional ranks. And then when I moved to Phoenix, they had the Suns, so the NBA was already there. So my college ratio interest to NBA has always been very much slanted towards the NBA, right? Well, he said, it caught my ear what he said. They brought in a bunch of international players, and you know why he said that? He said because the American players were too expensive. Think about that. That's literally what he said. So at the college ranks, you can change your fortunes a lot quicker than you can in the NBA. So you're going to have to lose to get these picks. That's just the way it is, man. There's nothing more you can say about that. So with that in mind, you're going to lose. And the Jazz, if they play their guys and their guys are healthy, seems to me they've got enough talent to lose that draft pick.
Well, yeah, and like you said, we're kind of going off a one-game sample size right now, but the way they came out of the gates last night showed that the young talent, it's there. Like, I just played the highlight of Ace Bailey coming into this segment. Well, he had one dribble, PK. He went three-quarters of the court. Absolutely incredible just with that long stride.
Right.
We're seeing Bryce Sensabaugh be able to hit everything. Keontae George, I've been so hesitant to believe a lot of the hype. Reluctant about his work in the offseason. That a lot of people saying he transformed his game and the like. Well, last night it looked like, he looks like the point guard that really could lead this team forward. But we'll see how it all goes. It's going to unfold over the next 81 games now. Yeah.
I just think that there's talent there to lose that draft pick. And Austin Ainge talked about that, and he said they weren't going to tank. So if they're not going to tank, that means you're going to try to win. And Ace Bailey with that big dunk, he does cover a lot of ground in his stride. So what do you think, Jazz fans? You comfortable with losing the pick if they win more? I am. I mean, you got to start winning. You got to show signs. I mean, I would love to get the Bansa here. There's a kid, obviously, who's been around Utah, and then he's not going to be it wouldn't be a big move for him and all that stuff. And can he be a cornerstone? Yeah. But maybe that just doesn't happen. I don't know. We'll have to see how it develops. I mean, it's a long way to go. But, man, they sure look good, and they couldn't have looked better. Now, the Clippers, maybe they stink. Maybe they're an old team who's going to already go through the motions. We shall see about that.
Did you hear the stat from Tim Lacombe last night on the broadcast?
What did he say?
They are the oldest team, speaking of the Los Angeles Clippers, in NBA history, an average age of 33.2 years, outdoing the 2000-2001 Utah Jazz, who previously held that record.
That's a cool stat.
So, they've got a really old team, and they have very little in terms of flexibility with draft picks and the like. So, they're rolling with who they've got, PK, and they're going to have to hope that Kawhi Leonard plays a whole lot better than he did last night.
Yeah. And then it just looked like they looked disinterested, and the Jazz look young and fresh. There's going to be storylines in the NBA. Could this team be a surprise? I'm pumping the brakes on everything as far as that goes, but we shall see. That's the big story of the day. We got Barry Trammell talking about college football at the top of the hour. Stay with us right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
Got a multi-vehicle crash southbound Redwood Road in 2700 North and Lehigh. They are in the right lane and shoulder, causing heavy delays in that area. Also, street a crash on the northbound I-215's westbound, causing heavy delays starting at 35th South, going all the way to the interchange with I-80 near the Salt Lake International Airport. This update is brought to you by Advanced Window Products. Advanced Window Products, factory direct affordable windows. Call today. They're on their way. Financing is available. Save now, pay later. Go to advancedwindows.com. With your KSL traffic update, I'm Jake Hatcher on 97.5. The KSL Sports Zone.
It's game week for the Cougars, and the KSL Sports Zone is getting you ready for kickoff. With the Holy War behind them, the Cougars get set for a trip to the Midwest for a Saturday afternoon showdown against Iowa State. Listen all week long for the best coverage of Cougar football. Then catch college football Saturday game day at 10 a.m. with a postgame show immediately following the game on KSLSports.com. Your home for the best coverage of BYU football is live on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hey, it's JJ here. I love hearing from listeners that have also had success with Salt Lake City fat loss. I'm with Dale. He's also a client. Thanks for coming in.
Thank you.
Why did you join the Salt Lake City fat loss program?
Because it has to do with accountability. I need somebody to hold me accountable.
What was your goal with your weight loss?
I started out at 330 pounds, and my goal is to get down to 200 pounds.
Were you able to meet that goal, and how were you able to do it?
I've lost 46 pounds. I still got a ways to go. I figure I probably have 2 more sessions to go with it, so I'm going to stay in as long as it takes.
What helped you be successful at losing weight with Salt Lake City fat loss?
Because I believe in it. I'm living it. It's a part of my life now.
Would you recommend the Salt Lake City fat loss program, and why?
Absolutely. It's the best program I've ever been into, and I've tried lots of diet programs.
Wow, another great success story with Salt Lake City fat loss. Learn the secret of losing up to 1 pound of unhealthy fat per day and start your own success story at slcfatloss.com. That's slcfatloss.com.
Results may vary.
At Peach Windows and Doors, they help homeowners stay in the homes they love while upgrading to the elegance, efficiency, and natural light of today. With hundreds of 5-star Google reviews, their clients know Peach Windows and Doors deliver what they promise.
I wanted to replace standard-size French doors with a large custom sliding door. The update required checking a weight-bearing wall. Plus, I wanted a couple of different styles of windows. The new sliding door created a much brighter and open look. Peach was so helpful along the way with recommendations and ideas, and the installers were efficient and respectful of my space. I was thrilled with Peach Windows and Doors.
Give your $1 million home the $1 million feel it deserves. Don't wait on that someday project. Visit Peach Windows and Doors Salt Lake Showroom. Schedule a free in-home visit. You can also explore at peachwindowsanddoors.com or just call them at 801-566-1255. Peach Windows and Doors, where amazing home transformations begin.
Attention, RV owners or RV wannabe owners. It's the used RV blowout sale. RVs from all over the Intermountain West have been sent to the Layton Hills Mall for this RV liquidation event. Repos, buybacks, rental returns, and trade-ins. Blowout pricing. Every RV has been inspected and serviced and ready to go. Free admission, free parking, dealers welcome. It's the used RV blowout sale. This Wednesday through Saturday from 10 a.m. to dusk. Go to UtahRVEvent.com. Sponsored by Paris RV. Paris RV is your locally owned, family-run RV dealership. We strive hard to find the very best RVs for the price. With 4 locations, over 1,000 RVs in stock, 42 service bays, and 4 super parts stores. We're sure to help take your family on the best RV vacation. Check out our perfect family bunkhouse trailer, the 26BH. That sleeps 9 for $19,995 or $227 a month. Zero down. Life is short. Enjoy it. North Murray, South Murray, Payson, and Pocatello. ParisRV.com.
Hey, Benjamin, we've got a surprise for you.
What?
You have a brother. A $100 bill just like you.
Hey, I'm Ben.
What?
We just got him for joining America First Credit Union and opening a new checking account.
And you're going to live together at America First.
What?
This is nice.
For a limited time, new members get a $100 cash bonus when they open a checking account or $50 when they open a youth checking account. So head to AmericaFirst.com and get your money working today. Membership eligibility, terms, and conditions apply. Federally insured by NCUA.
If you've been quoted for a new furnace or AC and it felt more like a sales pitch than a solution, you're not alone. Many home service companies in Utah have been bought out by big corporations focused on profits, not people. At Your Service Pros is different. Locally owned, family operated, 5-star rated, and trusted by Utah families for over 20 years. Let them help you with their $49 furnace tune-ups, $39 electrical inspections, and $75 off electrical repairs. Because they know things are tight and want to help you prep your home affordably. Get a free second opinion because you deserve honest answers. If your system can be repaired, they'll fix it. If it needs replacing, they'll show you affordable options. Their goal is to earn your trust, not upsell you. Let At Your Service Pros be your pro and go-to for heating, air, plumbing, and electrical. Call 801-YOUR-PRO or online at atyourservicepros.com. At Your Service Pros, 801-YOUR-PRO.
The Garden Restaurant, Salt Lake's best lunch spot. Healthy, hearty, light, fresh, customizable, and very craveable. Dine in or order out. The Garden is open weekdays 11 to 3, soon with extended hours. Fresh flavors, iconic location. The Garden Restaurant.
3, 2, 1. This is your Utes at 50 update.
58!
Presented by Kenny J's Barbecue on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
We got the Utes are preparing to take on Colorado Saturday night, and the Utes looking to get back on track. Smith Soden talking about the improvements that the Utes need to make defensively.
Can always improve on tackling. It's the name of the game. Got to kill the motor. So I would definitely say tackling and just playing sound football. Just like I said earlier, do your job.
This update is brought to you by Kenny J's Barbecue. Kenny J's Barbecue will cater your work parties, luncheons, weddings, family get-togethers, and holiday parties. New catering clients get 10% off their first order.
This is Utah's best coverage of the Utes, Cougars, Jazz, and Mammoth. Here we go. From the guys who have been there for all the biggest moments in Utah sports history. You're listening to DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
That is Eric Church you hear playing. I think the song is called Springsteen. It feels like a July Saturday night. Not a July Saturday night. It needs to be a July Saturday night. And today the artist is Eric Church as he performs at the Delta Center tonight. It is brought to you by Live Nation. For all your live concert and events in 2025, check out livenation.com. Whoa, 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 whoa. I've seen Eric Church in concert. Puts on a fine show. And you know what's funny? We have at the bottom of the hour, next hour at 8:30, we're talking about the big exhibition game between the BYU Cougars and the North Carolina Tar Heels. And did you know, Yak, a resident hardcore Tar Heel basketball fan is Eric Church?
I had heard that he was a big UNC guy, so yeah, there you go.
And there was fairly recently, in the last few years, that he was considering canceling a concert because he had scheduled it on the Final Four weekend.
Yes. Yeah, he said, we're going to postpone this if they make the Final Four and the like. So,
and he took some crap.
He took some heat for it, but I can understand at the same time. He's a sports fan. He's entitled.
No.
Why not?
Because, man, what do you mean, why not? Because people pay money to see this, obviously.
Yeah, he wasn't straight up canceling. He was just going to move it.
Yeah, right. But some people pay money to go see a show.
Touché.
And they fly into town. Now, I can't remember who told me this, but there was, oh man, I wish I can remember who did it. So I know some people up here in northern Utah, they were going to go see an artist who was not coming here, but was coming to Phoenix. Oh, I know it was. It's a friend of mine. I got the story down now. Yes. And so his sister lives in the Phoenix area, right? And so he buys plane ticket and they cancel the show. Well, they didn't cancel it. They postponed it. But he's flying in for the show. And so he flies in. The idea was he had to work, right? So he flies in like around 4 o'clock. The show's going to be 7 o'clock. And then the next morning, he's flying back to go to work, right? I don't remember the artist. Well, he does that, and they postpone the show, move it to another day. And so he said basically he went and had dinner with his sister and then flew back.
Hey, you're building family bonds there, okay? I can respect it. But I get what you're saying.
Well, yeah, I mean, it's just not the people who, let's say the show was in Dallas. It's just not the people who could drive, we can just drive over another day. That happened a few years back. Oh, this is a funny story. It was someone associated with BYU, and I don't want to go into too much detail, but bought they bought a slew of tickets, 15, 20 tickets, because it was going to be the family, the extended family, and they were all going to go see the Eagles. And this was a few years back, and Don Henley got sick. He literally got sick. And so they postponed the show. It was going to be early May. They postponed the show till the end of May, right? Well, you wouldn't think that would be a big deal. Well, the funny thing is they postponed the show till Sunday, and this person who is employed by BYU is a fairly visible person. And so the person felt, and I don't even want to give up the gender, that the person could not go because it was on a Sunday, and that person would be noticed and then be called out and possibly get itself into hot water. And so the family went, but the employee did not go, which I think is a little extreme as far as that goes. With that Sunday thing is that's hit and miss as far as what can be done, what can't be done there. But anyway, that's what happened. So they did not go to the show. So, yeah, I think that's kind of weak that you cancel it just because your team is playing. You should have thought of that. You should have had confidence in your team that your team was going to get to the Final Four. and the North Carolina coming in, playing. What time is that? Is it 7 o'clock tomorrow?
Yeah, it's a 7 o'clock game, yep.
Yeah. And you got to buy tickets, right? It's not for free.
Yeah, you buy tickets. That obviously is going to be split between the two teams. In terms of broadcast details, it's going to be on ESPN+.
Okay, yeah. Now, it's a preseason exhibition game, so when they went back to Nebraska, they lost, but they sat out DeBonso the last 4 or 5 minutes, didn't they?
Yeah. They had.
He had 30.
He had 30, and had he been in for the final stanza, they'd probably pull away in that one and win it. The other thing is, like guys like Rob Wright III were also on a minutes restriction.
Right. So let's not go too crazy on the result. But North Carolina coming to town. I think it's cool that they're going to do it. All right, we'll get back to college football next. We get Barry Trammell making his weekly visit, talking Big 12 and college football. Stay with us right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Want to get the latest info on Utah's newest sports franchise? Sign up for the Utah Mammoth newsletter. Get exclusive analysis, plus the latest news and notes on the Utah Mammoth. Sign up today at KSLSports.com for the Utah Mammoth newsletter.
While most jewelry stores outsource their custom work to international manufacturers, Belliston Jewelry is your custom, in-house, full-service jeweler.
Besides the obvious tariff issue, what's wrong with outsourcing?
You know, like a game of telephone, all of the important details, the essence of your dream ring, are quite literally lost in translation as it's designed in other countries like India and China. Belliston's in-store designers can customize and modify your design right in front of you, cutting any confusion to bring your true design to life.
Yeah, absolutely. I plan to wear my ring every day for the rest of my life. I want it right.
Let me ask you this. If you choose one of those other guys, but you hate the finished ring, do you think they would remake it to get it just right?
Not a chance.
At Belliston Jewelry, we work with you in-house every step of the way to ensure it's right the first time. BellistonJewelry.com, across from Weber State in Ogden.
Locally made, just for you.
And cherished for generations.
Since 1954, Mountain Home Services has been Utah's trusted name in home comfort. Right now, get your AC and furnace tune-ups for just $49. A furnace tune-up helps prevent wear and tear, catches small issues early, improves efficiency, enhances safety, and keeps airflow balanced, adding years to your system's life. And Mountain Home Services is not just heating and cooling. They offer free second opinions on everything, including electrical, plumbing, and fireplaces. Plus, you're backed by Mountain Home Services' upfront pricing guarantee and 100% satisfaction guarantee. No surprises, just honest service. Call 801-543-2222 or visit mountainhomeservices.com to schedule your $49 tune-up today. Mountain Home Services. Comfort starts here. Again, that's 801-543-2222 or visit mountainhomeservices.com to schedule your $49 tune-up today.
Hockey fans, let your voice be heard with the Utah Mammoth Fan Forum. Visit the Utah Mammoth page on KSLSports.com to connect with the team, other fans, and our KSL Sports insiders. Start chatting today in the Utah Mammoth Fan Forum on KSLSports.com.
The Management Minute is a service of the MBA program in the John M. Huntsman School of Business at Utah State University. I'm Professor Scott Hammond. There were two similar manufacturing plants, two plant managers. To increase quality, one set out to enforce the rules so there would be no more mistakes. The other set out to create processes where everyone could learn from their mistakes. The first manager stood above, the second stood within. Over time, the second manager had much better results. Collaborative, continuous improvement that leverages learning is why cars and planes are safer, electronics are more reliable, surgeries are more successful. Learning how to improve is what makes USU's Huntsman School world-class. The internationally known Shingo Institute and the MBA program, both at Utah State University, have teamed up with a powerful degree that teaches MBA skills, continuous improvement, and organizational excellence. Consider a Shingo MBA. Go to utahstatemba.com. That's utahstatemba.com. I'm Scott Hammond. Hope to see you in one of our classes.
Fall is here, and the air is cool and crisp. Leaves are starting to turn, and nothing says fall like gathering around a warm fire. Hey, it's Ryan here with Timber Ridge Fireplace. If you're ready to elevate your home with a custom wood, gas, or electric fireplace, then go ahead and give us a call and choose from one of our sleek, modern gas designs to one of our timeless stone masterpieces. Our full-service team handles everything from concept to installation. And for a limited time, when you schedule an estimate and book your project, you'll get a free 22-inch tailgater grill. It's the Travel IQ by Napoleon, valued at over $279. Just mention the zone when you call to schedule. Don't wait. Call Timber Ridge Fireplace today at 801-896-0792. That's 801-896-0792. Or visit us online at trfireplace.com. Timber Ridge Fireplace. Warmth, craftsmanship, and comfort made simple.
Adventuring in the Wasatch Back this fall? Stop into Dairy King in Heber, now serving pumpkin shakes.
And check out their huge gluten-free menu. Dairy King on Main Street, home of the trade and best of state shakes.
The KSL Sports Zone and Hercules Credit Union are highlighting people that impact youth sports. Nominate the youth sports volunteer you know for the Hercules Hero of the Week at KSLSports.com.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Over 2 decades of sports radio dominance in Utah.
My favorite.
This is DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Welcome back in. DJ is off today. He is recovering from the soccer game. As you know, he does the soccer. RSL on the radio, and they lost last night in Portland. Their season is over. So he got back late last night. He'll be back tomorrow. Joining us now on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone, is one of our favorites of the week, columnist for the Tulsa World, Barry Trammell. Barry, good morning. How's it going?
Well, it's going all right. Late night, sometimes that happens. What time was the soccer game? They play at night?
Yes, yeah, and he returned to Salt Lake about 2 or 3 in the morning.
Yeah, that would be a killer. Yeah. Man.
Yeah, and it's kind of funny. In a small world department, you know, I grew up in Phoenix, and about 4 or 5 years ago, they made a coaching change during the season, and they promoted an assistant. His name's Pablo Mastrioni. Played with the U.S. team, great soccer player, played a lot with over there with Colorado. So I thought, man, I need to get up to date because we have the rights, and so we talk to the coach once a week. So I call up his name, I'm reading it, and he was born in Argentina but moved to the U.S. at age 4, obviously with his parents. Said he settled in Phoenix and went to high school, and the high school was named Thunderbird. And I'm reading this, and I'm a little older, but I went to high school at Thunderbird. How about that?
Oh, wow.
I know.
Now, that's a cool name for a school.
It's on
Thunderbird High School?
Yes, it's a road. Thunderbird is it's named after the road. The Thunderbird in 19th Avenue over there in North Phoenix. So, and there was a thing, he had a quote, he used a fancy word, and I said, wow, that was a great word that you used. He said, yep, learned it in high school from Mr. Sargent, who was my English teacher.
Wow.
So, I know.
Well, you know, when my first SEC media days, I introduced myself to Eli Drinkwitz, the Missouri coach. He was born in Norman, Oklahoma.
Yeah.
He lived here a year or two and then moved off to Arkansas, I think it was. Anyway, I said, hey, we were born in the same hospital because there's only one hospital in Norman. I was born in Norman. He seemed vastly underwhelmed with that information. I don't know. Oh. Yeah, have a Thunderbird. Thunderbird is. I petitioned when the Sonics moved to Oklahoma City. I campaigned for them to be named the Thunderbirds.
Oh, you did?
And instead they just went with straight Thunder. Clay Bennett, the owner, later told me he liked Thunderbirds, but the New Mexico G League team was the Thunderbirds. And he said there was some contractual stuff with the NBA that was going to be a headache, and he said it really wasn't worth it. So I thought Thunderbirds. I'm not, I know I'm talking to somebody from Salt Lake City with the Mammoth and the Jazz and all that, but I still like my plurals on nicknames. We don't have one here. We got Thunder, so
yeah.
It just makes for some. When you're writing, it makes for some little bit of problematic situations every once in a while. Not often, but every once in a while.
Yeah, you got your verb tenses going on there. How do you handle it?
Yeah. It's a problem, but first world problems, I'd say. How about those Jazz?
I know. Wow. How about
Way to go, Utah.
We shall see. It's funny, I was a beat writer I worked for the Salt Lake Tribune for 14 years before I went electronic completely, which was one of the best moves I ever made, certainly in terms of the salary. But anyway, I covered Utah basketball in the 90s when Majerus had those great. Yeah, so I went to the
Andre Miller and those guys. Yeah,
Andre Miller, Keith Van Horn, on and on. Yeah, and it's weird now, Barry, because I was the beat writer. The new coach for the University of Utah basketball is Alex Jensen, and he played on their Final Four team. Local kid, very good player, very cerebral. And he was the one guy that Majerus would always compliment, so the players kind of called him the coach's pet. But I covered his first game as a beat writer, and I covered his last game as a beat writer. And same thing with Austin Ainge, who is now the GM for the Jazz. So that means two things. The kids I covered have grown up, and I have gotten older, and that's the way it is there. But
have they started calling you? Have people started referring to you as the legend?
I hope not.
Well, to your face, they'll do it to your face. That's when you'll know you've really gotten old, when they start calling you a legend, because people use that as a euphemism for you're really old.
Yes,
it's about time for you to move on down the road. I get that a lot.
I'm still having the time of my life, man. I enjoy this business big time. I still have the same level of excitement and enthusiasm as I had. We DJ and I are in we're about 23 and a half years of doing this morning show. So,
that's fantastic.
Yeah, we've been doing
That's fantastic.
And I look forward to more to come, especially now that I got rejuvenated. It's funny because I got rejuvenated when the Utes went to the Pac-12 in time for the 2011 season. I grew up in a Pac-10 city, worked newspapers there. Then I got a job over in Los Angeles, a suburban newspaper, for about 10 years there before I came to Salt Lake. And so I was eyeball deep in the Pac-10. And then when the Utes got in the Pac-12, it's like I got rejuvenated. And I remember talking to Chris Hill, the longtime athletic director, and he felt like it was buying a sports car when you're 55 years old, your midlife crisis, and you got that thing going. And it just rejuvenated him into the job. And now I feel, and I was sad when the Pac-12 went away because it's literally the only conference that I followed with such passion in college football. But I got to say, man, into the second year, I have converted quite quickly to the Big 12. And I am fired up every Saturday morning now once we get into the heart of conference season and get done with the non-conference and you have some cupcake games there or whatever. And to see this league each Saturday is just highly entertaining. And I need to look back beyond last Saturday. Houston kicks a game winner at the buzzer to beat Arizona, and as an ASU guy, that's always fun. Then you had the Devils coming out of nowhere beating Texas Tech, and then you had the Utah BYU game, which obviously went right down to the end. this conference, I mean, it may not be the SEC or Big Ten, but I don't care because I think it's been wildly entertaining.
It is a lot of fun. Now, Oklahoma State games completely excluded from that, but but it's been fun. I feel rejuvenated. I've had to basically learn 2 new conferences,
right?
Because Oklahoma goes into the SEC, so that's all brand new, going to new places. But dang, as we've talked, the Big 12 is really a new league. It's not. It has a little connection with the previous Big 12 and virtually no connection with the original Big 12. I mean, we got, 1, 2, 3, 5 of the original Big 12 is left. So it's been a big adjustment too, and adrenaline. I'm with you on the same thing. Going to Cincinnati, going to BYU, going to these places has been really fun and interesting, and I'm hopeful the Big 12 can come out well at the end. I'm not optimistic, though. I'm not optimistic. I thought I'd do something with you today.
Go ahead.
How about we do one of those blind resumes? I want to give you 2 schools.
Okay.
Okay? And I'm going to tell you the resumes, and you tell me where they ought to be ranked or in comparison with each other. Both of these teams are 7-0. Both of these teams won at Colorado. Team A, 27-20. Team B, 24-21. Team A has no victories over anyone receiving votes in either poll. Team B has 1 victory over a team receiving votes in the polls, and that team is not in the top 25. Each team has a 21-point victory over an American Conference opponent. The best win of Team A is Duke. The best win of Team B is Utah. And so you tell me, how should those teams be ranked in comparison to each other in the polls?
Well, if you go in the polls, how they should be ranked, I would think that based on resume and exclusive resume for this season, not rep, not conference, not whatever, that BYU should be ranked ahead of Georgia Tech.
Well, I agree with you. Team A, of course, is Georgia Tech. Team B, BYU. I don't care where you rank them. Rank them 3rd, rank them 69th. I don't care. But you got to rank them together or almost together.
Yeah.
And yet, in the AP, they're 7-11. In the coaches, they're 7-10. The Athletic has them 9-11, and ESPN has them 7-10. I think we've done this before, but I think we got to talk about not whether there's bias against BYU, but where does the bias come from? What's the root of that bias? I don't get it. Georgia Tech even has a little bit of a squishy victory, that overtime win at against Wake Forest. I forgot what the play was, but the big, official screw up at the end. I think it was an offside on Georgia Tech that they didn't call in the 2-point play or something. I can't remember. Anyway, when there's something going on, and it matters because we saw it last year, because at the end of the season, BYU's an afterthought and was clearly the most underrated team by the committee. So I don't know what's going on there. I just thought, when I saw the polls, I thought, I ought to check out, just compare Georgia Tech and BYU, because I know neither one has played a showdown game other than the Holy War. Maybe there's something there I've forgotten. Nope, not at all. Not at all. If anything, BYU has the better win, Utah over Duke. So,
no question. Yeah.
I don't get it. I just don't get it. I don't get it.
Yeah, I think I'll throw this out at you. Now, they both have the win over Colorado, right? But the Georgia Tech win, and Dion is an eyeball grabber, right? And it was early in the season. Now, the Buffs are 3-4, but they play the Utes Saturday, and Kyle Whittingham, and I've seen Colorado play several times because it's my job, and I try to watch as much Big 12 football as possible. And he said, and I've known this, I didn't know the literal numbers, but he said the losses have come against teams that are combined 25-3. So the point being, Colorado is a good football program, right? They're 3-4, but things haven't gone their way. That game that they played Georgia Tech, I remember the sun being out, which meant back east where and in your time zone and so forth, it's not outrageously late, and so they can watch that game. When BYU plays Colorado, it starts Mountain Time after 8 o'clock, which then obviously where the bulk of the population in this country is after 10 o'clock, and it pretty much goes right down to the end. Colorado's last possession ended in an interception late in the game, obviously, and I wonder people don't really pay attention to that. But the BYU thing, there's no question last year BYU deserved consideration. They didn't even get consideration for an at-large berth, which I think was a joke. They have 2 losses. One was to Kansas. Kansas was hot at the time. They end up losing their last game, so they didn't get in a bowl game. And then they go down to Tempe, and they lose, I think, by 4 points, something like that, to a team that won the conference and took Texas in overtime, blah, blah, blah. So this year, and you look at Indiana. Now, Indiana gets the big win against Oregon, so you got me there. But they were always ahead of BYU, and they hadn't played or beat a ranked team until Oregon. They got the Oregon win in Eugene, so you got to give it to them, right? And now they're ranked second. And in Indiana's last 20 games, they're 18-2 under Cignetti, which is awesome, particularly for a traditional basketball school. Well, Kalani Sitake, you know what he is in his last 20 games? He's 18-2 himself. And
Yeah.
it acts like, well, Cignetti is just all, and he should be recognized as all that. Well, the Cougars are sitting there at 18-2 in their last 20 games, which I think is absolutely awesome.
Yeah. I came up with 3 potential biases against BYU. One we talked about is just the religious prejudice, the anti-Mormon. I actually don't want to think that's it, but the longer this goes, the more we have to talk about it. Number 2 is the Big 12, but there's clearly Big 12 is not as respected as it wants to be. But neither is Georgia Tech's from the ACC. It's not an SEC Big Ten deal. It's ACC, and last year the SMU BYU thing is the one that drove me nuts. But then the number 3 thing is what you're talking about is the Rocky Mountain time zone. I think that is a problem. I don't know what to do about it. The plumber in Toledo or the roofer in Mobile. I don't expect them to stay up and keep up. It's not their job. But people who are voting on the committee or voting in the polls, that's not an excuse at all, for crying out loud. So we gotta be better than this, I think.
100%. There's no doubt about it. I still think Texas Tech is going to make it because their schedule is really soft. I know they lost last week. Are you looking at Cincinnati, BYU as the second team, or even go beyond that?
Yeah, we'll see. Arizona State, if they could finish strong, people would give them all kinds of grace. But they probably have to win but they probably now have to win the conference. It's pretty clear they're not going to put you in at 10-2. The committee has spoken. So I think maybe the best thing would be is that BYU would win out and then get beat in the conference title game. That would get us 2 in the Big 12, I think. If Tech won out and lost the title game, Tech would be squishy. They might make it. I don't know that anybody else. I don't see another way of getting 2 in. I doubt 11-2 or 10-2 Cincinnati gets in. So we'll just have to see how it plays out. The Big Ten's helping because everybody's falling off. They've really only got about, I think, 3 teams really are going to make it: Indiana, Oregon, and Ohio State. And the SEC is going to grab up a bunch of them because they're going to end up with a bunch of 10-2s and some 9-3s that are going to be, beating the drum. So there won't be a lot of space. So I think that's the 2 ways. If BYU or Tech can win out and then lose in Arlington. Otherwise, I think the Big 12 may just get 1 again.
Yeah, that would be unfortunate, but I can't say that I disagree. So I guess we'll just have to see how it plays out. We sure appreciate your time. We'll talk to you next week, okay?
All right. See you guys later.
Okay, that is Barry Trammell. He's a columnist at the Tulsa World. You could read his stuff. And looking forward, as we are every freaking Saturday in the Big 12. It is awesome. Coming up next, we got BYU basketball, man. The highly ranked Cougars, they're going to entertain the North Carolina Tar Heels this tomorrow, actually, in an exhibition game at the Delta Center. Stay with us. We'll get to that next right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
A string of crashes on I-215's west belt near the I-80 interchange by the Salt Lake International Airport is causing heavy delays in that area. It's all the way backed up to 35th south at this moment. Southbound also backed up to Legacy Parkway as you're trying to come at that direction. There's also a crash on Redwood Road just after 27 or north. Traffic has been intermittently stopped in both directions, so delays are heavy in that area this morning as well, so be aware of that if you're out driving on the west side. This update is brought to you by UTA. It's time to try UTA. Less stress, no traffic, and more Ute time. Plan your trip today at rideuta.com. With your KSL traffic update, I'm Jake Hatcher on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It's game week for the Utes, and the KSL Sports Zone is getting you ready for kickoff. The rivalry game may be over, but Big 12 play continues on for Kyle Whittingham and the Utes as they welcome in Coach Prime and Colorado to Rice-Eccles Stadium. Listen all week long for the best coverage of Utah football and your chance to win tickets to the game. Then catch college football Saturday, game day at 10 a.m. with the postgame show immediately following the game on KSLSports.com.
Let's go then. Let's go, baby.
Your home for the best coverage of Utah football is live on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hi, this is Derek Overstreet, president of the New Millennium Group and co-host of Stop Working, Start Living with KSL News Radio. Can you imagine what your life would be like if you could retire 3 to 5 years earlier than you thought possible? The things you could do, the loved ones you could spend time with, the memories that you could create. That's what our team at the New Millennium Group does. We'll walk you through the entire process every step of the way. If you'd like to get a copy of the 5-step proprietary plan that will help you retire 3 to 5 years sooner than you thought possible, give us a shout right now. 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com. Listen, most of our listeners right now have a tax problem, not a money problem. There's not enough money in Social Security Medicare as it is. Let us show you how you can significantly reduce your taxes. That's 888-999-6370, 888-999-6370, or utahsfinancialplanner.com.
Every time I turn around, my friends at Pure Talk give me one more reason to feel good about switching. This month, for instance, they're supporting Canines for Warriors, a terrific organization that trains rescue dogs and then pairs them up with combat veterans struggling with PTSD. The result? They're saving lives on both ends of the leash. This is why I switched to Pure Talk. I like being in business with an American wireless company who shares my values. Yeah, I appreciate unlimited talk, text, and plenty of 5G data for just $25 a month, and I bet you will too. But I think you'll really appreciate doing business with a company who gives back to the men and women who volunteered to defend our country. Just dial pound 250, say micro. With Pure Talk's U.S. customer service team, you can switch in as little as 10 minutes. Again, dial pound 250, say micro, to switch to an American wireless company who actually stands for something. Pure Talk.
Hans and Scotty and Hans, it's hard to get the family together with a good home-cooked meal. Well, guess what? Beehive Meals is ready to step up and take care of it for you.
They're so convenient. They're delicious. You cut the top off, they're frozen, you put it in a slow cooker, you walk away, and you're going to have that perfectly fresh, delicious cooked meal that's wholesome and hearty for your entire family in just a matter of hours.
This is a Utah-based meal prep service specializing in preparing convenient, slow cooker freezer meals designed to simplify dinner and bring the family together. Hans, these meals, by the way, are just incredible.
Well, I got my box. I've got the chicken Alfredo, the chicken burrito bowls, the chicken noodle soup. I've got honey mustard chicken. I got the Hawaiian pork that I'm so excited about. Meatball marinara. The meals are great, and it goes on and on and on. These menus are constantly changing, so you always have an incredibly fresh and unique meal.
So get to BeehiveMeals.com and use the promo code THEZONE to get $20 off. That's THEZONE at BeehiveMeals.com.
So many commercials you encounter these days include generic people engaged in generic activities, frolicking in generic locations, accompanied by generic music and a generic voiceover. Pharmaceutical commercials are on the cutting edge of this phenomenon. In fact, I find myself less worried about the risk of lockjaw, intermittent loss of smell, or explosive diarrhea, and more concerned that the drug might turn me into a mannequin at Kmart. So what does this have to do with Shamrock Plumbing? Nothing, really. But if you find our commercials over the top, just remember it could be worse. They could be generic.
Ski Chevy is back with season passes to Solitude Mountain Resort. So drop into a participating Rocky Mountain Chevy dealer now. Plus, upgrade to a discounted Icon base pass when you purchase or lease any new Chevy model. From powerful trucks like Silverado to our versatile families of SUVs. Retail value per pass is $999. Offer valid while supplies last or until 10/31/25. See participating dealer for complete redemption details, vehicle eligibility, and restrictions. See your Rocky Mountain Chevy dealers today.
Your fall one-tank trip starts in Cedar City, Parowan, and Bryan Head. 4 scenic byways and highways, live theater, mountain biking, ATVing, and OHVing, a vibrant art scene, the farmers market, hay mazes, and downtown eateries. Log on to visitcedarcity.com.
The KSL Sports Zone and Hercules Credit Union are highlighting people that impact youth sports. Nominate the youth sports volunteer you know for the Hercules Hero of the Week at KSLSports.com.
This is your Cougars at 30 update. Presented by Kenny J's Barbecue on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Played at Michigan, and now he's with BYU. His name is Andrew Gentry. He's an offensive lineman. He tells us what he thinks of Iowa State.
They're physical. They're big guys. You know, this is a little bit of a different defense than we've seen all year. You know, they're not going to bring as much of a pass rush, right, in terms of blitzing a lot of guys. It's a lot of rush 3. So we're going to have to be really disciplined. And they're bigger defensive ends, right? Some bigger guys than we faced all year. So for us, it's going to be something where we're really going to have to be good in the run game, make sure that we're stout, making sure we're on the right page, communicating well, and making sure we're on the right guys all game.
This Cougars update is brought to you by Kenny J's Barbecue. Kenny J's Barbecue will cater your work parties, luncheons, weddings, family get-togethers, and holiday parties. New catering clients get 10% off their first order.
Nobody brings you better coverage of the teams you're passionate about than these guys.
Try some more.
This is DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
I know where I come from. How about you? I don't need baggy clothes or rings in my nose to be cool. The scars on my knuckles match the scuffs on these cowboy boots. And there's a whole lot more like me. How about you?
Welcome back in. Thanks for joining us on this Wednesday. Oh, it's Thursday morning. Excuse me. All right, joining us now, we've got a little college basketball to talk about. Yeah, it comes upon us real quick. Jones Angel, he's a North Carolina play-by-play broadcaster. Good morning, Jones. How are you?
Oh, I'm doing great. Yeah, it's easy to get these days confused this time of year. You got football, you got basketball going on. It all kind of melts together. But doing great. Looking forward to heading out your way later today. In fact, the Tar Heels going to be flying out to Salt Lake this afternoon. Of course, play BYU in that exhibition coming up tomorrow night at 9 o'clock. And what a great opportunity for both these teams in a no-stakes game where it doesn't matter if you win or lose, but you're going to be able to get, I think, a lot of valuable information about your team against a quality opponent. So looking forward to getting out there and looking forward to seeing some basketball tomorrow night.
Yeah, and North Carolina, obviously that is a brand name in terms of college basketball. Your football team has created a bunch of news this year, and we'll see how that goes. But right now, it's about basketball. And the Cougars are sort of a Johnny-come-lately on this national scene. Go to the Sweet 16 last season, and that was the first time since Jimmer Fredette was a senior. They've been in the Sweet 16 3 times since 1981, and except for last year, the other 2 times when they had the Player of the Year, a guy named Danny Ainge was there, and then Jimmer Fredette. And last year, Kevin Young's first season, he took our community by storm, and then he goes out and gets a roster that isn't traditional in BYU basketball history, and led by A.J. DeBonsa, who's expected to be the number 1 or number 2 pick. We'll see how that plays out when we get to the spring and summer there. But I look at the Tar Heels, definitely a big name. They didn't have the Tar Heel-like season last year. And I don't know if you heard that just in the last couple of days, you've had some big-name college basketball coaches come out and basically rip the sport. Sampson down at Houston, because they had Big 12 Media Days in Kansas City here yesterday. And he was just saying, what are we doing, man? This is an educational institution, but it's not now. You had Tom Izzo talking about guys playing in G League now being eligible to play college ball, and the roster's changing over. Now, with you look at North Carolina, I guess you can say they're led by Seth Trimble, but they had 5 players who stayed. So, and that's news these days. It used to not be news, but in terms of the roster, I assume those 5 players combined with some transfers and some incoming freshmen, 6 transfers, I think, that's going to be the bulk of the roster and what we should expect to see, those types of guys out on the court.
Actually, not really. Yeah, most handful of those returners were walk-ons. I mean, Seth Trimble is really the only returning player that Carolina has that has played significant minutes for the Tar Heels in the past. James Brown's another scholarship player who was a true freshman a year ago. Saw some time, but not really a key player for the Tar Heels. Zayden High has returned. He played 2 years ago, was not on the team a year ago, but back this season, and is expected to have a larger role than he did 2 years ago. But for the most part, this is a brand new team. You know, Carolina has 11 new players. They have 3 really talented freshmen, Caleb Wilson leading that charge, top 5 recruit for the Tar Heels this past year. And then you've got transfers from all over the place. You know, Henry Basar comes from Arizona. He'll be starting for the Tar Heels. Jaron Stevenson comes from Alabama. Jaden Young came to Carolina from Virginia Tech. Jonathan Powell from West Virginia. Kyan Evans from Colorado State. So you've got players from multiple different places that are going to play large roles for the Tar Heels this season, plus those freshmen, Caleb Wilson, Derek Dixon, and Isaiah Dennis. But really, Seth Trimble, the only returner for Carolina that has had significant time. And, you know, I do think it speaks to the way that college athletics in total and college basketball in particular is structured right now. I mean, you mentioned BYU, and certainly, you know, the Cougars have some returning guys, Richie Saunders and Keita down low and others, but they've got a bunch of new players too, whether freshmen or transfers, and that's just in the current landscape. That's how you have to do it. You don't. It's very hard to build a program right now. You build a team for one season, and then you do it again the next season. And that's how rosters have to be managed with the current set of rules within college athletics. You mentioned Tar Heel football, and you've seen that on that side as well. I mean, the Tar Heels have 70 new players, 70 on the football team this year, whether it's a freshman or a transfer. And so it is a time of volatility for sure. It is a heavy time of roster turnover for sure. And I think you see that with these two teams competing on Friday night. Both of them have some pieces, but really brand new teams from what you had a year ago.
So you speak of a kid like Vasar, and he did play at Arizona. Modest stats, a pretty good team. He shot 59% from the floor. Remember him well. And then you talk about a kid like Young, who played at Virginia Tech, and he had modest stats. But those are just on paper here. In a new role, what does it mean? Is Hubert Davis, just looking at those two as an example that I bring up, they've got experience. They have played at a higher level at other institutions. Are they expecting those types of kids to be marginally better, significantly better? What do they need to be to get Carolina where they need to go?
Well, I think just using those two as an example, Henry Vasar is going to play a much larger role for the Tar Heels than Jaden Young likely will this season. At least that's where it's shaping up at this moment. And, of course, they haven't played a regular season game yet, so a lot can change. But Carolina is going to rely on some transfers and some improvement from those transfers this season. And I do think – and Carolina has some international prospects as well. Luka Bogovac has played professionally in Montenegro for the last 2 years. He's going to play and will likely start for the Tar Heels. And so it is a large collection of new guys from different areas, whether it's freshman transfers or internationally, that are going to make up this team for Carolina. And, of course, you expect to have some improvement from those guys as they continue to mature both physically and within the game and get used to playing with one another. And I do think that will be critical, and I think is a big reason why you play games like you're playing tomorrow night, is you get the opportunity to play together against somebody else who has talent so that you get to figure out, hey, you know what, I thought this was going to be really good. Maybe it's not quite as good as we thought it was right now. Let's keep working on that. Or, hey, I wasn't expecting this part of the game to be, or this individual player, but he really stepped up in this opportunity. And I think you can even add an extra level for the Tar Heels in the sense that they are making the road trip, and they'll be playing in front. I know it's not on campus for BYU, but you're playing in front of what will likely be a road crowd. You have to go through the whole travel situation, flying 4 hours to get there, and just all the different things that go with that. And so I think they get some valuable experience in that regard as well. So it should be a really positive experience, I think, for both these teams, and one that hopefully helps them down the line.
Jones Angel, North Carolina play-by-play broadcaster joining us. Yeah, that led right into my next thought that I was going to have, Jones, is that why – I don't want to say why even bother to do it, but why do it? Because this is a huge road trip, right, from North Carolina all the way out to Salt Lake. I happen to think it's really cool that Hubert Davis is in his program would want to do it. If for nothing else, then I'm guessing a bunch of kids, not Vasar, who we just talked about, but a lot of the kids on the East Coast have never been out our way and to see the mountains and all. So just from an educational purpose, it should be an advantage. But it seems like there might have been an easier alternative there. But I think it's cool that they're doing it.
Well, and, Carolina did a game like this last year where they played, it was for charity, a St. Jude's Classic at Memphis, and ended up winning that exhibition. Memphis ended up having a terrific year. And so, I think Carolina really thought that was a positive experience for them. And so when this opportunity was presented to them to go out and play, I think it's one that they thought would be beneficial. And so for them, it's time to get going. They played BYU on Friday. They're hosting Winston-Salem State, which is an HBCU here in North Carolina, in another exhibition on Wednesday. And then it's regular season time. I mean, their first game is against Central Arkansas on Monday, November 3rd. But then that Friday, they're hosting Kansas in the Smith Center. And so to be able to play another quality team like BYU, I do think helps you when you do get into the regular year, especially with the schedule that Carolina plays, which has Kansas and Kentucky and Michigan State and Ohio State and that's before you get into conference play where you're going to be playing Duke and Louisville and all the teams that you traditionally battle with in the ACC. And so, again, just a low-stakes, high ceiling game, I think, for both these teams. There's not much downside to playing this game because of the experience that it gives you.
Carolina has the highest of standards, and as they should, obviously. They're a premier basketball program historically and have been for so many years, year after year. But I think last year they were in the ACC. I think they might have had a losing record, if I remember. And, not a Carolina-like year. Does that put pressure on this year's team, on the coaching staff?
Well, they didn't have a losing record overall, nor in conference play last year, but they didn't have the type of year that they wanted for sure. The Tar Heels went into the NCAA tournament, had to play in that first four. They were 11 seed, the lowest seed they've ever had in the NCAA tournament. So certainly not a Carolina-like season, but does it put pressure? Absolutely. But it's not just last season for Carolina. Since COVID, I don't think Carolina's had been as consistent as the Tar Heels normally are. And, of course, they've gone through a major coaching change, with Roy Williams retiring and Hubert Davis taking over, and then Coach Davis taking over right when the whole landscape of college athletics changes with NIL and the transfer portal. It has been an adjustment, I think, for every program across the country. And so the Tar Heels have certainly not been bad in this stretch. I mean, they played for the national title in 2022. They were a number one seed in 2024. So they have certainly still reached a level of success. But I don't think the Tar Heels have been as consistently successful as they have been for decades, where you are seeing them compete for number one seeds almost every year and ACC championships almost every year. They have been more middling than that here recently. And so, yes, I absolutely think there's some pressure on the Tar Heels this year to put together a good season. And the good news for them is I do think they have a roster to do it. I think they've got a good team, but they've got to go out there and do it. And that starts coming up on Friday night.
Yeah, as far as that goes. And I love that they just play the big-time schedule. And that's what I love about college basketball is you can have these big games. It seems like in non-conference in football, you don't get as many. I'm talking about the sport, not any individual team. But in college hoop that we do have in the non-conference, we have a lot of what we consider marquee matchups. How do you think that the Tar Heels will approach this game? Because you talk about how it's low stakes, and the reason why I bring that up is the Cougars went back to Nebraska last Saturday, and I think they lost by a point or so. And DeBonsa is the big name, the freshman coming in with all the hype. He scores 30, but he didn't play at the end of the game, right? Because ultimately it doesn't matter. But I'm wondering how you think the Tar Heels will approach this game in terms of it matters, but it doesn't matter. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, no, it's a great question. And Hubert Davis was asked that question yesterday at his press conference. And, he kind of rode that line of, well, you're out there playing, so you're trying to win, of course, because you're playing the game. But at the same time, it's an opportunity to give you a chance to try some things. And whether that's different lineup combinations or different play calls or different how you may approach a certain situation. And he said, there's some things as far as game situations. He said that, and I'm speaking as him right now, where he said, hey, we hadn't even practiced some things yet. Right. And so, there might be a situation that comes up in a game that by the time you're into December or something that you've worked on a lot in practice and that you're prepared for. But here in October, you haven't repped it yet. And so you may not handle it just how you would handle it in a regular season game coming up in a couple of months. And so I do think you ride that balance of you're trying to win because you're playing the game. But if you get some other valuable points out of it, then that can be more long-term value than winning the game. And I'll go back to what Carolina did last season against Memphis as an example. Carolina won that game against Memphis. Well, Memphis ended up having a better year than the Tar Heels a season ago. And Carolina just gets into the NCAA tournament. the Tigers were safely in as I think maybe a 6 seed or somewhere in that range, a 5 seed a year ago. And so, it isn't in any way an indicator of how the season's going to play out. And you used a great example of that Nebraska game. I think if BYU maybe handles some situations in the second half differently, and Robert Wright plays a lot more, and DeMonce's out there when it matters, and maybe that ends up as a different result. But Kevin Young knew that this result means absolutely nothing, and so it's much more valuable if you choose to approach it that way. It's much more valuable to give some guys maybe who are not going to be your starters, give them some pressure opportunities. How do they handle it? So you maybe learn something about them, or if they're forced into action in a key moment in a conference game in January, that they've been in a similar situation. So my guess is that both these teams they want to win, but they also want to get better as a team, and getting better as a team at this point is just as important as the outcome in a game that ultimately isn't on your win-loss record.
Yeah, well said. Jones, thanks for your time. We appreciate it.
Well, thanks for having me on. Looking forward to coming out there, and looking forward to some great action tomorrow night.
All right, thank you. That's Jones Angell. He is the North Carolina play-by-play broadcaster as the Tar Heels coming out to play BYU in an exhibition game tomorrow night, 7 o'clock at the Delta Center. College basketball right around the corner. BYU opens up November 3rd in Las Vegas at I believe it's the T-Mobile Center, and playing Villanova, and they got a lot of big games. In less than a month, they will be in Boston to play UConn at the Boston Garden. That's pretty cool too. And eagerly anticipating the start of college basketball, and we'll tell you where the Aggies are picked in the Mountain West. We got that next. Stay with us. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
Still seeing a crash on southbound I-15 in Provo approaching Center Street. They're blocking the right lane and the Center Street exit there. Also, new crash northbound Redwood Road just after 2700 south. The crash is maintaining delays in the area from the southbound crash earlier this morning. This update is brought to you by GoPave Utah. Attention washtubs front businesses and property managers. Don't wait for bad weather to schedule your professional snow service with GoPave Utah. They are your complete parking lot safety, and it starts with GoPave Utah, GoPaveUtah.com. With your KSL traffic update, I'm Jake Hatch here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It's game week for the Cougars, and the KSL Sports Zone is getting you ready for kickoff. With the Holy War behind them, the Cougars get set for a trip to the Midwest for a Saturday afternoon showdown against Iowa State. Listen all week long for the best coverage of Cougar football. Then catch college football Saturday game day at 10 a.m. with the postgame show immediately following the game on KSLSports.com. Your home for the best coverage of BYU football is live on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hello, Utah. I'm Josh with IWC Roofing. For over 25 years, my family has been safeguarding your homes with the finest roofing solutions. We understand the value of your time. That's why we're committed to replacing most roofs in just 1 day. And with our 50-year shingle warranty, your peace of mind is guaranteed. Choose IWC for award-winning service and a roof that stands strong against the elements. 801-232-5690 or visit IWCRoofingUtah.com. Ask for the $2,000 off any full roof replacement. Financing available. 801-232-5690.
Bar Dub Grill is where roadside classics meet ranch-raised flavor. Sink your teeth into juicy, handcrafted burgers made with premium Bar W beef straight from the local Utah farm. From the bold cowboy barbecue burger to the sweet and savory Aloha burger, paired with crispy cowboy fries, hand-spun shakes, or signature spud nuts. Soft, airy, and unforgettable. Bar Dub Grill delivers honest eats with cowboy swagger. Bar Dub Grill in Nephi with easy access right off exit 222 in Nephi.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
Okay, I have to tell you, I was just looking on eBay where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there it was.
That hologram trading card. One of the rarest, the last one I needed for my set. Shiny like the
designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your
windshield wipers? eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying, just beautiful.
Millions of finds, each with a story. eBay. Things people love.
Since 1954, Mountain Home Services has been Utah's trusted name in home comfort. Right now, get your AC and furnace tune-ups for just $49. A furnace tune-up helps prevent wear and tear, catches small issues early, improves efficiency, enhances safety, and keeps airflow balanced, adding years to your system's life. And Mountain Home Services is not just heating and cooling. They offer free second opinions on everything, including electrical, plumbing, and fireplaces. Plus, you're backed by Mountain Home Services' upfront pricing guarantee and 100% satisfaction guarantee. No surprises, just honest service. Call 801-543-2222 or visit mountainhomeservices.com to schedule your $49 tune-up today. Mountain Home Services. Comfort starts here. Again, that's 801-543-2222 or visit mountainhomeservices.com to schedule your $49 tune-up today.
Need life insurance but have diabetes, high blood pressure, or on anxiety meds? If you're a 50-year-old male, even porky, or with type 2 diabetes, $1 million of life insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. For affordable term life insurance, call Term Provider and speak with Big Lou at 800-444-2013, 800-444-2013, or visit biglou.com. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. 800-444-2013.
Are you facing an unexpected financial emergency? You need WeFixMoney.com. WeFixMoney.com could help you get up to $5,000 fast. WeFixMoney.com is free to use, available 24/7, and has an A rating with the Better Business Bureau. Go to the name you trust, WeFixMoney.com. If you need emergency cash up to $5,000 for bills or anything else, type WeFixMoney.com directly in your browser. That's WeFixMoney.com. WeFixMoney.com.
Calling all Jazz fans. If you can't wait another second to see stars like Ace Bailey, Lowry Markkanen, and Walker Kessler tear up the court, you're in luck. Tickets are on sale now. Let's go! No matter what you're looking for, the Utah Jazz has your back. With season tickets, mini plans, and single game options available, there's something for everyone. Whatever your schedule or budget, there's a plan for every fan. Don't miss a moment of the action this season. Secure your tickets today at utahjazz.com.
3, 2, 1. This is your Utes at 50 update. 58! Presented by Kenny J's Barbecue on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Big number 99 caught a pass for the Utes last week. That would be Simi Tuolanga on his move from defensive tackle to playing Rhino on offense. Oh my gosh, tell us about it.
Having great leaders, especially from the O-line, they're all vets. And having guys like Dalvin Bentley, Spencer Fano, Caleb Lomu, all those guys kind of being an example to me, kind of helped me progress throughout each week. Just having those guys as leaders and just helping each week is definitely beneficial for me, especially on the offensive side.
This Utes update is brought to you by Kenny J's Barbecue. Kenny J's Barbecue will cater your work parties, luncheons, weddings, family get-togethers, and holiday parties. New catering clients get 10% off their first order.
This is Utah's best coverage of the Utes, Cougars, Jazz, and Mammoth. Here we go. From the guys who have been there for all the biggest moments in Utah sports history. You're listening to DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
The John Watson Northern High School Players of the Week Award honors the best high school football player in Northern Utah each week during the prep football season. Our winners this week: Jackson Ita-Ihau of Davis High School and Manasseh Tua Tegaloa of Fremont High School. Iha ran 14 times for 121 yards and 2 touchdowns, while adding 11 receptions for 109 yards and another TD in the Darts 38-23 win over Weber High School, while Tua Tagovailoa passed for 267 yards and 5 touchdowns in the Silver Wolves' 41-21 win over Roy High School. Don't miss the KSL Sports Game Night Live Game of the Week this week as the Viewmont Vikings take on the Westfield Longhorns. Catch the action tomorrow night at KSLSports.com, the KSL Sports app, or here on the KSL Sports Zone. See why new and used car buyers give John Watson Chevrolet more 5-star reviews than any other Chevy dealer in Utah. John Watson Chevrolet, your 5-star Chevy dealer. Got to tell you, I teased it. The Aggies basketball, college basketball, man, the Jazz with a big win last night. And we've got the Aggies. They are picked second in the Mountain West behind San Diego State. And Mason Falsef, the star for the Aggies, he earned a spot on the preseason All-Mountain West team, as college basketball is less than 2 weeks away from getting started. It starts early and it runs later. College basketball is about to be upon us. The NBA upon us for sure, with the Jazz with the big win last night. We still got college football, and the Cougars got a huge game Saturday in Ames, Iowa. We have got the play-by-play broadcaster talking about that next, so stay with us right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Whether you're stuck in the office,
I believe you have my stapler,
in your car, or at your in-laws.
You want a piece of me? You bet I do.
The Zone is with you every step of the way. Download the KSL Sports app to get live streaming of your favorite shows and access to all the latest updates on your favorite teams. Your home for the best coverage of the Utes, Cougars, Jazz, and Mammoth is on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
I've always wanted to learn French, but the app I tried didn't help.
If you want to memorize words in another language, there's an app for that. But if you want to really learn another language, there's Babbel. Babbel was designed by over 200 language learning experts to be the most effective way to learn another language.
With other language learning apps, I was just playing games. I wasn't really learning. Babbel's different. Every time I open the app, I can choose to work on my writing, speaking, or listening. And it saves my mistakes for me to review, so I'm constantly improving. Babbel feels like it was created intentionally by people who really know what you need to learn another language. Before Babbel, I thought I just wasn't good with languages. But now I'm speaking French. Tout ça, c'est grâce à Babbel.
Want to really learn another language? Save up to 50% on your Babbel subscription when you sign up at Babbel.com. That's Babbel.com to save up to 50%. Babbel.com.
Ugh, that hard water life, right, Utah? Scale buildup ruining your appliances, skin feeling rough, water tasting, well, less than amazing? There's a better way. Hi, this is the water boy Colson Firmage, and this is Culligan Water, your local water expert, making your water worries a thing of the past. We're talking top-rated water softeners and filters that protect your home, leave your skin feeling silky smooth, and make your water taste fantastic. For over 80 years, Culligan has been right here in Salt Lake City, a family tradition of cleaner water you can trust. Think of us as your friendly neighborhood water scientists. Is your current system even pulling its weight? Don't guess. Call us today for a free water test, no matter what make or model. Just dial 801-509-9602 or visit CulliganSLC.com. And for a limited time, get $1,000 off a new Culligan water filtration system, plus free salt delivery for a whole year. Experience the Culligan difference. Call 801-509-9602 or visit CulliganSLC.com. Culligan, water you'll love.
At Tim Daly Mazda Southtown, get any new 2025 Mazda CX-50 for as low as 0% for up to 63 months. And to make it even easier for you to drive away in your new Mazda, you won't pay till next year. That's right, 0% and no payments till 2026. There's no better time than now to get your new 2025 Mazda CX-50. Come in today to Tim Daly Mazda Southtown in Sandy. Some restrictions apply. APR OAC. Not available with any other offers. See dealer for complete details.
At Peach Windows and Doors, they help homeowners stay in the homes they love while upgrading to the elegance, efficiency, and natural light of today. With hundreds of 5-star Google reviews, their clients know Peach Windows and Doors deliver what they promise.
I wanted to replace standard-size French doors with a large custom sliding door. The update required checking a weight-bearing wall. Plus, I wanted a couple of different styles of windows. The new sliding door created a much brighter and open look. Peach was so helpful along the way with recommendations and ideas, and the installers were efficient and respectful of my space. I was thrilled with Peach Windows and Doors.
Give your $1 million home the $1 million feel it deserves. Don't wait on that someday project. Visit Peach Windows and Doors Salt Lake Showroom. Schedule a free in-home visit. You can also explore at peachwindowsanddoors.com or just call them at 801-566-1255. Peach Windows and Doors, where amazing home transformations begin.
Hey, Utah! Are you ready for the Utah Mammoth to hit the ice? From game-winning goals to behind-the-scenes moments, Mammoth Plus brings the action to you all season long. Whether you're at home, on the go, or in the stands, don't miss a single shift. Visit UtahMammothPlus.com and start streaming today. That's UtahMammothPlus.com. Every game, every goal, live on Mammoth Plus.
Alpine Home Medical, we bring wellness home.
We carry all of your home medical equipment and supplies, and we're always here when you need us.
Alpine Home Medical, we bring wellness home.
Listen every Monday morning to DJ and PK and Monday afternoon with JJ and Alex for your Chevy Strong Play of the Game. Win great prizes from Rocky Mountain Chevy.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Over 2 decades of sports radio dominance in Utah.
My favorite.
This is DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Turn the quiet up.
Thanks for joining us on this Thursday morning. DJ's off. I'm PK. Joining us now is John Walters, Iowa State play-by-play broadcaster. John, good morning.
Good morning.
So we look at the Cyclones now. My preseason picks to get to the conference final was Iowa State and Texas Tech. I think Texas Tech still has the inside track. I know they lost last week, but I think their schedule gets really soft down the stretch here. Iowa State, big start, 5-0, 2 losses, and then a bye. But both losses were one-score games. Now, before I ask you anything about Iowa State, I did say my sleeper team was Cincinnati. You saw them. Obviously, they're tied with BYU, first place, 4-0, 6-1 overall. How legitimate are they in your assessment?
I think they're good. They really punched Iowa State in the mouth in the first half of that game at Cincinnati and ran the ball right down their throat. And they do have, I think it's very talented quarterback in Sorsby. He's a great run-pass threat. I feel like they have some weapons in that passing game and in the run game that they're very good. I don't know if they're quite good enough to get to the championship game. I'd be surprised if they do. Their schedule gets much tougher. You just talked about how Texas Tech softens. I think Cincinnati's schedule gets really tough down the stretch. So I think I'd be surprised if they got to the championship game. Not shocked, but certainly surprised. And they're having a great season regardless, and I'm happy for Coach Satterfield to see him kind of fend off some of the criticism that he took coming into the season and show that he is a good football coach and they do have a good program.
Okay, just analyze then who do you think might get in? I mean, obviously BYU has an opportunity. There's some one-loss teams there. Texas Tech one-loss team, but as I said, I still think they're going to get in. What do you think?
Yeah, it's a great question, and there's so many variables out there still. I really feel like there's still 5 or 6 teams that can get in there. It's too unpredictable in the Big 12. You know, I think just when you write somebody off, all of a sudden they kind of turn it back around. We saw Kansas State kind of do that within this year. We saw Kansas do that within last season, where you write somebody off, you think they're done, and all of a sudden they find life. And you know, they have good players and good coaches. And so, you know, even Iowa State, I think, is still in the race, especially if they can win these next 2 at home against BYU and Arizona State. Obviously, they're going to have to win out to be in the race to get there. But I wouldn't be surprised. I wouldn't be shocked if a 2-loss team did get to the conference championship game again this year. I don't think there'll be 2 2-loss teams like there were a year ago. I think there'll be a 1-loss team, whether that's BYU or Texas Tech. I would say one of those 2 probably will be in the championship game. And then beyond that, it's just who can win out the tiebreakers and hang in there the longest, because, you know, with 5 games still to go, there's a long way to go in this race.
Yeah, it's kind of fun to follow it for sure. Now, you speak of that loss to Cincinnati in which they ran the ball. They ran the ball for 260 yards and averaged 7.6 yards per attempt. Obviously, those are massive numbers. BYU likes to run the ball. They got a freshman quarterback. They don't ask him to do a whole lot, although he is a significant factor in the run game, and then certainly they've got L.J. Martin. How do you think that's going to stack up as far as Iowa State trying to defend and fend off BYU's running game?
I think it's the story of the game, really. Can Iowa State slow down that BYU rush attack enough to make Bear Bachmeier play quarterback, you know, and not play fullback? And then not that he can't make throws. He's proven he can. He's made some great throws. But I'd rather put my faith in, hey, make him beat us throwing the football than allow him and that offense to rush. You know, they've been rushing for over 230 yards a game. They're really hard to stop, especially right up the middle with that run game between him and Martin. It's very, and a really good offensive line. It's tough. Now, I would say for Iowa State, probably their strength defensively, particularly if Dominique Orange is healthy, is up the middle. With Dominique Orange, Cooper Evil at middle linebacker, and Marcus Neal is a really good safety, they have to come up and rush defense, and they have to slow down the run game first. Obviously, BYU can make you pay with some plays on the outside with Roberts. And Kingston, I think, is a really diverse player that creates a lot of mismatch problems. But I think it has to start for Iowa State with slowing down that run game. And teams that haven't been able to do that haven't had success. And I think, you know, you really don't have a chance to win if you can't slow down the run game at least a little bit. I'm not saying you're going to shut it down completely and hold them to 90 yards, but if you can hold them to 150 yards instead of 230 and force Bachmeier to have to make some big throws in pressure situations in front of a really tough environment as a freshman quarterback. And what he's doing is unbelievable to me as a true freshman to be 7-0. It's incredible, and I love watching him play. He's a great player, but this will be the toughest environment he's played in, I think. And so you've got to go in and create some situations that make him uncomfortable.
Yeah, for sure. John Walters, play-by-play broadcaster for Iowa State, joining us. Now, we've had the pleasure of, and I use the word pleasure on purpose, of watching Rocco Beck the last 3 years. BYU joined the conference first, and then Utah came in last year. So now, obviously, they're both in it, and all of our attention from a media standpoint is not solely, but largely on the Big 12 because both of our teams are in this conference. And Beck, man, he just seems to me as a gamer kind of kid. Just a tough kid. They always show his father in the stands when you're watching the games, and it looked like his dad is not somebody you would want to mess with even at his age right now. And I think it's been transferred over to his son because I just think his toughness is probably as good as anybody that I've seen, and he probably needs it. He got his bell rung against the Sun Devils in the Big 12 title game last year, and I've seen him take some big hits this year. In the last game, man, I think he was trying to scramble, and he ran, and the defender was right on him, took a massive hit, went out, but he comes back. It's really hard to just keep this kid down, isn't it?
It is. That's a great observation on your part because he is so tough, and he's not the biggest guy. He's got basically the same build as Brock Purdy. He's 6'1", about 215, and a really level-headed guy, a great leader. But you're right, a tough guy who's going to absorb hits, is going to be a part of the run game. He leads Iowa State in rushing touchdowns. He's just a competitor. He's the ultimate competitor, and he's got that it factor that you just love. Iowa State's had 7 come-from-behind victories in his time as a starter where they trailed or were tied in the fourth quarter and needed a drive late in the game to win, and he did it. And so even though Iowa State's lost these last couple close games, and he did get dinged up in both of them, I think this bye week for him was really pivotal, not only physically, but I think mentally, just to get in a place where it's, hey, let your hair down and just go play football. Go play the game you love, because I think he does put a lot on his shoulders and takes a lot of responsibility. There was the press conference after the game at Colorado where he was really down about himself and just kind of putting it on his shoulders. And, he doesn't need to do that, but he cares that much, and that's why you love him. And so I think he needs to just get to a point mentally where it's like, hey, let's just go play. And he's at his best when he does that. When you see Iowa State get in their 2-minute offense, that's when he's making plays and making one throw after another down the field and not putting too much on his shoulders. Just go let it loose. And I think that's exactly what he needs to do this weekend.
Yeah, I think we saw that, the things you're talking about. I view him as a gamer, and we saw that on display last year in Salt Lake when he had the nice rally against the Utes and Rice Eccles. And his toughness is something that's obvious. It just jumps through the television. 11 sacks this year. Is that problematic for Iowa State?
Yeah, he's taken a little bit more pressure than you'd like. He is good at keeping plays alive with his feet and looking down the field, and sometimes he can, if you bring a pass rush on him, yes, sometimes you get home and it works, but he also makes some plays against blitzes too that turn out to be big plays for Iowa State. He throws the best deep ball, I think, of any quarterback in the Big 12. He really drops it on a dime deep and puts it where it needs to be. And so this is a game when BYU plays a lot of man. Can Iowa State make some plays down the field with Rocco back? Can they give him enough protection to allow him to make those throws, whether it's off play action or just a conventional passing play? But I think in order to do that, the big thing for Iowa State is not being 3rd and long. Get in 3rd and 1, or be making those throws on first down when play action's more effective. And so we'll see if Iowa State tries to take some shots down the field with Rocco. I think it's been a really big part of their offense this year. They probably got away from that a little bit at Colorado, but I think they need to have some balls down the field to have some success against this really good BYU defense.
They got a decent 1-2 punch in the run game, and as I watched the game against Colorado, obviously Sama really jumped out at us. I think he had almost close to 200 yards, if I remember. It looked like he really had it going on. Has he taken over as the lead back? Is this something like 100 yards that we can continue to see, maybe consistently?
Well, I think it's possible. I don't think he's taken over because Carson Hansen was injured and didn't play against Colorado. But Carson Hansen's a really good running back, too. They kind of have that 1-2 punch, and they like to play them both. And Carson's back fully healthy this week and will be ready to go against BYU, and they're going to need them both. But Sama's one of those one-cut guys, but also has some strength and physicality to him, and he's really run the ball well. I didn't realize – I looked at Iowa State's game notes this week, and I had no idea that in his career he is Iowa State's leader in yards per carry over Troy Davis and Breece Hall. And, he's just a young guy still. His breakout game that he had was at BYU a couple of years ago when he rushed for over 100 yards. And he's had 4 100-yard rushing games in his career. They've all been on the road, so maybe he's due to have one at home. But I think it'll be more of a by-committee thing with him and Hansen because they really do provide a good 1-2 punch for Iowa State at that running back position. But being able to run the football against BYU is critical, and it's really hard to do. Their front seven is really good. Those linebackers are big and strong, and they're going to come up and run support and make it hard to run the football. So that's another chess match, another game within the game to keep an eye on this week.
John Walters, play-by-play broadcaster for the Cyclones, joining us on the KSL Sports Zone. You talk about committee, and there's no doubt they got that two running back tandem there. Also, too, you look at the stats, a couple of pretty good tight ends. They like to spread the ball around. They may not have one big-time statistical receiver, but they've got a number of guys who can hurt you.
I think that's a great point on your part, and it is the difference between this year's Iowa State team and last year's Iowa State team. Last year you had Jaden Higgins and Jalen Knoll, who both went on to the Houston Texans, the NFL, and are both off to good starts in their professional careers. But you knew those were going to be the two guys that were going to get the ball the majority of the time. This year with Iowa State, they're really spreading it out, much like BYU is. There's a lot of different guys involved. But the two running backs, they play the two running backs together some. They'll play 12 personnel and have the two tight ends, Gabe Burkle and Benjamin Bramer, on the field the bulk of the time. But a lot of times they'll have three tight ends or even four tight ends on the field. So the offensive coordinator for Iowa State is a young guy. He's very creative. He likes to put a lot of different formations out there and kind of challenge defenses to be ready for everything in Taylor Mauser. And I wouldn't be surprised to see those tight ends play a big role in this game. Burkle and Bramer are as good a 1-2 punch at tight end as probably anybody has in the Big 12 Conference.
Yeah, I don't think there's any question about that. In full transparency, we here, at least myself and my partner, he's off today, but anyway, we've been able to get the exposure each week to the Big 12 and talk to our coaches here, what they think about the teams that they now have to play, because we got both BYU and Utah in the league now, and that's awesome for us from a media perspective. And one of the things that I've learned in the last couple of years is that there's an enormous amount of respect for the coach, Matt Campbell, at Iowa State. And you've been around him, and it seems like he's got a program that this is something that they're going to be competitive just about every year, if not, in fact, every single season to varying degrees. And I think that as I've learned about him, I've become more and more impressed. What makes him be who he is as far as a quality coach?
Wow. Loaded question and a good one. And he is the best coach that Iowa State's ever had. And we've had some good ones. We've had Earl Bruce and Johnny Majors and Dan McCarney. But at Iowa State, Matt Campbell has done more than any of those coaches. And I think you look at the results, and they're good. They're very good. But for me, it's more just he truly is invested in the players and their lives and what kind of human beings they're going to be. A lot like Kalani Sitake. I would say there's a lot of similarities. And he paid Coach Sitake the ultimate compliment, I think, from any coach this week when he said, if one of my sons wants to play college football, I'd love to have him go play for Kalani Sitake. I mean, you can't get higher praise from one coach to another than that. And so I think it's because he feels like he does things in a way that are truly valuing the experience the kid has during his 4 or 5 years of college, not just becoming a better football player, but becoming a better man. And so it sounds corny, but it's so true. It's such a big part of who he is and what he is. And as a result, you see Iowa State become a developmental program. They don't go out and get all the 4- and 5-star shiny objects. They don't go into the portal as much as other teams do, although I'm not saying they don't. They'll go get 4 or 5 guys out of the portal every year, but they're not going to completely turn over the roster every year. And so it's a developmental program where guys are coming along, and then all of a sudden you see them out there on the field, and Matt likes to play a lot of guys, and that depth really pays off, especially look at last year when Iowa State had probably 11 linebacker injuries, and still were able to win 11 games and a school record and win the Pop-Tarts Bowl over Miami and play in the Big 12 championship game. So he has a belief that those guys need to come along and develop. And when somebody goes down with an injury, which Iowa State has had again this year, particularly at the cornerback position, the kicker position, you've got a guy that's ready to step in and do that job. So I think it's a program that has a lot of belief from within those walls that they're going to be good. And, man, that was a huge hurdle for Iowa State to get over, because there were a lot of years when there were 4 or 5 games on the schedule, or at least 2 or 3, that you would say, okay, let's just survive that one. And now with Matt Campbell, you go into every game, no matter where it is and who you're playing, feeling like you have a chance to win if you execute and play well. It doesn't mean you're going to win every week, but you at least feel like you have a chance. And that was a huge hurdle to get over, not only for Iowa State's program, for their fans, just to have that belief that they could win every week.
How fun was that trip over to Ireland?
It was awesome. It was a really cool experience, and obviously winning the football game made it way better. But no, what a great experience for those guys, because college athletes, volleyball players, basketball players, they get to go on foreign trips and see other places all the time. But for football, that's really rare. That almost never happens. And so for the football team to get over there, even though they didn't do a lot of sightseeing, they went over and had a unique experience as college students. And I thought that was really cool.
Yeah, it's looked like it on television. I would have loved to have been there maybe one of these times, get an opportunity. Well, John, thank you for your time. We appreciate it.
Yeah, my pleasure. Thanks for having me.
Okay, that's John Walters. He does the play-by-play for the Iowa State Cyclones, and they've got a massive game as they entertain the BYU Cougars on Saturday, 1:30, I think is the time locally here for us to watch that ball game. I think if BYU manages to get the win, man, that puts them really, really more so in the driver's seat, even more than they are now, for sure. All right, stay with us. We'll get you caught up on what you may have missed. The Jazz with a sensational, scintillating opening game for Game 1 as they roll over the Clippers. We'll talk about that next and get you caught up, as I said, right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
Traffic on northbound I-215's westbound is clearing up. Finding delays are now between the 201 freeway and the I-80 interchange near Salt Lake International Airport. Still seeing a crash in Murray on northbound I-15. Delays are the heaviest there, but you've got delays between the south interchange and downtown Salt Lake City as well. This update is brought to you by Enbridge Gas, reminding you to prepare for winter. Get a furnace inspection from a certified heating contractor to check for both safety and efficiency. With your KSL traffic update, I'm Jake Hatcher on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It's game week for the Utes, and the KSL Sports Zone is getting you ready for kickoff. The rivalry game may be over, but Big 12 play continues on for Kyle Whittingham and the Utes as they welcome in Coach Prime and Colorado to Rice-Eccles Stadium. Listen all week long for the best coverage of Utah football and your chance to win tickets to the game. Then catch college football Saturday, game day at 10 a.m. with the postgame show immediately following the game on KSLSports.com.
Let's go then. Let's go, baby.
Your home for the best coverage of Utah football is live on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
The weather is cooling off to the lower 70s and 50s at night. Prep your home early for fall and winter with a call to At Your Service Pros, your whole home service professionals, family owned by people like you. At Your Service Pros cares about their customers and know things are tight. And to help with fall prep, they're offering $49 furnace tune-ups, $39 electrical inspections, and $75 off electrical repairs. At Your Service is all in the name. They're there for you, giving solutions without unnecessary upsell and backed by 5-star reviews. They want to earn your trust to be your go-to whole home service company for commercial and residential. And they support the community they live and serve. Save money, time, and eliminate expensive home utility repairs by using a pro all completely at your service. $49 furnace tune-ups, $39 electrical inspection, $75 off any electrical repairs, plus maintenance or replacement with straight up honest work done right, guaranteed. Call AYSP 801-YOUR-PRO at yourservicepros.com. 801-YOUR-PRO at Your Service Pros.
At Peach Windows and Doors, they help homeowners stay in the homes they love while upgrading to the elegance, efficiency, and natural light of today. With hundreds of 5-star Google reviews, their clients know Peach Windows and Doors deliver what they promise.
I wanted to replace standard-size French doors with a large custom sliding door. The update required checking a weight-bearing wall. Plus, I wanted a couple of different styles of windows. The new sliding door created a much brighter and open look. Peach was so helpful along the way with recommendations and ideas, and the installers were efficient and respectful of my space. I was thrilled with Peach Windows and Doors.
Give your $1 million home the $1 million feel it deserves. Don't wait on that someday project. Visit Peach Windows and Doors Salt Lake Showroom. Schedule a free in-home visit. You can also explore at peachwindowsanddoors.com or just call them at 801-566-1255. Peach Windows and Doors, where amazing home transformations begin.
I'm Walker Kessler, and I play basketball for a living. So I know how important it is to have the support of a team you can trust. That's why I love UCCU. UCCU is more than a credit union. They're a true financial partner, a local team of experts your entire family can trust at every step of your financial journey. Just visit uccu.com and elevate your banking experience.
Discover the exceptional value of Bar W Beef, where quality meets convenience. Bar W Beef's dry-aged beef, aged for 14 days, offers rich marbling and tender texture, perfect for grilling, roasting, or pan-searing. Enjoy the rich flavor and generous size. Shipped directly from the ranch to your door. Now hosting one-day pop-up events, go to barwbeef.com to find a pop-up event near you, or stop into the store in Nephi for weekly in-store specials. barwbeef.com. That's barwbeef.com.
The changing temps and colorful leaves means fall's in the air. Take a mental break, becoming one with your thoughts and nature, starting in Cedar City. Lighten your heart and clear your mind with a short drive to enjoy not one, but 4 scenic highways, connecting you to nothing but an open canvas of color. Vibrant shades of red rocks, amber leaves, clear blue skies, and endless shades of emerald green and cedar breaks in Dixie National Forest. Cedar City is nature's backdrop, where the forest actually does meet the trees. The journey isn't about getting there, it's about being there. Being on a hike, mountain biking, or OHVing, with eyes and jaws wide open to scenic views. Cedar City also harvests the best events. Charming organic farmers markets, promising the best pumpkin patches and hay mazes in the West. Plus the Sheep Parade down Main, October 25th. For the fall color reports, activities, eateries, and more, log on to visitcedarcity.com. That's visitcedarcity.com.
These days, many companies have turned to influencers to tout their products or services. But here at John Watson Chevrolet, the only endorsement we need is from our customers. Because of their feedback, we're proud to be Utah's best reviewed Chevy dealer. Visit us today to see why we get reviews like,
"Buying a car should be a fun experience, like a kid getting a new toy. And at John Watson Chevrolet, it was."
John Watson Chevrolet, your 5-star Chevy dealer. 3535 Wall Avenue, Ogden. Chevrolet. Together, let's drive.
This is your Cougars at 30 update. Presented by Kenny J's Barbecue on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
BYU's offense has done enough to be 7-0. They're going to have to do it again against the Iowa State defense. Aaron Roderick likes what he sees about Iowa State's style of play.
You know, Iowa State's a program that I respect a lot. I've looked to them as a program that we felt like we could be like them. You know, they play with a lot of discipline and toughness. They're a big team like we are. On offense, they run the ball. They're very balanced. They can throw it and run it. Defensively, they're tough and physical. So we do different things than them, but we respect them a lot.
Cougars at 30 update is brought to you by Kenny J's Barbecue. Kenny J's Barbecue will cater your work parties, luncheons, weddings, family get-togethers, and holiday parties. New catering clients get 10% off their first order.
For all of you, less motivated listeners, it's time for your 9 o'clock. Where the heck have you been headlines?
Where you at?
With DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
(33-16). Clayton with a steal. Outlet to Bailey. Ace big steps to the rack. Rises with the right hand. Talks and hammers. Timeout, Tyronn Lue. Utah 35. Clippers 16. Hey, how about this? Wow. Wow! Wow!
Now, I don't know. I just don't know about that. What I do know, though, is the Slacker Radio headlines are brought to you by Trajan Wealth. Call Trajan Wealth today, your local trusted financial fiduciary. And the website is Trajan Wealth. I'll get you their phone number because they've changed their phone number, right? Yeah, they have changed their phone number. Isn't that, Yak? You got the new phone number available there for you? Because I know they changed it. It's not the one that we list right now. The one that we list, 899-7600, but I think that has changed. Do you got that phone number? And Hill will get you that updated phone number here in a second. I was visiting Trajan Wealth the other day, had a great experience with Steve. Get there. They got the offices in Draper and in Farmington. 3 wows on the first game, and I don't know that you should do that. What are you going to do next? That's did David Locke breach protocol and go to the triple dog dare? He didn't go with the double. He didn't stop at the double. He went with the triple. But if you evaluate that game on its own, oh my gosh, it was a triple wow. That is for sure. That was so dang impressive to see what they did in that first game against the Clippers. I don't think that you could ask for more. Everything that they needed to go right did go right. +2. I mean, the Clippers were 0 competitive. They just completely and totally non-competitive. That was the first quarter. And normally in the NBA, what do you see, right? Look at the Phoenix game against Sacramento, and I bring that up because the Jazz are off to Sacramento and play them tomorrow night. Well, what do we see? That the Sacramento Kings yesterday, they get a 20-point lead, but it's in the first half, right? And what does that usually mean? That doesn't usually mean a whole lot. And sure enough, that's exactly what we saw, that the Suns came back and won by 4. Not that unusual, no. But the Clippers could do nothing. That entire game was a blowout. I was stunned and amazed, you might say. Yeah, I was. To think that it was that big of a blowout right from the start, I did not anticipate that. But yet that's what we have. Or had anyway, and everybody looked good, didn't they? Just about everybody looked good. My gosh, 38 assists. Talk about passing the ball, moving the ball. That's when I think basketball is the most fun, right? When the ball is moving around. It's not stagnant. It's being placed from side to side, inside out, whatever you might have there, however you want to describe it. That's what they got. And that's when I think that the game is its best, when they have that movement of the basketball. And that's exactly what we had there last night. What does it mean? Well, I think it means that, if the Jazz play well, maybe they're capable of winning a few more ball games than we anticipated. Nothing wrong with that. Well, I guess that may be something wrong with that. If you want that draft pick to keep top 8 protected from OKC, and then also, too, if you want it in the top 2 or 3, well, a long way to go. But right off the bat, pretty doggone good. I spoke of the Kings. They lost to the Suns. Sabonis did not play. He's got a strained hammy. What does that mean for tomorrow? Don't know, but we'll see if he can play. Speaking of great games, how about Wembanyama for the Spurs? I think that if I'm going to look at my sleeper team in the West to maybe be a little bit better than we anticipate, I think I'm going with Wembanyama. How about this? 40 points, 15 rebounds, and 3 blocks against the Dallas Mavericks in Dallas. So they go up there from San Antonio and put it on them for sure. Wow, that was super impressive. Now, Wembanyama is in his 3rd year in the league, so maybe he's going to really take off and be a dominant player. They had, Dylan Harper, was he the 2nd pick, coming off the bench. He had a nice little ball game in his debut, 15 points in 23 minutes. Now, you want to talk about debuts. Wow. VJ Edgecombe, the kid that we saw play for Baylor last year, he looked awesome. Did he not for the Sixers? Absolutely. He had 34. I think they said it's the most points by a rookie in his debut since Wilt Chamberlain in 1959. 65, 66 years ago. Wow. Edgecombe's got that body, man. He's ready to go. They inserted him right into the starting lineup, and he played 42 minutes, a team-high 42 minutes, and he was not bashful. He took 26 FGAs. That's pretty impressive to go with his 34 points at 7 boards. Tyrese Maxey picking up, Paul George out. Embiid on a minutes restriction, only played 20. Plenty of shots to go around. So the backcourt of Maxey and Edgecombe, they had a combined 50 field goal attempts. That's a lot of fun for those two guys. Be jacking it up that many times? Yeah, I think so. Knicks with the big win, man. Mitchell had 31, but the Knicks, are they going to be that good this year? Remains to be seen as far as that goes. We'll see how that plays out because the Celtics, they do not have Jason Tatum, as we know, and so their availability as far as being a top team as they've been, I think, is in doubt. And the Sixers, that's who they did beat, was the Celtics there. And then how about this story, man? If you haven't heard about it, because it broke early this morning. Terry Rozier, arrested for gambling investigations, and Trailblazers coach Chauncey Billups arrested. Wow, that's crazy. Now, authorities are saying they're not connected. A wide-ranging investigations, a multiple investigation into illegal sports betting and rigged poker games backed by the mafia. Billups and Rozier were among 34 people arrested. The years-long investigation covered 11 states and involved tens of millions of dollars. Wow. My goodness. That is something.
Well, and PK, you know you have an Italian heritage, but if there's one group of people you don't necessarily want to get entangled with, it's probably the mafia.
Yeah. I think, Rozier's a player. Now, did he throw games?
What they're saying is he was providing information in terms of prop bets, so like unders and overs. On
Yeah.
He was providing information there.
We've seen that. We've seen that in the big leagues. Cleveland Guardians, a couple pitchers.
Yeah, exactly.
Arrested for that.
Well, then we
during
had
the season.
Michael Porter's brother Jonte Porter was banned for life. For doing that type of stuff. Now, the Chauncey Billups situation is a little different because they apparently were using technology for like pre-marked cards in these high-stakes poker games, and he was kind of the bait in a way for people to come play. Like, hey, come play in this poker game. Playing with Chauncey Billups over here. Come play. So apparently he was tied up in all that. So they're two separate cases, but they have crossover with Damon Jones, who's a former assistant and NBA player himself.
Right. Yeah. Wow. Where does this go? Who else?
It goes through a courtroom. That's where it goes.
Yeah, these guys are supposed to make appearances today. Is Rozier? Is he done?
Well, if they can get him on any of this, the precedent with Jonte Porter, PK, would say that he's probably going to be banned for life. And they're saying that one part of the FBI investigation had him telling prop bettors to bet on him under in terms of minutes played and whatnot in a game. So he left after 9 minutes, and they found the money that he won on these bets in his home, and they counted it in his What are you doing, dude?
I know.
And he's made north of $100 million in his career.
I know.
Yeah.
Gambling is, I'm not. I don't have any qualifications to talk about that. But is it? I'd label it certainly an addiction. I've seen it. I've seen guys and people in my background, particularly when I lived back east, that it consumed them and overwhelmed them and put them in the debt. Now, a lot of these guys, they have the money to cover it because they're making big money. They don't make the kind of money that the average guy works on in a particular, 8 to 5 type of job there. But Chauncey Billups, is he going to be done? I mean, he was always looked at as sort of a statesman in the NBA, someone who came out of Colorado and, had a hard time finding his way in the league. But once he found it, he was a pretty good player and thought of as someone who was distinguished and a leader and that type of thing. And here we are. What does this mean for him? Man, it's crazy. It's just absolutely crazy. Where's Portland go from this? This has got to rock them as the season begins last night for them.
Exactly, and they had a good game against the Minnesota Timberwolves. Ultimately lost it because Ant went off for 41. But think about playing that game, having him talk to you post-game, PK. You wake up this morning and, hey, coach has been arrested. Like, good times.
Yeah, I know. I'm trying to think of anything that relates to this, and a standing active coach in the professional sports is like, oh my gosh, wow, this is flat out amazing. And Wednesday being yesterday, we had the injury reports and the brevity that continues with Utah, the healthiest team in the history of college football. You see these injury reports, there's like 10, 15 guys. Utah has 2 or 3. That's about it.
Okay, and I also have to add this in PK on that front. Kyle earlier this week, Kyle Whittingham says that I don't deal with that at all. It's all in the medical team, blah, 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 blah. It's like, okay, so your medical team's providing just 3 updates? What's going on here?
Well, one of them obviously is Dampier, so that's big. He's listed as questionable, the initial availability report. I doubt that it's going to change.
It doesn't seem like it.
Just from what we know of why Kyle thinks about these things, I don't think that we're going to see him as being out. Now, I guess they can get away with it. Not away with it's a wrong phrase. Maybe around it is just dress Dampier.
Sure.
I think and so, like when the Devils came to town a couple weeks ago, Levitt was not dressed in as a uniform, right? Just had the boot on the foot.
Yeah, and it was the same way with BYU with Jack Kelly down at Arizona. Like he came out, did some warm ups, and then all of a sudden was in his sweatsuit.
Yeah, so he becomes out. So by not listing Dampier as out, as Kyle plays the cat and mouse game with this, all you got to do is dress him, and that should get him around. And I don't. Has anybody been fined on this? Or is it
the only thing we've had so far is there was a designation for USC that they had a running back that was listed as out for their game against Illinois, if I recall correctly, and they ultimately played him in that game because the kid apparently was available. They said in an emergency situation they lost 2 running backs in the game, so they put him into the game. They got fined $50,000 for that because it's obviously messing with the player availability reports. That's the only one I know of.
Yeah, that's a different conference, so we'll see. If Dampier is compromised in any way, I say don't play him.
No need to risk him. Yeah, I agree.
He needs to be able to run. And if he can't run, what I don't want to have happen is what we had after they have a big win against ASU and blew out the Sun Devils. Then they're telling us, oh, he was hurt back then. Okay. So what? You played him. And as Kyle said, it's up to them to put the guys who think can put them in best position to win. I'm intrigued by Bird Ficklin, see what he can do. I mean, he's looked good in mop-up duty, and he certainly looks like an athlete, but what can he do at quarterback? And I think it's important for Utah to develop a quarterback, have somebody in their program that they can count on over a number of years. You know, they've gone in the – I can't even remember. Jake Bentley comes to mind, but who was the other kid that was a transfer? And then
they've had a handful of them. They've had the kid, Peter Castelli, who came in. Well, no, he was a high school that ended up transferring out. You're right.
Him and Tuttle left. But there was another kid in addition to Jake Bentley, wasn't there? I can't remember his name.
I know who you're talking about. I can see him. I can't remember his name, though.
Yeah, and he went on his way. Who was the one? Was a kid named Brewer? Was that his name?
Charlie Brewer. That's it. Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah. The Liberty guy. Yep.
Who was the one who was threw more passes, had more completions than actual passes that he threw in the?
That's Charlie. That was Brewer. That was Pete. Our good friend DJ came back from the spring game and was absolutely enthralled because he had a perfect throwing day during a spring game.
And he thought that was it. That was the cat's meow, wasn't it?
Well, yeah, him and who was the other kid? Who was the tight end that went to Utah State that he was enthralled with for a while?
Oh, Caleb Rupp.
Caleb Rupp, yes. Yeah. He has his guys. He latches onto them. He won't let go.
Oh, well, he's not here to defend himself. He'll be back tomorrow, so I don't want to pile on too bad. But yeah, you got all that going on there. I would like to see a quarterback that they bring along and develop, and away he goes, right? And then, okay, he's our guy. Now, injuries happen because Dampier is their guy, but if he's hurt, he's hurt. There's not a whole lot you can do about it. And he's a smaller kid, a tough kid, real tough kid. I think he's a great leader. I hope for his sake that he's able to continue to play and do his thing. But if he can't, then I think they need to just go with Ficklin here and see what they got and figure out a game plan to work around that, and away you go. All right, stay with us. We'll get you some feedback and get you set up for Jake and Ben coming up at the top of the hour. Stay with us right here at 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
And it's all over almost here.
Don't go nowhere.
It's game week for the Aggies, and the KSL Sports Zone is getting you ready for kickoff. Bronco Mendenhall makes his return to Albuquerque as the Aggies hit the road for a battle against the New Mexico Lobos. Listen all week long for the best coverage of Aggie football. Then catch all the play-by-play action beginning with the Aggie pregame show this Saturday at noon on 1280 a.m. Your exclusive home for Aggie football is live on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Attention, RV owners or RV wannabe owners. It's the used RV blowout sale. RVs from all over the Intermountain West have been sent to the Layton Hills Mall for this RV liquidation event. Repos, buybacks, rental returns, and trade-ins. Blowout pricing. Every RV has been inspected and serviced and ready to go. Free admission, free parking. Dealers welcome. It's the used RV blowout sale. This Wednesday through Saturday from 10 a.m. to dusk. Go to UtahRVEvent.com. Sponsored by Paris RV. Paris RV is your locally owned, family-run RV dealership. We strive hard to find the very best RVs for the price. With 4 locations, over 1,000 RVs in stock, 42 service bays, and 4 super parts stores. We're sure to help take your family on the best RV vacation. Check out our perfect family bunkhouse trailer, the 26BH. That sleeps 9 for $19,995 or $227 a month. Zero down. Life is short. Enjoy it. North Murray, South Murray, Payson, and Pocatello. ParisRV.com.
You do countless things without a second thought to protect your family and home. Every time you're in the car, you buckle your seatbelt. Before the next load of laundry, you remove the dryer lint. When you head out, you always lock your doors. And one simple task, done far less often, can protect your family and home this winter. Schedule a furnace inspection by a certified heating contractor to check for safety and efficiency. A friendly reminder from Enbridge Gas.
Hey, Benjamin, we've got a surprise for you.
What?
You have a brother. $100 bill just like you.
Hey, I'm Ben. What?
We just got him for joining America First Credit Union and opening a new checking account.
And you're going to live together at America First.
What?
This is nice.
For a limited time, new members get a $100 cash bonus when they open a checking account or $50 when they open a youth checking account. So head to AmericaFirst.com and get your money working today. Membership eligibility, terms, and conditions apply. Federally insured by NCUA.
Do you know the secret to losing up to 1 pound of fat every day? At Salt Lake City Fat Loss, we know the secret. Our doctor-developed, easy-to-follow weight loss program helps you lose weight fast, naturally, and safely with no drugs or injections. No prepackaged meals, bars, shakes, or exercising required. Our program helps reset your metabolism so you can lose weight quickly and keep the weight off for good with an easy-to-follow maintenance plan that includes ongoing personal support. And our program costs half as much and works up to twice as fast than most other programs. Go to slcfatloss.com to schedule your free consultation now.
JJ here. I lost 40 pounds in 60 days. You can too. Alex here. I've dropped 65 pounds. You've got to get with SLC Fat Loss. Take advantage of this $200 off fall special. Make that change with slcfatloss.com.
Many clients lose 20 to 30 pounds in about a month or two. That's up to a pound per day. Schedule your free consultation now at slcfatloss.com. That's slcfatloss.com. Results may vary.
Hi, this is Derek Overstreet, president of the New Millennium Group and co-host of Stop Working, Start Living with KSL News Radio. Can you imagine what your life would be like if you could retire 3 to 5 years earlier than you thought possible? The things you could do, the loved ones you could spend time with, the memories that you could create. That's what our team at the New Millennium Group does. We'll walk you through the entire process every step of the way. If you'd like to get a copy of the 5-step proprietary plan that will help you retire 3 to 5 years sooner than you thought possible, give us a shout right now. 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com. Listen, most of our listeners right now have a tax problem, not a money problem. There's not enough money in Social Security Medicare as it is. Let us show you how you can significantly reduce your taxes. That's 888-999-6370. 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com.
Any Hour Services free furnace sale is going on right now. Schedule a free estimate by September 30th, and when you have Any Hour Services install a new air conditioner, we'll give you a new furnace for just the cost to install it. For more information, call Any Hour Services or schedule online at anyhourservices.com.
Listen every Monday morning to DJ and PK and Monday afternoon with JJ and Alex for your Chevy Strong Play of the Game. Win great prizes from Rocky Mountain Chevy.
3, 2, 1. This is your Utes at 50 update. 58! Presented by Kenny J's Barbecue on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Shreve Shaw has been with the team for a long time as a player and obviously as a cornerback coach. And what is his grade for his cornerback unit right now?
As far as a group, the chemistry, the productivity, I feel like we've left a lot of plays on the field. I feel like we should have made more, but at this point, this juncture in the season, a solid C+.
A solid C+, plenty of room to improve there, obviously. This Utes Update is brought to you by Kenny J's Barbecue. Kenny J's Barbecue will cater your work parties, luncheons, weddings, family get-togethers, and holiday parties. New catering clients get 10% off their first order.
And now, enough of us. It's time to hear from you. From all your texts, tweets, and posts. This is the best feedback of the day.
Ooh, I was there. It's the best game of my life.
With DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
To this day, when I hear that song, I see you standing there on that lawn. Discount shades, store-bought tan, flip-flops and cut-off jeans.
All right, thanks for joining us on this Thursday morning. DJ will be back tomorrow, and we got some feedback. Yak, you got one that you would like to interject right here and right now.
Yeah, so Menace to Society Utah, Classless Skip likes to weigh in a lot on different things. He says, hey, Jake, Utah football uses their analytics to compile their availability reports. Kyle Whittingham can't question it.
He is a little upset that the Utes didn't kick some field goals or try for some field goals the other day, that they went with the analytics, and the analytics that they subscribe to say you need to do this, this, and this, and that's what they done. And then they didn't get the first downs. It's a funny thing. If they get the first downs, they would be brilliant plays. Although you get the first down in those situations, that doesn't guarantee that a few plays later you're not trying for a field goal again. And we saw that BYU had a fake field goal in which the punter ran up the middle, got the first down, but then the offense stalled, and so all that did was get him closer to the field goal. So they ended up kicking the field goal either way. So that was there. I get that, man. Frustration when your team loses. There's no doubt about that. I still believe that the Utes should have tried a field goal, get points in that first possession, because I think analytics can tell you stuff, but I don't know that they can tell you everything that you're looking for. They can't tell you it's a rivalry game. They can't tell you that you're on the road in terms of the passion and where do you start the drive. Utah in that first possession had a really nice drive going, and then they got literally nothing out of it. They used up some clock, maybe got some confidence that they moved the ball, but moving the ball is nice, but it's got to be culminated with points, and they were not in that situation able to get points. So there you go, going forward. And, I think the story of the day locally is the Jazz big win, played great. I'm wondering how many games will go by before they play that well, shooting 55%, 38 assists. Walker Kessler looked like, wow, is he going to be that guy? Is he going to take that massive jump? Is it possible? Because I think that you look at the other guys, you saw that Sensabaugh scoring off the bench. Okay, maybe that's something that he can do a little consistently. If I look at things where things that I didn't expect as much, I'm not sure what to make of Sensabaugh because he's had some good games and then he disappears. Maybe not disappears, but doesn't match it. You need consistency. Marketing for his ability, well, sort of a quiet game, but very effective game, and you won. And who cares what your stats are when the team's winning? But the Keontae George, he's had better games, but he played within himself, and that's important to do. I think that, to me, the star of the game in terms of what I'm looking for progression was Walker Kessler, and he looked really good. And I put that question up on Facebook. What did you think? Justin said, best game I've watched in years from the Jazz. So much fun. But then the next guy says, that's a very Jazz way of tanking for AJ. Well, we'll see how this thing develops as the season progresses. All right, that is our show for this morning. Thanks a lot. As I said, DJ will be back tomorrow. The gang will be there on that Football Friday, and we'll have some fun. The three of us will be together again. Right now, Jake and Ben, they're coming up next, so stay with us right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
I'm done. So done.
Well, that's our show.
It's over. What?
It's over. It is over.
Is that it?
That's it. Everybody still awake?
Will you come on already? I just can't stand these long goodbyes.
All right, big finish.
See you later! Want to get the latest info on Utah's newest sports franchise? Sign up for the Utah Mammoth newsletter. Get exclusive analysis, plus the latest news and notes on the Utah Mammoth. Sign up today at KSLSports.com for the Utah Mammoth newsletter. Stay up to date with everything Utah Jazz related with the new Jazz Notes newsletter. Get draft updates, analysis, and be the first to know about every off-season move. Visit KSLSports.com to sign up for the Jazz Notes newsletter.
Only one type of burger. For every pallet. Fries are extra. Large in size. We've got the shakes. Going over the brim.
Hey, this is Chris from JCW's. Put a positive, delicious spin on your day at any one of our 5 locations. In Lehigh, American Fork, Provo, South Jordan, or Harriman. JCW's, quality and a lot of it.
Since 1954, Mountain Home Services has been Utah's trusted name in home comfort. Right now, get your AC and furnace tune-ups for just $49. A furnace tune-up helps prevent wear and tear, catches small issues early, improves efficiency, enhances safety, and keeps airflow balanced, adding years to your system's life. And Mountain Home Services is not just heating and cooling. They offer free second opinions on everything, including electrical, plumbing, and fireplaces. Plus, you're backed by Mountain Home Services' upfront pricing guarantee and 100% satisfaction guarantee. No surprises, just honest service. Call 801-543-2222 or visit mountainhomeservices.com to schedule your $49 tune-up today. Mountain Home Services. Comfort starts here. Again, that's 801-543-2222 or visit mountainhomeservices.com to schedule your $49 tune-up today.
Attention high schoolers, are you ready to power up your future? The Hercules Scholarship Competition is officially open now through November 1st. You can win up to $2,000 towards your tuition. It's simple. Fill out the application, answer one essay question, submit before November 1st. Don't miss your chance to invest in your future. Apply today at HerculesCU.com for your Hercules Scholarship and make your education unstoppable. Hercules First Federal Credit Union, growing stronger together.
Bar Dub Grill is where roadside classics meet ranch-raised flavor. Sink your teeth into juicy, handcrafted burgers made with premium Bar W beef straight from the local Utah farm. From the bold cowboy barbecue burger to the sweet and savory Aloha burger, paired with crispy cowboy fries, hand-spun shakes, or signature spud nuts. Soft, airy, and unforgettable. Bar Dub Grill delivers honest eats with cowboy swagger. Bar Dub Grill in Nephi.
Nephi with easy access right off exit 222 in Nephi.
At Tim Daly Mazda Southtown, get any new 2025 Mazda CX-50 for as low as 0% for up to 63 months. And to make it even easier for you to drive away in your new Mazda, you won't pay till next year. That's right, 0% and no payments till 2026. There's no better time than now to get your new 2025 Mazda CX-50. Come in today to Tim Daly Mazda Southtown in Sandy. Some restrictions apply. APR OAC. Not available with any other offers. See dealer for complete details.
Fall is here, and the air is cool and crisp. Leaves are starting to turn, and nothing says fall like gathering around a warm fire. Hey, it's Ryan here with Timber Ridge Fireplace. If you're ready to elevate your home with a custom wood, gas, or electric fireplace, then go ahead and give us a call and choose from one of our sleek, modern gas designs to one of our timeless stone masterpieces. Our full-service team handles everything from concept to installation. And for a limited time, when you schedule an estimate and book your project, you'll get a free 22-inch tailgater grill. It's the Travel IQ by Napoleon, valued at over $279. Just mention the zone when you call to schedule. Don't wait. Call Timber Ridge Fireplace today at 801-896-0792. That's 801-896-0792. Or visit us online at trfireplace.com. Timber Ridge Fireplace. Warmth, craftsmanship, and comfort made simple.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
And now,
it's 10 a.m.
Let's just get down to it.
And it's time for your sports fix.
Strap yourselves in, folks.
From two guys who have covered the teams you're passionate about for years.
We are professionals.
This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Buddy, you're a boy, make a big noise, playing in the street, gonna be a big man someday. You got mud on your face, you big disgrace, kicking your can all over the place, singing, we will rock you.
Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Jake Scott, Ben Anderson. Happy Thursday to everybody, however you may be consuming the show. Could be over the radio airwaves, could be streaming, could be watching us live on the YouTube or KSL Sports, the app, KSLSports.com, or to our good friends in the future, the podcasters. Hello and good day.
Hope things are still going well.
Hope things are still going well. If there's an update to the Chauncey Billups arrest, we're sorry.
Yeah.
As of now, he has been arrested.
Yep.
Real quick, and there's so much jazz to get into, but you know what my immediate thought today was? Can you imagine if you're the players and the text chain starts going around first thing this morning? Hey, I heard Coach was arrested.
Those were my first words as I walked in the studio to Hatch. Literally.
Seriously, I thought about that immediately. Like, old Scooter wakes up and he's like, whoa, what happened to Coach?
What was it we learned? Bronny James broke the news of the Anthony Davis trade to the Lakers?
Yeah, we talked about that yesterday.
Via text.
Uh-huh.
So, yeah, somebody this morning, like Scoot Henderson, was like, Chauncey, 3 question marks in the whole group chat.
I guarantee one of them was like, good, he should have been playing me more.
Young Hansen.
Who's the oldest player on the team? They were probably the first one to wake up.
Oh, that's true.
Dame. Yeah, Dame's rehabbing. Dame's up and moving.
Dame, you're interim.
Young Hansen, who does not speak very much English, gets drafted in the first round out of China. It's like, my coach is going to jail.
Wait, where's
what
Coach?
league am I entering? Why did I come here for this? The coach is going to prison?
And it wasn't for saying things about the government? Yeah, that's I would love to see a screenshot of that text chat or whatever we're calling it these days. I knew Coach liked to play cards, but wow.
They are Portland Trail Blazers are back in action.
I bet you Dame's like, he tried to get me to one of those games.
Tomorrow night at home against the Golden State Warriors. If you missed it, 30 people were indicted today or will be indicted today, arrested in an FBI probe for illegal gambling, not just sports, some sports, but also illegal card games tied to the mafia.
Now, yeah, we can explain it more. And one, I think we have our Bozo of the Week candidates, which is definitely a good thing. But here's my hot take tease for you, Ben.
Okay.
You ready? It's actually a good day for the NBA.
Okay.
It is. If you look at it a certain way, which I think is actually the right way to look at it, it's actually a good day for the NBA.
Okay.
So we'll get to that coming up. But Ben, the lead, the Utah Jazz, absolutely mopped the floor with the Clippers at Delta Center last night. Now listen, if you would have told me that the Jazz came out with a little pep and, you know, the building was on fire and they pulled out a hard-fought win against the Clippers on opening night, that would not have shocked me in the slightest.
Sure.
But to go out from tip and ragdoll them, it was entertaining. I mean, the Jazz played their brains out. That first half was really something.
It really felt like the dam burst, right? It felt like it broke. It just felt like all this pressure that had been built up for last year, how horrible last year was, I'm sure, for the players, how hard it was for the fans. It was impressive last night to be in the building, and it's a sellout because it's always a sellout, but it was legitimately sold out. There were butts in every seat, and the place it was a powder keg. It just exploded as soon as the Jazz got going, and Lowry was obviously hot early and had the alley-oop and had the three, and I think had a second alley-oop. And from there, it just never stopped. The snowball kept getting bigger and bigger as it rolled down the hill, and there was zero pride and zero resistance from the Clippers.
No, the Clippers were playing in mud. I mean, the effort from Kawhi was really something to behold. It's like, boy, are you walking out there?
Oh, Lowry trounced him all night long.
It was.
Yeah.
Well, it was a weird offseason for Kawhi.
It was.
He had Charles Barkley clowning him on it's Inside the NBA on ESPN?
Yep.
Which is really funny. Even Locke had a couple of Kawhi jokes in his broadcast. Maybe Kawhi is just truly mailing it in now. It's like, well, it's only a matter of time before this runs out.
Yeah. And he's seen all the team disappear around him. He probably knows how this works. Paul George is gone, whatever.
I'll take a nap. Be taking a nap in my office. There were so many positives. There were a couple of negatives if we really want to get into the micro here in a minute. But I do think there were tons of positives. And I guess where I will lead off and kind of let you run with it, Ben, is the potential. There is a lot of potential. Last year it did not feel like there was a lot of potential with some of the players. It just didn't. It felt like there was a lot of potential with Walker, and everybody else it was kind of like, I don't know.
Yeah.
You saw potential in basically everybody last night. Keontae George, Ben, he played really hard.
It might have been his best game he's ever played.
He played really hard. He played both sides of the ball. He was really, really good. My guy, Bryce Sensabaugh, was awesome. He was really, really good. By the way, I learned something else yesterday that makes me even more optimistic about Bryce Sensabaugh, but it really is nothing that matters other than you'll laugh when I tell you about it off the air.
I'm not waiting for a Bryce Sensabaugh breakout. It's happened.
Okay.
This is Bryce. I think this is an announcement of who he is. This is not, hey, this is the potential. Hey, this is shunning. Bryce is just truly one of the best shooters in the world, and he showed it again last night. And if you leave him open, he's going to torch you. And even if he's not open, he's going to shoot it. It's going to go in. So he had the easiest 20 points in 22 minutes I've seen in a while from the Jazz.
He basically said what you just said in his walk-off with the radio broadcast.
Okay, I did not hear it.
No, he was like, this is me. This is what I can do. This is the Bryce Sensabaugh. Pay attention.
Yep. And I think that's accurate. I do think this is the type of player he is going to be and why I think he has probably cemented himself as a pillar in this rebuild as a piece who's not going anywhere.
I hope he was insulted that VHT started in front of him.
And clearly I think that's the right move because I do think that was done so Bryce can come off the bench and in 22 minutes light you up. I think that's exactly what his role is going to be going forward. You know, you've seen The Wire. What season is it with the kids? Is that 4 or is that 5?
4.
4. So The Wire, if you don't know, it takes place in Baltimore. It's about police, drug dealing, the ports, everything, how the city works. One season's about the school system. And what ends up happening is what's a very good storyline is all these kids end up replacing the elders in front of them.
The characters on the show.
The characters on the show. The kids, by the end of their story arc, they have replaced somebody above them, whether it's...
And you get how it happens.
You see
how it happens.
How it happens to them.
Yeah.
You're seeing this now with Jordan Clarkson and John Collins and Colin Sexton out of the way. These guys filling those roles. It really reminds me a lot of The Wire of, Bryce, now we didn't know what he was going to be. Like, is he going to be a starter? Is he going to be a go-to scorer? Is he going to be the 11th man who can't get on the floor? And then you realize, no, that's the next microwave scorer for the Jazz coming off the bench in 20 minutes who's just going to light you up. And it's a little bit of Jordan Clarkson and it's a little bit of Colin Sexton. But that's the guy, and the Jazz are going to protect that position by putting Svi in the starting lineup to make sure Bryce doesn't have to vary from what he does best. So, yeah, Bryce was terrific. Lowry, again, 20 points. The best thing about Lowry, and I like this a lot from Will Hardy, I think they waved the white flag on turning Lowry into a playmaker, isolation guy.
Yeah, it's not him.
It's not him. And when you ask him to do it, he's overburdened and he gets worse at everything else. But if you just put the ball in his hands in advantageous spots, he's really good.
Yeah, he's going to make it.
Credit Keontae.
He's Jimmy Chitwood. He's going to make it.
Yeah. If Lowry's coming off a pin down, coming off a curl, hit him. He'll hit the 3.
Yeah.
Or if he's cutting to the basket, throw an alley-oop. He's 7 feet tall. He probably has a 40-inch vertical. He'll dunk it. Like, that's it. That's Lowry's game. And I think the coaching staff admitted to itself, Lowry's not Paul George. Lowry's not Kawhi Leonard. Lowry's not going to create. He needs to have everything created for him, but he's really good once you do that.
Maybe the biggest positive, Ben, on the macro, let me say, maybe the biggest positive that we saw last night, and maybe we saw some of this in the preseason too, but Taylor Hendricks is still athletic.
Mm-hmm.
Thank heavens.
Yeah.
Because, and the only reason I bring it up is because when Gordon Hayward came back from a similar injury, if his athleticism was at 100 when he was with the Jazz, and he was a very athletic player, more so than he gets credit.
Of course.
What did he come back as initially for that first year? What did he come back at, 70?
At most. Yeah, that first year, no, he didn't have any trust in it.
Well, he never got back to 100, but
no, I don't.
He was at 70, 60, like it was like he lost that explosion, bounce, whatever cliche you want to throw in there. I thought Taylor Hendricks looked incredibly athletic.
Yeah.
I thought he was bouncing around, he was hustling, he was running, and I thought that was a good sign because I thought that was the biggest concern about that injury is all of a sudden he's not going to come back the best athlete on the team.
Yeah.
I mean, Ace Bailey's a great athlete and we're all excited about it, but Taylor Hendricks has put on a bunch of weight in the best way, still bouncy, still getting around, making shots.
Yeah.
There's a lot to be optimistic about with that dude, but the fact that he came back and is still a super athlete is a really good sign.
Agreed. His raw natural tools are very present. They did not leave him, and on top of it, I think he's a pretty good basketball player. So I think those will.
He was last night.
Those will continue to improve.
2 for 3 from 3.
Yeah. Again, he's really valuable. If he continues to play like that and gets more comfortable and just gets more reps, he probably will replace Kyle Filipowski in the starting lineup.
He's going to bully Phil right out of that starting lineup.
But Flip was good. I mean, he was probably the weak link other than Svi Mykhailiuk in the starting lineup, but being 7 feet tall is really helpful. And grabbing rebounds and passing and that being contagious is really helpful.
I thought Phil was fine.
You're going to call him Phil, not Flip?
I'm going with Phil.
Okay, everyone's going to be confused, but okay.
This is birth from Coach Lacombe last night as we're watching the game. He's like, "Oh, did you see what Phil did right there accidentally?"
Uh-huh.
And I was like,
Phil.
Oh, Phil. That's way better than Flip.
Okay.
And then we played with Philip. But no, I think I'm just going to go with Phil.
Straight Phil.
Now, I was kind of thinking maybe Uncle Phil.
Okay.
Because we have this uncle-cousin thing going with the nicknames, and Uncle Phil, of course. Well, Uncle Phil, Christian, was Will Smith's uncle who lived in Bel Air in the show Fresh Prince of Bel Air. I apologize, I can't remember the actor's name, but he was quite funny. He was a good part of that show.
Rest in peace. Yeah. Yeah, Uncle Phil was great. It's the moral center of the show.
Has he passed?
He died a couple years ago.
Oh, that's too bad.
Neither here nor there.
So Phil, yeah. No, Phil, the problem with Phil is he got ragdolled and pushed around by Zubats when he got switched onto him.
Yeah.
And then didn't really do anything defensively on the perimeter. So,
yeah, he's got to figure out what his role is. He's got to figure out where he's going to be good there.
Because if you want to get to the negative is that Zubats did whatever he wanted all night. Walker was pretty good with him, but anytime a switch or something happened, they were in deep trouble. Zubats was really good. He was he and John Collins were the lone positives for the Clippers. They were the two players who got off the bus.
Agreed. And Zubats is really good. And the Jazz are going to have to make sure that...
Yeah, and he's big and tough and all those things.
The nice thing is Walker is able to match what those guys are doing now. Not physically necessarily as far as, yes, keeping them out of the paint, but Walker last night had 22, 9, 4, and 4 in 28 minutes. I mean, didn't miss a shot. Walker's a really, really good basketball player.
No, Walker's incredible, and he's really great defensively, but what was his best defensive play? It's when he came off the ball and got that block shot, right? I mean, he's super athletic, and he can move really well laterally, but Zubats is going to shove him under the basket still. And I don't know if he can fix that.
Yeah, I don't know. That's going to be...
Because you don't want him to lose the lateral quickness and all that stuff, because that honestly makes him special.
No, a lot of that's technique. A lot of that's doing your homework early. You know, a lot of that's keeping guys from getting that low in the paint, and those are things that Walker's going to have to get better at.
And annoyingly, James Harden is really good at...
James is a great pick and roll player.
Getting the ball right to him when he's right on top of his guy.
He is. And, you know, if you were to flip those spots, how would Walker look playing next to James Harden? I'd bet he'd look pretty spectacular. But two things that Jazz fans are going to be, well, one thing Jazz fans are going to be excited about, one thing Jake Scott's going to be excited about. Jazz fans are going to be thrilled that he knocked down 2 of 2 from the three-point line in the first quarter.
I've thought about this, actually.
But more importantly, as you've talked a lot, he was 6 of 8 from the free throw line.
Bingo.
Get to the free throw line and knock him down, dude.
If you go, and I'm talking to Walker personally, obviously here. If you go 6 of 8 for the line, from the line for the game, knock yourself out.
Yeah.
But let me tell you this. The first time that you go 1 for 6 from the line and 0 for 3 from 3, I'm going to point it out. I won't clown on him.
Sure.
But I'm going to point it out.
No, you know what was nice was that he made 2 in the first quarter and he didn't take another one the rest of the night.
If he gets to 65% from the line, Ben, I don't even think that's too high. Rudy got over to 60 and was fairly serviceable because he actually became at least decent at making them when it mattered the most.
Yep.
If Walker could get there, I mean, he could be or would be a top 5 center in the league.
Mm-hmm.
He would be.
Yeah, he can get there.
He'd average 5 more points a game. Maybe that's a little generous, but
3 points a game is a lot. You know, he goes from 12 to 15 points a game, and he's going to give you 12 rebounds and, 3 blocks a game, and he shoots 90% from the field, seemingly.
That's a guy.
That's a really good player.
That's a guy.
It is, yeah.
Who, by the way, has his head on straight, works hard, and is dating Miss America. I mean, what's not to like about this
He
guy?
does seem like he's in a very good spot mentally. Talking to him yesterday, he seems bought in. He doesn't seem totally rattled by not getting a contract. He seems to be...
Well, if he's got a good agent, the agent just says use it.
Yeah.
You like Jerry Maguire told Cuba Gooding Jr., who's surprisingly small, we'll take a chance, go play, we'll have a great year.
Yeah.
Get that big deal,
Yeah.
and then you can dance.
You'll get even more money. Yeah. Walker plays like this, he's going to get even more money than, the 100 or 120 million he probably was seeking this summer.
Okay, insensitive take here about that movie. Okay, if you're going to lay there like you're dead for 10 minutes, like, you shouldn't be able to get up and dance.
Well, that's the Donovan Mitchell.
So then
Donovan used to fall down at every game. And was like, I watched it last night. He and Jordan Clarkson ran into each other. Knicks Cavs game in the season opener for those two teams. Donovan laid down for 10 minutes and then got up and ran down the court.
No, this is the worst legacy LeBron's ever left the NBA. All the bad stuff that LeBron's leaving in the NBA, that might be the worst. The playing it up and laying there for 20 minutes. But that movie, you were supposed to believe he was dead. You're telling me he's just lying there playing it up? You're like, did he die out there?
No, he's fine. He'll be all right.
No, he's up and dancing.
He's dancing.
I thought it like a rib punctured his heart or something, and now he's doing the moonwalk.
Other bright spots for the Jazz last night. I thought Walt Clayton was pretty good. 10 points, 6 rebounds, 5 assists, 2 steals.
He's going to, like, this is a real easy one, but he's got to figure out the passing lane. The other player is bigger in the NBA, and his passes got deflected a lot. He's got to figure out. I think he was used to jumping up and throwing it over the other point guard.
Yeah.
And he was having a lot of trouble doing that.
He also had a couple of shots blocked as he got into the paint. He is never going to be, and he can dunk. He showed in the preseason he can dunk a little bit on a fast break, but he's never going to be a guy who scores based on his athleticism. He's going to score based on craft. And that means coming off of screens, and he did it last night. It was really funny to watch him do it to Chris Paul because it's what Chris Paul does to everybody. He got him in jail, which means, you get him on your back shoulder, you get him on your side, and you just hold him off, and they're chasing you, trying to get the ball, and then you pull up short, and they foul you, and then you hit the little 15-footer because that's a very easy shot for NBA players. And he got the and one on Chris Paul, which Chris Paul has probably scored 1,000 points in his career doing exactly that. So it was really funny to see that craft and kind of knowledge of the game already shine through. And if he knows how to do those things, he will learn how to get his shots off. And there are a lot of guys, Kyle Lowry, Fred VanVleet, who have done that their whole careers. You can be a really good player scoring with craft and not necessarily have to be John Morant athletically.
One more point on Key that I wanted to make on Keontae George, and we moved on before I could, remember that I wanted to make this point. That play, which it has got to be now a meme, where Keontae it's right at the end of the half, right? Where he's lying on his side, and then does a smile ear to ear, and then does this weird thing with his eyes. Like, have you seen it? If you haven't seen it,
Jazz tweeted out the GIF, I think, of it.
So, lying on his side, big smile, and then does this, I don't know, like the Ernest P. Worrell eye thing, which I love that should be your character, Keontae, like looking crazy guy lying on the floor. But you know what was the most notable from that, Ben? The most notable thing, he was lying on the floor. He poured his guts into a play where he ended up lying sideways on the floor after making it, by the way.
You're right. He does the crazy eye thing. He does the eyebrows up and down, and then his eyes start rolling around. Yeah.
So I like hey, I play hard and I'm kind of crazy look for Keontae. He should lean into that, in my opinion. But the most relevant thing was, dude, lots of guys got after it and got on the floor and got after loose balls and all that stuff. And Keontae was 1,000% one of them. And I think that's a big deal.
He was interesting after the game. We got to talk to him, and he mentioned specifically his end-of-season conversation with Will Hardy and Austin Ainge and Justin Zanuck and I guess Austin Ainge wasn't there. Danny Ainge. And he was kind of pressed on, like, what did they say? He's like, well, he didn't tell us. He's like, they were blunt with me. It's like, you got to grow up. And that was the part he kind of revealed. Like, they were very serious. Like, the shenanigans have to go away.
Well, no offense to Keontae. We all got to grow up. It's fun. It's fine. Yeah. It's something we all learn. Something Christian is still learning.
But he seemed to actually embrace it. And that doesn't mean he's going to make every three. That doesn't mean he's necessarily going to turn into a 40% three-point shooter. He was 1 of 7 from 3 last night. Like, that can be an issue that will still cost him his starting job if Walt Clayton can shoot better than he does and still do the other things. But just Keontae buying in, playing hard, he should make a lot of money and play a long time in the NBA. And if he doesn't, he won't. But last night was a step in the right direction.
Christian, Ernest P. Worrell, was a television and movie character from the 1980s, played by Jim Varney.
Really funny.
Series of comedies. He was always talking to the audience, but calling them Vern for some reason.
Well, Vern was a guy. Vern was his buddy. You never saw Vern. Vern was the cameraman.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
So he broke the fourth wall talking to Vern, who, you never saw. 'Tis the season. Watch Ernest Scared Stupid. Good Halloween flick for kids like you.
I watched Ernest Saves Christmas last year. My kids did not care for it. I thought it was incredible.
What? So Santa gets arrested? What does he go? Yeah. He ends up in Orlando?
Yeah.
A lot of guys getting arrested in Orlando today. Terry Rozier and Santa Claus.
And Santa Claus. Yeah. The reindeer gets shipped to the airport for some reason.
Yeah, the girl's in it. There's always the girl in there.
Stealing the sack.
Uh-huh.
It's brilliant.
It's a good movie.
Brilliant. Stay tuned. Top 3 stories next. Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It's game week for the Cougars, and the KSL Sports Zone is getting you ready for kickoff. With the Holy War behind them, the Cougars get set for a trip to the Midwest for a Saturday afternoon showdown against Iowa State. Listen all week long for the best coverage of Cougar football. Then catch college football Saturday game day at 10 a.m. with a postgame show immediately following the game on KSLSports.com. Your home for the best coverage of BYU football is live on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hi, this is Derek Overstreet, president of the New Millennium Group and co-host of Stop Working, Start Living with KSL News Radio. Can you imagine what your life would be like if you could retire 3 to 5 years earlier than you thought possible? The things you could do, the loved ones you could spend time with, the memories that you could create. That's what our team at the New Millennium Group does. We'll walk you through the entire process every step of the way. If you'd like to get a copy of the 5-step proprietary plan that will help you retire 3 to 5 years sooner than you thought possible, give us a shout right now. 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com. Listen, most of our listeners right now have a tax problem, not a money problem. There's not enough money in Social Security Medicare as it is. Let us show you how you can significantly reduce your taxes. That's 888-999-6370. 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com.
Hey guys, Alex Curie from the KSL Sports Zone. I'm sitting down here with Dale today, who has also been on the same program I've been on.
Thank you.
Why did you join the SLC Fat Loss Program?
Because it has to do with accountability. I need somebody to hold me accountable.
What were your particular goals with weight loss? I know it changes for everybody.
I started out at 330 pounds, and my goal is to get down to 200 pounds.
Tell me about the goal then. Have you been able to meet it?
I've lost 46 pounds. I still got a ways to go. I figure I probably have 2 more sessions to go with it, so I'm going to stay in as long as it takes.
What do you think helped you the most with that success at being able to drop the weight with SLC Fat Loss?
Because I believe in it. I'm living it. It's a part of my life now.
All right, so would you recommend SLC Fat Loss to somebody, and why?
Absolutely. It's the best program I've ever been into, and I've tried lots of diet programs.
Thank you so much, Dale. To learn the success of losing up to 1 pound of healthy fat a day and to start that own success story of your own, get a hold of the folks at slcfatloss.com. Here's the website again. That's slcfatloss.com.
Results may vary.
After 30 years of plumbing experience in Utah, we've compiled a list of items we plumbers commonly find in sewer systems. First off, hair. Lots of hair. Like, so much hair.
Oh.
Roots, dental floss, marbles, and every other toy imaginable. Dentures, watches, coins, live animals. Also dead ones. Photographs, we assume from active and very healthy relationships. Wigs, kitty litter. Look, the point is, don't use the toilet as a landfill. This has been a public service announcement from your buddies down at Shamrock Plumbing.
If you're getting new gutters, make absolutely sure that you don't get screwed. I mean literally, don't get screwed. Tim Jr. here from RGS Exteriors. And every single gutter company out there uses screws to hold their gutters together at the corners and downspouts. They use screws because they're fast and cheap and easy. But man, they're terrible for your gutters, aside from possibly cutting your hand. They also loosen and corrode over time because they're not made from the same metal as the gutters. At RGS Exteriors, we've been installing gutters for 70 years now, and we don't use screws. We only use permanent, strong, and unobtrusive rivets. They're made from the same material as the gutters, so they won't oxidize, and they won't corrode. They'll also never loosen. Your hand is safe too. Did I mention they look amazing? So don't get screwed. Call RGS and get riveted gutters. Our number is 801-280-3110 or visit us at rgsutah.com. That's 801-280-3110 or rgsutah.com.
Discover the exceptional value of Bar W Beef, where quality meets convenience. Bar W Beef's dry-aged beef, aged for 14 days, offers rich marbling and tender texture, perfect for grilling, roasting, or pan-searing. Enjoy the rich flavor and generous size. Shipped directly from the ranch to your door. Now hosting one-day pop-up events, go to barwbeef.com to find a pop-up event near you, or stop into the store in Nephi for weekly in-store specials. barwbeef.com. That's barwbeef.com.
Make game day yours with the Utah Mammoth app. Get your tickets, order food and drinks without leaving your seat, track live stats, and stream every game with Mammoth Plus, all in one place. It's the ultimate game day essential, designed for Mammoth fans. Stay connected to your hometown team and never miss a moment. Download the Utah Mammoth app today on iPhone and Android. Turn on push notifications and make every day game day. Tusks up.
This is your Cougars at 30 update. Presented by Kenny J's Barbecue on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Cougs at 30 update here on Jake and Ben. Here's Kalani Sitake on how BYU has changed since their loss to Iowa State 2 years ago.
Looking at it, we made a lot of mistakes, if I remember correctly. Didn't really help ourselves with some turnovers. And so, just being committed to getting bigger and stronger, especially at the O-line and D-line. I felt like there was a commitment to do that. And what a great experience for our guys, though. I mean, some of our guys that are still playing had that experience, and they know the importance of the offseason and getting bigger and stronger, and they did that. And so we're a different team than 2 years ago. I'd like to think we're a more physical team than we were, but we'll find out.
This update is brought to you by Kenny J's Barbecue. They will cater your work parties, luncheons, weddings, family get-togethers, and holiday parties. New catering clients get 10% off their first order. Kid at J's.
It's time to break down the biggest stories of the day. This is the top 3 stories of the day on KSLSports.com. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Jacob Ben, nominate the youth sports volunteer you know for the Hercules Hero of the Week. Submit your nomination at KSLSports.com/contest. Then listen every Thursday afternoon. That's today. The JJ and Alex for the winner help us celebrate the efforts of those volunteers making an impact with the Hercules Hero of the Week. Sponsored by Hercules First Federal Credit Union and Beehive Meals. Time for the top 3 stories of the day. KSLSports.com, brought to you by J. Brooks Jewelers. Cherish your love with J. Brooks Jewelers. Explore their expertly crafted engagement rings made from the finest materials. J. Brooks Jewelers. Christian, where do you want to start today?
Number 1, guys, it's official. Terry Rozier will not be attending sports gambling night.
No.
Well, we don't know that. He still could. He's not been found guilty. He's getting indicted today. He's been arrested.
The NBA has placed him on leave.
Yeah, he'll be done until it's resolved. And let me tell you how that's going to go.
My first thought was, wow, this is really creative front office work from Pat Riley. He found a way to void
cut this
the worst contract in the NBA.
Okay.
And then
that's
when I
really
saw
4D chess.
Chauncey Billups got arrested too, I thought, oh, that's coast to coast. That's Miami all the way up to Portland.
Well, now I think some of the details in this are actually really important and very interesting. They are 2 separate incidents. They're 2 separate investigations into 2 different things.
It's not just sports gambling.
It's not just. The Terry Rozier side is the sports gambling, and that's actually the smaller one. The bigger one is this poker thing.
Uh-huh.
And the connection is the mob. I mean, it's kind of crazy
Organized
to say
crime.
that.
Yeah,
Organized crime, but they specifically mention the Italian mob.
Yeah, the mafia,
is running these poker games and then using former NBA players as bait, essentially, to get the fish, and that's the word they use, the fish, to the poker games. The ex-players were called front-facing cards.
Okay.
So they were to get them in.
Yeah, because they know people with money.
And say this
they
is
seem trusted.
Yeah, I'm a big celebrity. You can trust this. I'm not getting ripped off.
A confidence man.
I'm Chauncey Billups.
Yeah.
So now here's the key part, because I'm sure he's going to deny knowing it was fixed. But they're saying or alleging that everybody, including the front-facing cards, and the other one was Damon Jones.
Who also was doing sports gambling and feeding inside information.
He's got a little crossover in all this. But
apparently he was telling bettors when LeBron wasn't going to play in games as a member of the Lakers.
Crazy.
Yeah. But anyways, yes, back to the cards.
So Chauncey was a front-facing card, and they're alleging that the front-facing cards knew that everybody at the table but the fish knew, and they were using X-ray poker tables and contact lenses and all sorts of really
high tech,
crazy stuff to cheat and shake down these fish for millions of dollars. Now, what's interesting is they say the investigation is still ongoing, which means they're going to try and flip all these guys on said mobsters or other players or really who knows what. But it's not going to end with Terry Rozier playing again.
Hey.
I would bet on that.
I also thought, like, is this Gilbert Arenas information? Like, is he
That's
outing
a
people?
separate thing, and maybe it is.
You know, like,
Maybe
is that
he's-
who's ratting? Like, is that was honestly my first thought.
Oh,
was,
I love that. Now
oh,
we're like real Law and Order stuff here.
Gilbert's snitching, and he's outing everybody that he knows to get a bigger fish. But, you know, they said this is a multi-year investigation. I'm sure it even predates.
That's what they
Gilbert.
always say.
So we will see where this goes. I've talked to Chauncey Billups a few times in my life. As somebody whose favorite team of all time is the 03-04 Detroit Pistons, I was like pretty excited when he was a head coach. There was like an opportunity to talk to him, and I was a little underwhelmed. And, you know, not pretending we're trying to be friends. It's just a press conference thing, but I've never quite been wowed with Chauncey in some of his interactions. I'm surprised he kept getting jobs with the Trailblazers. I thought he was the real weak point there. I will be very curious what they look like now without him.
I've met him off the mic once.
Okay.
He was a nice enough guy. He came in to do Jimmer Fredette's. You remember when the lockout was going on and Jimmer Fredette put together a basketball game? He played.
Yeah.
And so he came in to do it, and we were doing some promotion stuff for it and whatever. I got a chance to say, like, hey, nice to meet you. I'm Jake. Seemed nice enough. But, yeah,
I'm sure he was nice to you.
Never, I didn't.
You play cards?
Did he ask you to go play cards in the back?
How much you guys make?
I never thought he was a good analyst. I mean,
no.
And the fact that he was an analyst and not a good one told me that maybe he needed the money, or now in hindsight tells me he maybe needed the money. But here's my payoff for my tease. It is a good day for the NBA for two reasons.
Okay.
And I'll start with Chauncey. The NBA is good to be rid of him. He's at very least guilty of very poor judgment.
Yeah.
Lord knows what other bad judgment.
Yeah, best
is
case scenario,
out there.
he's absolutely running with the wrong crowd.
You are best to not have him as a head coach in the NBA today. The NBA is better off with Chauncey Billups not being a head coach, regardless.
I think that's fair.
Regardless. And Adam Silver didn't have to step in. Portland, which is a disaster of a franchise right now, didn't have to fire him. The feds, of all people, did it for him. But they're good to be rid of Chauncey Billups. That is a good thing today for the NBA. Number two, and this one's a little more serious, I think, because gambling, sports gambling, this stuff is a problem. I mean,
yeah, it is.
Michael Porter's brother, all this,
yeah.
like, this is a problem. Now, the question is, in my opinion, is it a new problem because sports gambling is legal, or has this been going on all along? Because sports gambling has been going on all along. It just has not. And by the way, still not legal in Utah.
Right.
But it's legal across a wide swath of these United States.
Most states.
So, which is it, in your opinion? And I'm certainly eager to give you mine.
I think it is. I'm sure there's always been parts of it. But when it's more widely available, I think it's going to encourage people to do it. Because you recognize how easy it is to gamble. So you say, yeah, if it's this easy to do every day and you can mix it into your daily lifestyle, every night I watch football and I bet on it. These NBA players or whoever's doing that, and they're doing it on the plane anyways in their card games, which is a huge thing. I'll be curious how the NBA addresses that. But, yeah, I'm sure it gets easier. Then you say, yeah, I'll just mix it in a little bit here and there.
So I don't agree. I think it's been going on all along.
Oh, I do
but
too.
At the same level. I'm not saying I don't think
worse.
think it's gotten worse.
Okay.
No, in fact, I think it's gotten better. Because we know about it now because Ben, let me put it this way. Or Christian, I'll put this to you. In the entire country there's gambling going on everywhere. Where's the safest place on the planet to gamble without fear of getting robbed or cheated?
Casino.
Specifically, give me a city.
Vegas.
Why is that?
You tell me.
Well, one, they're legally required to police it. And two, they don't want to get ripped off.
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
So now that it's above board, DraftKings or whoever, I don't know in this case, sees, wow, why on earth did $500K just come in on the under on Terry Rozier? And do you know what they do?
Red flag.
They call the federal authorities and say, this is odd.
There's weird activity.
And then it gets looked into.
Yeah.
And then it gets prosecuted. And honestly, Terry Rozier, I hope not only gets banned from the NBA and serve some jail time, but they should publicly, like, I don't know, pull off his fingernails or something, like send a message to everybody that's not going to be tolerated. I actually think it's a good thing for the NBA. Bring it above board, punish it severely, and say we are not going to go down this road any further. But if you're placing illegal bets with a bookie on a rigged game, nobody ever knows about that.
Correct. What I think is interesting, and part of what you said is probably part of the problem, which is you said $500,000 on an under. The funny thing is the algorithm that they use, and I'm sure the AI and security that they use is so advanced that it's not that. It's, why is there two $1,500 bets within 5 minutes of each other in different states?
It's probably less
on
obvious.
Something like that.
Right.
And that's where people are like, it's $1,500. They're never going to know. It's $800.
Like that?
No one's ever going to see that.
Yeah, but
no
like
one's ever gonna recognize
5
that.
people are betting the under on Terry Rozier
and it happens
ever.
within 15 minutes.
Right.
They're like, yeah, that's how we catch
There
it.
are certain ways. I'm going to read the book about this when it's eventually written.
Yeah.
To find out exactly what the scheme was and
read his memoirs
and how it was found out. Oh, I hope that's right.
My final assist, helping the FBI lock up the NBA's most notorious criminals.
No, bring these things to the surface, punish them severely. That's how you get rid of it. And
Agreed.
now the gambling world is incentivized to bring it, and probably legally required to police it and bring it to the surface.
It should absolutely put the NBA on notice. And I hope it does, if they haven't been already.
Then you can go rig a local poker game that's being played in a warehouse somewhere quite easily. You can't go into the MGM and be like, I'm gonna.
I've got a scam.
Yeah, right. So there is an argument, and by the way, I'm not really pro gambling. It is a compulsive behavior, and it does ruin a lot of lives in similar ways to drugs and alcohol and all those things. And that's something for the legislatures out there to figure out. It's not really that important to me. But there is a component of when you make it legal, you actually make it better because you take out the seedy element and you can police it.
Yep.
So I think that's actually what happened. And that's good for the NBA.
I agree.
All right, next.
Number 2, the Jazz looked really good last night. So what's the deal? Are they going to the finals or do they still want to dive for Debanza?
Yeah, that'll be interesting. We'll see. The next 5 games are really interesting for the Jazz. I can pull up their schedule really quick. But
the Kings tomorrow.
Kings, Suns, Trailblazers, are mixed into this. Like, there are some suddenly winnable games in this mix for the Jazz, and you wonder, well, if they start out 5-1, which now all of a sudden seems somewhat plausible, they go at the Kings, home against the Suns, home against the Trailblazers, at the Suns, at the Hornets. Okay, that's your first 6 games, 7 games of the season, 6 games of the season, and you've got 4 or 5 of those that are winnable. And if you play like you did last night, you can beat anybody in the league. What if they start 8-3?
Okay.
How do they adjust?
Okay. I'm glad this is what you brought up, Ben. It reminds you of a different Jazz season, doesn't it? It does seem eerily similar.
Yep.
What season was that?
3 years ago?
Ah, yes. I seem to remember a plucky Jazz team that everybody thought was going to win 5 games that entire year, come out and dismantle the Nuggets, who were the defending champions?
No, I think they won the title that year.
They won it that year. Yeah. Okay, they took apart the Nuggets, who were a favorite. And then the Jazz were the hottest team in the league for the first,
11?
They were 10-3.
10-3.
Yeah.
And then the rest of that year went like they were kind of good, and then they eventually pulled the plug, right?
Yep.
Now, I realize that, especially because I really like Taylor Hendricks, that this take is a little bit more nuanced. But if they had just played out the string and conveyed the god-dang pick, then they wouldn't have been held hostage by all this madness where they have to lose so many games. And one thing from last night's game, Ben, threading the needle of trying and losing is not possible. And what scares me is they will get off to a hot start, and that at some point in the season they're going to go, well, we still need that pick, Ben. and then everybody sits and they do the exact same thing. And it does frustrate me because we talked about the value of conveying the pick. We had our 4-year birthday this week.
Yeah.
That was like year 2. We're like, should they just bite the bullet and win the games and convey the pick? And then it's over. And then you can move on with your life. And here we are 3 years later. And the Jazz are still operating their entire franchise based on a deal to get off Derek Favors 5 years ago.
Yep. In retrospect, they should have conveyed the Cody Williams year.
Yeah, I mean,
that's
if
the
you
year
had
they should have done it. Cody was not in the rotation last night.
But they could have made the playoffs that year. They could have just made the playoffs, conveyed the pick, lost in the first round, and then started the tank for real.
Yeah. So now I'm curious. I don't want that to be the narrative all year, but unfortunately that is the case because of the prior trade. So we will see. We will talk more about the Jazz game throughout the game.
Next.
Throughout the day.
Number 3, Big 12 availability report came out last night. Devin Dampier listed as questionable.
Again, we're just how stupid these are. We're just not going to know until game time.
Oh, he's not playing.
Yeah,
No, he's not playing not because of this stupid thing. Because we talked about it on Monday. He's not going to talk about it on Monday if it's not happening.
Yeah. So we will see if Bird Ficklin ends up getting the start.
I was shocked he talked about it at all. Yeah. I was shocked he talked about it after the Texas Tech game. Or no, he talked about it after the Arizona State game, but it was about the Texas Tech game. And then after the BYU game, I was surprised he talked about that. If he's talking about it, he's not playing.
What Utah can't fall in the trap of is thinking, well, any Devin Dampier is better than any backup. Because Dampier has shown he's not a thrower. So if he can't run, he's pretty benign.
Mm-hmm.
He's really not going to help you move the ball at all.
Mm-hmm.
And if that's the case, you got to go to somebody else. So if he looks limited at all with his ability to make plays with his feet, you got to take him off the field.
Yeah, that's someone else, though, is the big question because that kind of tailspinned on him last year.
Yeah. So I suspect it would be Bird Ficklin.
No, I do too, but you put the ball in the hands of a true freshman. You really expecting it to go well?
You have no idea. Yeah. Making his first start.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, it's really difficult. So
against Neon Dion?
Right. You might have to win that game 13-10.
So, yeah, I don't know. I don't know how that's going to go. Yeah, Utah's defense will probably have to come up with a pretty big performance, but I certainly expect to see Bird, regardless of the stupid report. Witt had 3 names on there, right?
Mm-hmm.
The whole team, you got 3 names on there?
Yep.
3 guys are questionable halfway through the year?
Right.
Okay. I told you before they even made this rule it was going to be stupid.
Mm-hmm. And it has been.
All right, stay tuned. We'll have more coming up next. We have a couple of guests coming up in the 11 o'clock hour. Our buddy Nick Olczyk is going to join us. We'll talk about the Red Hot Mammoth. And then at 11:30, Jake Shapiro will come on. Christian always books him to talk donks because he's an analyst for Denver Sports 104.3. But we have to wedge in some Colorado questions, Christians. We have to. Colorado's relevant this week, Christian. We have to talk Buffs, okay? Good heavens. We can mix some NBA in with him, too, though, because he covers the Nuggets. All right, stay tuned. More next. Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It's game week for the Utes, and the KSL Sports Zone is getting you ready for kickoff. The rivalry game may be over, but Big 12 play continues on for Kyle Whittingham and the Utes as they welcome in Coach Prime and Colorado to Rice-Eccles Stadium. Listen all week long for the best coverage of Utah football and your chance to win tickets to the game. Then catch College Football Saturday game day at 10 a.m. with the postgame show immediately following the game on KSLSports.com.
Let's go then. Let's go, baby.
Your home for the best coverage of Utah football is live on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hey, everyone. Jake and Ben here for our friends at Peach Doors and Windows. How about this, Ben? All right, gambling is in the news today, big time. You know, Chauncey getting arrested. It's pretty wild. Don't take a gamble with your windows and doors. Don't do it. There are few things in life worth gambling on, right, Ben? And your windows and doors are certainly not that. So don't go down to the big box store. Don't go down somewhere else where they're just going to sell you some piece of garbage you're going to be replacing in a couple of years anyway. Go with the people that can do whatever it is that you want at Peach, and they're going to do it right.
Yeah, they can make the entire process really smooth, stress-free. Any option you're looking for, they can take care of you, and it's not just about the views. It's not just about improving your home's efficiency, which new windows and doors will do. It's also about improving the security and protecting what matters most to you. But Peach is going to give you options. Their windows stand out from the rest. There are multiple options. It's not just white vinyl. I know that's what you think is out there. They have so many different options for you with name brand windows, custom windows, whatever you're looking for.
All right, you ready for this joke, Ben? If Chauncey Billups had called Peach, he might be on the run right now. Because that door would have held up.
Yeah, he would have slipped out the back.
Yeah, in all seriousness, if you go down there, ask them to see the video where one of their clients, the police got the wrong house, and the guy is swinging the, what do they call that? The battering ram, whatever the guy's swinging it. He takes a bunch of hacks and then hands it to the next guy. And he's like, "Oh, I'm winning.
Can't do it.
I can't do it.
Can't beat this door."
And they never got it down, which is pretty hilarious. All right, so give Peach a call today. They do free in-home estimates, 801-566-1255. Go to peachbuildingproducts.com or simply drop by the showroom, 2940 South, 300 West in Salt Lake. It's Peach Doors and Windows.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
Okay, I have to tell you, I was just looking on eBay where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there it was.
That hologram trading card. One of the rarest, the last one I needed for my set. Shiny like the
designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your
windshield wipers? eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying, just beautiful.
Millions of finds, each with a story. eBay. Things people love.
You gave years, maybe decades to your job. You showed up, worked hard, and planned for retirement. But now, the company's changed. Or maybe you've taken a buyout or been forced into early retirement. So, what happens next? I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. And if you've built up a 401k or thrift savings plan, now is the time to ask, is that money really working for you? Many workplace retirement plans offer limited options and even less guidance. At Trajan Wealth, we help people just like you roll over their accounts into IRAs with more flexibility and personalized investment strategies built around your goals. For households with $500,000 or more, let us build you a personalized plan. We operate on veteran values, service, trust, and doing what's right. Your next chapter starts now. Call Trajan today, 801-210-6800. That's 801-210-6800.
Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. See website for details.
Attention Jazz Nation. The long wait is finally over. Mountain basketball is back and better than ever. Let's go! All tickets are on sale now, and you won't want to miss the action. Jump on the opportunity to watch your favorite players live and in person. Whether you're after season tickets, mini plans, or single game matchups, the Utah Jazz has got your back. There's a plan for every fan. Don't miss out. Secure your seats today and be part of the excitement all season long. Let's go! Visit UtahJazz.com today.
At Tim Daly Mazda Southtown, get any new 2025 Mazda CX-50 for as low as 0% for up to 63 months. And to make it even easier for you to drive away in your new Mazda, you won't pay till next year. That's right, 0% and no payments till 2026. There's no better time than now to get your new 2025 Mazda CX-50. Come in today to Tim Daly Mazda Southtown in Sandy. Some restrictions apply. APR OAC. Not available with any other offers. See dealer for complete details.
Adventuring in the Wasatch Back this fall? Stop into Dairy King in Heber, now serving pumpkin shakes.
And check out their huge gluten-free menu. Dairy King on Main Street, home of the trade and best of state shakes.
The KSL Sports Zone and Hercules Credit Union are highlighting people that impact youth sports. Nominate the youth sports volunteer you know for the Hercules Hero of the Week at KSLSports.com.
3, 2, 1. This is your Utes at 50 update. 158! Presented by Kenny J's Barbecue on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Jake and Ben, it's time for your Utes at 50 update. Here is Sharif Shah talking about how he still has confidence in their freshman kicker, Dylan Curtis.
Just putting him in those situations and giving him that success that he has, but showing him consistently that you have it, buddy. Don't let it wane. We will not stop believing in Dylan Curtis. We love him. He's just a freshman, and it's a part of the process.
This update is brought to you by Kenny J's Barbecue. They will cater your work parties, luncheons, weddings, family get-togethers, and holiday parties. New catering clients get 10% off their first order with Kenny J's.
It's another battle for the Aggies, and the KSL Sports Zone has it covered. The Aggies head to New Mexico for a battle against the Lobos. Your home for all the play-by-play coverage of Aggie football is right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. You're listening to Jake Scott and Ben Anderson.
Let's lock in.
On 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Viva Las Vegas. Viva Las Vegas.
How I wish that there were more than 24 hours in the day. Even if there were 40 more.
Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. This segment is brought to you by Peach Doors and Windows. Amazing home transformations begin with Peach, where 5-star reviews are the norm. Call them today for your free in-home estimate, 801-566-1255. Peach Doors and Windows. Ben, catch me up on the, real quick here, and that is all that this subject requires. Catch me up on the snap talk controversy yesterday involving or I guess it was a couple days ago, the Ute kicker is warming up during the prayer at BYU.
BYU does a prayer pregame, right?
Yeah.
Utah coaches apparently told the kicker, hey, man, this is time to practice your kicks. Go practice your kicks. So he was kicking the ball during the prayer. And people said, well, that was disrespectful, or some people were frustrated that
We're
he was
running
doing
with it. Yeah, the Mike Lee, the senator, sent it out there. And the kicker had to respond yesterday. Wasn't that the?
He didn't have to. He said, I wasn't going to, and I just decided, hey, it was a mistake. I shouldn't have done it.
I'm really glad he did. And honestly, there was more context because what his old man was tweeting out about it too, and that sort of thing. But his thing was, the coaches told me to go warm up.
Yeah, right.
I went and warmed up. And for people maybe who haven't seen a college football warm up close, it's very regimented and it's all timed out.
Yeah.
And not very many universities have an opening prayer, and fine for BYU to do it, but it's not like what these players are used to. And he didn't even know what was going on, which is a perfectly reasonable excuse. So I just hope everybody calms down. I hope people calm down about even the on purpose trolls.
Yeah,
because you know what they are. They are funny. Even when they're mean, they're pretty funny. Did you hear Brian Keel's? This was a moment I was actually there for, where Brian Keel lost his senior year. I think it was Brian who said this. Lost his senior year, and during the blanket ceremony, the Utah band was playing Utah Man the whole time during their blanket ceremony, which he obviously was still salty about. That's borderline over the line.
Sure.
But kind of funny. You know what I mean? Let's leave the kicker alone. I don't think he was trolling anybody. I think he was just doing what he was told.
And, we had a former KSL Sports employee who now works at BYU, Hema Hemuli, who said, hey, man, because he works for BYU TV. He's like, we still do our pregame show during the prayer at the building. At the whole world doesn't shut down. And that's not a disrespect to the prayer at all.
What Mike Lee probably thought it was the controversy that was also silly. The baptism thing years ago. You remember that, where they were Utah Utes were baptizing each other in the ice tub or something.
It might have been the hot tub, but whatever it was. Yeah, I don't think it was a sign of disrespect at all.
I guess my point is, don't you think sometimes we're just looking for a reason to get bent out of shape?
Of course.
What do they say? Like a hammer trying to find a nail or whatever. We're just in that mentality. We're just looking for a reason to get bent out of shape.
A non-controversy.
Yeah, let's just, take a nice step back.
Yep.
It's good for everybody.
Relax.
Nick Kolchek joining us coming up next. Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Get the latest Utah sports headlines delivered to your inbox with the KSL Sports Newsletter. From the Jazz, Utah Hockey Club, BYU, Utah, Real Salt Lake, and more. Be in the know of all things sports in the state of Utah. Visit KSLSports.com to sign up for the KSL Sports Newsletter. Hockey fans, let your voice be heard with the Utah Mammoth Fan Forum. Visit the Utah Mammoth page on KSLSports.com to connect with the team, other fans, and our KSL Sports insiders. Start chatting today in the Utah Mammoth Fan Forum on KSLSports.com.
Tim Jr. here from RGS Exteriors. Did you know that we offer 3 distinct styles of gutter protection? Each one meant to handle a specific leaf problem. You might not even know there are different styles of gutter protection, but there are. And if you pick the wrong one, it could be a huge waste of money. Now, the big gutter guard companies won't tell you this. They try to sell you a one-size-fits-all gutter guard. And it could be completely wrong for the amount and types of trees and leaves you have. Not RGS Exteriors. We understand which kind of leaf problem needs which kind of gutter guard. We'll do an in-depth evaluation to assess the types, locations, and numbers of trees in your yard. Based on that data, we match your home to the right gutter guard. So don't risk wasting money on the wrong gutter protection. For a free evaluation and estimate, call RGS Exteriors at 801-280-3110 or visit rgsexteriors.com. That's 801-280-3110 or rgsexteriors.com.
I'm Walker Kessler, and I play basketball for a living. So I know how important it is to have the support of a team you can trust. That's why I love UCCU. UCCU is more than a credit union. They're a true financial partner, a local team of experts your entire family can trust at every step of your financial journey. Just visit uccu.com and elevate your banking experience.
The Missionary Starter Package now at Mr. Mac is everything a missionary needs at an unbeatable value. It includes 1 slim or modern fit suit, 4 and collar stretch shirts, 3 Teflon treated washable ties, 1 mission belt, and a pair of Echo or Johnston & Murphy walking shoes, all for just $695. Fit is never a problem at Mr. Mac with free in-store tailoring. Ask for the Missionary Starter Package at all 9 Mr. Mac locations.
All right, gentlemen, this is Emmett Smith on behalf of Depend, and I've got the perfect play. Run straight to your doctor's office for a life-changing catch. Because when prostate cancer is caught early, it's up to 99% treatable, and 1 blood test might be all it takes. And now through November, Depend is donating to the Prostate Cancer Foundation for select purchases. Talk about a great play.
From September 1st to November 30th, Depend is donating 25 cents to the Prostate Cancer Foundation for Depend Shields Guards Real Fit products purchased in the U.S. up to a maximum of $300,000 or in Mississippi.
This is a real good story about Drew, a real United Airlines customer.
After almost 4 years of treatments, I was finally cancer-free. My mom's like, where do you want to go to celebrate? I'm like, let's go somewhere tropical. And then pilot hopped on the intercom and started talking about me, and I was like, what is going on here?
My wife beat cancer too, and I wanted to celebrate his special moment.
That's Bill, a real United pilot.
We brought him drinks and donuts. We all signed a card.
I was smiling ear to ear. Best flight ever for sure.
That's how good leads the way.
Need life insurance but have diabetes, high blood pressure, or on anxiety meds? If you're a 50-year-old male, even porky, or with type 2 diabetes, $1 million of life insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. For affordable term life insurance, call Term Provider and speak with Big Lou at 800-444-2013. 800-444-2013 or visit biglou.com. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. 800-444-2013.
Are you facing an unexpected financial emergency? You need WeFixMoney.com. WeFixMoney.com could help you get up to $5,000 fast. WeFixMoney.com is free to use, available 24/7, and has an A rating with the Better Business Bureau. Go to the name you trust, WeFixMoney.com. If you need emergency cash up to $5,000 for bills or anything else, type WeFixMoney.com directly in your browser. That's WeFixMoney.com. WeFixMoney.com.
Any Hour Services can help with any size plumbing project around the house. All you have to do is call Any Hour Services or schedule an appointment at anyhourservices.com. Help with plumbing maintenance or plumbing repairs are closer than you think. Call Any Hour Services or visit anyhourservices.com.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. The exclusive home of the Utah Mammoth is on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
In front of the net, loose puck for Stenlund. One-timer by Carconi. This way, Krause shoots and scores! Thank you very much. Lawson Krause puts Utah on top. It's 2-1. Gunther up ahead. It's Keller on the move. Keller to the front, tapped in. They score! He's done it again! Dylan Gunther! Wow! Overtime winner!
You're listening to Jake Scott and Ben Anderson on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4.
Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. This song came on the radio when I was around my kids the other day, and my 4-year-old goes, "Dad, is this Spanish?" I said, "I really don't know what they're singing, honey. I really have no idea." Join Hanson Scotty coming up tomorrow at RGS Exteriors from noon to 3, 4235 Farm Road in West Jordan. The Mammoth are red hot. They've won 4 in a row, and joining us now is our good buddy on the broadcast team, Nick Olchek. What's going on, Nick?
What's up, boys? Great to be back with you, and the Mammoths are rolling right now, so very happy days and well-deserved for how this team started their home ice advantage this year with 4 wins from 4 games.
I've watched all the games, but I watched the first 3 games of the season. I just thought, man, you guys are talking a lot about how well Nick Schmaltz is playing, and he can't put the puck in the back of the net. I'm just like, you guys are really praising how good he's playing, and I just he keeps missing. And then he has the hat trick, and then I guess he didn't score in the next game, but it went off of Cooley, and it was really, his hard work. And he's been awesome since then. What have you seen from Nick Schmaltz? What was he doing early that a layman like me is not seeing?
Well, it's interesting because last year it took him 24 games to get his first goal. And there were a lot of moments in those 24 games where it just doesn't matter what you do. The puck it's like a force field behind the opposing team's net. But this year now he's got 4 goals in 7 games. And I think one of the other contributing factors to the goal-scoring ability for Nick Schmaltz this year is he's just getting to the inside more, and he's actually got 13 inner slot shots this year, which is tied for the most in the National Hockey League. And by inner slot shots, for those who may not know, it's pretty much the area directly in front of the other team's crease. Like the slot is probably 6 to 10 feet out in front of the crease, while the inner slot, that is about as close as you can get. So if there was one area of the ice a player could pick to shoot from, it would be the inner slot. That's about as close to the net as you can get. So he's getting to the high danger areas. Now, keeping in mind, getting there is one thing. To pay a price and being willing to go there, that's an important part. But also having teammates that are skilled enough to get you the puck there and at the right time, with the right amount of power on the pass and of course, the timing of it too. So I just think he's getting to the inside even more this year. And 2, Nick Schmaltz, you look at his career, you watch him throughout the course of a game, he is a pass-first type of player. He's never going to be a guy that's going to go and get you 40 goals. He'll get you 20 for sure, but his assist numbers will always be higher than the goal totals. It's just naturally how he is, and he's made a long really nice career of setting up his teammates. But the passes that have come to him have been too good, and he's been in too good of a position to pass up the shot to eventually find the back of the net. So I think it's just a mixture of the guys he's been playing with. And then when you play with a guy like Clayton Keller, who is as good of a passer and as elite of a passer as there is in the NHL, sometimes all you can do is shoot the puck depending on the situation and the area of the ice that he puts you in. So it's been a great start for him. It's been a heck of a start for that line, and a cool little tidbit, guys, to put a bow on Schmaltz here. You mentioned the hat trick. He has 2 hat tricks in his career, one here with the Utah Mammoth and one when he was down in Arizona. And then both nights where he had hat tricks, Grandpa Schmaltz was in attendance. And Grandpa Schmaltz has only seen Nick play twice live in his career. So pretty special moments there. And I know a lot of families were in town visiting their boys and visiting their young guys this last homestand. So cool little tidbit, and no doubt it has been a great start to the year for number 8.
So something you've got to know about me, Nick, if a professional athlete comes on to my show, I am going to kiss their backside. With that in mind, Barrett Hayton was on our show earlier this week, and my question to you is, why is he directly responsible for their good play as of late?
Yeah, look, that is PR 101. So way to go. That's how you keep people coming back for more.
It's not my first day on the job, Nick.
Yeah.
I know where my bread's butter.
That's why we're so nice to you, Nick. Yeah. Don't ever say no to us.
Don't worry. I shower every day, so my backside is nice and clean. Okay, boys? All right. No, but look, Barrett Hayton, he is on every line where you've got 2 highly, highly skilled players. And I want to preface this by saying I am not at all saying that Barrett Hayton is not a highly skilled player. He extremely is, and you have to be able to be very skilled to play with good players. But his skill and his strengths they're in different areas that complement his line mates so well. And I think the added benefit to that line when you're playing with Nick Schmaltz and Clayton Keller, who are guys that love to hang on to the puck, they love to possess it, they really don't give it up all that much. You need to have a player down the middle of the ice that can do the dirty work. That when those guys are passing around the perimeter, trying to seek entry into the middle of the ice, you need a guy that's going to be able to be at the net front. And when Keller or Schmaltz wants to shoot the puck, you need a guy that's going to be able to be at the net, screening the goaltender. And if he's not directly screening, just by him being there is going to draw defenders with him. And then the goalie's got to worry about not just one guy trying to take away his eyes, but that one guy draws 2 defenders with him, and now the goalie's trying to look through a forest of bodies in front of him. Winning faceoffs is another key. Barrett was over 50% last year, and since coming back to the lineup this year after managing a bit of an injury towards the end of the preseason, he has been so crucial, especially on the power play, to be able to win draws and because there's nothing worse as a power play that when you don't win your face-off and the other team clears it all the way down, and then you got to travel the entirety of the 200-foot ice sheet to get back in the zone and try to get set up and make the plays you're looking for. So I just think when he's on that line with Schmaltz and with Keller, to borrow a phrase from what the kids are saying these days, he's a dog. He really is. He's the guy that's going to go in the corners. He's going to hunt pucks. He's going to get into those guys' hands and allow them to do what they do, which is oftentimes magic. But with that being said, for as hardworking as he is and the grunt work that he does, you need a lot of skill and you need a lot of hockey IQ to be able to play with guys like that. And for Barrett Hayton, he is no doubt the perfect fit, especially considering those 3 guys have played together for a bunch of years now, and they just seemingly know where each other are going to be most times before they even get there.
Somehow, Dylan Guenther continues to be the most clutch player in all of hockey, and I tend to think sometimes with clutchness and some of those things, it's a little random, or it's, he's on the ice in overtime because he's one of the best scorers, so you're going to have him out there. But it's inarguable. It's 1 every 4 games he's played, and 1 every 4 win that the Mammoth have since he's been on the ice as a member of Utah. he scored the game-winning goal. It's just crazy to see a player that productive in the biggest moments. What have you seen from him that makes that possible?
Well, just to provide a little color to that beautiful picture you're painting, 24, just follow me here, guys, okay? 24 of his last 31 goals. Now, he doesn't have 31 goals this year, so we're gonna dip our toes into last year, okay? So dating back to last year, of his last 31 goals, 24 of those has either tied the game or given Utah the lead. And 6 of his last 10, we're going to, again, dip our toes last year, 6 of his last 10 have been game winners. So we're seeing some unbelievable play in the biggest moments of the game, and the numbers are proving that to be. When 24 of the last 31 goals you have scored in your career have either tied the game or given your team the lead, I mean, to me, he continues to amaze, but we shouldn't be shocked because he's the type of guy that wants the puck on his stick at the most important moments. Now, aside from just the amazing shot that he possesses, his full 200-foot game allows head coach Andre Tourigny to put him out there in key moments during the game. When you're down by 1, when you're tied. Of course, when you're trailing by a goal, you're going to send out your best goal scorers as much as you can, and that's one thing. But then in tied games, late in games, in overtime, that's where you need guys that, yes, are game breakers, but especially in a tied game, a coach is not going to play a lot of a guy that he doesn't really trust, that can't play defense. And that's the special part about Dylan Guenther. And look, we're never – the first 5 things out of our mouth is never going to be defense related, just because of the scoring ability and the willingness to get to the hard areas that he has, and at such an elite level, because guys like that just don't grow on trees. But I really do think his reliability and responsibility to cover in his defensive end helps the goal scoring that he has, because when he's on the ice, and whether it's with that line of Cooley and Peterka that have gelled so well together at the start of this year, as a coach, as a teammate, as a broadcaster, as a fan, like when he's out there, you just know that if he's in his own defensive zone, he's going to take care, and he's not going to cheat for offense. And I think one of the contributing examples of that is that he's played a lot on the penalty kill this year. Your leading goal scorer, who's going to be getting, I think, 40 goals every season, is killing penalties. That says to me so much about the maturity of this kid. And it hasn't just been in the NHL where he scored big goals. Think back to 2023, the World Junior Championships up in Halifax, Nova Scotia. He scored the golden goal in overtime of the gold medal game to help Team Canada win back in 23. He's made a career of coming through in those big moments, and in those moments, the game speeds up for some guys, and for others, it slows down. He is very much the latter, where he's always under control, and when the game's on the line, he knows and has the confidence that he wants to be the guy to be able to come through. So whether it's a tying goal in the middle of February or a goal to win the gold medal for his country when he's 18, 19 years old, we're very lucky to have him as part of this team. And there are just some guys that have a knack for coming up with key goals at huge moments, and the theory remains true and will remain true for a long time for the guy that's got a couple breadsticks on his back in a Utah Mammoth sweater.
All right, Nick, the Mammoths started off the year 1-2 on the road. The 4 wins in a row have all come at home. Well, 8 out of the next 9 are on the road, and in fact, 10 out of the next 12 are on the road. So my question to you is, outside of Barrett Hayton, what do the Mammoth need to do to tighten it up and get some wins on the road?
Well, I think a couple areas that on this homestand they have gotten even better at in the defensive zone is the walls. And I urge any of our fans when watching on TV or when listening to Mikey Folta call the games on the radio side, when Utah is defending, watch the sideboards where you've got the net, and then both to the right and to the left of the net, all the way out, you've got the sideboards. Like those are called the walls, and so crucial for a team to play well defensively is to win those wall battles. And that's where the left wing and the right wingers patrol, and that's usually the general vicinity where they're at when Utah is able to quickly get possession in their own zone. So the added emphasis of defending from middle ice out, not getting overly extended, not being too physical in the D zone to the point where you're running out of position, and then you run out of position, you get caught out too wide, and then the other team makes one pass, and then all of a sudden it's an odd man situation in front of your net. So the walls, that's always an area that I'm fascinated by, where, you know, if those wingers can make plays to chip the puck by the defenseman who wants to be aggressive and pinch down, that's going to lead to 2-on-1s and 3-on-2s for Utah the other way. So defensive zone, that's an area, the walls. But also I thought something that Utah did well for stretches against Colorado in their last game was how well they possessed the puck up the ice. There's a lot of different ways to defend, and I think when you think defense, you think, oh, well, when we're in our defensive zone, when the other team has the puck, that's when we're defending. But if you think about it a little bit of a different way, we can defend when we have the puck by being confident in the plays that we make and not being overly high risk up the ice, especially when you're playing teams that transition as well as the Colorado Avalanche do. The team they're going to be playing tonight, the St. Louis Blues, they got a ton of speed in their forward group. So if you mismanage the puck at their blue line or in their zone and your defenseman pinches and there's not coverage back, you're feeding right into what the opposition is wanting to do. So defensively, how to tighten up, I'm looking at the walls in the defensive zone, which were really good. I think it's in a really good place, but continuing to win those. But also taking care of the puck up the ice, because that's the one area that fast teams can really hurt you, is when you try to make a drop pass and it's not the right time, or you try to overcomplicate things and then guys get caught up the ice, and then there's odd man rushes back the other way. And that's something that when this team is playing at their best, they're confident in making plays. They're confident in shooting the puck. They're not passing up opportunities to shoot it, but there is a fine line, because if you overpass or you try to make the fancy play more times than not, that's where you get caught, and you're feeding into what the opposition's trying to do.
Nick, thank you as always. We love our chats. We'll talk to you next week.
Okay, boys. Have a great day.
Thanks, Nick.
Man, that's a long road trip.
Yeah.
Have you looked at that? They go 4 games and then come home for a one-off against Tampa Bay, which why even come home? So here goes, Ben. At St. Louis, at Minnesota, at Winnipeg, at Edmonton, home against Tampa Bay, and then all the way back to the other side of the country, at Buffalo, at Toronto, at Montreal, at Ottawa.
Yeah. This is going to be a tough stretch.
That's brutal.
If you can emerge, not unscathed, but with your head above water, could set them up really well for the rest of the year.
It's a lot of time in Canada.
Yeah.
A lot of poutine.
Guys going home. All
right, stay tuned. Coming up next, we'll talk a little Colorado Buffaloes with Jake Shapiro, analyst for Denver Sports 104.3. Going to talk a little bit about Utah and Colorado. Straight ahead, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This is Hans Olsen and Scotty G.
Don't touch that button. Check this out.
He is the general manager of the Utah Mammoth, Bill Armstrong. Dylan Gunther leads the league in game-winning goals. He's got 8 going back to last February. He's just got a knack for being in the right place at the right time. Is that just playing the game and having experience, or is it just instinctual? Where does that come from?
You don't teach a baby shark how to bite. They just know how to bite, and he knows how to score goals, and he's been doing it since he came out of the womb. Scored Team Canada's OT winner to win a world championship, and it's not by accident. He's got an incredible shot that he can get off quick. He can really shoot it. He's deadly accurate with it. He's been a blessing for our organization just because he wants the puck in the big game and he wants to make the big play and score the big goal.
It's Hans and Scotty, weekdays from noon to 3, presented by Mountain Land Supply on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Every time I turn around, my friends at Pure Talk give me one more reason to feel good about switching. This month, for instance, they're supporting Canines for Warriors, a terrific organization that trains rescue dogs and then pairs them up with combat veterans struggling with PTSD. The result? They're saving lives on both ends of the leash. This is why I switched to Pure Talk. I like being in business with an American wireless company who shares my values. Yeah, I appreciate unlimited talk, text, and plenty of 5G data for just $25 a month, and I bet you will too. But I think you'll really appreciate doing business with a company who gives back to the men and women who volunteered to defend our country. Just dial pound 250, say micro. With Pure Talk's U.S. customer service team, you can switch in as little as 10 minutes. Again, dial pound 250, say micro, to switch to an American wireless company who actually stands for something. Pure Talk.
Show some love to youth sports volunteers with the Hercules Hero of the Week. Let's praise your favorite youth coach, ref, or maybe the parent that pulls the team together. Your nomination could score them a $100 Visa gift card from Hercules First Federal Credit Union and a $200 gift card from Beehive Meals. Listen to see if they win Thursday afternoons with JJ and Alex. The Hercules Hero of the Week with Hercules First Federal Credit Union and Beehive Meals, helping you take the busy work at a family dinner. Get rules, info, and nominate your hero at KSLSports.com/contests.
Attention, RV owners or RV wannabe owners. It's the used RV blowout sale. RVs from all over the Intermountain West have been sent to the Layton Hills Mall for this RV liquidation event. Repos, buybacks, rental returns, and trade-ins. Blowout pricing. Every RV has been inspected and serviced and ready to go. Free admission, free parking, dealers welcome. It's the used RV blowout sale. This Wednesday through Saturday from 10 a.m. to dusk. Go to UtahRVEvent.com. Sponsored by Paris RV. Paris RV is your locally owned, family-run RV dealership. We strive hard to find the very best RVs for the price. With 4 locations, over 1,000 RVs in stock, 42 service bays, and 4 super parts stores. We're sure to help take your family on the best RV vacation. Check out our perfect family bunkhouse trailer, the 26BH. That sleeps 9 for $19,995 or $227 a month. Zero down. Life is short. Enjoy it. North Murray, South Murray, Payson, and Pocatello. ParisRV.com.
Your ambition just met its match with Robinhood. Trade stocks and ETFs, options, futures, and crypto all on one platform. Get started today at Robinhood.com/yourmoney. Your money, your move. All investments involve risk, including loss of principal. Options, futures, and crypto trading carry significant risk and may not suit all investors. Securities offered through Robinhood Financial LLC, member SIPC. Futures trading is offered by Robinhood Derivatives LLC, not FDIC or SIPC protected. Crypto offered through Robinhood Crypto LLC, NMLS ID 1702840, not FDIC or SIPC protected. Portfolio management offered by Robinhood Strategies, an SEC registered advisor.
New car prices going up? You're not imagining it. That shiny new ride just got even more expensive, making it tougher than ever to justify trading in. But here's the good news. Maaco can make your current car look and feel new again for a fraction of the cost. From fresh paint to light bodywork, we help you get more out of what you already own and love. Book your free estimate online or visit your nearest Maaco today. Free estimates, friendly service, fast turnaround. Better get Maaco.
Since 1954, Mountain Home Services has been Utah's trusted name in home comfort. Right now, get your AC and furnace tune-ups for just $49. A furnace tune-up helps prevent wear and tear, catches small issues early, improves efficiency, enhances safety, and keeps airflow balanced, adding years to your system's life. And Mountain Home Services is not just heating and cooling. They offer free second opinions on everything, including electrical, plumbing, and fireplaces. Plus, you're backed by Mountain Home Services' upfront pricing guarantee and 100% satisfaction guarantee. No surprises, just honest service. Call 801-543-2222 or visit mountainhomeservices.com to schedule your $49 tune-up today. Mountain Home Services. Comfort starts here. Again, that's 801-543-2222 or visit mountainhomeservices.com to schedule your $49 tune-up today.
This is your Cougars at 30 update. Presented by Kenny J's Barbecue on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It's your BYU at 30 update. Here's Jay Hill's thoughts on Iowa State's quarterback, Rocco Becht.
Well, every team has one, right? Every team has a good quarterback. Every team has wideouts. This team has really good tight ends. I love Rocco Becht's competitive nature. He can throw it. He can run it. He's really smart. Rarely does he go to the wrong spot with the ball. So I mean, he looks like a guy that's played a lot of snaps in the Big 12 and started a lot of games.
BYU at 30, brought to you by Kenny J's Barbecue. Kenny J's will cater your work parties, luncheons, weddings, family get-togethers, and your holiday parties. New catering clients get 10% off their first order. Go check them out, KennyJ'sBBQ.com. It's Kenny J's Barbecue.
Nobody gets you ready for Utah football more than the KSL Sports Zone.
Ready?
The Utes get set for a battle against Coach Prime in the Buffalo. Your home for the best coverage of Utah football is right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. You're listening to Jake Scott and Ben Anderson on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Ben, it is time to talk a little college football because, of course, the Utes take on the Colorado Buffaloes going down on Saturday. The late night game on the Mouse, 8:15 kick. Also, our next guest happens to cover one of the NBA teams that didn't have their head coach arrested this morning, so maybe we'll talk to him a little bit about that. He's an analyst for Denver Sports 104.3. He's our buddy Jake Shapiro with us on Jake and Ben. What's going on, Jake?
Hey, Jake.
Hey, guys. How you doing today?
We're doing terrific.
Better than Chauncey Billups.
Colorado.
Oh, man, that's hard.
A Colorado legend.
Oh, yeah, I didn't even think about that.
Yes,
Colorado Buffaloes legend. Colorado Buffaloes legend, local legend, Nuggets legend. I mean, I know Chauncey Billups pretty well.
Oh,
I have
man.
a great relationship with his brother, who's the current Denver Nuggets assistant coach as well. I mean, I'm just bummed out to see the news. I'm hoping that maybe, this isn't the way it looks like, at least, obviously want to see the full details on this. But, man, sports betting right now and the way gambling is across this country and what we continue to see, it's really troubling, obviously, for the entire sports scene.
Well, I apologize for being insensitive. I had forgotten about the Colorado.
Andre Miller knows how to keep his nose clean.
I had forgotten about the Colorado connection momentarily, so apologies.
Buffalo is right. The Buffaloes are riding high, though. They are coming off of, what, is it their best win since they've been in the Big 12? I know that was not a full-strength Iowa State team, but 24-17 at home when they had been winless in the Big 12 was a very nice victory to go into a bye week with. What did you see in that game from the Buffaloes as they get ready to take on Utah?
Yeah, the only two ranked wins Deion Sanders has as a coach at Colorado are against TCU in his debut and against Iowa State in the last time out. So I think we all know that TCU team coming off the national championship appearance the year after really wasn't a top 25 team as they proved later that season. Whereas this Iowa State team, as all of us who've watched the Big 12 the last year, know that they're a legit top 25 program in the country. So I would say, yes, definitively, this is Deion Sanders' signature win at Colorado so far. So this is a huge thing for the Buffaloes to build momentum. And you know what? I saw a team that had a more diverse offensive attack than they've shown all year. They continue to add a little bit more. You guys probably the BYU Colorado game as well. They built off some of the concepts in that game, which was really a lot better than what they had done early on in the season. And to be fair, and this is part of their own making because they made these decisions, it's really hard to design and be convicted around an offensive scheme when you're changing your quarterbacks every single week.
So we've kind of seen, and obviously us from afar, but we've seen Deion Sanders kind of ride high in that larger-than-life personality, and he's got when he had a Heisman Trophy winner, and Shedeur obviously was capable. We remember that TCU win because of, how everybody reacted after it. I'm curious, a season that is not quite a ride-high type of season, even though I think Colorado is better still than they were for many, many years. But I'm curious, has Deion Sanders' demeanor changed, or how does he go about his day? Is it any different than when they did have the spotlight?
Yeah, I mean, I think this time last year we were all talking about them making the college football playoff. That's certainly not the conversation now. He still draws the highlights and the lowlights and all the attention, right? But I've been saying it since day one. Deion brings a lot of attention and a lot of hype, and a lot of that is without substance. Last year, we actually had substance in Boulder. We had the Heisman winner, and we had the Big 12 Offensive Player of the Year in Shedeur Sanders. Both of those players very legit. You look at what LeJohntay Wester and Jimmy Horn are already doing in the NFL, as well as Preston Hodge, who's one of the best DBs in football, college football this year after he's transferred. That team was legitimately good. They had substance. Going into this year, there's really not much substance outside of Jordan Seaton. So the hype and the attention span that Deion draws has not changed. But I will say the perception of what Deion has done in Boulder, now that he has gotten this massive contract extension, which has made him one of the 5 highest paid coaches in college football, coupled with right before that Iowa State game, they were winless in conference. It was getting about as dark as it had been yet with Deion Sanders. I don't think anyone was saying Deion needs to be fired or anything, but there were some legitimate questions about how involved he was this offseason, given his health scare with cancer, given his not ability to be around the program. I think they were all fair questions, and it looked like this thing was spiraling a little bit downward. But given the recruiting classes coming in and given what just happened last week or 2 weeks ago now, I think there's a little bit more positivity, and it was desperately needed because it came, like I said, at where the bottom has been so far in the Coach Prime era.
What did you see from the defense that held Iowa State to just 17 points? Because Utah, we're not sure yet, but it looks like they may have a backup quarterback, and a backup quarterback going up against a defense that's playing as well as Colorado did. Seems like a dangerous combination.
Well, this is the defense people thought we were going to see all year long. And Deion said going into the year that this defense was actually going to be better without Travis Hunter, the Defensive Player of the Year in the Big 12, the Defensive Player in the country last year, Travis Hunter, and one of the top 5 picks in the NFL draft. Deion said that this defense would be better. I don't know if I truly believed that, but that's at least the talk. And Robert Livingston is, in year 2, I thought the schemes would be a little bit more comprehensive. I thought these, things would all play out on the football field, and they just hadn't. So you're looking at a team, as you kind of alluded to, that's finally starting to click at the right time defensively. And, against Iowa State, they caught a couple lucky breaks, particularly a controversial non-pass interference call on a play in the end zone that ended up with Colorado picking off the ball and basically won them the game. So, definitely even if that play doesn't go against their way, or, Iowa State's way, if that play goes, for Iowa State, Colorado's defense still played pretty good in that game. And I think for me, the biggest thing with this defense is, they've had some bad moments throughout the course of the year, but Colorado's offense and special teams have given them short fields time and time again, and the turnovers have been bad at times. So I look at this defense and say, this defense is pretty solid. I wouldn't blame the defense too much. They do need to get better in stopping the run. That's something that has been bad the entire time Deion Sanders has been in Boulder. You look at the players last year, whether it's DJ Giddens, Devin Neal, RJ Harvey, all these guys who are in the NFL now, they all gashed Colorado for like 200 yards on the ground. So if Utah, you feel confident about their running game, you're going to feel confident about them winning this game in Boulder.
So with all that in mind and knowing that Utah has struggled to move the football on offense but has run the ball really well, what kind of game do you think we're in store for? I mean, is this going to be something in the teens? Think we're going to see something in the 20s? What do you think?
If I were Utah, what I would do is I would keep possessions for as long as possible of the football. Run the clock, run the ball, minimize the amount of possessions for the Colorado offense, because I think you can really just churn the Buffaloes and make this a 17-14 game. That's the plan if I were the head coach of the Utah Utes.
Looking outside of the Colorado Buffaloes, the Denver Nuggets do start their, potential title run tonight. They had a fantastic offseason. What is the expectation going into this year?
Championship or bust, as you just laid out. They have the best player in the world. We don't know how long that's going to last when you look at Victor Wembanyama last night, right? That guy's coming. We all know the window's closing soon because of Victor Wembanyama and what's coming with the Spurs. But right now, there's no doubt about it, especially with the championship hangover of the Thunder that every single team in the NBA has experienced in the last several years. No team has gotten past the second round of the next year's playoffs after winning the championship, and that goes back to Kevin Durant and Steph Curry with the Warriors. So we're talking about more than half decade now of the reigning title championship holders trying to get through into the playoffs and failing. So it's really hard, and I think Nuggets fans are hoping for a championship hangover. They're hoping season acquisitions, particularly of Jonas Valanciunas, Bruce Brown, Tim Hardaway Jr., can add to their bench depth, which was such a problem in that series against the Thunder where the Nuggets starters actually outplayed the Thunder starters. And all of that combined, the Nuggets can get past the Thunder. That's the hope. The Thunder are clearly the best team in the NBA. They're clearly the benchmark. But the Nuggets, in my mind, if they're not two, it's them and the Cavaliers neck and neck for number two. And the Nuggets, like I said, are the best player in the world. I think the biggest question mark with this season going for the Nuggets is David Williams, a rookie head coach, and he has title expectations. That's always a challenge.
I love their offseason. How do you like Cam Johnson as a fit?
I think Cam Johnson is a wonderful fit. And the thing people aren't talking about with Cam is the Nuggets really struggled the last two playoff series losses, Minnesota and Oklahoma City, with ball pressure. Because the only guy they really had to break press was Jamal Murray. And they didn't really have an off-guard that was capable of handling the ball. So that duty got shifted a lot of times to Aaron Gordon, who is a really good playmaker from the power forward spot. Okay, we all know Aaron Gordon was injured in Game 7, and he had that hamstring. It was a big story, right? Does anyone remember how Aaron Gordon got injured? It was late in Game 6 when the Nuggets were trying to break ball pressure, and he hurt his hamstring doing so. So having Aaron Gordon have his role readjusted so he can focus back on defense like he did in the 2022-23 title season, I think is such a big thing because Cam Johnson brings a more diverse offensive game than Michael Porter Jr. He is more of a movement shooter. I kind of look at it as Michael Porter Jr. was this just turret. Like, he was a shooter, he was immobile, but he was just dead on, lock on. He was awesome. Cam Johnson was more of a sniper, right? Like, he's more mobile. He's going to hit from long distance, but he's more mobile. And with that, like I said, there's the playmaking ability, and he's a little bit better on defense. So I really like the Cam Johnson fit. Now, I do think there's going to be some momentary struggles while they adapt to it in the next couple months. So it's not just going to be like they plug and play and he's going to be awesome. I think it'll take a little bit. So, this lineup's been together for a long time, and Cam Johnson's a new piece.
Jake, we always appreciate it when you have a few minutes to drop by. Thank you very much. Enjoy the game on Saturday and enjoy the upcoming NBA season.
Hey, man, it looks like the Utah Jazz have some reason not to tank, right? Let's go, Utah.
That was really something.
Still some pretty good names to tank for at the top of this draft, though.
Yeah,
we'll see where they go.
The conflict. Thanks.
Yeah, no doubt about it.
Thanks, Jake. All right, there you go. That's Jake Shapiro, analyst for Denver Sports 104.3.
I don't want to be in the Michael Porter business, Michael Porter Jr. business.
No.
I don't want to be in the Porter family business.
Well,
Jonte, Michael, he's had other siblings that have had serious trouble off the court.
Did you see that podcast, and this is going back like a month, where he talked about his vices?
Yes.
And he said his brother has a gambling vice, and just it's been his downfall. He said his was
women.
Girls.
Yep. And then how he treats those women is not particularly kind.
Yeah.
So maybe the greatest thing we haven't given Nikola Jokic credit for is how he's kept that moron under wraps for as long as he did. Because Michael Porter Jr. is an idiot.
Yeah?
Yeah. And you didn't hear it as much as you might think, and as much as I think you're going to hear it now that he's in Brooklyn, because there's nobody to tamp it down.
Yeah.
So.
Also, the sins of the brother.
No, it's not his fault, but yeah, get Cam Johnson there.
You can still legally date lots of women.
But also, Michael Malone was a headache. And who was their GM?
Oh, yeah. Bozo of the Year.
I can't remember his name, former NBA player.
Yeah, and he was terrible.
You just got too many bozos. You had too many bozos in that building, and you cleared out Mike Malone, and you cleared out the GM, and now you get rid of Michael Porter Jr., Calvin Booth. It's like, okay, it's a bozo-free environment. That's good.
The adults are back.
That's good for business.
Yeah.
So I expect a big year from the Nuggets as well. They play tonight against the Warriors. It's their season opener. They had a late start.
We'll complete our picks tomorrow.
Yeah, we will.
All right, stay tuned. We wrap up the show. Coming up next, Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It's game week for the Cougars, and the KSL Sports Zone is getting you ready for kickoff. With the Holy War behind them, the Cougars get set for a trip to the Midwest for a Saturday afternoon showdown against Iowa State. Listen all week long for the best coverage of Cougar football. Then catch College Football Saturday game day at 10 a.m. with the postgame show immediately following the game on KSLSports.com. Your home for the best coverage of BYU football is live on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Bar Dub Grill is where roadside classics meet ranch-raised flavor. Sink your teeth into juicy, handcrafted burgers made with premium Bar W beef straight from the local Utah farm. From the bold cowboy barbecue burger to the sweet and savory Aloha burger, paired with crispy cowboy fries, hand-spun shakes, or signature spud nuts. Soft, airy, and unforgettable. Bar Dub Grill delivers honest eats with cowboy swagger. Bar Dub Grill in Nephi with easy access right off exit 222 in Nephi. Attention Jazz Nation. We know you've been waiting on the edge of your seat, and the time has finally arrived. All tickets are available now. Let's go! Your favorite players will be back on the court, bringing the energy all season long. Whether you're looking for season tickets, mini plans, or single game matchups, there's a perfect option for every kind of fan. Show up loud and proud at Delta Center this season. Don't miss your chance to be part of the action. Buy your tickets today at UtahJazz.com.
This is Devin Dampier. As a new quarterback for the Utes, preparation is everything. Every practice, every play, every decision. And that preparation starts long before I step on the field. It starts with what I put in my body. That's why I choose Culligan Water, Salt Lake City. Their healthy, clean water isn't about quenching thirst. It's about optimal hydration, faster recovery, peak performance. It's the foundation of staying sharp on and off the field. For me and for my game, it's got to be Culligan of Salt Lake City. Drink what I drink. Visit CulliganSLC.com or call 801-509-9602.
Every time I turn around, my friends at Pure Talk give me one more reason to feel good about switching. This month, for instance, they're supporting Canines for Warriors, a terrific organization that trains rescue dogs and then pairs them up with combat veterans struggling with PTSD. The result? They're saving lives on both ends of the leash. This is why I switched to Pure Talk. I like being in business with an American wireless company who shares my values. Yeah, I appreciate unlimited talk, text, and plenty of 5G data for just $25 a month, and I bet you will too. But I think you'll really appreciate doing business with a company who gives back to the men and women who volunteered to defend our country. Just dial pound 250, say micro. With Pure Talk's U.S. customer service team, you can switch in as little as 10 minutes. Again, dial pound 250, say micro, to switch to an American wireless company who actually stands for something. Pure Talk.
Upgrades, repairs? Hercules has the rate for you. Open a home equity line of credit with Hercules First Federal Credit Union now through November 30th and get an introductory 4.99% APR for the first 6 months. Use your home's equity for that kitchen refresh, roof repair, or new deck you've been dreaming about. But don't wait. This limited time offer ends November 30th. Visit HerculesCU.com to get started. Hercules First Federal Credit Union, growing stronger together.
The Utah Mammoth and Smiths are teaming up to get you to the game. With qualifying Smiths purchases, you can score single goal view tickets, hot dog and a bottle of water included for just $15. The catch? These tickets go fast. Download the Utah Mammoth app, enable push notifications, and be the first to know when new tickets are released. Shop at Smiths and snag your seat for $15. Simple. Grab the Utah Mammoth app today and watch for the next release. Tusks up.
These days, many companies have turned to influencers to tout their products or services. But here at John Watson Chevrolet, the only endorsement we need is from our customers. Because of their feedback, we're proud to be Utah's best reviewed Chevy dealer. Visit us today to see why we get reviews like,
"Their sales team is the best. Didn't put on any pressure, just super helpful and fun. They made the process a breeze."
John Watson Chevrolet, your 5-star Chevy dealer. 3535 Wall Avenue, Ogden. Chevrolet. Together, let's drive.
Cougar fans, game day isn't just for the players, it's for you. Power every tailgate, every high five, and every play with bucked up energy. Clean energy, bold flavors, zero crash. Whether you're charging the stadium steps or locking in for the post-game show, Bucked Up keeps you laser focused and ready to roar. Find it at 7-Eleven, Maverick, Harmon's, and Dick's Sporting Goods. Visit your local Bucked Up retail store today or go to buckedup.com and use code ZONE to claim 20%. Now go out and get bucked up.
3, 2,
This is your Utes at 50 update. 58! Presented by Kenny J's Barbecue on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
So Utes at 50 update. Here's Smith Snowden on where the team can improve defensively.
Can always improve on tackling. It's the name of the game. Got to kill the motor. So I would definitely say tackling and just playing sound football. Just like I said earlier, do your job.
Utes at 50, brought to you by Kenny J's Barbecue. Find them online, kennyjsbbq.com. Kenny J's will cater your work parties, your luncheons, wedding, family get-togethers, and your holiday parties. And new catering clients get 10% off their first order. It's Kenny J's Barbecue.
Complete game coverage of the Cougars is right here on the KSL Sports Zone. The Cougars hit the road for a massive Big 12 showdown against Iowa State. Your home for the best coverage of Cougar football is right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. You're listening to Jake Scott and Ben Anderson on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Two amigos on the airwaves, talking sports. They got him made Jake's and also loves his tie guy. Ben's got style with his scarves. Oh my.
This one's for Jake and Ben. Hey Jake, it's not the Bear. His name is Bear Bachmeyer. When you're watching golf, was it the Tiger? No, it's Tiger Woods. Happy to be 7-0, but man, all year it's been killing me. Let's change it up. Come on.
Chris, that's his nickname. I know his name.
Bear?
I know his name is Bear. His nickname is the Bear.
It's the worst nickname of all time.
It's
because
fine.
it's just his first name.
I've come up with a lot of bad ones. I was thinking now with Bird Ficklin starting at Utah, is it the Bird?
The Bird.
The Bird versus the Bear?
Yeah, give him the Bird. Give Colorado the Bird.
I mean, that's kind of awesome on a number of levels, no?
Yeah, I think that's great.
So, sorry, Chris, but that's my nickname for him. Like Phil is my new nickname for Kyle Filipowski.
You never cease to amaze me. You've read through some of these indictments. This guy, Joe Pompliano on Twitter, has a great breakdown on everything that happened today with these indictments against...
What a wild story.
Chauncey Billups and Damon Jones and Terry Rozier.
And the freaking mafia.
And La Cosa Nostra, who's the Italian mafia.
4 out of the 5 families in New York.
This is what's particularly painful to read. The FBI says that NBA player Terry Rozier told the defendants that he was going to leave a game early on March 23rd, 2023 with an injury. The defendants then placed more than $200,000 in wagers, so it was hundreds of thousands, which you had mentioned
But
earlier.
they were individual wagers, but yeah.
But on unders for his prop bets. With Rozier leaving the game after 9 minutes, those bets paid out tens of thousands of dollars in profits, and the defendants and Rozier counted the money at his house. Bring the money over. We'll count it together. The FBI says that former Raptors player Jonte Porter, who's already been banned by the NBA, was threatened to participate in the sports gambling scheme because of his gambling debts. And then you're right. They talk about the crazy things and the technology that they use to set up these...
the poker players, yeah.
Poker players. The FBI says defendants utilized altered shuffling machines, which, by the way, they got these shuffling machines by robbing a guy at gunpoint to get a shuffling machine that will arrange the cards in a very specific order.
Well, how else are you going to get it?
To read the cards in the deck and then relayed that information to an offside operator. The offside operator was known as the quarterback, then sent the information to someone at the table. My favorite part of this, though, and they talk about the X-ray poker tables, and they talk about all those other things, marked cards, et cetera, et cetera. The sports gambling investigation is called Operation Nothing But Net.
Creative.
And then the poker investigation is called Operation Royal Flush. 4 years, victims lost over $7 million. This is real
go to prison stuff.
Real go to prison stuff. This is
and I love it that you think Gilbert Arenas sold everybody down the river.
It might have been Gil.
Because he did. I saw that video of him dancing when he was coming out of the
And he said, "I'm not going to jail. I've got a wife at home." He said, "I'm going to snitch." But yeah, this is a wire fraud, extortion.
Yeah, because they laundered the money afterwards in the sports one.
And it's you cross state lines, so it becomes federal. It's like, yeah, this is a real issue. Chauncey.
So
Gilbert, it was going on in his house, right? A rental.
He was renting out houses to host poker games, and we don't know if they're related or not.
Yes, or how much he actually knew.
Yeah, right. So,
which is deniability.
We certainly don't want to slander anybody.
Yeah.
Can we just finish off the show in all honesty by saying, if you have an issue with gambling or any compulsive behavior for that matter, like there's stuff out there. There's resources out there for you. Don't chase it. That's the compulsive part, right? The chasing it. There is no winning. There's no finish line.
Correct.
And the house always wins. And there are support systems out there for people. Because there's a lot of people that get lost in it. I've seen it. I'm sure you've seen it. It's really sad. So if you have an issue with it, reach out.
Yep. I think that's fair. We can end there.
All right. Stay tuned. We will talk to you tomorrow. Hans and Scotty G.
Thanks,
coming
Christian.
up next. It's the Jake and Ben Show, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Whether you're stuck in the office,
I believe you have my stapler,
in your car, or at your in-laws.
You want a piece of me? You bet I do.
The Zone is with you every step of the way. Download the KSL Sports app to get live streaming of your favorite shows and access to all the latest updates on your favorite teams. Your home for the best coverage of the Utes, Cougars, Jazz, and Mammoth is on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
What was that? That is business phone bliss with the Ooma Cloud phone system. It handles all our voice, video, and messaging needs.
You sound very...
Calm, I am. Ooma has everything I need to run my business more efficiently, like virtual receptionist, call routing, and video conferencing. And it starts at just $19.95 per month per user, plus taxes and fees.
Ooma.
Nice. Find your business comm at ooma.com/radio.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
Is your financial advisor offering you up to a 30% upfront bonus? Or are they promising you up to 10% growth per year, all for your retirement income? If not, then you need to come to Trajan Wealth. I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. If you have a plan to retire within the next 10 years, don't wait only to find out it's too late. I've seen hardworking folks like you retire only to be required to go back to work, all because their advisor told them guarantees like these were too good to be true. They're not. That's up to $30,000 upfront or up to $10,000 per year on $100,000, all guaranteed for retirement income. Don't keep working when you're supposed to be retired, and don't let any financial advisor tell you it's too good to be true. Call Trajan today, 801-210-6800. That's 801-210-6800.
Annuities, not advisory products. DBA Trajan Wealth Insurance Solutions. Additional disclosures at trajanwealth.com.
It all started with a commitment to comfort. Gillette Heating and Air is proud to be Utah County's go-to team for expert HVAC and plumbing solutions. Need a repair, upgrade, or seasonal tune-up? Don't let cost hold you back. With 0% financing available, it's easy to get the work done now and pay later. Plus, save $100 on any repair over $500 and keep your system running strong with a professional tune-up before the heat hits. Visit GilletteHVAC.com or call 385-GET-COOL to book today. Homegrown service pros, financing made simple, comfort made easy.
Carrier, turn to the experts. A Carrier factory authorized dealer.
You know the feeling when you're about to cut into a juicy steak and hope it tastes as perfect as it looks? Worry no more. With Chef IQ Sense, it's possible to get it right every time. How? It's a modern, completely wireless cooking thermometer that eliminates under or overcooking your food, no matter how you cook it. Chef IQ Sense was designed to withstand extreme heat and can even survive in your deep fryer. From grilling to roasting or baking, Chef IQ Sense guarantees that your chicken, meat, or fish will come out exactly to your preferred outcome. Using Chef IQ Sense is so simple. Insert the wireless probe into your food, choose your desired doneness on the Chef IQ app, and it'll alert you when it's ready. Stay connected and can monitor your food from anywhere over Wi-Fi and Bluetooth. So stop the confusion, eliminate the risk, and serve every meal with confidence. Chef IQ Sense works out of the box and with your favorite appliances. You can find the IQ Sense at chefiq.com and save 15% at checkout with code USA. That's chefiq.com.
I'm Walker Kessler, and I play basketball for a living. So I know how important it is to have the support of a team you can trust. That's why I love UCCU. UCCU is more than a credit union. They're a true financial partner, a local team of experts your entire family can trust at every step of your financial journey. Just visit uccu.com and elevate your banking experience.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. The noon hour is here. Check it out. And you're locked on to Utah's highest rated, most listened to sports radio station.
It's my station. It's my station.
This is Hans Olsen and Scotty G on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Scotty, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Hope you're all having a great day. It is a Thursday. It is a Ute preview show. Frank Dolce will join us, but I'm fired up. We're going to talk to Kevin Young, head coach at BYU, coming up here in about 30 minutes from right now.
Excited to catch up with Mr. Young.
Yep.
Very excited.
You ready to do this?
Yeah, let's do it.
It's one of those days.
It's a bucked up day?
It's a bucked up day.
Yeah, we love it, man. If you're looking on the camera, did you see this? It's the lightly carbonated protein drink, and it's a peach mango.
How many grams of protein you got in there?
25 grams of protein in that can. Wow. Have you ever heard of a non-chocolate, non-vanilla?
A non-shake, essentially.
Yeah. It's just a soda protein drink, 25 grams.
Wow. You got to get that protein in any way you can.
And it's delicious.
Yeah.
It's so good. So big thanks to Bucked Up. Use promo code ZONE. Is it promo code The Zone or Zone? Try either one.
Yeah. One doesn't work, then try the other one.
Both will get you 20% off.
Yeah, there you go.
20% off your full order. But
by the way, I am all in on the woke AF. Like,
yeah, what do you think? Do you like the face tingle?
Yeah.
It feels good, huh?
I kind of like it, actually.
And your belly has this kind of warm burn.
Yeah.
And you'll push through reps. You push
feel
through
like
run.
I feel like I could go take that bike, that no-name bike of mine.
It's a Peloton.
And just freaking
right into France.
Don't do that.
I said the bike in which shall not be named.
Go ahead. Throw it in our face. It's okay.
Lance Armstrong, that bad boy.
You take your Peloton right across the ocean.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, man. It's good. It's delicious. Hey, I'll tell you what. It's not often you wake up and read a story that the FBI is arresting head coaches and NBA players. And this is wild, man.
Yeah.
And it might not be what people think. It's not as much sports betting as it is a poker ring that was fixed.
Yeah.
That was attached to the mafia.
Yep. You got Tony Soprano running this thing.
It's like a movie. Chauncey Billups and Miami Heat guard Terry Rozier both arrested as part of this wide-ranging investigation that's related to illegal sports gambling. It's related to sports gambling, but it's more closely related to this rigged poker game that was backed by the mafia. What if Billups and Rozier?
Billups?
Are they just on the take?
That's what it sounds like. Like they were, and again, reading between the lines here a little bit, they were being essentially directed by the mafia to say, hey, we need some wells that you need to bring in that we can take their money.
Wow. 34 people have been arrested so far. 34. Rozier was arrested just this morning in a hotel in Orlando, Florida. Now, Rozier is attached to illegal sports betting.
Yeah. No, he's the one that is essentially saying, like, hey, guys, take the under on all my numbers. I'm going to check myself out 9 minutes into the game. And then he would take their money, and apparently he had it all in cash in his either his hotel room or his apartment. The FBI comes in, and they find all the cash. Like, buddy, you got to launder that stuff, man.
Can you imagine? Is this is prison time, right?
It has. Well,
how long did the official go away? 4 years?
Tim Donaghy? Yeah, 3 or 4 years, something like that. But you wonder if these guys are going to be arrested, and they're like, okay, you're probably never going to coach in the NBA. You're definitely not going to play in the NBA. But we can keep you out of prison. But those whole mafia ties, we need names, and we need information. And so if they turn state's evidence, maybe they can stay out of prison. But as of right now, it doesn't look good for him.
So Donaghy was sentenced to 15 months. He spent 13 months.
Wow, that's it?
13 months. Wow. And you think about it, okay, 13 months. If I've got enough money stored away, if I've laundered enough,
yeah,
doesn't it need to be 13 more than if you're a part of potentially swaying professional sports? You lose everybody. If people found out that professional sports were on the fix, it's over.
Yeah,
it's a broken system.
Yep.
Because, fans are out there spending. What was a jersey at the Mammoth game, Lloyd?
I mean, you're spending hundreds of dollars.
Oh yeah, it was like over 100.
What did that guy that brought that day that they sold the jerseys for the first time and he showed up? We were at a Minky Couture.
Yeah,
and I think he said he dropped $250
on
for that sweater.
That sweater
has to. I mean, beanies were like $40, hats were like $45, something like that. So yeah, I would imagine the jerseys were up there.
So you think about the fan investment. They invest their lives.
Yes.
And I totally get it because, Scotty, I'm to the point now in my life where I think my finest investments are into my family. And one of the best things that you can do as a family is you just go enjoy sports together.
Correct.
I mean, it's a really fun thing with your kids. So I understand why people invest it, but imagine if they realized we're investing into something that's fixed.
I mean, at least you go to a WWE, you know what you're going into.
Right. This would be like investing into Triple H and thinking that Triple H isn't on the fix, that it's all about his wrestling skill and how he comes off a rope and his finishing move. It's not about
script writers.
McMahon saying, well, this is how it's going to. You know what I mean? It's crazy to think that anything could be on the fix with anything sports-wise. Now, I played for a few years in the NFL. I played for a few years in AFL. I've been around big-time sports, and I can tell you, Scotty, when I was around it, you didn't think about touching anything related to sports gambling, ever. And, there were a few names that might have been more fresh on our mind that their names had been run through mud and they had been permanently removed from their organization. And so, you had these examples like, holy cow, well, I don't ever want to be caught gambling. That's worse than being caught with steroids or drugs.
Oh, yeah. Anybody who lived, and I know different sport, but anybody who was young and impressionable during the Pete Rose thing, you were like,
you never forget.
You don't forget it. You're like, that is you can steroid up, you can have a DUI, you can have a domestic assault, like all these things. Like, okay, we can work through that. You gamble, you're going after the integrity of the game, and you won't even sniff the field or even be in a stadium ever again.
I'm telling you, you remember I went on that diatribe when we started attaching these gambling sites to professional sports. You remember I kind of went bonkers on it. It really bugged me.
And conversely, I thought, it'll regulate itself. It'll be all right.
I've just seen too many players now, football, basketball, pros, college. I've seen too many people get intertwined with this and their names get run through the mud. Whether they deserve it or not. One college player sent a couple of Venmos that had a detail attached to the Venmo that was like something like for the Vanderbilt gambling, the Vanderbilt game. Or
Take the under, something,
something stupid on a Venmo receipt that he claims that, he just hid certain things. You don't hide a Venmo exchange with gambling, do you?
No.
This is wild to me, man.
The whole thing is just unbelievable. And guess what? As soon as you opened up Pandora's box and you started taking that money, you can't stop now. Like, the only reason that Kyle Whittingham and Bronco Mendenhall and Kalani Sitake, you know why they have to do injury reports now? It's gambling. It's 100% gambling. They don't say that, but if these leagues are going to be taking money from DraftKings and these other companies, they're like, okay, we're going to need you to do this for us. Like, all right, we can do that. There's only one reason. I mean, today I think it was Jake Hatch who tweeted out a video of SportsCenter, and they're reporting on this story with Terry Rozelle and Chauncey Billups, and they had to pull a bug because that segment was brought to you by DraftKings. And they're like, we should probably pull that off.
Oh, my gosh.
And so, like, we're so intertwined with it that you can't unravel it.
Yeah, a lot of people making jokes about it, but the jokes actually aren't funny. For instance, I saw one guy send out a tweet that said, use promo code Billups, and the S is a $sign for $500 in free on FanDuel.
Chauncey Billups?
I was laughing. I'm like, this is not funny, but
it's funny because it's true.
Funny because it's true.
Yeah.
These coaches and players are so intertwined with this stuff. And you and I have talked about this a lot over the years, in the world of sports radio. We need every advertising penny you can get out there. Like, sports radio it's a great venue, and I know that our advertising has great return. I know that, especially based off of what we saw with Bar W and Farmers Insurance yesterday. It was incredible. Great return. They were so excited about the partnership. But there is money that we can't take.
Nope.
And have not been able to take in this market. And, whether it's associated to this world or another world, it is associated with a different level of interest from ownership.
Mm-hmm.
That's as far as I'll go with it, unless you want to go into more details.
No, I think we're good.
But there are a lot of dollars that we leave on the table.
Lots.
And those dollars are very enticing. And when FanDuel comes to you and they're like, hey, we want to be the premier sponsor of the Hans and Scotty show. Well, you have to understand what's attached to that. You got to understand the association. And I've always been shocked. How did the world of professional sports say, yeah, I think we can hitch our wagon to this.
Mm-hmm.
Even though we will destroy your life if you touch it. But we want everybody else to touch it.
Yes.
Does that make any sense to you?
The only way it makes sense is when you understand the root of it all, and it's just money. It's like, okay, we don't want you as players to go after the integrity of the game, but we also want to cash those checks that they're giving us. So, you want your cake, but you want to eat it too. Like, here's the thing, like, you got to be careful about this, because once you take that check, it's like what we say about the Big 12, like, and BYU and Utah. When you cash those big TV checks, guess what? You're going to be kicking off at 8:30. You're going to be kicking off at 9 o'clock.
They're your boss.
Yeah, they tell you when you're going to kick off. You don't have any say in it.
Those checks are lovely.
Yes. And
but you've lost all of your freedoms.
Yep. And same thing here. As soon as you took those checks from DraftKings or FanDuel or any of those other companies, well, guess what? You made a statement to your players like, well, they're taking that money. Why shouldn't I get some of this? Like, guess what? You open the door, and once your players and your coaches saw that you were okay with it, then they're going to think it's okay with it. And so you're like, you get on this moral high ground, the integrity of the game, blah, blah, blah. You know what? Honestly, I want Terry Rozier to sue the pants off the NBA. And just say, you know what? They're taking money. Why can't I do the same thing?
Find some loophole.
Yeah.
Of connectivity.
Because, the old adage of, what's the old line from Tombstone? My hypocrisy knows no bounds.
Yeah, right.
Well, guess what?
That's this.
Yep.
For some reason, this was so conflicting to me in some of those original deals.
You saw it.
Yeah. I lost my mind on it. I lost my mind on it for a couple of days. And the first thing that came to my mind, and I know that this is very outlandish. It's very, very outlandish. But it made sense to me because I've been an athlete. I've been a professional athlete. It made sense to me. It would be like the spoken word that goes on Sundays.
Yeah, music and the spoken word.
It'd be like having a Bud Light commercial come on right after it. To me, it's like, okay, so what you're representing is integrity of sport. You're a professional athlete. You're a professional organization. You don't have room for question. There's no room for it. But we're going to attach this brand that's all about seediness. The FanDuel is seediness. Sports gambling world, it's not about the average guy out there that's betting a couple $100 on a game. Like there's a real ugly side to sports betting where it drains people's lives and people take their own lives because they get so far into holes. And I know we can look at it and say, well, that's their decision. That's their choice. Yeah, it's an addictive nature. It's the same thing with cocaine or with bad alcoholics people can be as addicted to gambling as they can any of the other addictive elements out there. So we're just throwing and enticing these and we're putting it in front of people that don't even know what they're getting involved with.
Oh, no.
Oh, I get $500 free on my first $500 bet. There's a reason they put that out there. That is the carrot that draws in the unsuspecting victim. And then it grabs them for life and it'll drain their account and there's no remorse. And it's like, okay, so that's what you're going to attach to. Well, okay. I guess if you're going to attach to it, but in my opinion, if you're going to attach to it, you better have a lot more leeway than you had with Pete Rose.
Yeah.
Because at least Pete Rose knew. Like it was seedy business then. It was Vegas and Atlantic City, and that was it. Or you got to have an illegal bookie. But now, what is it, 23 states? 26
like that.
states?
Yeah.
Or is it 28? I think it's 28 states.
I think we're over half.
Yeah, I think it's 28 states.
But my son consumes a lot of sports. Watches all the sports. He's watching, the worldwide leader like crazy. Like he consumes a lot. And you know how many times he's like, Dad, let me start a draft duel or a FanDuel account. I'm like, he goes, I could make us so much. I'm like, no, you couldn't. No. And stop it. Like that there. We joke around. He and I joke around a lot. That's one thing where I'm like, no.
It's 38 states. Sorry.
Wow.
Yeah, 38 states offer legal sports betting in some format.
And it's only going to get higher.
And it's like, I think right now the NBA has an opportunity to make a real statement when we're talking about this level of depth. And I know that Terry Rozier is the sports betting side, and it sounds like Chauncey Billups is in another realm of
his poker ring.
Chauncey Billups?
Yeah. By the way, how do you swing? Oh, I guess, you might have 6 people at the table on the take, right? And one person, like you said, a well that's sitting there with $1.2 million in cash. And if you got 6 people working against one on a poker table, you'll get them.
Well, apparently it went as deep as having x-rays in the table that were reading cards. Like, this was some sophisticated stuff.
Cow. You took the wrong guy is what you did.
Yeah.
Somebody came into that room.
Yeah. Lost their shirt, and they are pipe hot and mad.
Yep. And they've got some connection to Patel or, somebody in the FBI, and they're like, You know, I just had 1.4 taken off me, and I know for a fact we need to look into it. Just somebody took on the wrong person. That's what happens. Is this not the what? Am I the only one that's just sitting here in full-blown jaw on the floor shock? I mean, I know that there's this out there, but 38 people arrested, head coaches, current players, and active proof of involvement. It's wild. I think it's wild, and I think the NBA better get a hold on it.
There's no doubt. Kevin Young's going to join us coming up here in about 10 minutes. Real quickly, let's get to a starting lineup. We talk about the ugly when it comes to the NBA. How about the good, the Utah Jazz?
This is Hans and Scotty G.
Let's go!
The lineup is set, and it's time to kick off the show with the biggest topic of the day. This is the starting lineup on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Looking to hand off to Sensabaugh, not available. Resets Clayton. A high pick and roll with Nurk. Clayton in the lane. His first shot as an NBA player rattles around and in. And he's fouled, and the Jazz are doubling up the Clippers here in Salt Lake City. 33-16. Clayton with a steal. Outlet to Bailey. Ace big steps to the rack. Rises with the right hand. Cocks and hammers. Timeout Tyronn Lue. Utah 35. Clippers 16. Hey, how about this? Wow. Wow. Wow! It's left. High loop to Keontae. Across the half court. Into lane. Right hand floater. Yes! Keontae with a grin from Ogden to Provo. And an eyes glittering. The Jazz lead by 31 at the half. How could this be? I have no idea, but it is. I've seen it with my own eyes.
You know what? That's just game one, folks. We got 81 more of those to go.
I'll take it, David.
Bring it.
Love the excitement, David. You know, because David's going to this game thinking this might be a long one. When you go in and you're like, this might be a long one, and you get to half, or you get to the third quarter, or you're in the fourth quarter, and you're like, this is not supposed to be happening.
Yeah.
It does elevate the interest and excitement. Does it not?
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely.
You know, I'm watching, I'm calling that Colorado game, and they're down by 14 middle way of the second quarter. I'm like, oh, here we go.
Yeah.
You know, and then all of a sudden they come out in the second half, and holy cow, all of a sudden the energy jumps. So I love David's take right there. It's fun. It's exciting. And I didn't see a 43-19 first quarter. 43-19.
43-19 for game number one for a team that was expected to be one of, if not the worst team in the NBA. Now, look, I'm not saying this is a playoff team, but to make that kind of statement on game number one, to blow out the Clippers, and here's the thing, Walker Kessler is in a situation with a contract where he wants to get paid. And he puts up 22.
He was a monster.
9 rebounds, 4 assists, 2 steals, 4 block shots. He's like, hey.
8 trips to the line.
And by the way, 7 for 7 from the field. And you're right, 8 trips to the line. He's like, all right, time to pay your guy.
Mm-hmm. He looked good.
He looked really good.
Okay, so while I was watching this game, and by the way, if you didn't know, Scotty and I get to talk to Danny Ainge every Wednesday.
Every Wednesday.
At 12:30. And so when we were talking to him yesterday, one of us asked, what are you gauging this season off of? Like, how are you going to watch these players and gauge their success? And it played over and over in my mind, his response.
We're setting individual expectations for not how many points you score, but, you know, how many charges you take, how many defensive stops you get, you know, late in the clock, just getting better at the little things and small things that win, becoming more professional, learning the game, how many assists you're getting and shots you had, making extra passes, how many rebounds you're getting in traffic. Like, those are the things that we evaluate, and our expectations are to continue to get better, running back on defense, I know those things sound simple, but just teaching them to play the right way, I think, is what Will's mantra is, and he just wants to have them slowly get better and better. We have some good veterans that are good teachers on how to play, moving without the ball, so I think it's going to be a fun year. I can't wait to watch our young players developing.
Well, there you go.
Is that crazy? So he said that about 8 hours before this game goes. And I'm watching it. I'm like, holy cow. They're assisting all over the court. They won 38-28 in the assists. They were forcing their will in rebounds. They won in the rebound game 46-38. They were in the lane. They were quick to rotation. They were fighting their butt off. Okay, so that's one side that I saw. The other side that I saw was Kawhi Leonard could not be more disinterested in basketball.
Oh, yeah.
James Harden could not be more done with the game of basketball. I saw on one pick play, Phil Pasky rotated out to the perimeter and sat kind of hard underneath and it wasn't a moving screen, didn't move much. James Harden bumped into it, Phil Pasky, and didn't go. Just sat there like, oh, shoot. Didn't fight around it, didn't fight under it, was just like, oh, shoot. I was like, what kind of... These guys are collecting $220,000 for that one stupid game. And they can't fight through a decent screen? Have you ever seen a team more disconnected? And watching Chris Paul come off the bench, what the hell are the Clippers even doing or thinking? You've got Nicholas Batum, Brook Lopez, and Chris Paul. That's your bench. They're 36 plus. They've got millions in the bank. What is driving them? And then watching on the Jazz side, I'll tell you what's driving Ace Bailey. I'll try you nailed it exactly with Walker Kessler. I'll tell you what's driving them. They're hungry. Those dudes looked hungry, and they played hard, and they played discipline.
Hans and Scotty, 1227. Kevin Young, head coach of BYU, is going to join us next. What did he learn in that game against Nebraska? What's he hoping to learn against North Carolina? And other tidbits about this upcoming BYU basketball season. We'll talk to him next. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It's game week for the Utes, and the KSL Sports Zone is getting you ready for kickoff. The rivalry game may be over, but Big 12 play continues on for Kyle Whittingham and the Utes as they welcome in Coach Prime and Colorado to Rice-Eccles Stadium. Listen all week long for the best coverage of Utah football and your chance to win tickets to the game. Then catch college football Saturday, game day at 10 a.m. with the postgame show immediately following the game on KSLSports.com.
Let's go then. Let's go, baby.
Your home for the best coverage of Utah football is live on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hey, it's JJ here. I love hearing from listeners that have also had success with Salt Lake City fat loss. I'm here with Blair. Thanks for coming in.
Pleasure to be here.
It's so great to see you. So how much weight have you lost?
I've lost an amazing 52 pounds in just 60 days.
That's incredible. How do you feel?
Oh, I feel great. I have more energy, and the GERD and acid reflux is gone.
Talk about the scale for a minute. Were you surprised at how quickly that number went down?
It was astonishing to me as I'd get on the scale, even in the very beginning when I saw, 2-3 pounds drop off. But I ended up looking forward to getting on the scale to see how much I'd lost in the last day.
Tell me about the biggest benefits that you've seen with Salt Lake City fat loss.
I have much more confidence in myself, lots more energy, much more adventurous walks with my dogs.
Thanks so much for sharing another great success story with Salt Lake City fat loss. Learn the secret of losing up to 1 pound of unhealthy fat per day and start your own success story at slcfatloss.com. That's slcfatloss.com.
Results may vary. Hey, Benjamin, we've got a surprise for you.
What?
You have a brother. $100 bill just like you.
Hey, I'm Ben.
What? We just got him for joining America First Credit Union and opening a new checking account.
And you're going to live together at America First.
What? This is nice.
For a limited time, new members get a $100 cash bonus when they open a checking account or $50 when they open a youth checking account. So head to americafirst.com and get your money working today. Membership eligibility, terms, and conditions apply. Federally insured by NCUA.
It might only be October, but Utah is getting ready for a brand new immersive holiday tradition in South Jordan. Step into the magic and holiday lights at the ballpark at America First Square, sponsored by Mickey Couture. A walk through winter wonderland like no other. Dazzling lights, festive music, and family fun for all ages starting November 14th. Reserve your tickets now at the ballpark at afs.com. Make the season unforgettable by celebrating Utah's newest holiday tradition. Holiday lights at the ballpark.
Only one type of burger. For every pallet. Fries are extra. Large in size. We've got the shakes. Going over the brim.
Hey, this is Chris from JCW's. Put a positive, delicious spin on your day at any one of our 5 locations. In Lehigh, American Fork, Provo, South Jordan, or Harriman. JCW's, quality and a lot of it.
You gave years, maybe decades to your job. You showed up, worked hard, and planned for retirement. But now, the company's changed. Or maybe you've taken a buyout or been forced into early retirement. So, what happens next? I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. And if you've built up a 401k or thrift savings plan, now is the time to ask, is that money really working for you? Many workplace retirement plans offer limited options and even less guidance. At Trajan Wealth, we help people just like you roll over their accounts into IRAs with more flexibility and personalized investment strategies built around your goals. For households with $500,000 or more, let us build you a personalized plan. We operate on veteran values, service, trust, and doing what's right. Your next chapter starts now. Call Trajan today, 801-210-6800. That's 801-210-6800.
Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. See website for details.
The Missionary Starter Package now at Mr. Mac is everything a missionary needs at an unbeatable value. It includes 1 slim or modern fit suit, 4 and collar stretch shirts, 3 Teflon-treated washable ties, 1 mission belt, and a pair of Echo or Johnston & Murphy walking shoes, all for just $695. Fit is never a problem at Mr. Mac with free in-store tailoring. Ask for the Missionary Starter Package at all 9 Mr. Mac locations.
Calling all Jazz fans. If you can't wait another second to see stars like Ace Bailey, Lowry Markkanen, and Walker Kessler tear up the court, you're in luck. Tickets are on sale now. Let's go! No matter what you're looking for, the Utah Jazz has your back. With season tickets, mini plans, and single game options available, there's something for everyone. Whatever your schedule or budget, there's a plan for every fan. Don't miss a moment of the action this season. Secure your tickets today at utahjazz.com.
The Garden Restaurant in downtown Salt Lake. Dine in or order out. The Garden is open weekdays 11 to 3. Hearty, healthy, and so craveable. Fresh flavors, iconic location. The Garden Restaurant.
This is your Cougars at 30 update. Presented by Kenny J's Barbecue on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It is your Cougars at 30 update right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. BYU hitting the road to Ames, Iowa as Jack Kelly and that defense gets set for a showdown against Iowa State quarterback Rocco Beck.
He's got a great arm. He has great accuracy, so it's going to be a big thing to keep him in the pocket and get pressure in his face.
It's your Cougars at 30 update brought to you by Kenny J's Barbecue. They'll cater your work party, luncheon, wedding, family get-togethers, and holiday parties. Now catering clients get 10% off their first order. That's KennyJBBQ.com.
Let's go! Complete game coverage of the Cougars is right here on the KSL Sports Zone. The Cougars hit the road for a massive Big 12 showdown against Iowa State. Your home for the best coverage of Cougar football is right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. This is Hans Olsen and Scotty G, presented by Mountain Land Supply on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Woo!
Hans Olsen, Scott Gerard, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. It is time to catch up with the head coach of BYU basketball, Kevin Young. Media day going on, and boy, I tell you what, Coach, a lot of expectations for your team. How does this feel? How does this year feel a little different as opposed to last year when you were kind of flying under the radar to start the season?
I mean, for me, it's different just because everything was such an unknown for me last year, not knowing what to expect really with college basketball in general, much less the Big 12. So just a little bit more comfort just in terms of knowing what we're heading into. And then relative to expectations and all that, I mean, I've heard that a lot, but, my main take on that is what else do you want? You want to be a good team. You want to try to go win every game, and that's what you play the sport for. So we're excited to get things underway.
How much are you enjoying this, Coach? How fun is this? All the hype, the pub, the excitement, being at BYU. How much are you enjoying what you're doing right now?
It's been super fun, man. My family loves it. My kids are super into it. I mean, Brian Santiago said this many times over, but truly it's just an unbelievable time to be a part of BYU. I mean, the football team is absolutely rolling. We're trying to bring our own excitement to the community, and you just can't leave the house without everybody being all in about BYU, and I think now it's even more so on a national scale too. So, yeah, man, it's a lot of fun.
From national attention, you've created a lot of headlines your own with the players that you've been able to bring in, but does football and basketball, can they feed off each other in terms of building momentum going into a season for you?
Absolutely. I mean, I know I use it in the recruiting trail. I mean, just talking about how BYU wants greatness. They went out and got some high-level players. I've talked about how we've gone out and got high-level players. I mean, people want greatness out here, and I think you've seen it all over the place. So, yeah, it's easy to play off of each other. And, Kalani's such an unbelievable guy, heck of a coach, too, obviously. And so, we text each other often and are rooting for each other and try to learn from each other. And it doesn't stop with him either. Dill G, Taylor, I mean, I go down the list of all of our coaches. But, yeah, it's been super fun.
So, Coach, you've had an opportunity just to take a look at this team as it's now currently constructed, and just a little bit more of an opportunity in some exhibitions, some scrimmage opportunities. Just tell me kind of your thoughts and your expectations of this very hyped team that you've got.
Yeah, I mean, the first exhibition game was a little challenging just in terms of health. We were missing about 4 guys. Starting Rob Wright only played about 16 minutes, but it was really good because we got a chance to look at some other guys with some extended minutes and so forth. But the thing that's probably on my mind, which is a lot different than the NBA, is you really don't have you don't have many dress rehearsals, right? You don't really get a chance to work through the kinks against other teams. And that's a challenge, especially if one of the 2 games you do get, you're not at full bill of health. Well, it's really hard to, learn what you need to learn. So I think it makes the job, I think, that much more difficult. But look, extremely excited about the group of guys that we have. Excited to see them play, here in a couple of days, or up in Salt Lake against. I guess that's tomorrow. I just had a new baby, man, so I have no idea what time of day it is, what day of the week it is, or whatever. So my wires are getting crossed. But nonetheless, man, we're excited to go get another exhibition game under our belt.
Oh man, congratulations! You getting any sleep at
Yeah,
all?
what an amazing deal.
Sleep is definitely limited. The guys, unfortunately, our team is bearing the brunt end of that. I'm a little bit more on edge, but it's all good, man. It's a blessing.
Oh, that's awesome! Congratulations again. When you have, this is going to be the case every year in college basketball, there's going to be a high turnover to your roster. How much do you change schematically this year as opposed to last year based on the talent that you have on this team?
That's a really interesting topic. I've actually, someone you guys know well, Danny Ainge and I have talked about that a lot. And just how in the NBA you really have to do that, I think, way more in college, just because you're getting high-end talent and you have to make it work with that group. It's not you can't be at the same place for a decade and run the same stuff. Sure, you're going to have, I think, systematic cultural things that you really believe in, and certainly we have that. I have that. But I think, I think back to my career and how I even got to this point. I mean, I spent 9 years in the G League, and I was getting new players every 5 days, and you had to change on the fly and adjust and stuff. So, I've leaned into some of those past experiences. AJ DeBance is different than Yegor Dimon. Rob Wright's different than Dallin Hall. Luckily Richie Saunders is back. We feel pretty good about the things that we can do to help him, help us, and along with some of our other returners. But yeah, I mean, that's the part of coaching that is really fun, especially when it's high-end talent. You just kind of learn their game. You learn. For me, I feel blessed to have a lot of reference points. Maybe not even stuff I did with Booker or Kevin Durant. Okay, well, what were they doing with Kawhi? Can I dip into that for AJ? Or what was somebody doing with John Wall? Can I dip into that with Rob Wright? And so there's a lot of things that I like to go and study and watch, and hopefully put these guys in positions to do what they do best.
Speaking of Yegor, Coach, did you see him in his opener last night with Brooklyn? It was awesome.
I was traveling back from media day last night, but I definitely got on and watched his minutes, and I was texting with him late last night. We've actually been talking quite a bit of late, and so thrilled he got the first one under his belt.
For those that didn't get to see it, 22 minutes. He put up 14 points. He went 4-6 from 3 in 22 minutes, 14 points, pulled down 5 rebounds, dished out a couple of assists, and was just fantastic in some bench minutes. It's got to be rewarding. Coach, I was Scotty and I have been doing this a lot of years, this radio thing a lot of years, and so I like to scour just what's going on in social media, and I saw an exchange between a big-time NBA player and AJ DeBance, and the big-time NBA player asked AJ, why BYU? And AJ's response was Kevin Young. I want to know, what is that like, just to know that you got that reputation, and where do you believe most of that comes from, Coach?
Yeah, it's funny, man. I was in the hospital having our newborn, and somebody said, actually, I think my wife might have been scrolling through something, and she actually saw that, and I was like, wow, that's pretty cool.
So cool.
I mean, for me, I mean, that's what I loved about being in the NBA, right? It wasn't like the glitz and glamour of the arenas and the hotels and the allure of the NBA. It was just being able to coach, future Hall of Fame players. I mean, I was super lucky in my career to be able to coach really good players and having genuine relationships with those guys. And that was something when I decided to come to BYU, I knew that was what I was going to miss the most. And so now to be able to sort of set out on a new path and form those same kind of relationships with, the next generation of guys that are going to be in those shoes, that's extremely rewarding. And so to hear AJ make that comment, it was cool. There's really no other way to say it. It was really cool. I'm glad that he feels that way, obviously. And it's the thing I like about AJ is I can tell he really respects the path I was on and the people that I worked with. He asked me a lot about, okay, well, what did Chris Paul do in this situation, or what was Devin Booker's mindset on this, or what was KD doing here? And so it's really cool. It's really cool to have those worlds intersect.
BYU head coach Kevin Young joining us right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Coach, when you play these exhibition games, I was talking to a coach a couple of years ago. This is back when they had the super secret scrimmages, and he said he would just lay out the entire game plan and lay out what he wanted that team to attack, because he wanted his team to get a little humbled. He wanted his team to go through adversity. He couldn't care less about wins or losses or any of that stuff. What do you hope to accomplish in these exhibition games?
Yeah, I mean, that was kind of, it's new for me, right? So just trying to learn, what other coaches expect out of it. Me and Fred Hoiberg had a lot of discussion leading into that Nebraska game. Hubert Davis and I have been playing phone tag to kind of have similar ones. Like I said, for me, that first one, I knew what it was going to be going into it. It wasn't going to necessarily, for us, feel like a super real game just given our situation. I think the Carolina one has a chance to be a little bit more real for us. So I'm hopeful that one is a little less scripted and more like, hey, just throw some stuff at us. We'll throw some stuff at you so that we can, get ready for our opener, which is why, like last year we played, a Division II school and in Boise State in a secret deal. This year, obviously, we're playing two, power conference type teams and big venues to help fast track our ability to get ready for our opener, which is a little different than the opener we had last year.
So, Coach, I leave tomorrow at about 1:15 to go call that BYU game coming up on Saturday. And, I think about these conference games, just how difficult they are. Headed to Ames, Iowa for Iowa State matchup. They're really difficult. It's just been back and forth with Colorado. And, some of these road games really difficult. We'll head to Texas Tech. And I'm thinking of it in football terms, but I look at it in basketball terms, and I'm like, geez, man, this is crazy with Houston doing what they're doing and Texas Tech so good, now divvying out money across both football and basketball. Arizona's always great. We know Kansas and Baylor are going to get back into it and be spectacular. What's this conference mean to you, and how much does this conference play a part of being able to recruit the top-end talent?
I think it's everything. Even me, like I don't, and obviously being a member of the church, I've followed BYU athletics, albeit loosely, through my career. And, when they made the move to go to the Big 12, I was, oh, wow, okay. And so, I don't think I would have come here if BYU wasn't in the Big 12. You're playing against the best of the best. Everything just levels up. Everything just levels up. And so every night in the Big 12, I mean, it was talked about a lot yesterday at the Big 12 Media Day. I think just the respect all the coaches have for each other, knowing how hard our league is, knowing how hard the away venues are, the talent level, the coaching. I do think it's no coincidence that AJ and even Darren Peterson at Kansas, who are arguably 1 and 2 in this next draft class, chose to play in the Big 12. It's just every night is really good basketball, and it makes everybody have to bring their A game every night.
What do you expect in terms of improvement? Because he played so well for you last year. What kind of steps does Richie Saunders need to take this year, and that you expect him to take? Yeah, the thing with Richie, man, is like I think he's. It's less about what does he need, what new things does he need to show, and more, I think the consistency. He was so good last year, and had a pretty good year the year prior, but obviously took it to a totally different level last year. I think people want to see, in fact, I'm on my way to practice right now. I got half a dozen NBA people that are coming. One of them's a good buddy of mine. That's something he said. Hey, I want to see Richie do it again. I want to see him double down on that level of shooting. So I think that's probably the number one thing. I think things I've talked to Richie about is just being able to read the game a little bit more, reading the second and third level of the defense, being able to throw lobs to KBK, to kick out threes to Rob or AJ in his own right, and add a little bit of that playmaking along with the shooting that obviously he possesses, and then the incredible motor as well.
So, Coach, you understand obviously very well the financial makeup of the NBA, and you understand now the financial makeup of the college basketball world with NIL. Do you feel like you're more able to keep talent from maybe heading into the NBA when there may be a second-round draft pick or maybe graded as a low first? Do you feel like you're able to kind of stabilize talent more with being able to pay them through college basketball? Because I think about it in college football terms, and I went to the NFL after my fourth year in college, and well, it was fifth year, but fourth year playing, and it just scratched for every minute that I had in that freaking league. It's so tough. I just wonder, is it more appealing to kids to maybe stay in college and take a college basketball check over scrapping for what is limited time in the NBA?
Yeah, I think this past year. Well, let me say this. So I'm 18 months or so into the gig. The NIL structure and rules have changed about 4 or 5 times already, right? And so the landscape that we were under like last year when Richie was making that decision. There's a couple other guys that come to mind who are also having to make a similar decision based on their draft range. You know, last year it was a no-brainer to come back. I think moving forward, I still think it's going to be pretty close to a no-brainer to come back if you're close. If you just look at the economics of what a two-way contract, as an example, could get in terms of guarantee. It's all about the guaranteed money, right? And so whatever the floor of a guaranteed two-way is probably going to be outweighed by what you could get in NIL in most kids' cases. And we're talking about, I'm talking about, picks 45 and down, right? So if you're like a in that draft range, I do think it probably makes sense to come back to college if you feel like you're in a good place that can take care of you and you've carved out, your own kind of marketing deal and so forth. So yes, ultimately yes. And I think it's good for college basketball because you're gonna have better players for longer. And then if I'm putting my NBA hat on, and then all of a sudden, you're going to get an older kid that comes in that's ready to play. And I think that benefits them as much as it does the college coaches.
Coach, appreciate your time. Good luck in this exhibition game against North Carolina, and look forward to catching up again here very soon.
Thanks,
hey guys,
Coach.
Thanks for having me on. Yeah, appreciate it.
The head coach of BYU, Kevin Young. You think the Big 12 is important to BYU? Kevin Young said not only will we not have the players here, he probably isn't there at BYU if not for the Big 12.
I thought that was very insightful. I said, when I saw them go to the Big 12, I was like, whoa.
Yeah.
And the truth is, I probably wouldn't be here if it wasn't for them going to the Big 12. So that was a huge, huge deal. But this conference is tough.
Oh, yeah.
And they blew everybody away. I mean, I'll just leave it on me. They blew me away with what they did last year.
Same.
And Yegor was a huge jump. But then I'm watching Yegor last night with Brooklyn, and the dude looked really good. And then you're like, wait a second. Because he was good for BYU. He wasn't Richie Saunders. I didn't feel like he was Richie Saunders.
Yeah.
I thought Saunders was the key. I thought Damon was really good in distribution. I thought he was really good off the pick and roll. Really good.
Yeah.
His passing, very accurate. But did you think Yegor was the centerpiece of that team?
No, but there's just guys that are more built for the college game and some that are built for the NBA game. Yeah. And like VJ Edgecombe, we saw last night, just exploded. 34 points, most points by a rookie in forever. And because and we've heard all the time that like the spacing in the college game is so constricted that it doesn't allow the athletes to really show what they can do until they get to the NBA level. And, if we would have said, who's your rookie of the year, you're probably going to think Cooper Flagg and then, maybe some of these other guys. VJ Edgecombe, I think right now may very well be your rookie of the year. I mean, he looked phenomenal last night. Now, granted, it's just one game, but, I mean, I think there are certain guys that, Donovan Mitchell only averaged, I think, 15.2 at Louisville, and he gets the NBA and he explodes.
It goes crazy.
Yeah.
But great stuff. Thanks for his time. We really appreciate Kevin Young giving us a few minutes.
We need to get him on more often.
I know.
We'll work on that one, too.
He's really good.
Yeah.
And good luck with that baby.
Yeah. Oh, jeez.
Whew. Throwing a baby in the mix in the middle of a season.
We talk about Bryson Barnes having to play quarterback at Utah State with a baby that was born on Saturday. Now Kevin Young's got has to lead BYU as their head coach.
Wow.
With an infant baby.
Tough.
All right. Hans and Scotty, what you may have missed coming up next. And then Frank Dolce rolls in for your Ute preview show beginning at 1:05 right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It's game week for the Aggies, and the KSL Sports Zone is getting you ready for kickoff. Bronco Mendenhall makes his return to Albuquerque as the Aggies hit the road for a battle against the New Mexico Lobos. Listen all week long for the best coverage of Aggie football. Then catch all the play-by-play action beginning with the Aggie pregame show this Saturday at noon on 1280 a.m. Your exclusive home for Aggie football is live on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hans Olsen, Scott Gerard, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Hans, you and I have talked about Beehive Mills for well over a year now, and I think you hit it on the head. There's three things you want to look at obviously quality of food, the convenience factor, and the affordability. Mm-hmm. That quality you get with Beehive Meals for the price that you pay, and the convenience factor is just phenomenal.
It is. So all of these meals are prepped with fresh, uncooked meats, fresh vegetables, fresh sauces, and it's all packaged in a frozen package that you keep in your freezer. When you're ready for a meal, take it out of the freezer, cut off the top, put it in a slow cooker, and you're going to cook up some of the most amazing meals. So we just had the white chicken chili, or white chicken chili, white bean chicken chili.
Yes.
So good. Creamy white chili, fresh shredded chicken. We put a little bit of shredded cheddar cheese, a little bit of sour cream. I did a little fresh chopped onion. So good. Crunched up a couple tortilla chips, put it on there for a little bit of crunch. Their meals are so delicious, and they're so wholesome. They're so nutritious, and they're ready for you when you need them, right out of the freezer.
BeehiveMeals.com. Use the promo code The Zone's going to save you $20. Then you can stack 10% savings on subscription models, but you're not tied into a contract. So you can sign up for a subscription, use those savings, and keep it as long as you want. And the promo code The Zone, you can stack that. You're going to save a lot of money on already a really low affordable price for Beehive Meals at BeehiveMeals.com.
Attention, RV owners or RV wannabe owners. It's the used RV blowout sale. RVs from all over the Intermountain West have been sent to the Layton Hills Mall for this RV liquidation event. Repos, buybacks, rental returns, and trade-ins. Blowout pricing. Every RV has been inspected and serviced and ready to go. Free admission, free parking, dealers welcome. It's the used RV blowout sale. This Wednesday through Saturday from 10 a.m. to dusk. Go to UtahRVEvent.com. Sponsored by Paris RV. Paris RV is your locally owned, family-run RV dealership. We strive hard to find the very best RVs for the price. With 4 locations, over 1,000 RVs in stock, 42 service bays, and 4 super parts stores. We're sure to help take your family on the best RV vacation. Check out our perfect family bunkhouse trailer, the 26BH. That sleeps 9 for $19,995 or $227 a month. Zero down. Life is short. Enjoy it. North Murray, South Murray, Payson, and Pocatello. ParisRV.com.
Utah Mammoth Hockey is back at Delta Center. Don't miss your chance to be part of the excitement as the Mammoth hit the ice all season long. Grab your friends, rally the family, and lock in your seats for the fast-paced, hard-hitting action. Great seats are available for most games, but they're selling fast. Head to UtahMammoth.com to get your tickets today. That's UtahMammoth.com. Your home for all things Mammoth hockey.
Do you need an electrician? Any Hour Services has a team of licensed electricians that can help with any size electrical project around your house. Whether it's help troubleshooting, installing a ceiling fan, replacing smoke detectors, or upgrading your old electrical panel, the electricians at Any Hour Services can help. All you have to do is call Any Hour Services or schedule an appointment at anyhourservices.com. Help with electrical projects and repairs is closer than you think. Call Any Hour Services or schedule an appointment at anyhourservices.com. No one helps more homeowners than Any Hour Services.
Pros don't just show up. They prove how it's done, with precision and without shortcuts. Makita tools are built the same way, with a dedication to lasting quality, trusted performance, and results that reward your effort year after year. When the job calls for the best, call on Makita. Built to be the best. Available at the Home Depot.
You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You've still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and help strengthen your immune response. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Schedule in minutes at VaxAssist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Adventuring in the Wasatch Back this fall? Stop into Dairy King in Heber, now serving pumpkin shakes.
And check out their huge gluten-free menu. Dairy King on Main Street, home of the trade and best of state shakes.
Listen every Monday morning to DJ and PK and Monday afternoon with JJ and Alex for your Chevy Strong Play of the Game. Win great prizes from Rocky Mountain Chevy.
3, 2, 1.
This is your Utes at 50 update. 58! Presented by Kenny J's Barbecue on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Little time for Utah to worry about that loss to BYU. They are back in action coming up this weekend as they take on Coach Prime and Colorado. Devin Dampier knows this team's got to be in the right mindset going forward.
A very emotional game, mattered a lot to Utah. So, we've lost a game before that meant a lot to us also. So, just continue to remember who we are. We set goals at the beginning of the season again, and that still can play out. The Big 12 is a very crazy conference. So, just sticking to that and, let's keep going forward.
That is your Utes at 50 update, brought to you by Kenny J's Barbecue. Incredible barbecue in the district in South Jordan. And if you want to bring that barbecue right to your event, they'll cater. Go to KennyJBBQ.com. Catering orders get 10% off the first order at Kenny J's Barbecue.
Miss any part of the show? Every moment of every show is available in podcast form by searching Hans and Scotty on your favorite podcasting platform or online at KSLSports.com. This is Hans Olsen and Scotty G on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hans Olsen, Scott Gerard, what you may have missed right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. By the way, we talked about BYU with Kevin Young and Big 12 Media Day. That was yesterday. Today is Mountain West Conference Media Day. Aggies picked to finish second in the Mountain West Conference behind San Diego State. Mason Falslev named to the All Mountain West Conference team as well. So high expectations this year for BYU and Utah State in their respective conferences. It'll be interesting to see what Alex Jensen gets going in year number one for the University of Utah, because when you've got the other two schools, especially BYU, as highly thought of as they are, you gotta keep pace. Boosters and donors and everybody else there up on the hill, they're going to want you to keep pace with what else is going on in the state.
Well, we talked to Kevin Young about his exhibition against Nebraska.
Yeah.
And he said, what did he say? They were without 4 or 5 guys.
Yeah, really banged up.
And I saw everybody wanted to jump on Utah's case in their exhibition and argue and bicker and say, oh, well, here we go again. How much weight do you put into these exhibitions?
Zero. And I mentioned this with Kevin Young. I talked to a coach who mentioned that he was actually, and this was a couple of years ago, that he was actually trying to manufacture a blowout loss for his team because he wanted to actually get his team humbled and get his team embarrassed and get them angry. So he told the opposing coach, we're going to do this, and this. And so that his team, who he felt like that coach needed his team to get a little confidence, the coach I talked to wanted to see his team get embarrassed a little bit. So, yeah, I would not read anything into these exhibition games. Not a single thing.
And the other thing that kind of popped in my mind when we were having that conversation with Kevin Young is the rosters for both BYU and Utah. Tell me if you've ever seen anything like this. Okay, I'm going to go Utah first and then BYU. Utah's got players from Finland, Senegal, Chinese Taipei, England, Germany, and Mali. BYU's got players from Serbia, France, Mali, Austria, Senegal, and the DR. We're talking about, and I'm just looking down this, you've got you got 3 players from Utah on the BYU roster.
Yeah.
Kozlowski, McGregor, and Saunders. Okay? You've got 0 players from Utah on Utah's roster.
Wow.
Not a single player on Utah's roster is a Utah kid. You've got Finland, Minnesota, Texas, Senegal, Florida, Massachusetts, Taipei, D.C., Wisconsin, New York, California. Yeah, not a single Utah player on the Utah roster. Do you think that's ever happened before?
No. Nope. I was looking at Utah State. Utah State does actually, for the first time in a long time, does not have any international players on the team, but they do have 3 guys from the state of Utah on the team.
So 3 for Utah State?
Yeah.
Drake is one of them, isn't it?
Yep. Drake Allen, Mason Falslev, Jordy Barnes. All right. I know.
Six Utah guys total for 3 rosters in this state.
Yeah.
Huh. Kind of going a different direction, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. By the way, I'm fired up for college hoops. I know people take a while to get into college basketball, and I totally get it. But this year could be really, really fun.
I'm fired up for our next conversation because Frank Dolce nailed the rivalry score.
Yes, he did. He absolutely nailed it. He and Alema both spot on. Nailed that score. Frank Dolce joins us next. Ute Preview Show straight ahead, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Stay up to date with everything Utah Jazz related with the new Jazz Notes newsletter. Get draft updates, analysis, and be the first to know about every offseason move. Visit KSLSports.com to sign up for the Jazz Notes newsletter. Hockey fans, let your voice be heard with the Utah Mammoth Fan Forum. Visit the Utah Mammoth page on KSLSports.com to connect with the team, other fans, and our KSL Sports insiders. Start chatting today in the Utah Mammoth Fan Forum on KSLSports.com.
Is your financial advisor offering you up to a 30% upfront bonus? Or are they promising you up to 10% growth per year, all for your retirement income? If not, then you need to come to Trajan Wealth. I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. If you have a plan to retire within the next 10 years, don't wait only to find out it's too late. I've seen hardworking folks like you retire only to be required to go back to work, all because their advisor told them guarantees like these were too good to be true. They're not. That's up to $30,000 upfront or up to $10,000 per year on $100,000, all guaranteed for retirement income. Don't keep working when you're supposed to be retired, and don't let any financial advisor tell you it's too good to be true. Call Trajan today, 801-210-6800. That's 801-210-6800.
Annuities, non-advisory products. DBA Trajan Wealth Insurance Solutions. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
This is Devin Dampier. As a new quarterback for the Utes, preparation is everything. Every practice, every play, every decision. And that preparation starts long before I step on the field. It starts with what I put in my body. That's why I choose Culligan Water, Salt Lake City. Their healthy, clean water isn't about quenching thirst. It's about optimal hydration, faster recovery, peak performance. It's the foundation of staying sharp on and off the field. For me and for my game, it's got to be Culligan of Salt Lake City. Drink what I drink. Visit CulliganSLC.com or call 801-509-9602.
It might only be October, but Utah is getting ready for a brand new immersive holiday tradition in South Jordan. Step into the magic and holiday lights at the ballpark at America First Square, sponsored by Mickey Couture. A walk through winter wonderland like no other. Dazzling lights, festive music, and family fun for all ages starting November 14th. Reserve your tickets now at the ballpark at afs.com. Make this season unforgettable by celebrating Utah's newest holiday tradition. Holiday lights at the ballpark.
I'm Walker Kessler, and I play basketball for a living. So I know how important it is to have the support of a team you can trust. That's why I love UCCU. UCCU is more than a credit union. They're a true financial partner, a local team of experts your entire family can trust at every step of your financial journey. Just visit uccu.com and elevate your banking experience.
Discover the exceptional value of Bar W Beef, where quality meets convenience. Bar W Beef's dry-aged beef, aged for 14 days, offers rich marbling and tender texture, perfect for grilling, roasting, or pan-searing. Enjoy the rich flavor and generous size. Shipped directly from the ranch to your door. Now hosting one-day pop-up events, go to barwbeef.com to find a pop-up event near you, or stop into the store in Nephi for weekly in-store specials. barwbeef.com. That's barwbeef.com.
You do countless things without a second thought to protect your family and home. Every time you're in the car, you buckle your seatbelt. Before the next load of laundry, you remove the dryer lint. When you head out, you always lock your doors. And one simple task, done far less often, can protect your family and home this winter. Schedule a furnace inspection by a certified heating contractor to check for safety and efficiency. A friendly reminder from Enbridge Gas.
You're the fall cleanup phenom, the titan of trimming. You wield a leaf blower like a surgeon does a scalpel. When it comes to your lawn, power moves are the only moves you make. That's why you just applied IFA's Fall and Winter Lawn Food for stronger roots and an early green up next spring. IFA's Fall and Winter Lawn Food. It's the ultimate lawn owner power move.
Attention Jazz Nation. The long wait is finally over. Mountain basketball is back and better than ever. Let's go! All tickets are on sale now, and you won't want to miss the action. Jump on the opportunity to watch your favorite players live and in person. Whether you're after season tickets, mini plans, or single game matchups, the Utah Jazz has got your back. There's a plan for every fan. Don't miss out. Secure your seats today and be part of the excitement all season long. Let's go! Visit UtahJazz.com today.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Nobody gets you ready for Utah football more than the KSL Sports Zone.
Ready?
The Utes get set for a battle against Coach Prime in the Buffalo. Your home for the best coverage of Utah football is right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. This is Hans Olsen and Scotty G, presented by Mountain Land Supply on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Let's get it, folks. It's your Ute preview show. Hans Olsen, Scott Gerard, the legend, Frank Dolce. Let's go.
Frank Dolce. Frank, I'm glad you're here because I need your help more than I need a lot of people's help.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay.
I want you to help me make sense.
I want you
of this
to hop in a car, come with me and Hans to Las Vegas, and help us predict games.
I can't look. Lloyd is, just so we know what's happening here. Lloyd is asking me to move to my
just move it.
It's not rocket science. You can't just shift a little bit.
I've positioned myself appropriately for the microphone and where the laptop is set up and for all the vision and everything else. I mean, don't you just adjust the camera? Like, isn't that what you do?
No, you can move yourself. Don't move the camera. Just move to the right a little bit.
So go like this. Go shimmy. Just shimmy. Move
like,
your...
What if I
right
did that?
there. Don't move. Don't touch it again. Move. Stop.
I have to tighten it.
Like you're...
There.
You've got Shakira hips.
How's that?
They don't lie. Just use your hips and scoot.
Shakira hips? How's that?
Like, just move your Shakira.
Lloyd, is that good?
Can we see him?
Is that okay?
Okay, but we got to be honest, right? People are tuning into YouTube to see you.
Yes, that's true. Not us.
And I can't believe you're going to do the show with a shirt on this week.
Yeah, come on. You know what brings the boys to the
Take
yard.
that shirt off. take it off. Come on, let's
You
bring
know, the last time I saw someone take off their shirt and completely embarrass himself and his team, who then lost.
Don't say me. Who?
No.
Oh.
Dan
Who?
Lanning.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, that wasn't a good look
What
for
an
Dan.
idiot.
Yeah.
That's just
He took his shirt off?
Oh, yeah.
What is he hoping to accomplish there?
He and, what's his name?
The punter?
The punter. McAfee.
McAfee is mildly entertaining, but he's mostly annoying. Like, I don't think he's a good fit.
Oh, I saw Fitzpatrick take his shirt off.
Yeah, that's true. With
chest
Cam
bump with
Cam
Scatterbo.
Scatterbo. Yeah.
What about that? What about that Florida coach that got naked and took a picture with the shark?
Oh, he laid naked on top of the shark.
Have you seen that?
No, McElwain.
Was it? Oh no, that was Belichick when he had the mermaid on the beach.
Different fish.
No,
that wasn't it.
No.
P.S. Who is the most embarrassing sports figure today? There's not a question. It's not really a thing.
You think it's Bill?
Because there's only. Do you think it's Bill?
I don't know who else would.
Who else would it be?
I would love.
What a complete.
Is there a story more sad right now?
I can think of two, but I'm not going to mention them.
Who's the other?
I'll talk to you later about it.
Is it
more of a personal?
Yeah.
Are they local?
More of a personal take.
Oh well, yeah, that one for sure.
Yeah.
Yes, no doubt.
All right. Utah gets saddled with a loss, 24-21. 24-21.
Mm-hmm.
There was a moment there, Frank, where Utah goes up 14-10. I'm like, all right. Utes defensively, they've got things dialed in. Offense starting to click a little bit.
Right at the beginning of the fourth quarter.
Right, the beginning of the fourth quarter. How did it get off the rails so quickly for Utah?
Was that a targeting?
Yeah, that was. It was. Initial look, I thought no. And in fact, on the call, I said, I don't think. Then they go back and replay, and the crown went across the face mask.
I mean, that's the thing. It's, okay, intent? No. Letter of the law? Yes.
Yeah, that's exactly it.
And so
I didn't think he intended to hurt him.
No, absolutely not. And to Hans' point, Hans has been screaming about this for decades now. There needs to be a sliding scale of targeting.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Because Lander Barton not being able to finish that game is a travesty.
Mm-hmm.
But the letter of the law with how it is written right now is he's got to leave the game. And it sucks and it's stupid, but the officials really didn't have much of a choice.
Oh. Well, that goes against my argument that I still can't believe that officiating crew has a job.
Did you feel like that was not a targeting?
Based on the letter of the law.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's one of those where you could say letter of the law. Okay, that fits. You know, they read the thing. If the crown of the helmet makes forceful contact, they read the whole thing, and you're like, okay, yeah. But then that you just can't judge intent and the circumstances surrounding the play. I wish they could take that into account because I think a lot fewer targeting penalties would be called. There are clear and obvious targeting penalties. And I think that one probably towed the line. I'm not upset that that call was made and that the targeting was confirmed. But it was one of those things in that game that was a little bit
it sucked.
It was difficult for Utah. But look, there was lots of difficult things in that game for Utah. And so I said this earlier. I think you play that game again, and there's a good chance Utah comes out on top. Like Utah,
no disagree at all with that.
Win that team, win that game. The thing I would say about BYU and the way that they played and figured out how to win that game is that that's a beatable. I think that's a beatable football team. And if you're welcome to disagree, but I think BYU is a beatable football team. But they don't believe they're beatable. I think that's the thing about that team is that they're beatable, but they don't think they're beatable. And so you get into a tough situation like that, you figure out a way to win. That's pretty meaningful.
That is okay. So for two guys that played the game at that level, when you have a team that just, like, probably your 96 team had that way, where it's like.
Was that the bib team?
It was 98.
Yeah. Don't go with bibs. Come on. It's a sore subject.
You've come in a terrible mood, Frank. You've attacked me.
Mm-hmm.
You've attacked Lloyd.
Yes.
It's just a matter of time for me.
It's a matter of time.
No, we roll with the Aggies. Like,
was it because we brought up your prediction?
A non-prediction? Lemma Harrington made that prediction.
Hold on, because we got it. This is Frank's prediction.
And for those that weren't listening, I actually predicted that on behalf of Frank. I said Frank is, he told me his prediction already, so I shared it with the viewing audience, which was the same prediction that I had, 24-21 in favor of BYU. So, Coach, if you want me to pick for you, I can do that. And 24-21 BYU.
I'm not sure.
So, at what point did you tell Alema it was 24-21?
I don't know. I feel like maybe I did. Like, I feel like after hearing that.
Yeah, you might as well own it.
Thanks, Alema. I don't know what to say.
Thanks for listening.
Yeah.
Glad that you listened when I was telling you.
Yeah, exactly.
Isn't that is kind of crazy.
It is. It just shows you the fact that when we bring in people to help our coverage, they know what they're talking about. Alema and Frank both knocking it out of the park on the prediction of the game is just
and Coach
incredible.
Mack.
And Coach Mack, yeah.
All three.
Same score, same victor. Unbelievable. But to guys that have played the game at that level, when you're around a team and you just have that feeling like it doesn't matter what happens, we're going to find a way to win that game. BYU's got that swag because you're right. They're not invincible.
Not at all. Winning's contagious, though.
But it's so contagious. So is losing. Yeah.
Yeah. When you believe you're not going to win, you're not going to win.
I'm going to tell you, and this is my belief on the great teams that have been around or the great players I've been around. Scotty, it always starts with the quarterback. As much as I don't want it to, I want it to start with the line. And we talk about blocking and line plays important. When we're talking about belief, like having a belief that we're going to win this game, even though we're down 14 or we're down 10 or we're down 3, and there's a few minutes left, it does go to a quarterback and a linebacker. That's typically it's a quarterback and a linebacker. It's the two captains on either end that have that belief. That's where it starts. And so that's what worries me. And it's one thing I really wanted to talk to Frank about was, the Devin Dampier situation. You heard Kyle Whittingham's presser.
Mm-hmm.
You saw Dampier was taken off the field in certain parts of the second half for different running plays. Bert Ficklin carried it 3 times for 16 yards. Mm-hmm. What is your concern of Devin Dampier, the quarterback situation, his health moving forward to this game against Colorado?
Oh, well, his health is obviously a concern. I mean, just because I don't want him to be injured. I want him to be fine. But so the health is one thing. The interesting thing about this particular, where Utah sits currently with 2 losses in the Big 12, my question is, does that give Coach Beck the opportunity to explore the quarterback position more? Does he have to be so aligned with Devin Dampier now? Or does he have the opportunity to say, I have a guy here who's pretty good. He's played pretty well, and we're in it to win games, and we're in it to win the rest of our games and find ourselves in a position to be in a really nice bowl game at the end of the year. But I may have an opportunity here to explore my quarterback position a little bit, which I think, based on play up to this point and injury and health, that you take that opportunity and see if there's something you gain on the offensive side.
Okay. First of all, I agree. And second of all, I don't know if Utah's offensive success rests on Dampier as much as people might think. And I'm going to give you a reason to that. I think that the Utah offensive formula is what we saw against Arizona State.
Mm-hmm.
He completed 7 passes. He attempted 12. He completed 7.
Mm-hmm.
And going into that Utah game, as I was preparing for the BYU call, my thought was make Dampier pass as many times as you can make him pass. He ended up passing 36.
Yeah, that's not a winning formula.
That's not it.
No.
It's somewhere between 15 to 20.
15 to 20 passes, 65, 70% completion rate, 150, 200 yards.
With 10 carries or so, 10 to 20 carries for 80 to 120 yards.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Bird Ficklin could give me that.
I don't disagree with that at all. I don't disagree with the analysis at all. I would also say this about Bird Ficklin. I like the way he throws the ball. My guess is he's a more classic thrower of the football than Dampier and might provide the element on the offensive side to stretch the defense in the passing game. And I'm not sure that it's just not Dampier's strength. Dampier's strength is, he's going to break a tackle at the line of scrimmage. He's going to make good decisions in the run game. He'll be efficient throwing the ball, 10, 15 yards down, dumping it off, stuff like that. Good leadership. All the guys seem to rally around him, but he's not going to stretch a defense. I think we've talked about that from the beginning. If you can make Utah one-dimensional on offense, and that is, force Dampier to beat you through the air, and it has proven to be not the winning formula. So I think Ficklin might provide a little spark in that area.
So if he doesn't go against Colorado,
Devin,
yeah, which, as Kyle Whittingham said on Monday, is a distinct possibility.
Mm-hmm.
Do you go to that Arizona State game plan with Bird and say,
yeah,
this is the model, you do this?
Yes.
Well, yeah, but the Arizona State game, the way it unfolded against Arizona State on the ground was that's perfect. For Utah, that's ideal. You just beat them up on the ground, and then efficiency through the passing game. I think you could potentially with Ficklin keep the same ground attack mentality and have more efficiency and opportunity in the passing game. I think he opens up that phase of the game, which you start throwing the ball and completing the ball downfield a little bit, all of a sudden your run game is that much more efficient, or could be that much more efficient. So, I think we all appreciate all of the things that Dampier's done so far with this offense. He's had unbelievable moments, and clearly he's sacrificed his health and his body to help the team be successful. And so I don't want to disregard any of that. With that in mind, I would say that you might have an opportunity to increase offensive productivity with another guy. Just crazy, sometimes a little crazy to say, with a freshman in that position. Although I think down south we've seen that work out pretty well.
Pretty well. All right, take a break. Come back. Ute Preview Show rolls on. Frank Dolce hanging out with us in studio. Utah doesn't have much time to bemoan the fact they lost to BYU. They got a big one against Coach Prime, and Colorado coming up on Saturday. It's all right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
And for those that weren't listening, I actually predicted that on behalf of Frank. I said Frank is, he told me his prediction already, so I shared it with the viewing audience, which was the same prediction that I had, 24-21 in favor of BYU. So, Coach, if you want me to pick for you, I can do that. And 24-21 BYU.
It's game week for the Cougars, and the KSL Sports Zone is getting you ready for kickoff. With the Holy War behind them, the Cougars get set for a trip to the Midwest for a Saturday afternoon showdown against Iowa State. Listen all week long for the best coverage of Cougar football. Then catch College Football Saturday game day at 10 a.m. with a postgame show immediately following the game on KSLSports.com. Your home for the best coverage of BYU football is live on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
You're the fall cleanup phenom, the titan of trimming. You wield a leaf blower like a surgeon does a scalpel. When it comes to your lawn, power moves are the only moves you make. That's why you just applied IFA's Fall and Winter Lawn Food for stronger roots and an early green up next spring. IFA's Fall and Winter Lawn Food. It's the ultimate lawn owner power move.
Upgrades, repairs? Hercules has the rate for you. Open a home equity line of credit with Hercules First Federal Credit Union now through November 30th and get an introductory 4.99% APR for the first 6 months. Use your home's equity for that kitchen refresh, roof repair, or new deck you've been dreaming about. But don't wait. This limited time offer ends November 30th. Visit HerculesCU.com to get started. Hercules First Federal Credit Union, growing stronger together.
At Tim Daly Mazda Southtown, get any new 2025 Mazda CX-50 for as low as 0% for up to 63 months. And to make it even easier for you to drive away in your new Mazda, you won't pay till next year. That's right, 0% and no payments till 2026. There's no better time than now to get your new 2025 Mazda CX-50. Come in today to Tim Daly Mazda Southtown in Sandy. Some restrictions apply. APR, OAC. Not available with any other offers. See dealer for complete details.
What's up, everybody? I'm Mike Wilson with Any Hour Services, and we're extending our free furnace sale. We still have a few more open spots we're trying to fill on our schedule. Just to recap how the sale works, when you have Any Hour Services install a new air conditioner, we'll give you a new furnace for just the cost to install it. About $400. The furnace is free, you just pay the labor. Call Any Hour Services and schedule your free estimate today. 801-443-7400. You can Google Any Hour Services. You can even schedule online at anyhourservices.com. No one helps more homeowners than Any Hour Services.
The Management Minute is a service of the MBA program in the John M. Huntsman School of Business at Utah State University. I'm Professor Scott Hammond. There were two similar manufacturing plants, two plant managers. To increase quality, one set out to enforce the rules so there would be no more mistakes. The other set out to create processes where everyone could learn from their mistakes. The first manager stood above, the second stood within. Over time, the second manager had much better results. Collaborative, continuous improvement that leverages learning is why cars and planes are safer, electronics are more reliable, surgeries are more successful. Learning how to improve is what makes USU's Huntsman School world-class. The internationally known Shingo Institute and the MBA program, both at Utah State University, have teamed up with a powerful degree that teaches MBA skills, continuous improvement, and organizational excellence. Consider a Shingo MBA. Go to utahstatemba.com. That's utahstatemba.com. I'm Scott Hammond. Hope to see you in one of our classes.
You do countless things without a second thought to protect your family and home. Every time you're in the car, you buckle your seatbelt. Before the next load of laundry, you remove the dryer lint. When you head out, you always lock your doors. And one simple task, done far less often, can protect your family and home this winter. Schedule a furnace inspection by a certified heating contractor to check for safety and efficiency. A friendly reminder from Enbridge Gas.
You gave years, maybe decades to your job. You showed up, worked hard, and planned for retirement. But now, the company's changed. Or maybe you've taken a buyout or been forced into early retirement. So, what happens next? I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. And if you've built up a 401k or thrift savings plan, now is the time to ask, is that money really working for you? Many workplace retirement plans offer limited options and even less guidance. At Trajan Wealth, we help people just like you roll over their accounts into IRAs with more flexibility and personalized investment strategies built around your goals. For households with $500,000 or more, let us build you a personalized plan. We operate on veteran values, service, trust, and doing what's right. Your next chapter starts now. Call Trajan today, 801-210-6800. That's 801-210-6800.
Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. See website for details.
Listen every Monday morning to DJ and PK and Monday afternoon with JJ and Alex for your Chevy Strong Play of the Game. Win great prizes from Rocky Mountain Chevy.
This is your Cougars at 30 update. Presented by Kenny J's Barbecue on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It's your Cougars at 30 update right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. BYU defensive coordinator Jay Hill talking about his defensive lineman, Justin Kirkland.
Oh, yeah. I think Justin and Keanu and JT and Anisi and those guys have done a phenomenal job all year in there. But, yeah, I mean, we brought Justin in for a reason. He's doing a lot of great things.
That is your Cougars at 30 update, brought to you by Kenny J's Barbecue. Get that quality barbecue in the district in South Jordan, and you can also have that barbecue catered. That's right. Kenny will bring it right to your event. Go to Kenny J's Barbecue. That's KennyJBBQ.com. And remember, your first catering order, they'll give you a 10% off.
Let's go! Complete game coverage of the Cougars is right here on the KSL Sports Zone. The Cougars hit the road for a massive Big 12 showdown against Iowa State. Your home for the best coverage of Cougar football is right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. This is Hans Olsen and Scotty G, presented by Mountain Land Supply on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Woo!
A very emotional game,
Just check the availability report comes out Wednesday, and we have to wait a few days to see how these guys are healing up from the game, and so that's a distinct possibility. I can tell you that. But on Wednesday, you'll start getting the availability report and the likelihood of who's playing, who's not. Bird Ficklin, we got a ton of confidence in every time he's entered a game so far this year. He's done positive things. If we have to go that route, then I shouldn't say if we have to go. If we end up going that route based on health, then we got the confidence in him that he can get it done.
That is Kyle Whittingham talking about his quarterback situation. Frank Dolce believes it's not the end of the world if Bird Ficklin ends up getting the start.
Who did? Does someone believe that's the end of the world?
I think there's a lot of people out there that believe it could be the end of the world.
Are you making that up?
No, I'm not, because I think people have a little PTSD over the quarterback situation over the last couple of years. That when a quarterback that you're expecting to go doesn't go, then all hell breaks loose.
It's been a bad deal the last 2 years.
In the history of Coach Whittingham's tenure, what has been the most stable quarterback situation?
Brian Johnson. Even then, he was in and out of the lineup.
He was in and out of the lineup, and he was mostly terrible for 3 quarters every week, and then miraculously pulled out a fourth quarter comeback.
Wow.
How would you...
How dare you say the guy won a Sugar Bowl against Alabama?
By being terrible for 3 quarters and then winning on a last-minute drive every week. That was his magic. Who was the golfer? It wasn't.
Sounds like Tim Tebow.
It wasn't Ben Hogan. It was one of the old-timey golfers who used to say...
It was Jasper Parnevik.
No, it wasn't.
It was Bobby Jones.
John Daly.
It wasn't.
Talking about
Walter Hagen.
Fred Couples?
It was Walter Hagen. Walter Hagen used to say...
Makes good slacks, too.
3 bad shots and 1 great shot still make par. Still makes par. 3 terrible
that was
shots.
Bagger Vance.
And it was Walter Hagen who said that in Bagger Vance. Look it up. Lloyd, you want me to move to my right? Can I tell you some key statistics from this game?
Yes, please do.
Listen to this. Okay, these are what I think are the key statistics, because statistically, Utah won this football game. But...
Except for one.
So I think we should still I still think we should put a banner up at Rice Eccles. But let me give you some of these key statistics. 4th down conversions, 1 of 5. Yikes. Red zone scores versus chances. Utah's been really good this year. 2 of 4. They were only 50% in the red zone.
And what were they touchdowns in the red zone? I think they only had 1, didn't they?
I think there was only 1.
Yeah.
Yeah, because one of the touchdowns was a long.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yep. Turnover margin, the most important stat. -2. -2. And then there's this. Penalties for BYU, 5 penalties for 42 yards. It's like they didn't have a penalty in the game. Like they were just out there playing so clean.
Four of those came with like 10 minutes left.
Yeah. Okay, so they had 1 penalty going into the fourth quarter.
They played a very clean game.
Yeah,
both
they
in
were so
turnovers and
clean.
penalties.
Can you believe that? It's unbelievable. They were that good.
So one team was disciplined.
Oh,
the
wait.
other team was not.
Utah has more than double the penalties, 12 penalties for 77 yards. Wow. I mean, just looking at this objectively, that seems like a mild discrepancy.
Preach it, Brother Frank.
Seems like it comes down to coaching.
Stay out of this, Lloyd. Frank's doing enough damage on his own.
I'm doing the yeoman's work.
He's doing enough damage on his own.
Okay, so there you go. Key statistics from I think we should make that a segment every week.
Key stats with Frank.
Yeah.
The turnovers were big, but I want to get your thoughts. The three opportunities to kick field goals that were turned in for no points and turnover on downs.
Did that make a difference? Do you think that made a difference?
Yeah. Massive.
It's massive. Like
Massive.
in that game. Okay, so tell me when this game. Is this game regularly a blowout on either side?
No.
Is this game decided by 3 points or less most of the time?
It's always a nail-biter.
It's always that way.
Mm-hmm.
So there are games when I would say, okay, I'll give you an example. Corner Canyon, Lehigh, a week ago. Lehigh goes down. 4th down is short. Deep in Corner Canyon's territory, they decide to kick a field goal. I said at that time, you can't exchange field goals for touchdowns because Corner Canyon is going to score touchdowns. You can't exchange field goals for touchdowns.
In a game like that.
You're not going to win that game.
Yeah.
Okay, that's not this game. This game is the priority is points on the board. If you can get 3 points, you have to take those 3 points because the game is likely going to be decided by a touchdown or less. So yeah, I think that was a mistake. Not picking up those field goals.
I really think, and I think you'll agree with me, Frank, because you're an old school guy. I think Kyle going immediately to analytics, I'm not okay with that. Like, I think
the book says, I know.
I don't give two you-know-whats about the book. You got to live in the moment of the game. And I think coaches are now using analytics as a way to give themselves a get-out-of-jail-free card. They're like, well, what do you want me to do? The analytics told me to go for it. Like, no.
It's almost
It's
always.
not a rule that you have to go for it.
No, that's right.
See, the thing is, you as a head coach, you get to make these decisions on saying, hey, I'm going to take this book and I'm going to throw it out the window because I've been coaching a lot longer than these nerds have been breaking down numbers, and I should have a better feel for the game than, Rob over here with his stupid glasses and living in his mom's basement. And like, well, we pay a lot of money for this service. Well, okay, you're wasting money. Don't do it.
Didn't they say once upon a time that statistics are like a bikini?
That's Rick Majerus line.
Yeah.
They reveal as much as they conceal.
That's exactly right.
Or maybe it's the other way around. They conceal as much as they reveal.
That's exactly right. That's exactly right. The only time that the book has been 100% accurate was in Laramie, Wyoming, when you decided to kick was that at Laramie to kick an onside kick when you're up by 42 points? I think that's what.
I think it was in Salt Lake.
The book said.
Go, yeah.
The book said do that. Anyway, no, I'm not a fan. I'm not a fan of that. And it's the thing that statistics can't tell you is the context of making that decision.
Thank you.
The book doesn't say, well, if you're in Provo in your rivalry game and you are desperate to win a football game, I'd probably take the points. Like that would be the act. Maybe AI is going to get us there. Who knows? Maybe the book becomes AI and it can take into consideration context. But I think relying on the statistical model is can be faulty for sure. Although, I mean, I'd have to say that in his career, Coach Whittingham has made really good decisions.
Yes.
Based on what the book is saying. So
no, I think Kyle Whittingham's made good decisions based on what Kyle Whittingham wants to do, not what the book.
I think he relies on the book, and that has served him well. That's the point that I'm trying to make. But it's hard to put context.
Yes.
in there.
Fair enough.
Okay, so we go through the 3 decisions to not go for the field goal. Now let's talk about the 2 turnovers. You had the muffed punt on a short kick.
Yeah.
And then you had the interception to Tanner Wall, the throw deep that Tanner Wall read the whole way. Take me through those 2 turnovers, how preventable, how costly those were.
Well, I mean, costly. Yeah, clearly. Very costly. The muff punt one is, I mean, that's a hard one. You look back at it and you're like, just, what are you going to do? Just back up, let it drop. It's a short kick. But then there's the same thing. Like, I'm in the rivalry game. You can't separate. It's hard to separate that when you're under. I'm in the rivalry game. I'm going to make a play. Whatever. I think the interception is. I mean, I just think that we've seen plays unfold like that in the passing game this year, and I don't know if you. I don't know exactly what the answer is. It's not like I'm. Do you think that Coach Beck and Coach Whittingham have talked to the quarterbacks about, hey, look, you have to be smart with the football. Turnovers are our number one enemy. We can't have that occur. Protecting the football is priority 1. Like, all of these things have been taught and coached, but at the end of the day, there's the guy on the field who's taking the snap and throwing the ball, and sometimes it's just hard to coach out what that natural tendency.
So you can correct me if I'm totally off base on this.
Okay.
The muff punt, when you're able, now granted, Aaron Roderick and maybe some issues with BYU led to this as much as Utah defensively, but when you were able to hold to a field goal on the muff punt, that almost felt like a Utah win because it felt like you were going to be down 14-7. Instead, you're down 10-14. You give up the field goal. You're like, okay, you know what? That could have been really bad. We just gave up the 3. We're down 10-7. But when you're down and you had just given up that touchdown, and so you need to go length of the field and you need to take that game back because you had scored a touchdown. BYU answered back with a touchdown of their own. And now, so you're trailing again. You've got to go down and answer that touchdown. You throw the interception, and then that leads to the infamous 3rd and 10 quarterback draw that goes for a touchdown. Now, all of a sudden, you're down 2 scores. And if you were able to hold to a field goal after that interception, then you're like, okay, we're still in this. But as soon as you gave up that touchdown and you're down 10, to me, the game was over at that point.
A backbreaker.
And so it was more about how the defense responded to each one of those turnovers, even more so than the turnover themselves.
I think we've been super complimentary of Utah's defense. I think they've deserved it.
Oh, I do too. And for the most part, they were great.
But
they needed one big stop on 3rd and 10, and they couldn't do it.
They needed to make a stop. I think Hans was talking about 2 sacks in the first half of the game and 0 after that. Like, I know that you like, well, maybe it's Alema. Alema loves L.J. Martin. But if I'm watching BYU play, the guy that you can't lose is Bachmeier. You can't, he's your guy. That's the guy. He's going to make the play. And he's demonstrated, the coaches have demonstrated confidence in him to give him the ball when a big play is on the line. A critical situation is on the line. So that seemed to me like an issue in that particular game. Is where did BYU do something differently, or did Utah lose focus on that element of the game?
I felt like Utah kind of lost focus because if you were to take the 3 previous game films, you remember back in our day, it was always previous 3, and then you browse through the others. But you take a look at what's most current. If you take a look at the previous 3, where there's comebacks, there's huge conversions on 3rd and 4th downs, it's always in Bears' hand. So I feel like they either got outmanned, which is possible because if you go look at that run on 3rd and 10 that Bear ended up converting into a touchdown.
Mm-hmm.
If you go look at it, everybody's blocked up. There's a body across the line on 5 different Utah bodies, and then there's even more pickup down the field.
Mm-hmm.
And so I kind of believe that they lost sight of what the intent was, but I also believe that they got, in that play in particular, they got outmanned.
Mm.
They got blocked.
Yeah, and by the way, that's going to happen. Like, you're going to get beaten on a play. It just so happened that maybe they got beaten on one of the most critical plays in the football game. That, by the way, back to the turnover issues and the muff punt that leads to 3. I mean, I think you could qualify that as a little bit of a win for Utah, but you still gave up 3 points.
Yeah.
Like, so if points are at a premium in this game, then the win is you give up 0 off of a turnover, and in 2 turnovers, Utah sacrifices 10 points in the football game,
which is the difference in the game.
Absolutely.
Yeah. All right, 150, Hans and Scotty. Coming up, we'll continue to get you ready for Colorado. We'll look back on this BYU game as the Utes. What is the long-term prognosis for this team? How vital is this game in terms of what we see from them emotionally coming off of a really, really difficult game right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone?
It's game week for the Utes, and the KSL Sports Zone is getting you ready for kickoff. The rivalry game may be over, but Big 12 play continues on for Kyle Whittingham and the Utes as they welcome in Coach Prime and Colorado to Rice-Eccles Stadium. Listen all week long for the best coverage of Utah football and your chance to win tickets to the game. Then catch college football Saturday, game day at 10 a.m. with the postgame show immediately following the game on KSLSports.com.
Let's go then. Let's go, baby.
Your home for the best coverage of Utah football is live on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It was so great yesterday, Hans, watching people leave our Bar W pop-up remote at Farmers Insurance here in Bountiful with big smiles on their faces, carrying hundreds of pounds of Bar W beef because people were going to experience this for the first time.
Yeah.
So good.
It was really impressive. First of all, big shout out to our listeners.
Yes.
Scotty and I couldn't do this without you. And your love and your concern and your care for this show really shows up in moments like that. So we truly love and appreciate you. But watching them walk away with a 25-pound box of 14-day dry-aged, perfectly ground burger, knowing that they're going to have the best burgers of their life, the best meatloaf of their life, the best tacos of their life. We know it.
Mm-hmm.
Scotty and I eat this beef on the regular.
Oh, yeah.
2-3 days a week, we eat Bar W beef. We believe in it. We love it. And you still have an opportunity to get it sent to your front door for free. Orders of $150 or more. And I kept telling people that because they were like, oh, well, are you ever going to come back to Bountiful? It's like, just order $150. It'll be shipped to your house for free.
Yep, absolutely. And there's so many great savings, so many great opportunities. BarWbeef.com. Again, anywhere in the state of Utah, it'll be shipped to you for free on orders over $150 or more. If you're driving in the area, stop by the retail location in Nephi. Make sure to check out the new restaurant, too, Bar W Grill. It's all available for you at Bar W and BarWbeef.com.
Tom, I'm on the sideline here with Doug Smith Chevy. Doug, the NCAA has changed its rules regarding NIL money. What do I have to do to land an amazing new 2025 Chevy Silverado?
Just come on down to Doug Smith Chevy in Spanish Fork.
Doug, I'm more than happy for you to use my name, image, and likeness. All I want to know is how do I get one?
You have to buy it, Scott.
Together, let's drive. Get 2.9% APR financing for 72 months for well-qualified buyers when you finance with GM Financial on all new 2026 Chevy Silverado 1500s. No one knows Chevy like Doug.
It might only be October, but Utah is getting ready for a brand new immersive holiday tradition in South Jordan. Step into the magic and holiday lights at the ballpark at America First Square, sponsored by Mickey Couture. A walk through Winter Wonderland like no other. Dazzling lights, festive music, and family fun for all ages starting November 14th. Reserve your tickets now at the ballpark at afs.com. Make the season unforgettable by celebrating Utah's newest holiday tradition, holiday lights at the ballpark.
If you've been quoted for a new furnace or AC and it felt more like a sales pitch than a solution, you're not alone. Many home service companies in Utah have been bought out by big corporations focused on profits, not people. At Your Service Pros is different. Locally owned, family operated, 5-star rated, and trusted by Utah families for over 20 years. Let them help you with their $49 furnace tune-ups, $39 electrical inspections, and $75 off electrical repairs. Because they know things are tight and want to help you prep your home affordably. Get a free second opinion because you deserve honest answers. If your system can be repaired, they'll fix it. If it needs replacing, they'll show you affordable options. Their goal is to earn your trust, not upsell you. Let At Your Service Pros be your pro and go-to for heating, air, plumbing, and electrical. Call 801-YOUR-PRO or online at atyourservicepros.com. At Your Service Pros, 801-YOUR-PRO. Attention Jazz Nation. We know you've been waiting on the edge of your seat, and the time has finally arrived. All tickets are available now. Let's go! Your favorite players will be back on the court, bringing the energy all season long. Whether you're looking for season tickets, mini plans, or single-game matchups, there's a perfect option for every kind of fan. Show up loud and proud at Delta Center this season. Don't miss your chance to be part of the action. Buy your tickets today at utahjazz.com.
DJ PK and John from J. Brooks Jewelers. John, you refer to yourself as a full-service jeweler. What does that mean?
Once upon a time, before national stores and online sites flooded the market, your local family jeweler was the expert in your life that handled all your jewelry and watch needs. J. Brooks is that full-service jeweler today, where everything is handled by us, including appraisals, jewelry repair, watch repairs, as well as general service of all Swiss brands, and the most beautiful custom creations, including our new JBJ Bridal Collection. We can take your existing jewelry and freshen it up, or we can repurpose it completely with a fresh design using all of the sentimental parts that you already own. And of course, if she's ready for the upgrade you always promised, we can help you with a selection of a new larger diamond to say, I love you more than ever. So whatever your celebration is, let J. Brooks help you any way you may need. J. Brooks Jewelers, Murray and Lehigh, and online at jbrooksjewelers.com, where women know what women want.
The Garden Restaurant in downtown Salt Lake. Dine in or order out. The Garden is open weekdays 11 to 3. Hearty, healthy, and so craveable. Fresh flavors, iconic location. The Garden Restaurant.
Nobody gets you ready for Utah football more than the KSL Sports Zone.
Ready?
The Utes get set for a battle against Coach Prime and the Buffalo. Your home for the best coverage of Utah football is right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. This is Hans Olsen and Scotty G, presented by Mountain Land Supply on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hans and Scotty, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone Ute Preview Show. This segment brought to you in part by Kenny J's Barbecue. Incredible barbecue available for you in the district in South Jordan. And I might add, you also get a chance to have it brought to you. Their catering menu is available at kennyjbbq.com. They'll get 10% off your first catering order. All right, so we get the chance to look back on this game and analyze it from every angle, Frank. But if you're in that locker room, you got to put this thing to bed. You have film on Monday, you look at it, you go over it, and then it's like, all right, guess what? It's in the rearview mirror. We got to go forward. How hard is that emotionally?
Well, I don't know about you guys, but I haven't thought about it once until today.
Sure.
I mean, that's just, you guys know. That's just what you have to do. You just put it in the rearview mirror.
Yeah, it just doesn't matter anymore.
It's gone.
Because, your family isn't going to bring it up. You're not walking around on campus and not bringing it up. Somebody's not tweeting at you, bringing it up. Or
I think the biggest threat in a game like this is it's an emotional game, and it's an emotional loss. And it's very easy to get caught up in a hangover situation like this. Now you have Colorado coming into town, and Colorado's a beatable football team, and it's a good matchup for Utah in lots of ways. But if you take your eye off the ball, Colorado wins. Like, this football team has to be ready to put on their very best effort. One of the nice things in Coach Whittingham's career is that he has a very, very complimentary win after a loss record. Like, that's solid. It's happened very rarely in his career when he goes loss back-to-back. So there's something that tells me that he's able to manage that with his football team and get his football team ready to play. And in a situation that could be difficult. You know, it's funny because big wins and big losses, sometimes teams react the same way. Like, there's this hangover effect in both of those scenarios.
That was the case last year.
Yeah.
BYU lost their following week to Kansas. Utah loses their following week to Colorado.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, how many games are being played right now with these initial injury reports? Have you seen the Colorado and Utah releases?
I did not.
So
last night.
Colorado lists 18 guys out. Utah didn't list a single player out. They listed 3 players as questionable. So they didn't list any probable. They didn't list any doubtful. They didn't list any out. They just listed 3 players as questionable. Dampier, Merriweather, and Vakalahi. That's it. Colorado listed 18 guys as either out or doubtful. So I don't know. I don't know if it's a game that's being played, or I don't know if Kyle or who's working on these injury reports.
Wait, you have to release yesterday, right?
Yeah, last night.
Last night.
And so you're saying today there's no?
No, the first release last night.
He's just referencing the one from last night.
Oh, gotcha. Okay. So the first release from last night from both universities, Colorado has 17 guys out or
18 out or doubtful.
18 out or doubtful.
Out or doubtful. And Utah has 0 out or doubtful.
Correct.
Yes.
3 questionable.
And no probables.
I've always said the training staff at Utah is world class. Like, the training staff, those guys, they heal quicker on the U, right,
Yeah.
Lloyd? They heal quicker up on the hill.
Yeah.
We used to say that all the time. And we didn't have the benefit of someone in the medical community who was helping stimulate that healing.
Wow. Okay. Is this kind of like those inflated 40 times in pro day at the hill, on the hill?
Did they do that?
I'm just saying, like, you know, some guy all of a sudden runs like a 4.140 in his pro day.
The worst thing that ever happened to me is when I got timed on a stopwatch held by somebody in the 40, and then I did a pro day timing.
That's not good.
And I was like, no.
Reality sucks.
No. My coach has this
No.
stopwatch, and he said that was much faster.
Yeah. I mean, I think they had Anthony Munoz running faster than I did.
Were you and Munoz in the same draft class?
No.
I do feel
he's
like
much older.
I do feel like it's probably gamesmanship, just listing 3 questionable guys. But, you know, if I'm Colorado, I look at that, I'm like,
Who are the 3 questionable?
Dampier's questionable, Merriweather's questionable, and Vakalahi is questionable. Merriweather took that hit up under the armpit.
Yeah.
It was a pretty nasty hit.
Okay, so
did he play after that? Did he ever come back?
Doubtful.
He did.
Yeah, he did.
How many questionable for Colorado? It's 18 out or doubtful.
18 out. There's 3 questionable
for Colorado,
and then there's 6 that are probable.
Okay, so you're saying that Utah is...
There's 26 people on their injury report. Just a full report, it's 26 people. There's 3 total on Utah's injury report.
I don't know. I wish I was more educated on what the liability is related to releasing the injury report. But
well, Scotty nailed it earlier today. I mean, these injury reports are 100% for gamblers.
Yeah.
And if gamblers are insistent, then this is going to get more strict.
Mm-hmm.
So you're saying that the real risk is not that the conference comes to any of these coaches and says, hey, look, you need to, you listed this. This is what happened in the game. That doesn't align. So we're going to suspend you or we're going to give you a fine or something. The real risk is that some guy from Las Vegas shows up,
calls your mark,
and says,
the conference commissioner,
I'm gonna break some kneecaps.
It's not quite as nefarious as that. It's not
because what we just saw come out today.
Yeah, it's not Saul.
It's bad.
That's going to come and kneecap
bad,
you
at the docks.
What it's going to happen is FanDuel or DraftKings is going to go to Brett Yormark and say, hey, we just gave you guys $20 million last year in endorsements and ad revenue, and we don't like the way you're doing this. We don't feel like you're upholding your end of this and providing detailed and accurate injury reports. So you need to tell your coach to get in line, or because he doesn't have a problem cashing those checks on the revenue distribution. So if he wants that money to keep coming in and you want that money to keep coming in your conference, then you guys better play along.
That's kind of mob-like.
That's terrible.
No, it is very much mob-like.
It's dirty.
Okay.
It's just a little bit more legitimate. That is,
it's
that's
on the
called,
up and up.
See, that's called capitalism. The other part's just called, crowning a knee, God bless America.
But by the way, that's just how it works.
It is. That's how it works.
It's like, hey, by the way, you had it as questionable all the way till day of, and Dampier, Merriweather, and Vakalahi did
are all
not
out.
suit up.
Yeah.
Right.
So, look, we have, and then you got the example of, and then you slide them Colorado's injury report, and you're like, now see how they've listed 18 guys as out, including a starting wide receiver, one of their starting offensive linemen, and their starting cornerback.
You could do it the other way. Like, Colorado could list 18 guys out or doubtful, and lo and behold, 16 of those guys show up to play because they were just doubtful.
I guess how much are these even needed? This is the first year with it.
Yeah.
Are we seeing it that it's just...
I think coaches aren't taking it seriously right now, and I think that there will be some crackdowns. Because if you tried to pull this in the NFL, Goodell would throw down the hammer of Thor on people, and I think that you're going to see some arms get twisted in the offseason on this, for sure. Not kneecaps broken. But
just arms twisted.
Figurative twisted. All right, 206, Hans and Scotty, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Whether you're stuck in the office,
I believe you have my stapler,
in your car, or at your in-laws.
You want a piece of me? You bet I do.
The Zone is with you every step of the way. Download the KSL Sports app to get live streaming of your favorite shows and access to all the latest updates on your favorite teams. Your home for the best coverage of the Utes, Cougars, Jazz, and Mammoth is on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
At Peach Windows and Doors, they help homeowners stay in the homes they love while upgrading to the elegance, efficiency, and natural light of today. With hundreds of 5-star Google reviews, their clients know Peach Windows and Doors deliver what they promise.
I wanted to replace standard-sized French doors with a large custom sliding door. The update required checking a weight-bearing wall. Plus, I wanted a couple of different styles of windows. The new sliding door created a much brighter and open look. Peach was so helpful along the way with recommendations and ideas, and the installers were efficient and respectful of my space. I was thrilled with Peach Windows and Doors.
Give your $1 million home the $1 million feel it deserves. Don't wait on that someday project. Visit Peach Windows and Doors Salt Lake Showroom. Schedule a free in-home visit. You can also explore at peachwindowsanddoors.com or just call them at 801-566-1255. Peach Windows and Doors, where amazing home transformations begin.
These days, many companies have turned to influencers to tout their products or services. But here at John Watson Chevrolet, the only endorsement we need is from our customers. Because of their feedback, we're proud to be Utah's best reviewed Chevy dealer. Visit us today to see why we get reviews like,
buying a car should be a fun experience, like a kid getting a new toy. And at John Watson Chevrolet, it was.
John Watson Chevrolet, your 5-star Chevy dealer. 3535 Wall Avenue, Ogden. Chevrolet. Together, let's drive.
Attention high schoolers, are you ready to power up your future? The Hercules Scholarship Competition is officially open now through November 1st. You can win up to $2,000 towards your tuition. It's simple. Fill out the application, answer one essay question, submit before November 1st. Don't miss your chance to invest in your future. Apply today at HerculesCU.com for your Hercules Scholarship and make your education unstoppable. Hercules First Federal Credit Union, growing stronger together.
So many commercials you encounter these days include generic people engaged in generic activities, frolicking in generic locations, accompanied by generic music and a generic voiceover. Pharmaceutical commercials are on the cutting edge of this phenomenon. In fact, I find myself less worried about the risk of lockjaw, intermittent loss of smell, or explosive diarrhea, and more concerned that the drug might turn me into a mannequin at Kmart. So what does this have to do with Shamrock Plumbing? Nothing, really. But if you find our commercials over the top, just remember it could be worse. They could be generic.
Attention, RV owners or RV wannabe owners. It's the used RV blowout sale. RVs from all over the Intermountain West have been sent to the Layton Hills Mall for this RV liquidation event. Repos, buybacks, rental returns, and trade-ins. Blowout pricing. Every RV has been inspected and serviced and ready to go. Free admission, free parking, dealers welcome. It's the used RV blowout sale. This Wednesday through Saturday from 10 a.m. to dusk. Go to UtahRVEvent.com. Sponsored by Paris RV. Paris RV is your locally owned, family-run RV dealership. We strive hard to find the very best RVs for the price. With 4 locations, over 1,000 RVs in stock, 42 service bays, and 4 super parts stores. We're sure to help take your family on the best RV vacation. Check out our perfect family bunkhouse trailer, the 26BH. That sleeps 9 for $19,995 or $227 a month. Zero down. Life is short. Enjoy it. North Murray, South Murray, Payson, and Pocatello. ParisRV.com.
Hello, Utah. I'm Josh with IWC Roofing. For over 25 years, my family has been safeguarding your homes with the finest roofing solutions. We understand the value of your time. That's why we're committed to replacing most roofs in just 1 day. And with our 50-year shingle warranty, your peace of mind is guaranteed. Choose IWC for award-winning service and a roof that stands strong against the elements. 801-232-5690 or visit IWCRoofingUtah.com. Ask for the $2,000 off any full roof replacement. Financing available. 801-232-5690.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. It's another battle for the Aggies, and the KSL Sports Zone has it covered. The Aggies head to New Mexico for a battle against the Lobos. Your home for all the play-by-play coverage of Aggie football is right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. This is Hans Olsen and Scotty G, presented by Mountain Land Supply on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
And Scotty, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Hey, I'm not in. Did my camera get moved too? Because I'm not in the camera either.
I can't tell. Scotty, can you help me out here?
Yeah, you need to move, I believe, to your right.
I need to move to my right.
Yeah.
So I need to move the camera like that.
Sure.
Did that work?
Yeah. No, it didn't work. No, you need to move, like you personally.
Like this?
A little bit more. Like a lot more, actually.
How's that?
Didn't. Well, I'm watching it on a delay, so I don't know.
That is, the camera's pointing directly in my face. Like, how could you not see that?
This is what it looks like right now, Frank. So I don't know what to tell you.
That's pretty good.
You're way off center, Frank.
Yeah, that last time you moved it worked pretty well.
Yeah, I like that. I don't like to be on camera.
I don't either. I got into radio for a reason.
I don't like that. Not that.
Oh, no. Yeah, like
why-
you're the most handsome dude on the planet.
What? No. What is the... Before we get into this Utah-Colorado thing,
Yeah.
what is the... see, I knew it.
Oh.
You know what? You're going to mess around with it until you break it. Are you going to be happy then?
As my dad would say, we can't have nice things.
We can't have nice things.
Yeah.
So do the cameras, what is the feedback? People like it?
It would take people actually watching it.
Yeah.
Right now, nobody's really watching. You can go on YouTube, search KSL Sports. You can go on KSLSports.com.
Mm-hmm.
The idea was to take cuts from it and then put it on social media, but we're just not there yet. That was kind of the idea behind it, like having...
And then be interactive. There are comments coming in on the YouTube page for you, Frank.
I hope it says you're off camera.
No. Frank says, Frank's a bit salty today. Another one. There were rivalry games that BYU had better stats but still lost. I bet Frank doesn't think BYU should hang a banner on those games.
That's true. Agreed. Hey, look at that. We agree.
Bullseye 2474 complaining about the refs after a decade of having Pac-12 refs in the game. What a baby.
Clearly.
People are actually commenting on the YouTube page?
Yep.
Yeah, that's funny because...
Jimmy tweets in, Utah decided, it'd be a good idea not to focus on Bear last week. Smart move.
Oh, yeah. Okay. All very reasonable comments.
I will say this. You have brought out the commentators.
Yeah. More people have commented on the YouTube page than have in the 8 months we've had it.
Yes.
Oh.
So good job, Frank.
Well, how about that?
You got people
ticked
ticked off.
If my recognition of significant discrepancies in a football game related to who's officiating that game brings out the comments, so be it.
So be it.
So be it.
So
be it.
Be it.
Yes. All right. So Colorado, a team that is, you mentioned, Utah could very easily lose to, but could also beat. And I think Utah will beat them. I think they will rebound much like they did against in that Arizona State game. I think Utah wins this game handily, honestly. Whether it be Bird Ficklin or whether it be Devin Dampier. But I do think that Utah responds well. And maybe that's wishful thinking because I want Utah to I would hate to see this team go in a tailspin like they did last year. But I do think this team does respond in a much better fashion than they did last year.
They have to, man.
It's an important week.
Oh.
Right, Hans. It's an important
critical.
It's an important week. So if Utah comes out of this one struggling and kind of figures out a way to win the game, and I don't know, does that set them up for the rest of the year? Or if they come out of this one and
look like they did for West Virginia and Arizona State.
Yeah. Then you're feeling pretty good about yourself, and maybe you're breaking in a new quarterback. Maybe those things are happening. Like, I think this is I think it's an important game for this Utah football team in terms of mentality approaching the rest of the season. I think it's a really winnable schedule from here out. I think it's a really winnable schedule, and even though it's winnable, Utah still has to play their best game each and every week. And that means...
I still don't know what to think of Cincinnati, though. Cincinnati's got me.
No, Cincinnati's a week...
really wondering.
What do you mean? Because...
They're really good.
You think they're really good?
I think they're really good.
Yeah, but
you get Cincinnati at home.
No. You know what? I'm thinking of Iowa State. Iowa State isn't on Utah's schedule. I was thinking of Iowa State. Iowa State's kind of been a roller coaster. Yeah. I thought they were really good, and then they looked bad.
Cincinnati's been riding a high.
But Cincinnati, I think, is really good.
Yeah, they've won 6 in a row.
I think Cincinnati's really good and beatable. I think Cincinnati's beatable.
Yeah.
6 in a row, and their best wins are Iowa State and Kansas.
Like, who would have thought Arizona State takes down Texas Tech last week? Who would have thought that?
Nope.
Never.
Nope.
Right.
I mean, that just shows you how weird this conference is.
Yes.
Texas Tech boat races Utah. Utah boat races Arizona State. Arizona State then beats Texas Tech.
Yeah.
Because that makes sense.
It's like Region 3 in high school football in Utah. That's exactly what would happen in Region 3.
Well, I'm looking at Colorado's numbers, and they struggle at pretty much everything. And by the way, I'm speaking from a point of view of where I went to Colorado. I called a BYU Colorado game, and Colorado had a 14-point lead on BYU. It took some second half and late fourth quarter heroics just to get them into a situation that they could win that game.
Yeah.
So it was a very difficult, very good win for BYU. But Colorado was good. Took a Glasgow interception to end that game.
Yep.
And they game planned BYU defensively very well early in that game. Now Jay Hill adjusted, and it felt like Colorado got away from it a little bit, but don't think that coaching staff can't find and exploit your weaknesses pretty quickly.
They're working their butts off. They're working their butts off, but everything from, they're 104th in total defense. They're 95th in total offense.
Mm-hmm.
They're 118th in rushing defense. That's why I said I don't know how much it matters if it's Bird Ficklin or Dan Pierre in this game. I think that this has to be an Arizona State-like game plan. 40-plus rushes, 17 or fewer passes, and you run against this Colorado defense that gives up nearly 200 yards a game. They're terrible on fourth down defense. They're not good in red zone defense. They can't get TFLs. They're not an aggressive defense. They're 89th in scoring offense. They're 64th in scoring defense. Nothing about Colorado reeks as good. But like Scotty mentioned, they did put together a pretty darn good offensive plan against that BYU defense that it was like, holy cow, first two drives, strike. And it was like, uh-oh, this could be a long day. So they do game plan well, but I just don't see any reason Utah shouldn't get themselves to a 3-2 in conference play.
I think based on that, I think it's on Utah.
It's on Utah.
Yeah, I think it's on
Utah. And this would be a miserable, unbearable, intolerable loss if they do lose to Colorado.
We had talked about, and he obviously he's a good player, but Wayshawn Parker, Nakari Rogers, those are the guys that we had spent a lot of time leading into the season talking about.
Yeah.
Let's talk about Daniel Bray. What do you think out of him?
Oh, I think he's fantastic. Burst onto the scene. I mean, that's a guy that has identified himself as someone who has earned the opportunity to carry the football, to have the football in his hands. And I don't know, who else would you say that about on the offensive side right now? Has earned, like you have, every time.
You can't keep him off the field.
Yeah, every time he touches you, that's exactly right. You can't keep him off the field. I think that's where Bray has put himself. I think we've seen glimpses out of guys like Parker and Rogers, and I would say that a little bit about Dan Pierre.
I was confused by the Parker and Rogers usage in the rivalry game. Combined for 9 carries.
Yeah.
Combined.
So I don't know. I don't know. Like, is this a case where you watch film, you watch all the games, you put together your game plan, and for some reason that just didn't line up? Like, no, I don't think we're going to be able to run the ball with these guys, so we're going to go a different route. And as the game's unfolding, are you thinking about that and saying, well, wait, maybe this is a little different. Maybe we should be making this adjustment, and maybe I don't understand that either. I mean, we talked about it briefly. Statistically, Utah was pretty good offensively in that game.
Yeah. They put up some yards.
Yardage. There were the other issues that we've talked about, but so I don't know. Maybe that's a little bit nitpicky to say Rogers, Parker, and
could be
didn't do this
because the offensive numbers were really good.
Were good.
Yeah. Did they make the wrong decision? Based on yardage. No.
I don't know.
Based on yardage, no.
Yeah.
Maybe in red zone, but
yeah.
But they've been really good in red zone. Utah remains the best offense in the country in third downs.
Yeah, they were pretty good. They were 5 of 12 in this game. Like
they remain the number 4 team in the country in red zone offense. They're still They've scored 27 touchdowns on 33 attempts. They're still scoring at 81.8% touchdowns. You're right, Frank. Maybe we're paying attention to the wrong thing. But it's 21 points. I kind of demand 24 points.
Yes.
You got to give me 24 points.
No doubt. We said this early in the year. If Utah scores 30 points a game.
But they would have had 28. No, they would have had 30 if they just kicked their field goals.
yeah.
Yep. So, and we said that early in the year. I was like, if Utah scores 30-plus points a game, that's going to get them into the undefeated season kind of scenario. So, there we see it. You score 21 points in a game where you should have scored, had the opportunity to score 30-ish, and you can't figure it out. Like that's the difference. I think that's the thin line of this football team.
Frank, you've really done it now.
What
the comments are just rolling in now.
What did I do now? I'm not sure. I'm not even sure what I said.
Guy posts, I love listening to Frank. His tears are delicious.
I'm not crying. You're crying.
And then somebody says, yes, Frank is very handsome. My grandma is a big fan. See, that was unnecessary.
I hope whoever wrote that is like...
Brandon, how embarrassing will it be for Utah when they end up losing this game?
To Colorado?
Yeah.
Who said that?
That would be Brandon 3086.
Oh, how embarrassing would it be?
Yeah.
I don't know if it would be embarrassing, but that would be a very difficult loss to take.
If they lose this game, then they'll end conference play with a losing
record.
Ay.
Yes, absolutely.
Come on. Okay, so why are we talking about that? Let's get that out of the universe.
Well, I guess
Utah. This is a good matchup for Utah, and if Utah plays the way Utah is capable of playing, then we shouldn't have an issue. So can we move off of the what if Utah doesn't win this game scenario talk?
Yeah.
Let's talk about all the ways Utah's going to win this game.
Well, they're going to win it with their offensive line.
Yeah.
Offensive line, I don't want to do this again, but we're going to go back 1 week. Offensive line play, in your mind, a week ago?
I'm giving it in the high Bs, 86, 85, 86, 87.
That's
maybe.
a winning effort. Are you giving it like you're giving it a winning effort?
Yeah. Well, okay. So you talked about all the categories Utah won in. BYU won in sacks, which is crazy.
Mm-hmm.
BYU won in TFLs, 8-6, which is crazy. Kind of lived in the backfield a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
There were extra pressures. They pressured, I can't remember what percentage it was on drop back passes, but it was pretty high percent. They did bring a lot of pressures. They bring Satawala, they bring Isera, they bring a good amount of people. But I did see Hunter Clegg win a 101. I did see Bodie Schoonover win a 101.
Like I was going to go in the B- range, honestly.
Well, and the reason I say that is I think we set expectations for this offensive line so high they're still suffering from like people trying to get to these expectations. I think this offensive line is good.
We didn't set that.
No.
Kyle did.
I know.
Kyle said they're probably the best offensive line in the country.
I know. And they're still trying to live up to that.
Yeah.
I'm just curious if we had different expectations coming out of fall camp about this offensive line, if we would be saying, well, that was a pretty good effort.
Fair.
But we have this expectation of this offensive line is going to dominate the line of scrimmage every single week.
Yeah.
And what we've seen is some weeks,
some good,
some really good, and some weeks
medium.
they're just like, kind of medium, and not at all dominant. And one that was
so Scotty, the reason I might go kind of up 86, 87, a lot of the pressures that they brought, you're trying to pick them up with Parker and you're trying to pick them up with Rogers. You're still trying to keep Lander Barton on the field in the first half. Before he got ejected, he was taking a lot of offensive snaps. So the way Jay Hill was bringing pressures, the offensive line's responsible for a lot of that, but I still go heavy to the running backs and tight ends and what they are doing. And I don't want to take the pressure and any of the blame off the offensive line. They'll eat and consume as much blame as they need to, and they'll do it in film study. I'm just seeing, like I did see a couple one-on-one wins. Hunter Clegg won by Bodie Schoonover. That was offensive line to defensive line. But for the most part, I think the pressures were coming off of running back pickups, tight end pickups, those kinds of things. A lot of that.
Who's in charge of coaching that? Is it your O-line coach or is it your running back coach?
It's running back and tight ends coach.
Okay.
Yeah. Now, you'll have certain settings where an offensive line coach will help tight ends in certain pass blocking or certain chip help or certain combo blocking. Offensive line coach will help in some of that.
Yeah, because, there's a lot of assignments.
But,
you get.
Yeah, 90% of their development, form, techniques, responsibilities comes from their position coach.
All right, 2:30, Hans and Scotty. Frank Dolce hanging out with us in studio. It's your Ute preview show, Utah and Colorado. Remember, you can interact with the show on YouTube. Just search KSL Sports on YouTube, and it will take you right to our channel. You can see the live stream and Frank's sometimes in camera, sometimes out of camera, and interact with the show. It's also available for you at KSLSports.com. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It's game week for the Cougars, and the KSL Sports Zone is getting you ready for kickoff. With the Holy War behind them, the Cougars get set for a trip to the Midwest for a Saturday afternoon showdown against Iowa State. Listen all week long for the best coverage of Cougar football. Then catch college football Saturday game day at 10 a.m. with the postgame show immediately following the game on KSLSports.com. Your home for the best coverage of BYU football is live on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Bar Dub Grill is where roadside classics meet ranch-raised flavor. Sink your teeth into juicy, handcrafted burgers made with premium Bar W beef straight from the local Utah farm. From the bold cowboy barbecue burger to the sweet and savory Aloha burger, paired with crispy cowboy fries, hand-spun shakes, or signature spud nuts. Soft, airy, and unforgettable. Bar Dub Grill delivers honest eats with cowboy swagger. Bar Dub Grill in Nephi with easy access right off exit 222 in Nephi.
Only one type of burger. For every pallet. Fries are extra. Large in size. We've got the shakes. Going over the brim.
Hey, this is Chris from JCW's. Put a positive, delicious spin on your day at any one of our 5 locations. In Lehigh, American Fork, Provo, South Jordan, or Harriman. JCW's, quality and a lot of it.
You're the fall cleanup phenom, the titan of trimming. You wield a leaf blower like a surgeon does a scalpel. When it comes to your lawn, power moves are the only moves you make. That's why you just applied IFA's Fall and Winter Lawn Food for stronger roots and an early green up next spring. IFA's Fall and Winter Lawn Food. It's the ultimate lawn owner power move.
Every time I turn around, my friends at Pure Talk give me one more reason to feel good about switching. This month, for instance, they're supporting Canines for Warriors, a terrific organization that trains rescue dogs and then pairs them up with combat veterans struggling with PTSD. The result? They're saving lives on both ends of the leash. This is why I switched to Pure Talk. I like being in business with an American wireless company who shares my values. Yeah, I appreciate unlimited talk, text, and plenty of 5G data for just $25 a month, and I bet you will too. But I think you'll really appreciate doing business with a company who gives back to the men and women who volunteered to defend our country. Just dial pound 250, say micro. With Pure Talk's U.S. customer service team, you can switch in as little as 10 minutes. Again, dial pound 250, say micro, to switch to an American wireless company who actually stands for something. Pure Talk.
These days, many companies have turned to influencers to tout their products or services. But here at John Watson Chevrolet, the only endorsement we need is from our customers. Because of their feedback, we're proud to be Utah's best reviewed Chevy dealer. Visit us today to see why we get reviews like,
"Their sales team is the best. Didn't put on any pressure, just super helpful and fun. They made the process a breeze."
John Watson Chevrolet, your 5-star Chevy dealer. 3535 Wall Avenue, Ogden. Chevrolet. Together, let's drive.
I'm Walker Kessler, and I play basketball for a living. So I know how important it is to have the support of a team you can trust. That's why I love UCCU. UCCU is more than a credit union. They're a true financial partner, a local team of experts your entire family can trust at every step of your financial journey. Just visit uccu.com and elevate your banking experience.
At Peach Windows and Doors, they help homeowners stay in the homes they love while upgrading to the elegance, efficiency, and natural light of today. With hundreds of 5-star Google reviews, their clients know Peach Windows and Doors deliver what they promise.
I wanted to replace standard-size French doors with a large custom sliding door. The update required checking a weight-bearing wall. Plus, I wanted a couple of different styles of windows. The new sliding door created a much brighter and open look. Peach was so helpful along the way with recommendations and ideas, and the installers were efficient and respectful of my space. I was thrilled with Peach Windows and Doors.
Give your $1 million home the $1 million feel it deserves. Don't wait on that someday project. Visit Peach Windows and Doors Salt Lake Showroom. Schedule a free in-home visit. You can also explore at peachwindowsanddoors.com or just call them at 801-566-1255. Peach Windows and Doors, where amazing home transformations begin.
At Tim Daly Mazda Southtown, get any new 2025 Mazda CX-50 for as low as 0% for up to 63 months. And to make it even easier for you to drive away in your new Mazda, you won't pay till next year. That's right, 0% and no payments till 2026. There's no better time than now to get your new 2025 Mazda CX-50. Come in today to Tim Daly Mazda Southtown in Sandy. Some restrictions apply. APR OAC. Not available with any other offers. See dealer for complete details.
Let's go! Complete game coverage of the Cougars is right here on the KSL Sports Zone. The Cougars hit the road for a massive Big 12 showdown against Iowa State. Your home for the best coverage of Cougar football is right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. This is Hans Olsen and Scotty G, presented by Mountain Land Supply on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Woo!
Hans and Scotty, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. You preview show. The segment brought to you by Kenny J's Barbecue, where you can get the best barbecue on the planet. KennyJBBQ.com. You can have it catered. Catering orders get 10% off their first order. All right. Hans, question rolling in via YouTube. This is for Hans, and apparently Hans only. Thoughts on the big uglies in the trenches? You've seen Colorado. Utah versus Colorado. Defense versus offense.
Utah's got him outmanned. I think Utah's very much got him outmanned. But, Colorado had some moments. The problem is Colorado it's the walking wounded.
Yeah.
And they were the walking wounded back when I called the BYU Colorado game. They had all kinds of injury issues. But here's the D-line that's out. Here's the O-line that's out. Phillip Houston, Tyler Brown, Yahi Atia, Cooper Lovelace, and Akai Ogibaji. Your defensive linemen are Samuel Okulana. You got Tavina Coleman and Gabriel Lightfoot. So you got 3 defensive linemen and 5 offensive linemen that are out in this game. And then questionable, you got 3 D linemen that are questionable.
Wow.
Nikhil Webb-Walker and Quinn Barnes and Tafik Thomas. And Tafik Thomas was one of their better D linemen when BYU played. So if he's out or questionable, then I just think Colorado's depleted.
Frankly, given those injuries, given where Utah's at right now, they have to win this game. Like, I hate saying in week 7, week 8, that it's a must-win game. This is a must-win game for Utah.
I think for a lot of reasons, that's accurate. I think that's accurate.
It just, and I agree with Hans, if they lose this game, I don't think they end up with a winning record in Big 12. I think it might break, I don't want to say break this team, but emotionally.
I think it has the potential to do that. I mean, you never know. Guys are resilient.
Yeah.
You never know. But this is a game that I think this is a game that's as critical as a game that we've seen relative to a football team at Utah in terms of accomplishing some of the goals. And for Coach Whittingham, I mean, he struggled through a couple tough years. And I don't know. I mean, I don't know how close he is to retirement. That seems to come up all the time. I mean, I just don't think is he going to get the opportunity to go out on a undefeated year? That's very unlikely to occur. But I already think some of the things that have happened in this football season may think him reconsider whether or not. I think he's kind of on this feeling of, or on this line of, an unsatisfactory season, even if it's a winning season, I don't know if he can leave on that note. A satisfactory winning football season, even though, not undefeated, not conference champion, not national, playoff scenario, I think he could retire under those circumstances.
8-4, win a bowl game.
Yeah. 8 wins, I would say, is like that's the
cutoff.
Yikes.
Yeah. Okay.
To that question about the trench.
Yeah.
The 3 best trench players that Colorado had were their 3 interior offensive linemen, Xavier Hill, Zarian McGill, and Zach Chrysler. And all 3 are playing. All 3 seem to be healthy. And when we talk about what I watched Colorado do to BYU, it came through those 3 interior guys, Caden Salter, the quarterback, and his run ability, and then Micah Welch was very good. They were having a hard time controlling a lot of the run aspects in that game. So those guys are all playing. And for me, I would just go to Utah and say, and I know Vakalahi is questionable, but I would go to my defensive front. I'd say one thing we're going to do is we're going to stop all of their rushing and their rushing potential. Right now, Utah is number 75 in the country in rushing defense. When's the last time we saw Utah below number 50 in the country? They're giving up 151 yards a game. Their rushing defense that puts them 75th in the country. Yeah, Lloyd, I would say that, and I would say that we've seen a lot of sample sizes of that, and it's bad tackling from your safeties, some bad tackling from your linebackers, some missed tackles, even from your defensive front.
Yeah, and that's very un-Utah-like.
And the 4 of us just sat here and watched that winning touchdown run by Bear Bachmeier.
Why did you make me watch that 7 times?
Because
I don't understand that.
You wanted to understand how and why.
I don't know.
And
like you were couching it as educational, but it really felt different than that.
It was educational.
No, here, watch it one more time, Frank. Let me show you really what I saw.
I'm trying to walk away. It's
Let's
like
look
you
at
have
this
a hold
angle.
of my sweater. Like I'm like, come on.
But
how many
Hands
times
had more angles than the SEC.
But honestly, guys, that safety or that free safety or that strong safety in that standing position that Teo Johnson was in an open field tackle the Bear is not lightning fast. He's not Lamar Jackson. He's not Tyler Huntley. He's a big, sturdy body, but he's not fast. I would say that your standing safety in that position should make that tackle 10 out of 10 times.
Yeah, that was...
Honestly. Do you think I'm wrong in that, Frank?
Well, I thought a couple things.
You saw he had the direct line on it.
The blitz that was picked up by the running back, I thought was a miss. a little bit of a miss. So that's one. Coming through the line of scrimmage, defensive lineman is getting blocked but falling down and just like a weak wrap around the legs. Nothing. Didn't even slow him down. That's miss number 2. Safety coming up in good position to make a tackle, doesn't complete the tackle. So the question that I had about that and about several of the plays was schematically was Utah in the right defensive call? Schematically on that play, was Utah in the right defensive call? I mean, if I suspect that was a pass play, which I think it was, I think that was a designed pass play, RPO maybe, then and the slant on the left side was the open guy. Like I would say, yeah, Utah's probably in the right position.
The right defense. I think you're right.
Yeah, because the safety is kind of in that throwing area.
I'm
not sure he's in the passing lane, but he's in the throwing area. So that would force a quarterback to maybe think about it. Okay, so then if the quarterback decides to run, well, it feels like the safety is also spying the quarterback.
Yeah.
So defensively, schematically, I think you're right. They made the right call. Execution was the downfall, not the scheme.
All right, so if Utah gets the stop there, they kick the field goal, they have an opportunity to go down, score a touchdown, win the game.
Yeah.
So you could say, in my opinion, I think there's 2 big tackles or one tackle and one missed tackle that define this game. The fact that Utah couldn't bring down Bear Bachmeier, and was it Evan Johnson who blew up the end around on the 4th and 1 for Utah? Oh, was it Bamba?
Oh, yeah. The first 4th down attempt was Maury.
Maury Bamba.
Mm-hmm.
And that, to me, because I saw that end around, I'm thinking, that's 6.
Yeah.
That's a touchdown. And Bamba comes out of nowhere and blows it up.
Yeah. Otherwise, it was blocked up well.
It was blocked up well. Yep. But individual plays, BYU made them, Utah didn't.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Maury was on man, got hung up a little bit in traffic. And I still believe that if you hit that thing full bore and just go to the corner, you're going to get it. But you probably should have stutter stepped and just gone north. And even if you're trying to get to the corner, he could have just stopped dead in his tracks and gone north, or at least go inside on a Bamba pursuit. But he kept on that lane, and Bamba just caught up with him. It was crazy to see how fast he caught up with him.
Yeah.
Shouldn't have.
No.
But
plays like that, I mean, those are going to be evident in the game against Colorado. Like who? So now will Utah execute in those scenarios? That I think that's an interesting thing to think about.
Caden Salter is actually, I would say, more capable and a better runner. Even though the numbers don't show it. I was putting together some of the rushing numbers. You know, Caden Salter going into that game against BYU had 32 carries for 153 yards. They had played 4 games at that point.
Mm-hmm.
And 32 carries, 153 yards, and 3 rushing touchdowns. You know, my keys to the game on that Colorado game, it was all about closing the gaps for Caden beyond anything else. So, and I think it's going to be the same type of order for Utah. They've got to close the gaps on Caden.
The thing that Utah did really well against Arizona State defensively is, I know the starting quarterback was out, but the quarterback had 0 opportunity to perform. Like Utah was relentless on the defensive side, just relentless. And I mean, I think that's the kind of, to me, that's the kind of effort moving forward. Like it has to be attack on the defensive side for Utah to have success going out the rest of the year.
Yeah, defense is going to have to do it again.
Mm-hmm.
And this brings up the whole point that Scotty talked about at the beginning of the Ute preview show was it just feels like it's a bit of a flashback the last 2 years, and I'm nauseated. Because if that happens, it's like, geez, man.
Are you talking about a loss, or are you talking about the quarterback?
The quarterback situation.
situation.
And the thing that made me think of it is you just said You need the defense to do it the rest of the year. Jeez, man. We said that the last 2 years. It's like, how long can you put it on Morgan Scalley and put it on the defense? Like, to me, there is a big push and emphasis of, your defense has to be great, but you've got an offensive coordinator you've brought in that's got a very interesting mind. Bray was a great decision and a great design and a great draw-up. You know, there were other opportunities. Jason Beck didn't throw that pick over the top to Tanner Wall.
No, he didn't.
That was Dampier that should have read over the top coverage. And that's Tanner Wall's second interception into that exact route and that exact play. You've seen that on film, so you knew when you launched that there's a good chance. Tanner's very athletic. He can go get that ball. So I just don't – I'm getting sick of the whole we got to hang it on the defense. You know, because that was hanging on Jay Hill when we found out that quarterback that was at BYU that got shipped out, it was like, oh, Jay Hill, all of it's on you because the offense is going to suck. And it hasn't. Aaron Roderick's figured it out again. Got a quarterback prepared again. And you got an offense right now that is 30th in scoring offense at 35.6. And by the way, Jason Beck's scoring offense is still number 20 in the country at 36.9. He's figured it out. It's like, I get it. Like, it's in the defense's hands. I'm just getting tired of saying that. I'm getting really tired of saying it.
Yep.
So what I do is I say, all right, well, you're out. All right, well, we put all this recruiting weight into this Wilson kid. If Ficklin can't do it, then Wilson better be ready to do it.
Mm-hmm.
And if not, then somebody has to answer for this.
Hey, Andy Ludwig cost him his job.
It cost him his job.
Not being ready.
Because it happened twice. You weren't prepared. Well, was BYU prepared? When they found out that this kid was out after playing all through spring ball, he gets hit with this lawsuit and he's out. Was BYU prepared? Well, my take on air was, I don't see who's going to do it. It might be the kid with experience that came from Utah State, the Hill State kid.
Yeah. But
Aaron
Roderick
remained very patient and very calm and was like, oh, no, we got this.
Yeah.
We got this true freshman kid that just transferred to us that got 4-string reps through spring ball. What?
He'll lead us to the promised
the
land.
The hell are you talking
we'll
about?
We'll be just fine.
Yeah. And the kid's 7-0. So I don't want the excuses. If it's Ficklin, it's Ficklin. If it's Wilson, it's Wilson. If it's Bray on the end around, make it Bray. If you got to focus on Wayshawn Parker and Nakari Rogers, make it a run game that can't be stopped, but figure it the freak out. I'm really sick of this. Oh, it's got to be the defense. Well, it's too many times, and it's too long for Utah fans.
Yeah, and it's not fair.
It's not right.
I hear you. I'm with you in a lot of ways, but it's got to be the defense.
Hans and Scotty.
You're going to make me punch you right in your face.
We'll wrap this bad boy up next right here on The Zone.
It's game week for the Utes, and the KSL Sports Zone is getting you ready for kickoff. The rivalry game may be over, but Big 12 play continues on for Kyle Whittingham and the Utes as they welcome in Coach Prime and Colorado to Rice-Eccles Stadium. Listen all week long for the best coverage of Utah football and your chance to win tickets to the game. Then catch college football Saturday, game day at 10 a.m. with the postgame show immediately following the game on KSLSports.com.
Let's go then. Let's go, baby.
Your home for the best coverage of Utah football is live on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Well, you heard Scotty and I start the show with it. It's that beautiful click and fizz of a bucked up can, full of energy, full of the B12 and the B complex, full of great energy and just goodness, great taste. That's the amazing drinks of Bucked Up. So it's so funny. When I sat down with Ryan and Dan and the owners of Bucked Up, I sat down and I was like, oh, man, I love your energy drinks. The Sour Bucks, the Wild Orchard, the Mango Tango, the Breezy Blast, all those familiar names of the amazing Bucked Up drinks. And they were like, hey, we've expanded, right? Did you know that they've expanded? They've expanded into pre-workouts, proteins, creatines, vitamin packs, and it's all at buckedup.com. if you're just getting back into good health like I am, I really am running hard, I'm lifting hard, I'm trying to stay in good shape because I'm creeping up on 50, Bucked Up has helped me. The pre-workout has been delicious and great. Their protein powders are power-packed and just great loads of protein and great flavors, including their protein drinks. But they've got something for everybody. They also have the Babe line, which is the female products that my wife is now using. She's using their collagen and their creatine, and it's just incredible. You can get 20% off by using promo code THEZONE at buckedup.com. Promo code THEZONE gets you 20% off your order at buckedup.com.
Hi, this is Derek Overstreet, president of the New Millennium Group and co-host of Stop Working, Start Living with KSL News Radio. Can you imagine what your life would be like if you could retire 3 to 5 years earlier than you thought possible? The things you could do, the loved ones you could spend time with, the memories that you could create. That's what our team at the New Millennium Group does. We'll walk you through the entire process every step of the way. If you'd like to get a copy of the 5-step proprietary plan that will help you retire 3 to 5 years sooner than you thought possible, give us a shout right now. 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com. Listen, most of our listeners right now have a tax problem, not a money problem. There's not enough money in Social Security Medicare as it is. Let us show you how you can significantly reduce your taxes. That's 888-999-6370, 888-999-6370, or utahsfinancialplanner.com.
Hey, Utah, think about the water in your home. Is it as good as it could be? Hi, this is the water boy, Colson Firmage, a third-generation Culligan man. Here at Culligan, our roots run deep. My grandfather started with Culligan over 5 decades ago, and that commitment to quality and service is stronger than ever. We understand Utah water, and we have the top-rated water filtration technology to make a real difference in your daily life. Imagine softer skin, longer-lasting appliances, and water that tastes truly refreshing. That's the Culligan promise. Maybe you're wondering about your current water system. Does it even work? We're offering free water tests for all makes and models. Just call us at 801-509-9602 or visit us online at culliganslc.com to schedule your free water test. And for a limited time, you can experience the Culligan difference and save. Receive $1,000 off a new Culligan water filtration system, plus enjoy the convenience of free salt delivery for a full year. Call 801-509-9602 or online at culliganslc.com. Culligan, water you'll love.
If you're getting new gutters, make absolutely sure that you don't get screwed. I mean literally, don't get screwed. Tim Jr. here from RGS Exteriors. And every single gutter company out there uses screws to hold their gutters together at the corners and downspouts. They use screws because they're fast and cheap and easy. But man, they're terrible for your gutters, aside from possibly cutting your hand. They also loosen and corrode over time because they're not made from the same metal as the gutters. At RGS Exteriors, we've been installing gutters for 70 years now, and we don't use screws. We only use permanent, strong, and unobtrusive rivets. They're made from the same material as the gutters, so they won't oxidize, and they won't corrode. They'll also never loosen. Your hand is safe too. Did I mention they look amazing? So don't get screwed. Call RGS and get riveted gutters. Our number is 801-280-3110, or visit us at rgsutah.com. That's 801-280-3110, or rgsutah.com.
Hey, Doug, I hear you're giving out free test drives.
Yeah?
How about bringing around that sweet black 1500 and we go for a little spin?
Seth, you're 16 and don't have a dime to your name.
Yeah, but my daddy does. When I pass the test on Thursday, I'm going right back here to Doug Smith.
You don't even have a license?
Drop in at Doug Smith in American Fork for our Drive into Fall event and get 0% APR financing for 72 months on all new 2025 Ram 1500s and 2025 Jeep Grand Cherokees. No one knows Ram like Doug.
Nobody gets you ready for Utah football more than the KSL Sports Zone.
Ready?
The Utes get set for a battle against Coach Prime in the Buffalo. Your home for the best coverage of Utah football is right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. This is Hans Olsen and Scotty G, presented by Mountain Land Supply on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hans Olsen, Scott Gerard, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone, wrapping up another edition of your Ute Preview Show. Frank Dolce hanging out with us. By the way, grab yourself some barbecue at Kenny J's Barbecue in the district in South Jordan. You can also have it catered. Remember, all new catering orders get 10% off. Go to KennyJBBQ.com to get the catering menu now. All right. On a scale of 1 to 10, your confidence level that Utah will get a win against
9.
Colorado. 9. I'll go 9 as well.
I would like to call on Alema Harrington to give me what I'm going to pick for the score of this game. What I was going to say what I will project the score to be of this game.
Is that kind of? Can you give Alema a little props, because that's wild. He nailed it on all of your accounts.
Listen.
Can you just give Alema?
This is going to be one of the hardest things you've ever done. But give Alema some credit.
Alema Harrington. Alema Harrington is one of the best human beings that I know.
Truth.
And he's one of my very favorite people of all time. He's a unique individual. And I can also say that he is the worst human being I know for doing that to me. For putting that on me.
For giving you an accurate prediction?
Yeah. The wrong way. Like,
it worked.
That was some crazy juju he was able to throw out there, man.
He nailed it. 24-21. Good job, Frank.
Good job.
I think it was like Kava or it was Poi. It was some combination of he went back to his roots and was able to conjure that. So, is that fair to say?
It was the Poi.
Yeah. Hans, confidence level on Utah?
8.5.
Yeah.
Why just 8.5?
It's a must-win because of the quarterback situation. Even though I just ranted about it.
I know.
If Dan Pierre doesn't play, I'm not a 9.
Gotcha.
Really?
No, because somebody's learning a new offense.
Or did he already learn the offense?
Lloyd thinking Ficklin is going to play is giving us a 10.
Ficklin will get the job, and Ficklin will never give it back. Our Sunday morning podcast will be a Bird Ficklin love fest. Yeah. Well, it usually already is anyway.
You know,
Lloyd loves him.
Coach Whittingham has done this in the past, and this is his perfect opportunity because you're going against what is a manageable, especially if you run the ball well. You don't have to put a lot on the quarterback. If you run the ball well, a manageable Colorado football team. This gives Coach Whittingham an excellent opportunity to test out the new vehicle.
Yep. All right. Coming up tomorrow, we'll be live at RGS Exteriors. Make sure to stop by and say hi. We'll have Alema Harrington. We'll have Ron McBride. Alema might be puffing out his chest a bit tomorrow as well.
Rightfully so.
Just be ready for it. Hans and Scotty, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Whether you're stuck in the office,
I believe you have my stapler,
in your car, or at your in-laws.
You want a piece of me? You bet I do.
The Zone is with you every step of the way. Download the KSL Sports app to get live streaming of your favorite shows and access to all the latest updates on your favorite teams. Your home for the best coverage of the Utes, Cougars, Jazz, and Mammoth is on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hey, Benjamin, we've got a surprise for you.
What?
You have a brother. $100 bill just like you.
Hey, I'm Ben.
What?
We just got him for joining America First Credit Union and opening a new checking account.
And you're going to live together at America First.
What? This is nice.
For a limited time, new members get a $100 cash bonus when they open a checking account or $50 when they open a youth checking account. So head to AmericaFirst.com and get your money working today. Membership eligibility, terms, and conditions apply. Federally insured by NCUA.
Calling all Jazz fans. If you can't wait another second to see stars like Ace Bailey, Lowry Markkanen, and Walker Kessler tear up the court, you're in luck. Tickets are on sale now. Let's go! No matter what you're looking for, the Utah Jazz has your back. With season tickets, mini plans, and single game options available, there's something for everyone. Whatever your schedule or budget, there's a plan for every fan. Don't miss a moment of the action this season. Secure your tickets today at UtahJazz.com.
While most jewelry stores outsource their custom work to international manufacturers, Belliston Jewelry is your custom, in-house, full-service jeweler.
Besides the obvious tariff issue, what's wrong with outsourcing?
You know, like a game of telephone, all of the important details, the essence of your dream ring, are quite literally lost in translation as it's designed in other countries like India and China. Belliston's in-store designers can customize and modify your design right in front of you, cutting any confusion to bring your true design to life.
Yeah, absolutely. I plan to wear my ring every day for the rest of my life. I want it right.
Let me ask you this. If you choose one of those other guys, but you hate the finished ring, do you think they would remake it to get it just right?
Not a chance.
At Belliston Jewelry, we work with you in-house every step of the way to ensure it's right the first time. BellistonJewelry.com, across from Weber State in Ogden.
Locally made, just for you.
And cherished for generations.
Is your financial advisor offering you up to a 30% upfront bonus? Or are they promising you up to 10% growth per year, all for your retirement income? If not, then you need to come to Trajan Wealth. I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. If you have a plan to retire within the next 10 years, don't wait only to find out it's too late. I've seen hardworking folks like you retire only to be required to go back to work, all because their advisor told them guarantees like these were too good to be true. They're not. That's up to $30,000 upfront or up to $10,000 per year on $100,000, all guaranteed for retirement income. Don't keep working when you're supposed to be retired, and don't let any financial advisor tell you it's too good to be true. Call Trajan today, 801-210-6800. That's 801-210-6800.
Annuities, non-advisory products. DBA Trajan Wealth Insurance Solutions. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
The weather is cooling off to the lower 70s and 50s at night. Prep your home early for fall and winter with a call to At Your Service Pros, your whole home service professionals. Family owned by people like you. At Your Service Pros cares about their customers and know things are tight. And to help with fall prep, they're offering $49 furnace tune-ups, $39 electrical inspections, and $75 off electrical repairs. At Your Service is all in the name. They're there for you, giving solutions without unnecessary upsell and backed by 5-star reviews. They want to earn your trust to be your go-to whole home service company for commercial and residential. And they support the community they live and serve. Save money, time, and eliminate expensive home utility repairs by using a pro all completely at your service. $49 furnace tune-ups, $39 electrical inspection, $75 off any electrical repairs, plus maintenance or replacement with straight up honest work done right, guaranteed. Call AYSP 801-YOUR-PRO at yourservicepros.com. 801-YOUR-PRO at Your Service Pros.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hey!
This is JJ and Alex.
I made a name for myself, I told you I won't be denied.
As you wrap up your day, it's time to get your fix of the teams you live for and the sports you love. This is JJ and Alex on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Welcome back, everybody. It is JJ and Alex, 97.5 KSL Sports Zone. Thanks for being with us today. Thanks for hanging out on your very busy Thursday afternoon. Thanks for downloading the podcast wherever podcasts are found. Thanks for praying for our producer, Alex Napolis. He's doing great. Napolis, you okay? Any updates?
You need any lozenges?
Any updates?
We're good.
Your health is good? All right, good.
So, how many games have you called this week?
I think I'm up to 6.
Okay.
6.
And then tomorrow, what do you have, a slate of 3?
Tomorrow we got a slate of 3.
Yeah, there you go.
Oh, my gosh.
All
9 games in a week?
Okay. That's why he's the best.
So, semifinal week in high school football, I do 6 in 2 days straight.
Oh, here comes JJ.
Thursday, Friday.
Here comes JJ one-upping you, bro.
No, he's one-upping me. 9 in a week is brutal. I'm just telling you, I understand it's a lot and it's hard.
It's not
and
good
on
the
top
voice.
of that, you're producing the show. So, Napolis, we appreciate you.
Well, that's the hard part.
High school soccer fans in the state appreciate you as well. You're doing
that's the hard
tremendous
part.
job. Oh, and you got do you do high school football this week or no?
Not this week,
Oh,
because
okay.
it'll be at the same time.
Gotcha. That would have been hilarious.
But I'll be out there next week, hopefully.
Yeah, they're all. Anyway, could you get out?
Games.
Could you get out and get that 5A 15 versus 14 game for us? That'd be great.
Nah, give him a 9 versus 24.
I always love this weekend. Well, look, I'm glad everybody gets to go to the playoffs. I think
5A and 4A, there is a cutoff. Only 24 go.
Good for them.
But yes, everybody in 6A technically gets in, which I don't love.
Well, I don't think the parents love it either because they're like, "Are you serious?"
A lot of parents wanted fall break off this week.
We
They would have liked to have their high school football season over
I
with.
know. Yes, that's what I'm saying. Like, and by the way, when I was in high school, like it was hard to make the freaking playoffs, man. It was hard.
Yeah.
It was hard to make the playoffs.
So I'm from Wyoming, and only 4 teams made our playoff. We went right from the end of the regular season to the semifinal.
That's bonkers.
Yeah, 4 teams in each classification made the playoffs. That's it.
How many were actually in each one? 9?
Not a lot. Yeah,
Okay.
something like that.
Well, so for us, we were like, I mean, this is the metro. This is like the Seattle metro area.
All right.
And they only have 4A is the largest classification in Washington. There are a million 4A schools.
So there's only 4A in Washington, and we got 6A in Utah?
Well, it's because 4A there, like our high school is 6A size.
Right.
And
but that means
what
there's
I'm
more
saying.
teams in each classification,
It was
which makes it
basically
more difficult to win a state
It was
championship.
a combination of basically 5 and 6A here would be the 4A across.
Wow.
This. And you're talking too. And you know, we have the Northern Utah thing and the Southern Utah thing, but all the Southern Utah schools are 4A, right? Here, I'm saying.
Currently,
Aren't they?
yes.
Yeah.
Correct.
So there you have a whole different thing as soon as you cross the Cascades. Eastern Washington had some of the best teams in the whole state. You have all the Spokane teams that were all
Really?
pretty darn good. The Tri-Cities teams were pretty darn good. And so they'd come over, or you'd go and play them, or the ones that were down by Portland.
Yeah.
You know, right on the border of that Vancouver area.
Yep.
Really good teams on there. And so I remember my junior year, we had to go down to Vancouver. We got our butts handed to us by Columbia River. And I'm like, I don't even know where this team existed. And they're like, oh yeah. And they're in massive schools. It's like the old Hoosiers. Back in the day, you had to win all the classifications. So, hey, I'm doing this to basically waste time to not talk about the stupidity of the NBA stories going on right now. I don't know what to do with this.
Hey,
I don't know what to do with this.
Hey,
Chauncey, it's Big Dan. Like, what do you got for me? Like, are we really talking about
Did Chauncey wake up with a horse head in his bed?
the mafia is involved? Well, first of all, are we shocked the mafia is involved with betting in 2025? I love
No.
how every movie we've ever made about the mafia, and we're going, and can you believe there could be some Cosa Nostra dealings with this? It's like, yes, because if there's anything that Robert De Niro taught me, it's that this is what happens.
This is crazy. I mean, bettors were allegedly given LeBron injury info. Wow.
I know.
This is bad for the NBA.
It's really bad, and it really sucks because it overshadows all the stuff that happened last night for Jazz fans. I say it overshadows it. Like, we'll still walk around and go, oh, no, that doesn't have anything to do with the Jazz. But the reality is it kind of kicks you in the teeth. So we'll get into that at some point. I'm trying to wrap my head around it because I wanted to just be so excited about game one. I wanted to live and die by every game of the Jazz this year. I told myself I wouldn't, JJ, and then last night happened. I told myself I wouldn't go by the one game at a time like I'm living and dying with this team. I went into this thing with an open mind and just like, hey, let's approach this a la Jake Scott and have zero emotions about it. I'm gonna go big picture on it. And I couldn't do it last night. I couldn't do it. When it was a 37-point lead and I'm looking at my kid and I was like, hey, I don't think you should expect this all season long. Like, I have to tamper the expectations of the kids in the room. This team's going to win the championship. All right, well, settle down.
For one night, though, how fun was last night?
It was so
that
freaking
team.
cool.
We talked about this. I said the Jazz are going to win last night. Predicted a Jazz victory.
Yeah,
might be the last one before Christmas, but they got it.
Oh, stop it!
But I talked about the fact that this team is just going to be more fun. They're going to be more competitive because a lot of these core guys have been playing with each other now for quite a while.
Yeah.
You have Keontae, Walker Kessler, and Lowry Markkanen who have played together now this is their third season together. So they're developing chemistry. They know each other well. And that won out last night in a big way. They look good.
I'm guarding my heart, as we do here locally all the time, because
Your heart wants them to win. Your head says, guys.
Settle down.
Know the assignment.
One game in.
We can't convey.
Wear the T-shirt. You know what? Let's start.
We can't give AJ DeBonsa to the Oklahoma City Thunder.
You can't convey. That's going to be the T-shirt. All right. Let's jump in, though, officially here. We got some football to talk about. Thank heavens. Lots to get into. Our favorite thing to be able to do, jam on. It's a Thursday today. We've got a shorter show. We're getting you ready for some hockey tonight. And we're going to get you pumped up because this Utah Mammoth team is really exciting. Lots of fun. Tons of things to talk about, though. Let's jump into the college football scene. Let's start with BYU here with the cut, top of the program.
It's time for the biggest story of the day. This is what made the cut with JJ and Alex on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Trajan Wealth brings you this portion of the program, TRAJANwealth.com. That's Trajan Wealth for all your trusted local needs in retirement. Let's jump in this week as we were chatting yesterday with one of the beat writers who covers the Iowa State Cyclones. As we're trying to get to know this team a little bit better, it is one of those teams that you tend to not pay as much attention to because last year BYU didn't play them. The year before that, there is a definite part of the fan base from BYU that goes, I want to forget about that game, that 33-point loss at home to Iowa State in Provo. There's a lot of folks who feel that way. It was an ugly game. It was a butt-kicking welcome to the Big 12 that they basically got week in and week out from the people over that stretch of 3 or 4 games.
Remember West Virginia?
West Virginia, they lose by another 30 points or whatever it was.
How far BYU's come.
And how far West Virginia's fallen since then, too.
Right.
They're all, Neil Brown, get out of here.
Things change fast.
Yeah, so I just think that right now, the way that this conference is, this game is problematic for BYU all over the place.
For sure.
How are they going to approach it? And it's one thing to tell your team we need to emotionally prepare to divorce yourself from that Utah win and Utah feelings and Utah emotion and the physicality of a game like that and then take it across the country to Iowa State. And that's a tough thing to do. It's yet another test that Bear Bachmeier is going to have to do, the rest of this team is going to have to do, and to try to figure out what these teams are going to do. Let's look at what the offensive and defensive coordinators said from BYU in the last couple of days here. I've got Jay Hill from yesterday and Aaron Roderick from Tuesday. As we've been covering all these other things this week, I wanted to jump in and kind of update folks what was said on the offensive and defensive side of the things from BYU's perspective. So Aaron Roderick talked about LJ Martin and Bear Bachmeier and that two-headed running game monster that they've now built in that backfield that has become pretty dynamic, pretty killer for this team, and it certainly has been working. Here's what he said about it.
The load of carries he's getting right now is kind of what I was envisioned before the season. Bear's getting a few more than I would like at times, but he's so good at it, it's hard not to use him. So we're trying to manage that as well as we can. But LJ, his practice week is pretty light. He's a veteran player who knows the offense really well, so it's mostly just game plan details that he needs to be able to play well on Saturdays.
Now, that's the offensive coordinator. He calls the plays. So when he says Bear's getting more carries than I think I would like currently, what's he saying there, JJ? That. He's saying this guy has options on certain plays, whether or not to run it or not.
And he's taking the run.
And he's okay to take he's okay to call his own number, which yep. I think a lot of people have mixed feelings on about any quarterback. Have you seen him slide yet? I haven't seen Bear slide yet.
Have not witnessed that.
I don't know if it's in his body. He is a dive forward kind of guy.
He falls forward for sure.
And that is, I won't say it's problematic. It's problematic for some people, but right now it's not for BYU. But do you like that combination of what they're doing right now? It just seems that they're able to be flexible in the play calling to be able to make sure that LJ gets his, and he's been spectacular so far this season. And then Bear Bachmeier takes opportunities where he sees them, and he's getting better at even picking those spots, I think.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I think you'd rather see more LJ Martin carries than Bear carries, but it's working. And I watched closely. I was watching Bear take the hits. You remember we talked about it before the show, the Lander Barton targeting play.
Yeah.
He got his bell rung pretty good. And I thought, wow, I don't know if he's all right. There was one more play just briefly after that where he walked off the field and the ESPN camera shows him wincing. I mean, he was in pain. I don't know what or why, but he is taking a beating, and he's obviously got a bigger body, and he can take a bigger beating than someone like a Devin Dampier, who's obviously a lot smaller in stature. But those things add up, and I'm worried. I'm really worried about Bear Bachmeier taking more hits. You have a good thing going here right now. You need him healthy.
Yep.
And I understand the way he plays the game of football. It's not conventional in the way of what you want to see out of a quarterback, but it's working, so you're letting it ride. But what happens when it goes wrong? And that's what they have to be worried about. So, yeah, I'd like to see him take less carries, and if he can, get out of bounds or get down. Because those hits will add up. And eventually, he's going to have to miss a game or two simply out of usage because he's so sore and so beat up. You don't need that right now. They got a good thing going. They got all the momentum. They control their own destiny for the Big 12 championship game. You can't lose Bear Bachmeier. He's got to protect himself a little bit better in the run game.
I'm looking at the Big 12 statistics right now. L.J. Martin leads the conference in rushing by more than 130 yards. The next closest is Raleek Brown, who's having a good year for Arizona State, who's at 642 for the year. LJ's at 774 on the season, which gives him a total of 110 a game, and which is about what he's been, really. Like, I mean, he's had, a couple games where I think he was, what was he a couple of weeks ago? He was like 160, I think, or 162
he had 3 or 4
Arizona.
games in a row, 100 or more yards rushing.
But last week it was at 130, 122. I think it was 130, and then he actually ended up losing a couple chunks of yards in the last part of the game. But he also leads the conference in all-purpose yards. And that's an interesting thing for you because you're looking at a conference that – and by the way, I was looking also at the numbers from a scoring standpoint. And statistically across the conference, the rushing yards per game, Utah leads the entire conference, BYU second. In passing, BYU's 14th at 209 a game. Now, you're saying all these things. We could plug in the conversation that we're having about Bear Bachmeier right now to conversations we had 12 years ago with Taysom Hill, where you said, it's not conventional. You don't really love that a guy – it never felt comfortable that BYU had a guy running for 1,400 yards as the quarterback, right?
Right.
When you had Jamal Williams in the backfield as well, and you're like, man, those guys – and they both ran for 1,000 yards that season. Was it 2013? I think it was 2013. And those guys were phenomenal. And it never – at some point, we were all waiting to go, yeah, but no, this week is when he's going to get more attempts passing. At some point, what are you going to do other than the thing that has been working for you so far?
Exactly.
And so, 14 to 17 rushing attempts a game is probably not what you love as the offensive coordinator, but your quarterback loves it, and it's working. And he's getting score, and he's rushing. He's running the ball into the end zone for touchdowns. You're scoring with a guy with his feet, and you get a passing touchdown pretty much every week as well from him. And more importantly, he doesn't put the ball on the ground. For as many attempts as he's had, that one weird pitch was the only real fumble that he had, right? He had one that was knocked out and it was recovered, obviously, by the offensive lineman down there in Arizona. That was the one where people looking at and going, uh-oh, ball security. Here's what A-Rod said about the running side of Bear, and I think that you should probably just get used to it.
Well, he has really good vision. He's faster than you think, and he's very physical. He runs behind his pads, and he's 230, 235 pounds, so he's just a load to bring down. He's just very instinctive. He sees the game.
Runs behind his pads. That's a new term. I've never heard that one. I like that one. He runs behind his pads. A-Rod also talking about LJ, and something that was brought up, I think that maybe it was you when we chatted about this.
Yeah. I wanted to make a point that LJ wasn't just great running the ball. His blocking was phenomenal.
Yeah, here's what A-Rod said about that very topic this week during the media coverage.
Much better than a year ago. In fact, I thought he had a very good pass protection game against the Utes. I mean, we had to mix up our protections a lot in that game. Last year, our quarterback got hit a lot, and I thought we did a solid job. It wasn't perfect, but we did a good job protecting.
Does an awesome job. I think they try to figure out, and that's what made – do you remember that's what made Jamal Williams so special too, right?
Yes.
He was as brilliant. He was smart.
They kept him in the NFL longer than maybe
yes, and he didn't – and you know what? He rarely missed.
Yep.
And at this level, all these coaches go, dude, if you don't know your assignment, you're never going to carry the ball because we can't put you in the game, excuse me, just to do this. We can't put you in the game just to run the ball, and then we have to take you out to pass pro. That's not what it is. These guys are dogs. LJ's a big body, too, to try to figure out. And he can pick up those coverages, and they rarely miss on it. All right, let's get to Jay Hill. Here's what he had to say. I know people want to know about what Jack Kelly's situation is. He talked a little bit about this week coming back from an injury. Jack Kelly did, and trying to kind of, I feel pretty good. I feel awesome. I didn't. The shoulder didn't go backward in the Utah game. Here's what Jay Hill had to say about Jack Kelly and that injury with the shoulder.
If you look at him on the sack that was so critical on fourth down, he looked like a freak and come off the edge super fast, looked like Jack, and then there were times where it looked like his shoulder was hurting him still. This week, he looked way better than last week. The week before, I don't know that anybody could have been in their practice, and he was. He's a tough dude that is already back off an injury where most people would not be back right now.
So that's good news for BYU fans. I think the more important thing from that is that our eyes didn't deceive us either, right? It was like you saw Jack Kelly not being 100% himself, but he was in that game. He didn't re-injure it. He didn't get it worse. And according to the coaches, feels like it's going to be – we'll see on Saturday, right? You'll actually get to see it with your eyes of whether or not that guy feels like he is back to kind of himself. But he was wearing that transformer arm.
Whatever it takes to get him out there, because, Alex, that play, that sack was huge. And that's what he does, and that's why he has to be on the field, because he doesn't just make plays. He makes plays in key moments that turn the game in BYU's direction. We've seen it again and again and again. Kansas State game last year. There's numerous examples. Even hurt, even injured, he was able to do that against Utah.
Let's take our first break here. We're going to come back. We've got more to go. We've got our hot and cold segment coming up here. We're also going to we're going to finally jump into a little bit of some Jazz talk from last night and the stupidity of this betting stuff that is now taking over today's news across not just the sports world, but across all the news world as well. Everybody watching what's happening with the NBA. The FBI announcing a list of arrests, including a head coach in the NBA. We live in wild times. We'll come back. More to go. 97.5 the KSL Sports Zone.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
A southbound crash in Tuella County on SR 36 is blocking the right lane at the Bates Canyon Road intersection, causing backups through all of Stansbury. Southbound I-15 already at reduced speeds, approaching a crash at 45th South and Murray, with delays after that at the South Interchange. It's time to try UTA. Less stress, no traffic, and more U-time. Plan your trip at rideuta.com. With your traffic update, I'm Alex Napolis here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It's game week for the Aggies, and the KSL Sports Zone is getting you ready for kickoff. Bronco Mendenhall makes his return to Albuquerque as the Aggies hit the road for a battle against the New Mexico Lobos. Listen all week long for the best coverage of Aggie football. Then catch all the play-by-play action beginning with the Aggie pregame show this Saturday at noon on 1280 a.m. Your exclusive home for Aggie football is live on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
If you want to avoid your furnace breaking down this winter, the best thing you can do is stay on top of your furnace's annual maintenance. If you do find yourself with a furnace blowing cold air, Any Hour Services technicians service all brands, and they can usually get to you pretty quick. Call Any Hour Services or schedule online at anyhourservices.com. Whether you need maintenance, repair, or a second opinion about replacing it, the technicians at Any Hour Services can help you keep your home comfortable all winter long. Call Any Hour Services or schedule online at anyhourservices.com. No one helps more homeowners than Any Hour Services.
Hi, this is Derek Overstreet, president of the New Millennium Group and co-host of Stop Working, Start Living with KSL News Radio. Can you imagine what your life would be like if you could retire 3 to 5 years earlier than you thought possible? The things you could do, the loved ones you could spend time with, the memories that you could create. That's what our team at the New Millennium Group does. We'll walk you through the entire process every step of the way. If you'd like to get a copy of the 5-step proprietary plan that will help you retire 3 to 5 years sooner than you thought possible, give us a shout right now. 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com. Listen, most of our listeners right now have a tax problem, not a money problem. There's not enough money in Social Security Medicare as it is. Let us show you how you can significantly reduce your taxes. That's 888-999-6370, 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com.
Every time I turn around, my friends at Pure Talk give me one more reason to feel good about switching. This month, for instance, they're supporting Canines for Warriors, a terrific organization that trains rescue dogs and then pairs them up with combat veterans struggling with PTSD. The result? They're saving lives on both ends of the leash. This is why I switched to Pure Talk. I like being in business with an American wireless company who shares my values. Yeah, I appreciate unlimited talk, text, and plenty of 5G data for just $25 a month, and I bet you will too. But I think you'll really appreciate doing business with a company who gives back to the men and women who volunteered to defend our country. Just dial pound 250, say micro. With Pure Talk's U.S. customer service team, you can switch in as little as 10 minutes. Again, dial pound 250, say micro, to switch to an American wireless company who actually stands for something. Pure Talk.
Utah Mammoth Hockey is back at Delta Center. Don't miss your chance to be part of the excitement as the Mammoth hit the ice all season long. Grab your friends, rally the family, and lock in your seats for the fast-paced, hard-hitting action. Great seats are available for most games, but they're selling fast. Head to UtahMammoth.com to get your tickets today. That's UtahMammoth.com. Your home for all things Mammoth hockey.
Get ready, Utah. Mountainland Supply is bringing Milwaukee Counter Days to a branch near you. Join us for a one-day-only savings. 10% off all Milwaukee power tools, hand tools, and accessories. Plus, free sale day-only items. Start your morning with a light breakfast, stick around for a delicious barbecue lunch, and connect with the Milwaukee team. We'll be in Ridgefield October 16th, Salt Lake Drilling and Utilities October 21st, and Far West October 23rd. Don't miss it. Mountainland Milwaukee Counter Days. Food, freebies, and fantastic savings.
Are you tired of racing to the finish line only to realize the checkered flag is moving every time you get close? Finding the right job feels exactly like that. But with Express Employment Professionals, you'll fly through the track into your next job and never pay a fee. With more than 870 locations across the country, there's always an Express Employment office in your area. Get started today at expresspros.com or locate one of our offices to apply in person. That's www.expresspros.com, expresspros.com.
I am dedicated. I am TNT.
Team in Training will change your life with a marathon, half marathon, triathlon, or a cycle event, and you'll change the lives of blood cancer patients. Join TNT, fundraise for blood cancer patients, train with world-class trainers, and be part of the most exciting endurance sports events in the country. Or train on your own schedule with TNT Flex.
Join TNT now. Go to teamintraining.org.
Listen every Monday morning to DJ and PK and Monday afternoon with JJ and Alex for your Chevy Strong Play of the Game. Win great prizes from Rocky Mountain Chevy.
This is your Cougars at 30 update. Presented by Kenny J's Barbecue on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Jay Hill talks about Iowa State's offense and their quarterback, Rocco Becht.
Well, every team has one, right? Every team has a good quarterback. Every team has wideouts. This team has really good tight ends. I love Rocco Becht's competitive nature. He can throw it. He can run it. He's really smart. Rarely does he go to the wrong spot with the ball. So, I mean, he looks like a guy that's played a lot of snaps in the Big 12 and started a lot of games.
That is your Cougars at 30 update. Kenny J's Barbecue will cater your work parties, luncheons, weddings, family get-togethers, and holiday parties. New catering clients get 10% off their first order. Go to their restaurant in the district in South Jordan and enjoy some ribs and brisket. Hot and Cold's next on JJ and Alex, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
What time is it? Your exclusive home of Utah Jazz basketball is right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Bounce pass down low, Zubac. Working to the middle. Kessler comes over and eradicates it. Zubac's on his backside. Jazz are on the run. Leading by 24. Keontae through the purple paint. Rotates to the top. Sends them off for three. Pow! 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 Utah by 27 in the first half, and it's a palindrome. 74-47.
You're locked into JJ and Alex, presented by G2G Bars on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Oh, yeah, this theme was hot last night. Tell you what.
The new and improved Round Ball Rock by John Tesh.
Do you think that's actually him? He's like, I want to get in the studio and lay down this guitar riff myself.
He performed. He performed it live on the Today Show.
Pretty phenomenal.
On Tuesday morning.
He wasn't on the piano?
Brought the whole entire. Oh no, he was on the keys.
Oh, good. I was going to say.
John Tesh himself was on the keys.
That's him.
He recruited some dude with the axe, just rocking out.
It would have been a power
and he had a whole
move.
horn section.
It would have been a power move to bring Slash in.
Well, it would have been really good to bring in his brother Dave.
Yeah, but Dave, they've been estranged ever since he was kicked out of the group for having those terrible lyrics.
It would have been great to get the whole band back together on Tuesday and have Dave perform.
Oh, here we go.
On the Today Show. Oh,
we always honor Dave.
Basketball, give me the ball because I'm gonna dunk it!
One of Ted Lasso's
I like
best
this
roles.
version better. I like it with the singing.
One of Ted Lasso's best roles. I think we can all agree.
Oh, no doubt.
Hot and cold, by the way, speaking of, brought to you by the good folks at Enbridge Gas. Prep for winter, get a furnace inspection from a certified heating contractor to check the safety and efficiency of the unit in your home. A reminder from Enbridge Gas, be safe out there. Okay, so let's talk about this Utah Jazz. Listen, the mojo of the last two nights inside that arena, by the two professional teams that play in that arena, it's a wild time we live in. To have an overtime win against the Colorado Avalanche 3 years ago, we would have all looked at each other and said, that's not a real thing.
How's that possible? The who? The what?
Yeah. Okay, for the preseason
the
game.
NHL in Utah?
Who's going to be excited for a preseason game? No. Interdivision with the Utah Mammoth, the what?
Crazy
yeah.
times.
Oh, yeah. No, and you're going to have a light blue cotton candy elephant who's your mascot. What's his name? Tusky.
Who's your friend who likes to play bing bong, bing bong?
Tusky. By the way, my favorite 4-0.
Hey, don't make fun of Tusky.
4-0 under Tusky.
Good luck, charm.
Listen.
Tusky's undefeated.
I'm the first person to tell you that mascots matter, and the weirder you make them, the more that people end up liking them, for some reason. Like, ask Philadelphia about the Fanatic, about Gritty. Gritty is something out of nightmares, okay?
Right.
And yet, it works, right? But I'm telling you that building across the street has got something going on right now. When I'm watching Walker Kessler, like, absolutely embarrassing, was it Brooke? Yeah, it was Brooke Lopez, right? I figure out which Lopez brother. I was like, half the time I'm like, is Robin even in the league anymore?
Probably not.
And then Chris Paul, he dragged his old bones out on the floor and just took an absolute whooping last night from the Utah Jazz. I was shocked how this thing went down. Number one, because we've seen big leads with a team like this. I say like this because last year there were moments where this team would take 18-point. I say this team because it's a totally different group, right?
Yeah.
But an 18-point lead was squandered by the third quarter. And you had just as much of a shot as losing by double digits after you were up by double digits. That was kind of the hallmark of a not very good team from last season. Now, watching them be up 43-19, is that what it was at the end of the first quarter?
43-19.
43-19. I remember being like, all right, well, this won't last.
78 first half points against the Clippers.
This won't last. That's what I told myself. Well, this isn't going to last. Not only did it last, they maintained that gap the entire rest of the game, the entire rest of the way, even ballooning it up to 37 points. The thing that impressed you the most, JJ, I told you before the show, I was like, we're not going to talk about this until we get on the air. Your thoughts on that win last night for the Utah Jazz, I guess from an individual standpoint, what were you impressed by?
You don't think Walker Kessler deserves a big fat contract? You're wrong. You saw a highly motivated, very energetic, very active, very improved Walker Kessler last night. 29 minutes, he had 22 points. 7 of 7 from the field.
Yep.
You'd expect that. He usually makes his buckets around the rim. Not crazy that happened. 9 rebounds, 4 assists, 2 steals, 4 blocks. But here's a new wrinkle.
I love it.
2 for 2 from 3? Walker, dude.
And was the first one the one that was the corner one?
Yeah.
I was like, okay, stop feeling yourself. Oh, whoa.
You asked me last night, I can't remember if it was the round table or last night before the game.
You talked about the 3-point
What does Walker Kessler need to do?
It's
he's got to spread the floor out. He's got to be able to have gravity. He's got to be able to pull guys away from the rim and he's got to be at least a threat on the perimeter. Guess what? Walker Kessler is now a threat on the perimeter. I love it.
Yeah, it's wild.
So that was a new wrinkle. So I think Walker Kessler was obviously the star of the game. Bryce Sensabaugh, 20 points off the bench. The dude just gets buckets. And this is a guy that could win multiple Sixth Man of the Year awards coming off the bench. I love this role for him. And especially against second units, who guards him? Who guards Bryce Sensabaugh with second units in the NBA? He can get buckets coming off the bench. Eventually, I mean, do you move him into a starting lineup? I have no idea. I'm not trying to limit what Bryce Sensabaugh can do. But in year 3, he's a bona fide sixth man in this league. And down the road, I could see him being a Sixth Man of the Year. So there's your guy coming off the bench. We're trying to figure out who this Utah Jazz team is moving forward. Trying to figure out what the future is of this team. Walker Kessler's your future center. You got to lock him up. And Bryce Sensabaugh is your top scorer coming off the bench. He's your sixth man moving forward. Figure everything else out. We didn't get to see Ace at 100% last night. I love that he got out there and he did his best. He was obviously sick and still feeling the effects of his illness. So those are the guys. Taylor Hendricks making threes, doing his thing coming off the bench. Love that, 13 points, 5 rebounds. Keontae was solid, 16 points, 9 assists. But we talked about it before. This is one thing that we talked about with the Jazz before the show because we wanted to keep a lot of it till the show.
Yeah, for right now.
Walt Clayton Jr.
He's a dog, isn't he?
Oh, yeah.
He
had one play where he missed a three, and he gets his own. What do they tell you? What does your high school coach always scream at you?
You got to follow
your shot.
You got to follow it up.
Follow your shot, Jensen.
Jeez, here comes. Do we need a therapy session?
That's exactly what's happening right now. But that's a good, well-coached player. But that's a player that understands fundamental basketball, and you combine that with his skill set and the natural ability he has. He missed a three. He goes and gets his own rebound, and then he puts up a layup. That's the kind of effort you need, especially when you're his size, to be able to not only survive in this league but thrive. You're right. Dude is a dog. We talked about it on the roundtable. I think eventually Walt Clayton Jr. could be your starting point guard on this team moving forward. We'll see how that evolves, and you can move a Keontae George to a two-guard position. You become very flexible in the lineups that you can put out there if you have these guys. So what does the future look like for the Utah Jazz? I think there's still a lot of unknowns, but you start to see some of these things starting to take shape.
Yeah, and I think that one of the things that stood out to me was what in the second half, things could totally change, right? And they go into the half and they're up by 20-something again, like still. And then you're thinking, okay, so what are the things you have to do to make sure you maintain kind of this same? It's about an effort situation at that point, right?
Yeah.
But there's also the idea that, look, this team isn't going to be, because what were they in the first half shooting? It was something stupid. It was like 64.5% or something like that.
They finished with 55%.
Yeah. So, you're shooting 65% from the field, not bad. That won't happen every night, right? And we know how basketball is. You can have a terrible night. And I don't know if the Clippers had a terrible night. It was just that the shots are falling for the Utah Jazz. Professional basketball players are really freaking good, all right? And on a night-to-night basis, and I think it was Walt Clayton who during like the media it was Bryce Sensabaugh. During media availability this week was like, when this group is going, we're something special. And we totally dismissed it.
Yeah.
And I still am not going to like buy into quote-unquote a special group.
It's one of 82.
I hope that they are inside the locker room saying that to one another, especially the ones that feel like that they could be here long-term. You feel like Bryce Sensabaugh could be here for a long time. They want Ace Bailey to be here for a long time. They want to keep a core of exceptional young dudes who are going to be good basketball players. And by the way, Ace Bailey is going to be one of them, and he didn't have a good night. Like from a number standpoint, right? But he didn't need to. Not everybody is going to come off of the bench and score 13, right? But Bryce Sensabaugh, smooth as silk. The guy's awesome. He does it, man. Like, he knows what he's doing.
Gets buckets.
And Taylor Hendricks came into the game and, like, put up easy double digits, it seemed like. Like, that guy is one of the best athletes as soon as he steps on the court. And we forgot about it because he got hurt so early into last year. And you forget that the guy was drafted 9th overall, right? You want to make something out of a 9th overall pick. They want to make something out of Cody Williams, a 10th overall pick. They're going to make something out of Ace Bailey. He's already something special, I think, that people are seeing. And that's why guys like Walt Clayton Jr. are bonuses.
Right.
You know what I mean? So if you like the youth movement of this team, how many times have we said youth movement of this team for how long? It's been 2 or 3 years going now of saying the youth movement, the youth movement, the youth movement. It's never been more young than it is now. And I think even you could look and say, well, they were led by these great veterans. Lauri Markkanen had like the easiest 20 points you could have had on a night, right? I mean, the guy barely broke a sweat, JJ, and he's still one of the best guys on the court.
Plus 19 last night.
Last night was the best version of this team I think you can get. That you see in the 2025-2026 season, that's the best version. And that doesn't mean they're going to win a ton of games. And in fact, Jazz fans, you want them to be one of the 7 or 8 worst teams in the league this year. And they still are going to be. I think they still will. I mean, my heavens, Fee McCall, got the start last night, right?
Hey, he was 3 of 4 from 3, 9 points. He was plus 20 in his minutes.
I already told you, man. Watch out for Svi.
Svi for 3.
Oh, my gosh. I've never seen a more you can picture the veins popping out of David Locke's head when he's making those calls. And this is over the radio, man. That's how exciting it was. But that building exploded last night. What a fun way to be able to end that, when the fans are showing up and rolling out their jerseys and the jersey swap and all that. I thought it was really cool to be able to have the night end like that. We'll see what Game 2 brings. We'll see what the real trends that start to happen with this team. I don't think they're going to be the best offensive team in the league, as we saw last night that they were. But we'll see. We'll see how long that lasts. I like what I'm seeing so far. It should be a lot of fun. We'll take a break. We'll come back. When we return, let's chat a little bit about this disaster that the NBA got dropped in everybody's lap this morning with the betting situation. Chauncey Billups, head coach of the Trailblazers, on leave from the NBA. Terry Rozier, guard for the Miami Heat, on leave from the NBA. We'll talk about the impact of what that means and how deep this could really be going. Stay with us, 97.5 the KSL Sports Zone.
It's game week for the Cougars, and the KSL Sports Zone is getting you ready for kickoff. With the Holy War behind them, the Cougars get set for a trip to the Midwest for a Saturday afternoon showdown against Iowa State. Listen all week long for the best coverage of Cougar football. Then catch college football Saturday game day at 10 a.m. with a postgame show immediately following the game on KSLSports.com. Your home for the best coverage of BYU football is live on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Beehive Meals, beehivemeals.com. Go check out the meal service that is changing the way that Utahns and people across all of the United States now, they deliver to 25 states now. They're up to 25 states they're delivering to and it all started right here. This is a local meal service that is now going national because people are seeing the benefit of being able to have these slow cooker meals that are made fresh by the folks at Beehive Meals. They arrive at your home, frozen, ready to get popped into your freezer, and then when you're ready to cook that thing, you slice the top of that open, you put it in the slow cooker, and it changes the way that you have meals together. In fact, it makes it to where it's easier to have meals together as a family. That's important these days. You don't want to waste money on the fast food stuff. Don't be doing the pizza every night. Come on, you can't do it. You can't afford it at that rate. But you do need to get those meals together with busy families, and this is what Beehive Meals does for you.
Yeah, here's the all-star roster for November. Creamy lemon chicken, chicken parmesan, honey sesame chicken, creamy chicken tacos, zesty Italian chicken, broccoli cheddar soup, pork carnitas, lasagna soup, sweet and sour meatballs, and steak fajitas. 10 meals in your freezer, ready to go whenever you need them. All you got to do is go to beehivemeals.com. Make your order. When you do, use the promo code THEZONE. You're going to get $20 off that first order. Save time and save money. The convenience of this is going to change the way you do mealtime. It's going to take the guesswork out of what are we going to have for dinner tonight? What's for dinner? Let Beehive Meals make that decision. You got options here that are great. Pick one and go, and you're good to go. BeehiveMeals.com makes dinner easier. BeehiveMeals.com, that's BeehiveMeals.com.
Okay, Joy, let's go for a ride. So the car lights are on. Yep, you got it. And to adjust your seat, you got to. Have you driven this car before?
Nope, never driven this car in my life. Hey, Doug, you want to buckle up?
Funny, usually I'm the one that has to tell the customer to buckle.
Free test drive the new 2025 Mitsubishi Outlander at Doug Smith and American Fork. Get 0% APR financing for 60 months on all new 2025 Mitsubishi models. No one knows Mitsubishi like Doug.
This is Devin Dampier. As a new quarterback for the Utes, preparation is everything. Every practice, every play, every decision. And that preparation starts long before I step on the field. It starts with what I put in my body. That's why I choose Culligan Water, Salt Lake City. Their healthy, clean water isn't about quenching thirst. It's about optimal hydration, faster recovery, peak performance. It's the foundation of staying sharp on and off the field. For me and for my game, it's got to be Culligan of Salt Lake City. Drink what I drink. Visit CulliganSLC.com or call 801-509-9602.
Every time I turn around, my friends at Pure Talk give me one more reason to feel good about switching. This month, for instance, they're supporting Canines for Warriors, a terrific organization that trains rescue dogs and then pairs them up with combat veterans struggling with PTSD. The result? They're saving lives on both ends of the leash. This is why I switched to Pure Talk. I like being in business with an American wireless company who shares my values. Yeah, I appreciate unlimited talk, text, and plenty of 5G data for just $25 a month, and I bet you will too. But I think you'll really appreciate doing business with a company who gives back to the men and women who volunteered to defend our country. Just dial pound 250, say micro. With Pure Talk's U.S. customer service team, you can switch in as little as 10 minutes. Again, dial pound 250, say micro, to switch to an American wireless company who actually stands for something. Pure Talk.
Oh no, stomach issues again?
Stomach issues? Who are you? Your pancreas. I could be the real reason for your diarrhea, gas, bloating, stomach pain, or loose oily stools.
I thought it was my stomach.
People often do, but any of these symptoms could mean having a condition called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. With EPI, the pancreas doesn't release enough enzymes to break down food, but EPI is manageable. Use the symptom checker on identifyepi.com and speak with your doctor. That's identifyepi.com. Sponsored by AbbVie.
What was that? That is business phone bliss with the Ooma Cloud Phone System. It handles all our voice, video, and messaging needs. You sound very... Calm? I am. Ooma has everything I need to run my business more efficiently, like virtual receptionist, call routing, and video conferencing. And it starts at just $19.95 per month per user, plus taxes and fees. Ooma. Nice. Find your business comm at ooma.com/radio.
It might only be October, but Utah is getting ready for a brand new immersive holiday tradition in South Jordan. Step into the magic and holiday lights at the ballpark at America First Square, sponsored by Mickey Couture. A walk through winter wonderland like no other. Dazzling lights, festive music, and family fun for all ages starting November 14th. Reserve your tickets now at the ballpark at afs.com. Make the season unforgettable by celebrating Utah's newest holiday tradition. Holiday lights at the ballpark.
Hey, this is Chris with JCW's. Craving something sweet? We do ice cream right. Come in and try one of our shakes, freezes, or an ice cream cone, and you'll see why we say JCW's, quality, and a lot of it.
3, 2, 1. This is your Utes at 50 update. 58! Presented by Kenny J's Barbecue on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Devin Dampier talks about him and his team's attitude moving forward after the loss to BYU.
A very emotional game, mattered a lot to Utah. So, we've lost a game before that meant a lot to us also. So, just continue to remember who we are. We set goals at the beginning of the season again, and that still can play out. The Big 12 is a very crazy conference. So, just sticking to that and, let's keep going forward.
That is your Utes of 50 update. Kenny J's Barbecue will cater your work parties, luncheons, weddings, family get-togethers, and holiday parties. New catering clients get 10% off their first order. Gambling rocks the NBA next on JJ and Alex 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Let's go! Complete game coverage of the Cougars is right here on the KSL Sports Zone. The Cougars hit the road for a massive Big 12 showdown against Iowa State. Your home for the best coverage of Cougar football is right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. You're locked on to JJ and Alex on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Woo!
All right, everybody, welcome back. JJ and Alex, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. We live in weird times, man. Sports have never been more popular. And one of the reasons that sports has become so popular is the ease of being able to gamble on said sports and the relationship that these professional and collegiate teams and leagues and television partners have with the betting houses. It is, I mean, what was it, 2 weeks ago, JJ, that there was an announcement from the NCAA that was trying to figure out a way that collegiate athletes could bet on games not associated with the sports that they play in. Like they happily said, hey, they're working on a move to try to get these athletes to be able to bet together. Okay, we looked at it and went, wow, that's insane. We've watched the NFL take over the entire world with, in part due to the funding that they have been able to get from your MGM Grand, your MGM bets, your FanDuels, your DraftKings, whatever it might be, that have taken over these sports and pumped so much money back into the sports themselves that the lines have been not just blurred, they're straight up mixed together. They are living in two different worlds that we used to, one, pretend like they weren't living next to each other, or at least it was the dirty little secret.
Remember,
right?
when we were growing up, one of the guests on NFL Today was Jimmy the Greek.
Oh, yes.
I was too young to understand. I was like, what's this Jimmy the Greek segment? And he would come in like, what? Why is this?
Right.
Why is this guy that looks like he's, I don't know, what does this
are
guy
we
know
doing
about
here?
football?
No,
What is
just,
this about?
Just a guy from the East Coast who likes to talk about these sports in a different way that I don't know what he's talking about, actually.
Why
what is
was
he
NFL
saying?
Today so popular?
What does plus 2.5 mean next to a team? I don't even know what that means. Like when I was a kid.
They were covertly giving you betting tips before the game started on Sunday morning.
Remember that back in the day, too, they would offer up those 800 numbers where you could get that today's Stone Cold Lock or whatever it was.
Yeah.
You get a freebie. Get my most locked picks for the – I'm like, why? Who would care about – I'll just make the picks myself in my head. Who cares? I don't care what this guy thinks. And I'm like, oh, there's money on the line here.
Yeah.
Not only is there money on the line, there is an immense amount of money. The amount of money that people spend on betting in sports in the United States has surpassed what people spend on the food that they watch while they or this food that they eat and the beverages that they consume while they're watching said games.
Yep.
It's insane. And now the NBA has been rocked by this scandal or this presumed scandal, and you can't help but wonder, how on earth did people not see this coming? Chauncey Billups, head coach of the Trailblazers, and Terry Rozier, those are the biggest names that were named by the FBI of arrests that have been made on part of the gambling inquiries that have been made across the FBI. Here was the initial thing: arrested as part of a wide-ranging investigation related to illegal sports betting and rigged poker games backed by the mafia. That sounds like it's straight up out of a Hollywood script. Now, the rigged poker games backed by the mafia is less of a concern to the NBA.
Right.
They're more concerned, and whatever, the Justice Department and the FBI can say, we're going after those guys who are defrauding people across the board on these poker games. The thing that is, it's the sensitive inside information, the inside betting, the inside sourced information off of the injury reports that presumably coaches like Chauncey Billups would have more access to. Terry Rozier, of course, I think was brought up at one point. Remember, there was something that had to do with his injury while he played for the Hornets. When he came out of the game, there was massive money put on his under, right?
Yeah.
And then suddenly he comes out of the game in the first quarter, and guess what? Hammer the under because you got it. And when that happened, the NBA looked into it, and apparently they had initially looked into it. According to his lawyers, nothing happened from it because they had cleared him of any wrongdoing at that point. I think that they had investigated it, decided we have way more here than we think. We're going to go really dive into this thing. I can't help but think, JJ, of there's a subreddit that's called The Leopards Ate My Face. And I told you this before the show.
Yes.
And the idea is a guy jumps into a cage with a leopard, and he is astonished that the leopard has eaten his face. We are astonished, and we look at each other and go, How could gambling get this out of control? How could this happen in the NBA? Are you being serious right now? You asked for this. You knew that this is going to be the case. So when we look around and go, I can't believe that this happened, number one, you're lying. Number two, there isn't going to be anything that's going to change it. The money is already infiltrated into the sports world to the point where no one will walk away from it. It's too big of a part of the sports economy now. Now they're just going to get all over people. People are going to be punished. People are going to get lifetime bans. You're not going to get Pete Rosed probably anymore, but what you will get is you might ruin your career, and they're going to make examples of people periodically, and that's going to scare folks enough to not do this, I guess, to an extent. But if you think the gambling money is going to go away, you are dead wrong.
Well, you're exactly right. And everything is crossed up in this now, and even ESPN is involved in this. Like they had the awkward moment this morning on Get Up when Mike Greenberg's and their whole staff was talking about this story, and they mentioned how uncomfortable it is with the gambling stuff, and they have an ESPN bet line on the corner of the screen. Suddenly it disappears in the middle of the segment because the people in the control room
Some
realize
technical director goes,
"This is
bail,
not good." And this is true. I'm watching TV sometimes, and I'm like, for instance, this story. You're watching ESPN, and all of a sudden the anchor is going to be like, "Coming up next, Chauncey Billups, Terry Rozier arrested in gambling inquiries. But first, a message from our partners at DraftKings."
This is all brought to you by ESPN Bet.
And you're like,
this breaking
wait
news.
a minute.
This breaking gambling news is brought to you by ESPN Bet.
We're just stunned that some of these high-profile athletes are involved in these gambling situations when the network itself has a wing called ESPN Bet, and they take money from DraftKings and MGM Bet and FanDuel, right?
By the way, that has been a massive revenue driver for ESPN. I guarantee that Disney...
What's saving linear TV right now? What's saving these companies?
These ads.
Yes, live sports and the sports betting ads, the fantasy stuff that ties into betting. What do you think DraftKings is? It's all betting, it's all the fantasy, and all it's wrapped up in the same thing. And now these leagues and these networks are in bed with the gambling. And it's hard to know where the line is drawn. So, yeah, these stories are going to continue to pop up because what are the players thinking? Alex, I talk to young people. It's like, okay, what are you going to do for a living? I'm going to bet on games.
Oh, my God.
I'm going to just do DraftKings. Alex, I'm not joking. There are young people who think that they're going to be able to make it and get rich on DraftKings.
You know what's funny is that Utah gets clowned all the time for being that straight-laced state who, you know, the betting is not is something that they're not going to mess with. The lottery is something they're not going to mess with. And I'm telling you, you should be pretty darn glad that the stays are in place here in this state. And look, people get around it. They all get around it.
Your kids are on Instagram. What are the ads they're getting slammed with?
For sure.
DraftKings, FanDuel, ESPN Bet.
Now, you can get around all of it, for sure, absolutely, and people do. Look, people are betting in the state at record levels, I guarantee it, because it's never been more prevalent.
Young people don't understand how this can ruin your life. So we need to shed light on some of the stories where, Chauncey Billups' career is ruined. Terry Rozier may not play in the NBA ever again. We'll see how this all plays out, but that's just the tip of the iceberg.
Right.
The mafia is involved in this stuff. It's wild.
Yeah. Let's get out to a commercial break here. We're going to get you ready around the corner for Tyler King, who covers Colorado athletics for the Denver Gazette. We're going to jump in and talk about Utah versus Colorado this week. A massive bounce-back situation for the Utes, who need it in a big way and could absolutely get it in a big way this week against the Colorado Buffaloes. We'll stay right here. Hang out with us. We've got more to go right on the corner. Stay right here, 97.5 KSL Sports Zone.
Get the latest Utah sports headlines delivered to your inbox
with the KSL Sports Newsletter.
From the Jazz,
Utah Hockey Club,
BYU,
Utah,
Real Salt Lake, and more.
Be in the know of all things sports in the state of Utah.
Visit KSLSports.com to sign up
for the KSL Sports Newsletter. Stay up to date with everything Utah Jazz related with the new Jazz Notes newsletter. Get draft updates, analysis, and be the first to know about every off-season move. Visit KSLSports.com to sign up for the Jazz Notes newsletter.
Alpine Home Medical and alpinehomemedical.com. I'm at the website right now, and you have the brick and mortar locations. There's 11 of them across the state of Utah and up into southern Idaho. You can just go online, though, and look for yourself and ask the questions for yourself and get with somebody to be able to get your in-home medical needs taken care of. If it's the CPAP resupply program, great. If it's the oxygen needs that a loved one or you might have, great. Mobility options across there, power lift chairs, whatever it is, Alpine Home Medical is the best in the state of Utah. In fact, they have been awarded best in the state for the last 17 years in a row because nobody does it better than Alpine Home Medical, JJ.
They're the best at it, and they're also an advocate for you. Alpine Home Medical staff will always work hard for you and advocate with lawmakers to help their customers receive better Medicare reimbursement and give you the very best access to medical supplies that you need. From Idaho Falls to St. George, their 11 stores are your home for comfort. So when you hear Alpine Home Medical, think of that best of state experience every single time. That's why they say, we bring wellness home. For stores, locations, and equipment, visit alpinehomemedical.com.
At Peach Windows and Doors, they help homeowners stay in the homes they love while upgrading to the elegance, efficiency, and natural light of today. With hundreds of 5-star Google reviews, their clients know Peach Windows and Doors deliver what they promise.
I wanted to replace standard-size French doors with a large custom sliding door. The update required checking a weight-bearing wall. Plus, I wanted a couple of different styles of windows. The new sliding door created a much brighter and open look. Peach was so helpful along the way with recommendations and ideas, and the installers were efficient and respectful of my space. I was thrilled with Peach Windows and Doors.
Give your $1 million home the $1 million feel it deserves. Don't wait on that someday project. Visit Peach Windows and Doors Salt Lake Showroom. Schedule a free in-home visit. You can also explore at peachwindowsanddoors.com or just call them at 801-566-1255. Peach Windows and Doors, where amazing home transformations begin.
Discover the exceptional value of Bar W Beef, where quality meets convenience. Bar W Beef's dry-aged beef, aged for 14 days, offers rich marbling and tender texture, perfect for grilling, roasting, or pan-searing. Enjoy the rich flavor and generous size. Shipped directly from the ranch to your door. Now hosting one-day pop-up events, go to barwbeef.com to find a pop-up event near you, or stop into the store in Nephi for weekly in-store specials. barwbeef.com. That's barwbeef.com.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $200-$300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code HEAT to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code HEAT for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code HEAT for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
At Tim Daly Mazda Southtown, get any new 2025 Mazda CX-50 for as low as 0% for up to 63 months. And to make it even easier for you to drive away in your new Mazda, you won't pay till next year. That's right, 0% and no payments till 2026. There's no better time than now to get your new 2025 Mazda CX-50. Come in today to Tim Daly Mazda Southtown in Sandy. Some restrictions apply. APR OAC. Not available with any other offers. See dealer for complete details.
Any Hour Services can help with any size electrical project around the house. All you have to do is call Any Hour Services or schedule an appointment at anyhourservices.com. Help with electrical projects and repairs are closer than you think. Call Any Hour Services or visit anyhourservices.com.
Whether you park it, stripe it, or pave it, GoPave Utah has your blacktop covered at gopavutah.com. Call or visit gopavutah.com.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Nobody gets you ready for Utah football more than the KSL Sports Zone.
Ready?
The Utes get set for a battle against Coach Prime and the Buffalo. Your home for the best coverage of Utah football is right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. You're locked on to JJ and Alex on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
All right, everybody, welcome back. JJ and Alex, 97.5 the KSL Sports Zone. Thanks for being with us. Shortened show today, as you're going to get hockey pregame top of the hour coming up. Utah Mammoth hitting the road for what seems like a month. Over the next month, they will be on the road, JJ. There.
Yeah, it's a tough. We talked about it yesterday. The schedule's brutal for Utah Mammoth in the first 2 months of the season. If they can survive that above 500, I guess you could say.
Yeah.
In the playoff mix with points, they're going to absolutely kill it the second half of the season. A lot of home games in the back half, and they'll be fine. But this is a brutal stretch, and as we talk to people in hockey, sometimes these guys thrive on the road because they rally together. It's good bonding experience, and they thrive in the hostile environments. We'll see.
Let's jump in and chat a little bit of Utah football right now. Joining us on the program right now, Tyler King covers Colorado for the Denver Gazette. Tyler, thanks for being with us, man.
Yeah, of course, guys. Anytime.
All right. Well, give us an idea of what's going on with Coach Prime, because I'm going to be honest, after the latest when he was going to go into surgery and he said, yeah, I'm hurting. I'm struggling here. I thought for sure you were going to see a massive tail off of this team. And then suddenly they get their biggest win that they've had in quite some time. And I think maybe their first AP victory in a couple of years, and beating Iowa State was huge for this program. Where are they sitting right now?
Yeah, I mean, just coming off a bye. I mean, I think that win was so huge for them going into the week off. I mean, some of the players are talking after that game like, hey, the message from the coaching staff was like, we could either be 3-4 or 2-5, and one of those is a lot different than the other. I think they're feeling pretty good. They've gotten a little bit healthier with the week off, even though they still have arguably the lengthiest injury list going into this week's game against Utah. Still a bunch of key guys I think that'll be out. Although I think some of the guys that missed the game against Iowa State a couple weeks ago will be back, which will be big for them. But they certainly rallied around Coach Prime's latest health scare. It was pretty clear during that TCU game the week before that he was hurting a little bit. He admitted after the game the blood clots, he felt like we're back. And that was obviously the case with his, when he went to the doctor a couple days later. But I mean, the guy was on the practice field, less than 24 hours after having another surgery. I think it was like his 16th in the last 3 years, many of which have been to address these blood clots that he says are a hereditary issue in his legs. So certainly not a guy who is looking to step down or step away anytime soon, because he really wants to be out there with this year's team, despite some of the struggles they've had in Big 12 play. But I think it'll be I think the bus team you'll see the rest of the season will be a little bit different than the one we saw in that first month of the year, where they were just struggling to close games. I think they'll have a little bit more hunger to them, and I think they've cleared up some issues they had offensively, especially in the second half, some games. And I think it'll be a pretty interesting one this week with all the key injury for Utah with Dampier potentially being out, and then all the stuff the Buffs are dealing with on their side of the ball.
You take a deeper look at this Colorado Buffaloes team. They've got 4 losses, but the combined records of those opponents is 25-3. That's crazy. How is this team better than their 3-4 record based on what you've seen from this team?
I think absolutely, and you mentioned the record of the teams they've lost to. Georgia Tech is one of those teams. BYU. I mean, they held leads in 3 of those 4 losses. They held leads of 10 points or more. Georgia Tech, BYU, and TCU, they all led by 10 points or more. I think against BYU and TCU, they had 14-point leads in those games. So it just goes to show that they just haven't been able to close out some of these games in the second half. I think the BYU one in particular will haunt this team for the rest of the season, because they felt like they and Coach Prime has said this too, like they haven't felt like they've gotten beaten outside of the Houston game, which was, the Big 12 opener, early in the season on a Friday night. They got pretty well beaten there, and they were playing a different quarterback than they are now. So I think they are a lot better than the record says, even though they are kind of a 2-touchdown underdog this week going in against the Utes. I think it'll be a really fascinating matchup, because the Buffs, like I said, are a little bit healthier defensively, but they have struggled against the run so far this year. And I think regardless of who the quarterback is for Utah this week, that's going to be a big factor, is the run game. So we'll see how they hold up. But I think it'll be closer than maybe some people in Salt Lake City expect.
I think one of the reasons why it could be a little bit closer is that Utah struggled against the running quarterback situation. Mm-hmm. And, boy, the Big 12 has a lot of them. It seems like every week you almost roll out, with the exception of maybe like a Sawyer Robertson or like a Josh Hoover. Like after that, everyone's like, no, that's a mobile quarterback. He can run. Every team, it seems like they have a pretty mobile quarterback. Caden Salter, what seems like ages ago, we watched beat BYU when he was at Liberty and ran all over him. What has he learned this year in Boulder and kind of, I think there have been moments and flashes of him being able to kind of be that guy, but at the same time, I think I wonder if people are looking at him and going, okay, when are we going to see that guy totally deliver? And he's had flashes, but have you seen him developing over the last few weeks that we might see the best version of him going forward in the season?
I think so, for sure. I think you ask, what has he learned this year? Obviously, the last couple of years at Liberty, playing at a lower level, their schedules are pretty soft. I remember that one year they went 13-0 in going into the Fiesta Bowl, and they got stomped by a really good Oregon team. I think he's learned that it's hard to be consistent at this level, and it takes a lot of game film study, and they've challenged him to be a better leader than or in a bigger leadership role than maybe he was used to at his previous school. So I think he's grown throughout the year, and that performance 2 weeks ago now against Iowa State was easily his best of the season. And he played well against Wyoming, but again, that's not a very good opponent. It was definitely his best, as a Big 12 quarterback. He's making all the right decisions, running when he needed to. I think he's learned to trust that his receivers can make plays downfield. They've got a couple of good weapons with Omarion Miller and Joseph Williams, who were really flashed in that past game against the Cyclones. So Caden has really started to grow. I think it's all about decision-making for him, because you watched that TCU game earlier this month, and he throws 3 of the worst interceptions you'll ever see, and 2 of them either directly led to TCU points or took points off the board for the Buffs when they were close to scoring. So it's all about that decision-making factor for Caden. And if he can improve that and show the progress that he's made is worthwhile, I think that'll be a big thing for them this weekend. Because like you said, I think Utah is a little bit vulnerable with the quarterback run, and Caden has gotten a lot better with knowing how to use his legs at times throughout the season.
At this point, the Buffs' goal has got to be getting bowl eligible. They got to go 3-2 down the stretch to make that happen. Do you see a path for them, and how much of an urgency does that create on Saturday night here in Salt Lake City?
I think it creates a ton of urgency, and I think there is a realistic path. Like I think when I looked at the schedule before the start of the season, it was like, man, that's a really when starting with TCU or even with BYU, the entire Big 12 schedule is really, really tough for this team. But now this last month of November doesn't seem maybe as daunting as it did. I mean, Arizona's a little bit better than I expected, but the Buffs at home, that's a game they probably will be favored in. At West Virginia should be a winnable game for them against a team they have a talent advantage against. And then Arizona State, they'll have at home after that. I think there's a bye week in between there, but Arizona State isn't the juggernaut that they were maybe at the end of last season. Some injuries to some of their key guys is a big reason with that. And then they close here with Kansas State, who maybe they'll turn it around here, but obviously is not the Big 12 contender people thought going into the season. I think there certainly is a pathway for the Buffs to go 3-2 the rest of the way and get to a bowl game because, I mean, this program, people forget, has not made back-to-back bowl games in 20 years. So just getting to 2 straight bowl games, even if it may seem like a step back from last year when they win 9 games and were, a tiebreaker away from going to the Big 12 title game, and who knows, maybe they win that, and they're the Arizona State in the playoff last year. People might think this year is a step back, but I think just it's starting to show the progress that the depth is a little bit better this year. They don't have this obviously the high-end star talent like Shedeur Sanders or Travis Hunter who wins the Heisman Trophy. But I think they are going in the right direction. I think going 3-2, like you said, down the stretch here would go a long way toward proving that.
This week, of course, speaking of mobile quarterbacks, Utah's Devin Dampier is questionable on the injury report, and if that guy's ankle is banged up, like we saw at the end of the BYU game, and certainly for the Texas Tech game, those are the two losses that they had this year. When he's healthy, they're doing well, but how much are they preparing for the idea of two different quarterbacks that they could be facing, or at least a very different quarterback in Bert Ficklin who would be the backup if Devin Dampier's not able to go?
Earlier in the week, at least when Coach Prime talked to the media, he did not seem like they were all too concerned about which quarterback was going to play. I think they're just kind of really trying to game plan for the scheme that Utah has done really well at having this year, especially running the ball. I think even whether it's Dampier, Bert Ficklin, I think it will be a run-heavy attack for Utah, and Colorado struggled with that so far this year. I mean, if Dampier is able to go, I think he could be in for a big game. I mean, you look what Bear Bachmeier did to this Buffs defense at the end of last month, had arguably his best game of the season. Georgia Tech and Haynes King, who's a really, really great quarterback, had a big game in the season opener. There's been plenty of other games where they've struggled to contain the quarterback run, so that's kind of been their Achilles heel defensively. If there is one singular one, it's been containing quarterback run. So I think regardless of who it is, I think that's going to be a key for the Buffs is trying to keep that quarterback in the pocket. And, maybe Dampier, if he's able to go, it's certainly probably not going to be 100%, but I don't know if anybody is at this time of the year. We're getting late into October here, but I think it'll be a really interesting thing to watch early in the game, regardless of who it is at quarterback, just kind of what Colorado has schemed up for this Utah rushing attack.
For Utah fans that haven't been following Colorado's season, besides Caden Salter, who are some playmakers on this Colorado team, offense and defense, that could give Utah some problems on Saturday night that fans need to be aware of?
I mentioned two of them earlier at wide receiver, Omarion Miller and Joseph Williams. Those guys had big games the last time out against Iowa State. The running back room was really deep earlier in the season. They've been down a couple of guys that have gotten some good. Has played a lot of snaps. They've been out without them for a couple weeks, but I think Draylon Miller is going to come back. He's a guy that they like to use in kind of a Deebo Samuel hybrid role. They'll line him up in the backfield. They'll split him out wide as well. Dallin Hayden is a former Ohio State transfer in his second year with the program who's starting to get his legs under him at running back and is starting to show that he's got some burst to him as well. So I think those are some guys to watch out for. Other than that, maybe at wide receiver, I'm trying to think. Sincere Brown is another guy that can really burn once he gets the ball in his hands. He's missed some time, or he was banged up a little bit last week, but he's not on the injury report going into this week. So if they get the ball in his hands, he's a guy to watch out for. But I think Omarion Miller, Joseph Williams, those two guys at wide receiver are probably their best playmakers at this point of the season.
Tyler King, Denver Gazette, covers the Colorado Buffaloes. And one of the things that we've chatted with your colleagues before in the market, across some of the radio stations, things like that that have talked about Coach Prime. And some people kind of pump the brakes on, hey, man, Coach Prime staying there a long time, extension, blah, blah, blah. And they're like, yeah. And no one has ever really felt like he's totally going to be the guy who's going to stay long term. Has that changed in your mind overall over the past season and a half, and really going into this year? I think a lot of people saw the health problems and went, oh, no, for sure he's going to bail, but it feels like he still digs down into, and his commitment to Colorado stays right there.
Yeah, I think it's just about as long as he enjoys doing this. And I think this team has been a little bit frustrating, maybe more frustrating than he anticipated going into the year. And obviously the health stuff is what it is too. But I still think he's determined to try to build a winner here at Colorado, which I was certainly skeptical of when he got this job. I thought it was, a 2-year plan and then play it by ear, because that's what, his sons Shador and Shiloh had left of eligibility, Travis Hunter as well. We knew he was going to be off to the NFL after last season. So felt like a 2-year thing. And then if he stuck around after that, then, it was kind of like, oh man, we don't really know how long he could stay now. Obviously he's got 40 years left after this. Especially now in today's world of college football, like you'd be surprised if any coach makes it to the end of their current contract, just with how volatile the sport seems these days. But I still think he's got the drive and wants to build a winner in Colorado. I think he's really fell in love with the community, a place he really had never been before at all. Obviously his playing days, spending a lot of time in Texas where he has his off-season home, grew up in Florida, obviously played for the Falcons for a while. So, But it's really struck me with how much he's fallen in love with the university and the community in Boulder and all that kind of stuff. And it really, I'm convinced now that he wants to build a winner as long as his body allows him to, and he's got the drive to. Which at this point, I mean, if he's having surgery mid-season and he's coming back the next day, I don't know what else he needs to do to prove that he's in this to try to build a winner. And obviously that's not going to happen this year. I mean, making a bowl game would be a success for this team, I think, at this point of the season. But I think, with the way they recruit the transfer portal and the success they've had in the high school ranks the last couple of years, I think they could quickly get back to where they were last year as in, 8, 9, even potentially 10-win program that is competing for a Big 12 title, because I think he would like to do that before he leaves Boulder, if I had to guess.
As someone who covers this conference each and every day, as you cover Colorado on a daily basis, I would love to get your take on the leaders in this conference. Who do you think are the contenders and the pretenders? You've seen a lot of these teams like Houston. They're 6-1, which nobody thought was going to happen. Who are you buying and selling as true contenders in the Big 12 based on what you've seen so far?
I think it's Texas Tech and everybody else. I mean, obviously, I know they lost for the first time last week. Arizona State, I think, is still, whenever they have Leavitt and Tyson on the field, I think they're as good as anybody in the conference. But I think just with the way Texas Tech has spent on this roster, it's been as advertised. And I like Cincinnati. I think that'll be a fun game to watch this week. I think they have Baylor at home. You mentioned Sawyer Robertson earlier. That's going to be a fun game to see those two offenses go at it. I liked Iowa State, but I just think the injuries are too much for them, especially after that loss they had to CU 2 weeks ago. And then the other one I would consider, the only other team I think that's in the mix is BYU. So I think Texas Tech, Cincinnati, BYU, and Arizona State are probably the 4 teams. And if you had to make me pick who's going to be playing for the Big 12 title in a little over a month's time, I think it'll be Texas Tech and Arizona State. But I still think it's Texas Tech's conference to lose, even with there's kind of uncertainty at quarterback. I just think they've got too much talent on both sides of the ball right now.
Well, it's interesting. I'd love to see that rematch, by the way, in the Big 12 championship game. And that kind of intrigue is interesting, too, when you have the way that game ended, the on-the-field stuff afterward, and then they meet up back again in Arlington, back in the home state of the Red Raiders. That'd be pretty darn cool. So Tyler King, Colorado Athletics, is his beat for the Denver Gazette. We appreciate it, Tyler. Awesome job. Thanks for hanging out with us. Hope you come back again.
Yeah, anytime, guys.
There you go. Tyler King, everybody. Intriguing team. I have no idea what to think about Colorado, to be honest.
They're kind of a wild card in the conference and have been all year. The win over Iowa State blew me away. I thought that, like you said, the team felt like everything was going south. We saw them blow leads. We saw them blow the lead against BYU. And to get that 14-0 lead against BYU was no small feat. That defense of BYU is elite. It's among the best in the country. And Colorado put 14 on them in the first quarter. You're like, whoa, what is going on? So they have talent. They have ability. And to get that win at Iowa State kind of validated who they are and what they're doing. Can they build on that? And can they give Utah a scare? A night game at Rice-Eccles Stadium. We've seen what can happen. Just ask Arizona State. Weather could be a little maybe weird again this weekend. We'll see. I think it's mostly coming in Sunday. But either way, you're playing on the road in the dark against a team that's hungry for a win and a fan base that has a lot of angst and a lot of negative energy they want to get rid of. And so it's going to be a tough place for Colorado to play on Saturday, but they certainly have to come in with a lot of confidence after that win against Iowa State.
Napolis, did you hear JJ go almost – he went almost full weatherman there.
I think you're probably going to see a little bit of that coming in on Sunday. Maybe we might be able to catch a little bit of the edge of it maybe toward the end of that game. I'm Matt Johnson.
We're going to need to set up one of those green screens on that TV.
Listen, you know what? I wouldn't hate it.
Got a cold front in about here.
This guy can run. This guy can live on the green screen, dude. He does. He knows what he's doing.
I'm space for sure.
Looking off to the side going,
and of course you see that high pressure system coming in through here.
But I need to leave it to the pros. That's not my wheelhouse.
I just thought it was funny because it was like, you know what? Because we do. Listen, the weather makes a freaking impact on these games. It absolutely does.
So cloudy with occasional showers late at night on Saturday evening. Could get as low as it could get a little chilly once the sun goes down.
Can you say it like that? Can you say it like the nasally guy?
Gonna have a little bit of a system coming in here a little bit later.
Like a traffic reporter. Napolis needs to take that voice. Got a fresh one here.
Coming at I-15 can be a little bit of a slow go.
All right.
Got a fresh one on the 215 interchange.
All right, we'll take a break. Let's come back. We have more to go around the corner. Hey, we're getting you ready for hockey coming up here in less than 30 minutes, or just about 30 minutes here. We're going to be taking you on here some pregame for the Utah Mammoth. Stay right here with us. More to go. 97.5 the KSL Sports Zone.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
Because of a southbound I-15 crash in Springville, the flow in that direction is very slow through all of Provo down to 14th North in Springville. Another accident is holding up the works for southbound traffic on the West Belt next to the airport as the crash occurred near the 7th North exit. From system install to fast fixes to deliver award-winning heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical, call Whipple Services Champions for the win today. With your traffic update, I'm Alex Napolis here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It's game week for the Utes, and the KSL Sports Zone is getting you ready for kickoff. The rivalry game may be over, but Big 12 play continues on for Kyle Whittingham and the Utes as they welcome in Coach Prime and Colorado to Rice-Eccles Stadium. Listen all week long for the best coverage of Utah football and your chance to win tickets to the game. Then catch college football Saturday, game day at 10 a.m. with the postgame show immediately following the game on KSLSports.com.
Let's go then. Let's go, baby.
Your home for the best coverage of Utah football is live on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
SLC Fat Loss and SLCFatLoss.com. Go check it out. Right now, they have a fall special. How about $200 off the same program that JJ and I have used to not just drop weight, but to keep it off? Look, there are guys out there listening to this show and gals who are going, hey, I've done this battle before, and I've dropped weight before, but then I put it right back on again. That's been the difference in this program for us, is being able to get on a program that I've been able to, one, stick with, and two, still maintain that level of confidence, because the program gives you that confidence to be able to say, I can handle this. I know how to make sure that I can keep this weight off, and that's what's worked with us.
Yeah, it has. It's definitely worked for us. I lost 40 pounds in 60 days, and a year later I'm keeping that off, and it's thanks to this program and the knowledge that I gained and the confidence that I also gained from this program, understanding how weight loss works. Education matters in every aspect of your life, and especially in this area. Some of us don't take the time to learn about how this works. Salt Lake City Fat Loss can educate you on how to lose weight, how calories work with your body. It's all based on science. This is a program developed by a doctor, and it's an easy-to-follow weight loss program. They're going to take it every step of the way, each and every day, with you, helping you. You know exactly what to do each and every day. You just got to follow it. You got to put in that effort and do what they're telling you to do, and the weight will fall off quickly. Again, I lost 40 pounds in 60 days. You can have similar results. You can lose up to a pound of fat per day on this program. Go to their website, slcfatloss.com. Learn more about the details. Get a free consultation. You can ask them any questions you want. They will tell you everything you need to know about this program and how it works. If you still want to do it and you want to join the program at that point, tell them JJ and Alex sent you. You're going to get $200 off that fall special running right now. Drop that weight before Christmas. Find a new you. Finally get this done. Lose the weight you've always wanted to lose with Salt Lake City Fat Loss. It's slcfatloss.com, slcfatloss.com.
My perfect day has sand, salt water, and friends. But my moderate to severe plaque psoriasis can take me out of the moment. Now I'm all in with clearer skin thanks to Skyrizi. Risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection for adults who are candidates for systemic or phototherapy. With Skyrizi, most people saw 90% clearer skin, and many were even 100% plaque-free at 4 months. Skyrizi is just 4 doses a year after 2 starter doses.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines.
Thanks to Skyrizi, there's nothing on my skin, and that means everything. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi, the #1 dermatologist-prescribed biologic in psoriasis. Visit Skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKYRIZI to learn more.
These days, many companies have turned to influencers to tout their products or services. But here at John Watson Chevrolet, the only endorsement we need is from our customers. Because of their feedback, we're proud to be Utah's best reviewed Chevy dealer. Visit us today to see why we get reviews like,
buying a car should be a fun experience, like a kid getting a new toy. And at John Watson Chevrolet, it was.
John Watson Chevrolet, your 5-star Chevy dealer. 3535 Wall Avenue, Ogden. Chevrolet. Together, let's drive.
Since 1954, Mountain Home Services has been Utah's trusted name in home comfort. Right now, get your AC and furnace tune-ups for just $49. A furnace tune-up helps prevent wear and tear, catches small issues early, improves efficiency, enhances safety, and keeps airflow balanced, adding years to your system's life. And Mountain Home Services is not just heating and cooling. They offer free second opinions on everything, including electrical, plumbing, and fireplaces. Plus, you're backed by Mountain Home Services' upfront pricing guarantee and 100% satisfaction guarantee. No surprises, just honest service. Call 801-543-2222 or visit mountainhomeservices.com to schedule your $49 tune-up today. Mountain Home Services. Comfort starts here. Again, that's 801-543-2222 or visit mountainhomeservices.com to schedule your $49 tune-up today.
Hey, Utah! Are you ready for the Utah Mammoth to hit the ice? From game-winning goals to behind-the-scenes moments, Mammoth Plus brings the action to you all season long. Whether you're at home, on the go, or in the stands, don't miss a single shift. Visit UtahMammothPlus.com and start streaming today. That's UtahMammothPlus.com. Every game, every goal, live on Mammoth Plus.
Get ready, Utah. Mountainland Supply is bringing Milwaukee Counter Days to a branch near you. Join us for a one-day only savings. 10% off all Milwaukee power tools, hand tools, and accessories. Plus, free sale day only items. Start your morning with a light breakfast, stick around for a delicious barbecue lunch, and connect with the Milwaukee team. We'll be in Richfield October 16th, Salt Lake Drilling and Utilities October 21st, and Far West October 23rd. Don't miss it. Mountainland Milwaukee Counter Days. Food, freebies, and fantastic savings.
This is your Cougars at 30 update. Presented by Kenny J's Barbecue on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Aaron Roderick talks about the challenge presented by the Iowa State defense.
They have a very unique scheme, and they're very good at it. I would start there. But they have good players at every position, very good size. They're a big team, and they hit. I mean, these guys are hitters. This is a violent team, and I respect them a lot.
That is your Cougars at 30 update. Kenny J's Barbecue will cater to your work parties, luncheons, weddings, family get-togethers, and holiday parties. New catering clients get 10% off their first order. Hercules Hero of the Week and Utah versus Colorado. We'll break down that matchup next on JJ and Alex, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It's another battle for the Aggies, and the KSL Sports Zone has it covered. The Aggies head to New Mexico for a battle against the Lobos. Your home for all the play-by-play coverage of Aggie football is right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. You're locked on to JJ and Alex on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Welcome back, everybody. JJ and Alex, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Alex Curie, Jeremiah Jensen, producer Alex Napolis, of course, hitting the buttons behind the glass, including this gem from Red Hot Chili Peppers, Soul to Squeeze, baby. From the soundtrack of the movie Coneheads. That part you could have left off, probably.
Kind of ruined the song, didn't it?
Yeah, sorry. But great tune either way.
Chili Peppers sold out.
It's that... I think they just bought the song from the Chili Peppers. That was it.
That may have been the case.
I'll tell you who sold out was Dan Aykroyd putting on that dadgum Coneheads outfit, trying to make a movie out of it. All right. Terrible show. Hey, it's that time of the week for us to be able to honor our Hercules Hero of the Week recipient. You can nominate the youth sports volunteer that you know by nominating a youth sports volunteer in your neighborhood with the Hercules Hero of the Week award. Go to KSLSports.com/contest. The winner every week, we read them off every Thursday. That's today. And they get a prize from Hercules First Federal Credit Union and Beehive Meals, both awesome sponsors of this Hercules Hero of the Week program. This week's winner is Jason Castleton. nominated by Brian Buchanan. Here's the actual write-up that Brian put in on Jason Castleton. Jason coaches the 12-year-old Skyline Gridiron football team, the C team. A handful of players on this team had never even played a snap of football this year. Jason has done an amazing job teaching these kids football and fundamentals, but more importantly, he's taught them the importance of teamwork and love for the game. He coaches in a way that every boy feels like they're important and integral to a part of the team. He's so positive. The boys are having so much fun and truly feel like they're part of something bigger than just them. As a pediatrician who witnesses daily problems with the professionalization of youth sports and what that can cause, I truly admire and appreciate what Jason has accomplished with these boys. As a father, I appreciate him even more. I can think of nobody better deserving of the Hercules Hero of the Week award than Jason Castleton. Congratulations, Jason Castleton. I can add a personal note to this. No, I do not know, nor do I pick the winners of these. Jason Castleton's name rings out to me because we lived in the neighborhood with Jason Castleton when he and our families lived up near Foothill, and the Foothill Baseball League that was up there. Jason was running it at the time of my oldest boys were playing baseball. Jason Castleton is all these things on the baseball side, and that's awesome. And listen, so when I saw this nomination, it gave me chills because Jason was an awesome dude. And he's continuing there, doing it with the football kids down at in the Skyline area. And so when I can actually personally go, oh, I know who that guy is. I know all of these characteristics of this winner because our kids. He gave my kid the first job at the concession stand as like an 11-year-old at the Foothill Baseball League up there. And so, I love to be able to read these winners. And when I recognize this name, even better. And I can put my stamp and go, oh, absolutely. That guy's awesome. So congrats to Jason Castleton. Appreciate Brian Buchanan's nomination as well.
Yeah, congrats to Jason. And real quick, I know we got to get to the Utes before we got to get out.
Yeah.
Parents, if your sons, don't worry about all this ABC team crap.
Oh, my heavens.
Don't get caught up in that. That doesn't mean that your kid's not going to have a chance to be great. If they want to work hard and they have passion and they love football, doesn't matter if on the A, B, or C. It will not matter. Trust me, I've watched this play out. If your son has perseverance and he loves the game, let him continue to play, and everything will work out. Don't worry about what team you're on when you're 8, 9, 10, 11, or 12.
Oh, for sure. Absolutely. Great point. All right, let's get to Utah versus Colorado.
Smith Snowden was a C-team player. No, I'm just kidding. I have no idea.
I don't know if that's the case. We were just speaking with Tyler King, who covers the Buffaloes for the Denver Gazette, and it's an interesting matchup. At the very least, here's the thing about Colorado coming in and coming off of the bye week, and it's interesting because both Utah and BYU are playing teams the week after they played this emotionally highly charged, rivalry game, and they both are playing teams who are coming off of bye weeks. Now, these were the two teams who played one another, by the way. Colorado beat Iowa State. Iowa State is in a weird spot right now, having lost 2 in a row. Colorado, on the flip side, is getting some juice from that win over Iowa State. They kind of revamped their attitude, I think, and I think revamped the way people approach this team now. Utah is absolutely chomping at the bit to get a rebound win after that. They want to just absolutely wipe the earth with Colorado this weekend, and it's interesting, but it's a tough week to try to do it because I don't know if Devin Dampier is 100%. Initial availability last night that we saw on those on the first injury report from Utah is questionable. If he's on the questionable part, I'm interested to see which way it tips. Because by the end of the week and even the 90 minutes running up to the game, maybe we see him listed as probable, or maybe you see him listed as out. And I don't know. But it's unclear how that thing's going to go. It will absolutely make a huge difference on how this game goes if Devin Dampier can't play in this game.
Just when it comes to storylines, as somebody who's a fan of football, the game itself, watching players compete and watching people develop, I would love to see Bert Ficklin get a start and play a full game. I would be very fascinated to see what this kid can do because we've seen him in spurts. We've seen him get opportunities, and every single time he's been consistently dynamite. I like this kid a lot. I like what we're seeing from him. He's got good size. He's about 6'1", 200 pounds. Super fast, super athletic, throws a nice ball. It's an opportunity for Bert Ficklin to go out there and show everybody what the future might look like at Utah. Devin Dampier's a junior. He's not going to be around forever. But I don't know what it looks like they're not going to worry about a red shirt this year for Bird because we're beyond that.
Right.
And depending on what Devin Dempere's status is, we might see more Bird than we expected. But I would be really fascinated, just from a football's perspective, to watch what this kid can do with 4 quarters against a good opponent.
Somebody who we didn't hear much from in the game against BYU, and maybe it's because he was the guy who they tried to maybe just throw away from, is Smith Snowden, who had some availability this week with the media. This is what Smith Snowden said about that BYU game and then about facing off against Colorado.
Honestly hopeful. At this point in the season, there's some pressure, right? And pressure makes diamonds, so I'm excited to see how the team and I respond.
Tuesdays are always a bloody Tuesday. They're tough days. How do you feel like your team has responded?
We responded great. Today was a really good practice. People were really focused on their responsibilities and just doing the little things.
Don saw some increased time with, he went down for a couple series. What did you see that you liked from him when he was out on the field?
Yeah, Don's a big physical player, so when he went in there and he just did his job, and that's the most important thing you can do, just go out there and do your job.
What stands out about Colorado's receivers?
They have some really great athletes with speed, so I think the biggest thing that I would take away from them, speed with pretty sure hands.
Where does this defense still need to improve? Like, what are some of those areas that you feel like need to be touched up on?
Can always improve on tackling, right? It's the name of the game. Gotta kill the motor. So I would definitely say tackling and just playing sound football. Just like I said earlier, do your job.
You've obviously been utilized a ton in star coverage at times. How do you take that upon yourself? Like, is that something you pride yourself in and being able to do that?
Yeah, I really love to do both. I feel like it makes me that much more versatile. And playing that nickel, it's a fun position because you're kind of right in there with everyone else. You're playing a backer, you're playing corner, and you're playing safety. It's kind of the best of all 3 worlds.
With Lander slated to miss the first half due to that targeting, how does the defense, make sure that everything stays in order while he's sitting out that suspension?
We have great depth on this team, so it's next man up mentality always. So if that's Trey Reynolds, he's going to go out there and do his thing.
Okay, there you go. Smith Snowden. I'm interested to see guys like him are just absolutely, like, they're such dog competitors that they're like, they cannot sit with that.
Right.
Excellence just doesn't, you can't go a week without it. And so I think that, really hoping that everybody's back and healthy. But from the defensive side of things, I think they're going to have Colorado locked down pretty well. All right, we'll take a break. We'll come back. We'll wrap some things up here and get you ready for hockey around the corner here as they go down to St. Louis, take on the Blues. Stay with us right here. More to go, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
A new I-15 crash for the northbound flow coming out of Utah County. It's just before the Bluffdale exit and off on the left shoulder. Southbound slowdowns continue on the freeway coming out of Orrin, heading down to a crash at 14th North in Springville. Prep for winter. Get furnace inspection from a certified heating contractor to check for safety and efficiency. A reminder from Enbridge Gas. With your traffic update, I'm Alex Napolis here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
You've been listening to The Zone for decades. Yes! But now you can watch the guys break down your favorite teams.
Some viewers may find the following video disturbing. Viewer discretion is advised.
Catch the video stream of DJ and PK, Jake and Ben, Hanson, Scotty, and JJ and Alex right now at KSLSports.com or by searching KSL Sports on YouTube. Utah's best sports radio is on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hey, Doug.
Oh, hey, Kelly. Welcome back. How's the new Outback?
I love it.
Glad to hear.
I was wondering if I could test drive maybe another?
Of course. Which one?
How about that one?
But that's another Outback. You already have an Outback.
Yeah, but I don't have a red one.
Test drive the new 2025 Subaru Outback at Doug Smith Subaru in American Fork and get 1.9% APR financing for 72 months on all new 2025 Outbacks. No one knows Subaru like Doug. Five guys walk into a JCW's and order burgers. A pastrami, a mushroom Swiss, a guacamole bacon, a hickory barbecue, a ribeye steak, 2 onion rings, 3 french fries, a strawberry, mint, peanut butter, chocolate, and marshmallow shake, and not one left to tip. Because at JCW's, we don't ask for it. We think the price you see should be the price you pay. And all that, would you like to leave a tip stuff, is for the birds. JCW's. Quality and a lot of it. Open in American Fork, Lehigh, Provo, South Jordan, and Harriman.
Cougar fans, game day isn't just for the players, it's for you. Power every tailgate, every high five, and every play with bucked up energy. Clean energy, bold flavors, zero crash. Whether you're charging the stadium steps or locking in for the post-game show, Bucked Up keeps you laser focused and ready to roar. Find it at 7-Eleven, Maverick, Harmon's, and Dick's Sporting Goods. Visit your local Bucked Up retail store today or go to buckedup.com and use code ZONE to claim 20%. Now go out and get bucked up.
At Tim Daly Mazda Southtown, get any new 2025 Mazda CX-50 for as low as 0% for up to 63 months. And to make it even easier for you to drive away in your new Mazda, you won't pay till next year. That's right, 0% and no payments till 2026. There's no better time than now to get your new 2025 Mazda CX-50. Come in today to Tim Daly Mazda Southtown in Sandy. Some restrictions apply. APR OAC. Not available with any other offers. See dealer for complete details.
It all started with a commitment to comfort. Gillette Heating and Air is proud to be Utah County's go-to team for expert HVAC and plumbing solutions. Need a repair, upgrade, or seasonal tune-up? Don't let cost hold you back. With 0% financing available, it's easy to get the work done now and pay later. Plus, save $100 on any repair over $500 and keep your system running strong with a professional tune-up before the heat hits. Visit GilletteHVAC.com or call 385-GET-COOL to book today. Homegrown service pros, financing made simple, comfort made easy.
Carrier. Turn to the experts. A Carrier factory authorized dealer.
DJ PK and John from J. Brooks Jewelers. John, whenever someone loses a parent or a grandparent, it's difficult. Things get passed down inside the family. But if someone doesn't want a watch or a piece of jewelry, what's the next best step?
At J. Brooks Jewelers, we're happy to help you sort through such a collection of things to help you know what is real and what has value. Of course, repurposing the items for the family is always the best solution, but if no one loves or wants the piece, the estate experts at J. Brooks Jewelers can help guide you on the best way to handle the liquidation and, of course, in complete confidentiality. We have buyers all over the country that we've established to get the largest return possible for your jewelry, coins, or watches to retain as much money as possible for the family. So whether you want to repurpose and create a new heirloom or liquidate part or all of the estate, let me and my team help you decide the best way to proceed. Call and make an appointment today at J. Brooks Jewelers in Murray and Lehigh or online at jbrooksjewelers.com. Your trusted custom and estate jeweler.
Ski Chevy is back with season passes to Solitude Mountain Resort. So drop in to a participating Rocky Mountain Chevy dealer now. Plus, upgrade to a discounted Icon base pass when you purchase or lease any new Chevy model. From powerful trucks like Silverado to a versatile families of SUVs. Retail value per pass is $999. Offer valid while supplies last or until 10/31/25. See participating dealer for complete redemption details, vehicle eligibility, and restrictions. See your Rocky Mountain Chevy dealers today.
The KSL Sports Zone and Hercules Credit Union are highlighting people that impact youth sports. Nominate the youth sports volunteer you know for the Hercules Hero of the Week at KSLSports.com.
3, 2, 1. This is your Utes at 50 update. 58! Presented by Kenny J's Barbecue on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Utah defensive back Elijah Davis talks about the confidence the team has in Bert Ficklin if Devin Dampier can't go.
Man, we definitely got confidence in Bert. He come out here, go against us every day, and shows up, man. Bert brings a lot of juice to the table. I feel like he's going to do great if he gets the opportunity.
That is your Utes at 50 update. Kenny J's Barbecue will cater your work parties, luncheons, weddings, family get-togethers, and holiday parties. New catering clients get 10% off their first order. We're going to get you ready for some hockey next on JJ and Alex, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
The exclusive home of the Utah Mammoth is on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Turnover by Lehkonen, shot may score! Mikhail Sergachev gets his first of the year, and that one was a rocket! Keller in his own zone, nearly gave it back. Now Gunther wants to run. Gunther up ahead. It's Keller on the move. Keller to the front, tapped in. They score! He's done it again! Dylan Gunther! Wow! Overtime winner!
You're locked into JJ and Alex, presented by G2G Bars on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
All right, everybody, welcome on in. JJ and Alex, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Final segment of our show today as we get you ready for the Utah Mammoth and the St. Louis Blues. Here's what it looks like, by the way. The St. Louis Blues are not great on offense. Now, neither are the Mammoth, but because they're only averaging 3 goals a game. However, the Blues are only averaging just over 2.5 a game. They're 3-3 on the season. The Mammoth are working on a 4-game win streak now, looking to make it 5, hopefully, down in St. Louis if they could steal one from them. But the Blues are okay defensively. The Mammoth are excellent on the defensive end of things, leading most categories in the West even on the defensive side of things in terms of what they're allowing and also in shots. And their goaltending, of course, has been really spectacular, too, by Veggie. So, interesting one because this is inside of the division. This is one you want to try to steal away from the Blues. And if they're not feeling it yet, if the chemistry's not there yet, maybe steal it from them if you're a little bit ahead of them in that sense, if you're the Mammoth.
The Mammoth are going on the road, though, with an immense amount of confidence after sweeping the home series or the home stand and beating the Colorado Avalanche. So I like their chances tonight of beating the Blues. Like you said, the Blues aren't dynamic right now. The Mammoth will get chances. Hopefully they can take advantage of that and get another win here and start this road trip off right.
All right, let's take the break here. We'll be back again tomorrow for a Football Friday. Going to be splitting up some duties here. We'll be at the warehouse. By the way, speaking of Football Fridays, Hans and Scotty are going to be at RGS Exteriors tomorrow, so go check it out. Hey, for JJ, for our producer, Alex Napolis, I'm Alex Curie. We'll see you tomorrow, everybody, 97.5 the KSL Sports Zone.
Want to get the latest info on Utah's newest sports franchise? Sign up for the Utah Mammoth newsletter. Get exclusive analysis, plus the latest news and notes on the Utah Mammoth. Sign up today at KSLSports.com for the Utah Mammoth newsletter. Get the latest Utah sports headlines delivered to your inbox with the KSL Sports newsletter. From the Jazz, Utah Hockey Club, BYU, Utah, Real Salt Lake, and more. Be in the know of all things sports in the state of Utah. Visit KSLSports.com to sign up for the KSL Sports newsletter.
SLC Fat Loss and SLCFatLoss.com is the website. Go check it out for yourself. This is the program that JJ and I have dropped a lot of weight on over this past year and a half. I dropped 65 in this initial start to the program, and I've been able to keep it off the entire time. That's something I couldn't say about other programs that I've tried in my life. Salt Lake City Fat Loss has changed the way that I've approached my diet.
This is a doctor-developed, easy-to-follow weight loss program. It's going to help you lose weight fast, naturally and safely. No drugs or injections, no prepackaged meals, bars, shakes, or exercising required. It's going to help reset your metabolism, and you're also going to keep the weight off for good with an easy-to-follow maintenance plan. Go to their website right now, slcfatloss.com. That's slcfatloss.com. Learn more about this program. Get a free consultation. I lost 40 pounds in 60 days, and I'm keeping it off a year later. You can have similar results on this program, but you got to go there, slcfatloss.com. That's slcfatloss.com. Take advantage of that $200 off fall special. Lose that weight before Christmas.
High school football is back for another exciting season, and Trucordia, the group name for a nationwide insurance brokerage based here in Utah, is proud to be a Game Night Live sponsor. The Trucordia companies deliver insurance solutions to help you protect what matters most. Home plus auto, employee benefits, construction, cyber. Trucordia blocks risks to help ensure your goals. Learn more at Trucordia, spelled TRUCORDIA.com. If you've been quoted for a new furnace or AC and it felt more like a sales pitch than a solution, you're not alone. Many home service companies in Utah have been bought out by big corporations focused on profits, not people. At Your Service Pros is different. Locally owned, family operated, 5-star rated, and trusted by Utah families for over 20 years. Let them help you with their $49 furnace tune-ups, $39 electrical inspections, and $75 off electrical repairs. Because they know things are tight and want to help you prep your home affordably. Get a free second opinion because you deserve honest answers. If your system can be repaired, they'll fix it. If it needs replacing, they'll show you affordable options. Their goal is to earn your trust, not upsell you. Let At Your Service Pros be your pro and go-to for heating, air, plumbing, and electrical. Call 801-YOUR-PRO or online at atyourservicepros.com. At Your Service Pros, 801-YOUR-PRO.
Tim Jr. here from RGS Exteriors. Did you know that we offer 3 distinct styles of gutter protection? Each one meant to handle a specific leaf problem. You might not even know there are different styles of gutter protection, but there are. And if you pick the wrong one, it could be a huge waste of money. Now, the big gutter guard companies won't tell you this. They try to sell you a one-size-fits-all gutter guard, and it could be completely wrong. For the